Chapter 1. Divine Martial Soul. Innate Soul Power Level 21. In a remote yet affluent small town on the Douluo Continent, a resounding knock echoed at the door of the Lu residence. Lu Ling opened the door to find a young woman standing at the threshold. "Are you here?" "Indeed. Come in quickly." "Who arrived first?" "I was the first." Inside the enclosed room, the young woman frowned slightly. "You wealthy individuals are quite amusing, awakening your martial souls in such secrecy." "Well, I wouldn't want to lose face. What if I awaken a trash martial soul?" "The news would be quite embarrassing for me, Lu Long." He chuckled, though this was not his true sentiment. In reality, Lu Long feared awakening an exceptionally powerful martial soul that the Martial Soul Hall would forcibly take away. "If I didn't know the Martial Soul Hall would eventually meet its downfall, would I be foolish enough to pay you to awaken my soul?" He mused inwardly. He observed the woman, who possessed striking beauty and an alluring charm indeed. This was not a wasted endeavor. "Hurry up once I awaken. I have to move on to the next client." The woman tossed 6 stones into the air, which then glimmered with golden light, signaling Lu Long to proceed. "Didn't expect your wild boar business to be thriving," Lu Long remarked as he stepped into the luminous barrier. "What wild boar?" "Nothing at all." As Lu Long entered the luminous realm, he delicately sensed the extraordinary sensations coursing through his body. "Extend your right hand." Lu Long complied, and a long blade manifested in his palm. The blade was elongated with a narrow edge, entirely black like ink, resembling the Tang horizontal sword, yet lacking its elegance and instead exuding a sense of dominance. Upon its appearance, the room was enveloped in an aura of terrifying destruction, akin to a suppression from the soul, causing the woman to struggle for breath, as if she were suffocating. Upon closer inspection, the blade was surrounded by rolling thunderclouds, entwined with purple lightning serpents, electric arcs, and the might of thunder, reminiscent of divine retribution that sent shivers down one's spine. "What is this?" The woman's expression turned dazed, and after a moment, she continued, "This is a weapon martial soul, yet I have never seen one like it. Its quality is undoubtedly among the finest." She gazed at Lu Long, her eyes filled with envy and astonishment. "Quickly, retract your martial soul, it is too oppressive." Unable to bear it any longer, she produced a crystal ball. "Let's test your soul power." Lu Long withdrew his martial soul and placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted, full innate soul power. The young woman gasped, her astonishment overshadowing the dazzling light before her. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the brilliance reached a certain intensity, the crystal ball revealed even more blinding points of light. 1, 2, 3. The count rapidly escalated 10, 11.19, 20, 21, a staggering total of 21. Innate soul power, level 21. The woman was utterly speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Long stood before her like a marvel. Innate soul power, level 20. How could this be possible? Full innate soul power alone was a rare genius, appearing but once in a century on the Douluo Continent. This 21st rank is simply an existence beyond my wildest imagination. Could there truly be such terrifyingly gifted individuals in the world? At this thought, the woman cast a suspicious and fervent gaze towards Lu Long. Lu Long, feeling uneasy under her intense scrutiny, remarked, "What is it? You don't intend to devour me, do you? It's merely a 21st rank, why the fuss?" He genuinely believed there was nothing amiss. As a traveler from another realm, possessing a supreme martial soul and innate full soul power was quite normal, wasn't it? If he were unable to achieve this, that would indeed warrant astonishment. Alas, young girls are easily startled. "All right, you may leave now. Remember not to disclose my information to anyone, especially the Spirit Hall." Lu Long began to usher her out. "This information absolutely must not reach the Spirit Hall," he warned sternly. "Why?" The woman, on the verge of speaking, was taken aback by his abrupt statement and inquired with a puzzled expression. "What is wrong with the Spirit Hall? Do you still look down upon the Spirit Hall? Many aspire to join the Spirit Hall and find themselves unable to do so. Do not question WHYAS wild boars. Once you've accepted payment, you must maintain the confidentiality of your clients. It is your duty," Lu Long stated coldly. "Then I shall awaken the others first," the woman replied, uncertain of Lu Long's aversion towards the Spirit Hall, yet mindful of his talents and her own current status. She refrained from further comment. "They have all already awakened. It was merely a ruse I employed to throw others off my trail." "You must leave quickly," he urged, effectively pushing her out of the Lu residence. As the woman stood before the closed door, she let out a cold snort. "Humph. Once I, Hulaina, discover him, do you think he can escape for the rest of his life?" "Hurry back to report to the teacher," Hulaina declared, setting off without delay. Inside the house, Lu Long suddenly felt a chill run through him. Strange, isn't the sun rather bright today? 2 days later, at the spirit hall within the Pope's chamber. Nana, is what you say true? Bibi Dong abruptly rose from her seat, her slender legs reflecting her agitation. Teacher, every word I speak is the truth. Hulaina affirmed. However, I do not understand why Lu Long is so resistant to our spirit hall. When he awakened his martial soul, he preferred to pay someone rather than allow a spirit hall member to awaken him for free. Had I not fortuitously been on a mission, I might never have discovered him. This cannot be allowed. No one on this continent defies the spirit hall. Bibi Dong sneered. Yuguan, come with me. I shall personally bring him back. Bibi Dong exhibited her commanding presence. But teacher, what if the spirit hall and he shared a deep-seated enmity? Are you not concerned about what extreme actions he might take? Hulaina queried with concern. Fear not such an unparalleled genius. Even if I must brainwash him, will remain within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong asserted with fervent determination. With a talent surpassing that of Qian Rinxiu, this genius must belong to the spirit hall. Set off immediately, lest we encounter unforeseen delays. Yes. Hearing this, Hulaina felt a twinge of embarrassment. And no matter how exceptional the talent, he is merely a 6-year-old child. Does the teacher truly require such grand measures? But let us not forget, she is Bibi Dong, and the spirit hall under her command operates with an iron fist from a distance. Lu Long gazed perplexedly at the sun in the sky, murmuring, how strange, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Lu residence, Lu Long was being unceremoniously lifted like a chick by Zhu Yueguan. He bore a bundle of packed belongings on his back, clearly attempting to flee, but fate had it that he was intercepted by Bibi Dong and her companions. A look of frustration marred his face, and he ground his teeth in anger. So that's why I've been feeling so restless these past few days indeed. Misfortune was afoot, but alas, I am a step too late. Chapter 2. Coerced into Bibi Dong's embrace. He turned to Hulaina. Hey, what about your professional ethics? What of your moral conscience? You took my money and then promptly sold the information. I see you play both sides. Hulaina, however, wore a smile of satisfaction, gently patting Lu Long's cheek as she replied. Firstly, I am not Hey, I am Hulaina. If all goes as expected, you shall henceforth call me Sister Nana. Secondly, that is not my profession. I merely happened upon the opportunity and assisted you in awakening your spirit. To her words, Lu Long's struggling body trembled violently. You are from the spirit hall. What? Are you dissatisfied with the spirit hall? At that moment, a voice imbued with cold authority resonated. Lu Long attempted to lift his head to see who spoke, but Zhu Yueguan had him firmly in hand, preventing him from raising his gaze. All he could see were a pair of long, fair legs before him. Bibi Dong, perceiving his actions, signaled for Zhu Duo to release him. Once standing upright, Lu Long finally dared to look up, and upon doing so, he was momentarily stunned. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, her features exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted with utmost precision, devoid of any flaw. Her figure was enchanting, with elongated legs and a slender waist, holding a staff adorned with an array of gemstones. Her skin glistened like jade, her bright eyes sparkling with the brilliance of stars, graceful as a startled swan, standing tall like a resplendent pine. In her presence, even Lu Long, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt his heart flutter. This woman was far more beautiful than any celebrity he had ever encountered in his past. She was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever seen. No, your holiness was merely jesting. The spirit hall has never left me feeling dissatisfied, Lu Long replied awkwardly, puzzled as to when he had ever expressed discontent. It must have been Hulaina, sowing discord in front of Bibi Dong. That is good to hear. I was initially considering actions that might displease you, Bibi Dong responded, her tone softening considerably, suggesting that the day's proceedings would unfold smoothly. How did you know that my teacher is His Holiness the Pope? Hulaina inquired, her confusion evident, for they had never disclosed such information. Just a guess, Lu Long retorted coldly. You enough. Since that's settled, you shall accompany me back to the spirit hall. From this day forth, you will be my disciple, Bibi Dong announced, interrupting Hulaina and addressing Lu Long. To the spirit hall? Lu Long gasped in shock. Is it truly happening? The very thing I dread the most is about to unfold. What shall I do now? If I truly join the spirit hall, I shall be forever bound to it. If the spirit hall were to falter, would I not also meet my demise? Is there a problem? Bibi Dong's voice was once again cold, laced with an implicit threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Long felt a chill run down his spine. Words of refusal rose to his lips, but were swallowed back down. Bibi Dong was not someone easy to negotiate with when Tang San first emerged. He was courted by the Spirit Hall. Should Tang San refuse to submit, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. If I were to reject her now, given her temperament, I would surely meet a grim fate. Never mind, better to endure than to perish. I could always find an opportunity later to secretly eliminate Tang San. With this thought, Lu Lung smiled. Of course, there's no problem. How could there be? I was merely too excited. I was just packing my belongings to head to the Spirit Hall. And to my surprise, you, Master, have come in person. I am truly overwhelmed with honor. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, found it difficult to suppress a smile on her stern face. This lad is quite astute. Yet, Hulaina wore a look of disdain, viewing him as a smooth talker. Soon, the four returned to the Spirit Hall. Upon their return, Bibi Dong made a grand announcement regarding Lu Lung's presence, declaring him her disciple in front of the assembly. She proclaimed that anyone within the Spirit Hall who dared to harm Lu Lung would face the annihilation of their entire clan. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the Spirit Hall, from the highest echelons down to the ancient elders in the Worship Hall. In the Worship Hall, an elder reported, "Great Elder, the Pope has found a child from somewhere and publicly announced him as her disciple." The Great Elder, Douluo, remained turned away, not bothering to face him. It matters not. Regardless of how many disciples she takes, it will be in vain. Should we investigate the child's background? No need. Even with exceptional talent, he possesses merely innate, full spirit power, far inferior to Shrek, Douluo stated confidently. I understand. Now attack me. In the secret chamber, Bibi Dong instructed Lu Lung. Without hesitation, Lu Lung summoned his martial spirit. In an instant, a long blade materialized, enveloped in a solemn aura of thunder. Bibi Dong, feeling the oppressive force, was taken aback. This was the first time she had truly witnessed Lu Lung's martial spirit. The sheer presence was breathtaking. This martial spirit was undoubtedly divine. Lu Lung felt a thrill as well. This was not his first time summoning the long blade. He had practiced several times at home. Yet, each summoning brought forth exhilarating feelings, as if he were invincible, ready to sweep across the world. What is the name of this martial spirit? Bibi Dong inquired. Jean Luo. Jean Luo, slayer of all Douluo. Lu Lung had achieved something remarkable. Without further ado, he wielded Jean Luo and struck directly at Bibi Dong. As the blade sliced through the air, a thunderous explosion resonated, accompanied by a faint scent of burnt ozone. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted as she felt the extraordinary nature of this divine martial spirit once more. Without even adding a soul ring, this ordinary strike had evidently surpassed that of an average soul master. In a moment of shock, she extended her hand to block. Soul power coalesced in her palm, effortlessly seizing the blade of Jean Luo from a distance. Lu Lung pressed down with great force, yet the long knife could not advance further, remaining a mere 10 centimeters from Bibi Dong's outstretched hand. As the long knife failed to move forward, Lu Lung withdrew it and countered with another strike. However, Bibi Dong effortlessly apprehended it using the same method once more. Lu Lung's expression darkened. His two attacks had been easily neutralized by her. With a loud roar, he grasped the knife with both hands and delivered a fierce downward slash. Seemingly sensing the shift, Jean Luo erupted with violet lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder from the ground. Remarkably, Jean Luo surged forward significantly, landing squarely on Bibi Dong's face before coming to a steady halt. Enough, let us cease this, Bibi Dong declared as she retracted her soul-powered. Lu Lung also withdrew his long knife. His complexion, slightly flushed. The last strike had drained a considerable amount of his soul power. Undoubtedly, your martial soul is of divine grade. Although your soul power has reached the 21st level, your control is severely lacking. Merely 3 attacks have consumed the majority of your soul power, and within that, 90% has been wasted through external leakage. Thus, you will undergo 2 months of soul power control training, Bibi Dong analyzed. With one hand discreetly positioned behind her back, her fingers trembled slightly in a moment of carelessness. She had suffered a covert setback. Fortunately, Lu Lung remained oblivious, or else her reputation would have been gravely tarnished. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring, 7,000 Years. A divine martial soul truly lives up to its name, revealing its brilliance even before its full potential is realized. Isn't it time to absorb a soul ring? Lu Lung inquired. While soul rings are indeed important, they're not urgent for you at this moment. The priority lies in establishing a solid foundation. Without a robust foundation and proficient control over your soul power, even the most extraordinary talent can be defeated, Bibi Dong admonished coldly. I understand, teacher, Lu Lung replied earnestly. It seemed that Bibi Dong was not as harsh as he had initially thought. At least she treated her own well. Lu Long hesitated. He had previously considered escaping at the first opportunity, but now he pondered whether it might be wise to wait a little longer. As time flowed, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 2 months, although Lu Long did not elevate his soul power level, he achieved a remarkable mastery over its control. While he still appeared somewhat inexperienced compared to Bibi Dong, his progress from 2 months prior was nothing short of astronomical. Standing in the secluded chamber, Lu Long struck a nearby iron post with a single slash. The air ceased its thunderous resonance, and the violet lightning dimmed. It appeared to be an unremarkable strike. Yet, when the blade met the iron post, a thunderous crack erupted, and the entire post shattered into fragments. Excellent. Your soul power remains contained, focused within the blade, and upon impact, it erupts with unforeseen force. You have begun to grasp the application of soul power, Bibi Dong praised, noting the significant growth he had achieved in just 2 months, showcasing not only high talent, but also impressive comprehension. It is all thanks to your exceptional teaching, teacher, Lu Long sincerely acknowledged. During these 2 months, Bibi Dong had devoted herself to his instruction, guiding him hand in hand, which had led to such astonishing progress. Gazing upon the exquisite visage of Bibi Dong, he suddenly contemplated that perhaps remaining in the spirit hall was not such a bad idea. Come, today I shall take you to hunt a soul beast and bestow upon you a soul ring. Yes, Lu Long replied, brimming with excitement. He had awaited this moment for a considerable time. In the Stardow Forest, a trio ventured forth, Bibi Dong, Zhu Duo, and Lu Long. Your martial spirit is an exceptionally aggressive weapon-type spirit, and your path is that of brute force. I shall have you hunt a soul beast aged between 5,000 to 7,000 years, Bibi Dong declared, signaling Zhu Yueguan to capture a soul beast. 5,000 to 7,000, Lu Long exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't the limit for the first soul ring 22 years? You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge, Bibi Dong remarked, casting him a surprised glance before continuing. Indeed, that is the limit, but only for the average individual. You, however, are different. Your martial spirit is of divine caliber, subtly enhancing your physique since the moment of your birth. Though it has not awakened, its presence is undeniably real. I trust you have sensed this over the past 2 months. Lu Long nodded. Indeed, over the past 2 months, he had clearly felt an improvement in his physical quality. And it wasn't just an ordinary improvement, but a very rapid one. At first, he thought it was some kind of problem, but later he realized it was due to the martial soul Zhang Luo. Especially when he held Zhang Luo in his hand, this feeling was even stronger. So now he was used to not putting Zhang Luo away. Bibi Dong continued, moreover, you already have a level 21 soul power and have initially mastered soul power control. So I deduce that absorbing a 7,000 year soul ring is completely fine. Then I want my first soul ring to be 10,000 years. Upon hearing Bibi Dong say this, Lu Long excitedly replied, a 10,000 year soul ring would shine brightly in a fight, black and flashy, very impressive. If you want to die, I will stop you. Bibi Dong poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Remember, you're now a member of the Martial Soul Hall, and every decision you make affects the development of the Martial Soul Hall. You are not alone. There are some things you can't just do as you please. Lu Long was speechless. See, I told you not to join the Spirit Hall, but you didn't believe me. The ending is not good, and there are many rules. Can't we wait a while longer to absorb the soul ring? Lu Long was obviously reluctant to give up on the 10,000-year soul ring. No, the earlier a soul master cultivates, the better it is for future development. You are currently in a golden cultivation period. You cannot give up future development because of a single soul ring. Moreover, this is just your first soul ring, and it won't have a significant impact on you later. Bibi Dong explained. All right then, Lu Long could only give up. Soon, a battle broke out in the distance, and not long after, Zhu Douluo returned with a dying soul beast. So big, Lu Long looked at a soul beast that resembled a small mountain approaching, his mouth agape in surprise. This soul beast was as large as a 3-story villa, and Zhu Yueguan held it up with one hand, making it seem so fragile and small. Boom! Zhu Douluo threw down this small mountain, and Lu Long could see that it was actually an elephant. The elephant was covered in armor, indestructible, with 2 enormous tusks that were exceptionally sharp. If it were in the present, it would definitely be a fierce beast. But in Zhu Douluo's hands, it was easily dealt with. This is the 1,000-gene charging elephant, which is about 7,000 years old based on its size. You absorb its soul ring, and I'll protect you. Bibi Dong was quite satisfied with this soul beast. The 1,000-gene charging elephant is inherently aggressive, and paired with the slashing Luo martial soul. It's the best combination. Yes. Lu Long stepped forward, drew out Jean Luo, and with one slash, the soul beast was killed. Faint purple light dots began to gather above the body of the soul-devouring beast, quickly forming a purple soul ring. The color of the soul ring was vibrant, and Lu Long could feel the powerful energy contained within it. Without hesitation, Lu Long held Jean Luo, gathering his soul power in his hand, and then guided it along Jean Luo towards the soul ring. The soul ring was drawn towards him, quickly shrinking and encircling his Jean Luo weapon spirit. In an instant, Lu Long felt a scorching energy rush into his body. Stay alert and guide the soul power. Bibi Dong's words timely appeared in his ears, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. What was this bit of energy? Did he really need to stay alert? Bibi Dong. Douluo, this guy's good at showing off. Showing off aside, Lu Long still needed to operate carefully. The surging soul power continuously tempered Lu Long's body, like a rampaging tiger running wild. He only felt as if his body was being expanded, excruciatingly painful, but fortunately, after this pain, a warm current passed through, repairing the recent damage like a gentle spring rain. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Long opened his eyes. Lu Long knew that he had succeeded. So, how does it feel? Bibi Dong asked. Not bad. It's like soaking in a hot spring, Lu Long replied casually. Chapter 4. First Soul Skill, Blade Draw. Huh. Douluo couldn't help but scoff, but deep down, he still felt a bit of admiration. I admire his thick skin. Suddenly, Lu Long felt a bit tight around him. Looking down, he realized that his clothes had shrunk, making him feel constricted. The absorption of the first soul ring has made you taller by quite a bit, Bibi Dong said. Lu Long nodded. He was only 6 years old, but his height was already close to 2 meters. What is your first soul skill? It's called Blade Draw Slash. Lu Long introduced. This soul skill temporarily grants the power of 1,000 tons to slash, crushing enemies with supreme strength, while also possessing a defensive breaking attribute that enhances the power of the strike. Moreover, this soul skill will become stronger and last longer as my strength increases. After listening, Bibi Dong's expression was satisfied. A powerful skill. It's enough for you to challenge opponents above your level. How long does it last now? 3 seconds. That's not bad. After absorbing the first soul ring, Bibi Dong did not let him absorb the second soul ring for the time being, but instead asked him to familiarize himself with it for a while. Back in his room, Lu Long finally had some time to relax. He reflected on everything in his mind, feeling as if it were still not quite real. Meanwhile, not far away in the next room, Nana, why have you been unhappy lately? Yin asked Hulaina with some gifts in hand, showing concern. What does it have to do with you? Hulaina pouted. Ever since the teacher brought Lu Long back 2 months ago, there had been much less attention paid to her. The teacher seemed to care a lot about Lu Long, almost visiting him every day, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. She saw it and remembered it, but couldn't say anything. After all, she knew that Lu Long was a genius with innate soul power of level 21. Is it that guy Lu Long? Yin was not foolish. The biggest change in the past few days was indeed Lu Long's arrival. What do you think? Hulaina rolled her eyes at him, replying unhappily. Hulaina was extremely beautiful, and due to her martial spirit, every move she made was incredibly enchanting. Yin, who already liked Hulaina, felt his heart race seeing her act weak. Especially that pitiful glance she just gave him made his heart race to the extreme. It really is him. I'll go help you vent. In Yan's heart, Hulaina was the most important. No one could bully her, not even a disciple of the Pope. Thus Yan, filled with anger, headed toward Lu Long's room. Hulaina was stunned for a moment, wanting to stop him, but then thought better of it and held back. Giving him a little lesson wouldn't hurt. Hulaina recalled Lu Long's arrogant demeanor during this period, and it made her feel angry. Lu Long's room was not far from Hulaina's, and within a few breaths, Yin arrived at Lu Long's courtyard. Lu Long, get out here. Who is it? Not sleeping at this late hour? Lu Long was washing his face when he suddenly heard someone shouting and stepped out, looking annoyed. He then saw a young man standing in the courtyard, fuming with anger. Who are you? Are you sick? Are you Lu Long? Yin said coldly. Yes, that's me. Who are you and what do you want? My name is Yin, and I came specifically to beat you up for bullying my Nana. Bah, shameless. Who is your Nana? You dog licker. Does she even like you? You. Does Nana not like me? Does she like you, you smelly brat? I advise you, dog licker, that in the end, you'll have nothing left. You'd better give up early, Lu Long kindly warned. Less nonsense. I'm here to beat you up today. Although Yin didn't know what a dog licker meant, he understood that Lu Long was insulting him. So he decided to skip the talk and went straight to action. Hulaina, who was secretly watching from behind the door, wanted to stop this at first, but then thought that Yin was only going to give him a little lesson, and it probably wouldn't lead to anything serious. Besides, it was also a way to vent her own frustrations, so she decided to wait and see. Lulong, seeing Yin act without hesitation, had a look of surprise on his face. Sure enough, Hulaina was a source of trouble, and this dog liquor seemed brainwashed. However, it was better to strike while the iron was hot. He had just absorbed a soul ring today, so he might as well test his strength on him. Holding the blade of severing Luo, Lulong looked at him arrogantly. On Yan's side, the massive figure of his martial spirit, Flame Lord, appeared behind him. And with a roar, a scorching heat rushed towards Lulong, the intense flames coloring the surroundings a bright red. His body also underwent a transformation, turning into a fiery rock-like state, as if covered in rock armor. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings floated above and below him. Yin was not yet 12 years old, slightly younger than Hulaina, with the Flame Lord martial spirit and a soul power of level 28. Boy, aren't you going to release your martial spirit? Seeing Lulong remain unmoved, Yin shouted loudly. Lulong raised the Zhan Luo in his hand. This is my martial soul. Yan's pupils constricted. You're messing with me. Yin was really furious. Even if that broken knife was his martial soul, not even revealing a soul ring was a sign of disrespect, right? He was so full of himself. Today he would definitely beat him until he couldn't find his teeth. With a sudden leap, he smashed a fist towards Lulong. The wind from the punch howled, directly breaking through the air. Granted, in midair, Yin activated his second soul skill. His hands instantly enlarged, surpassing his body, resembling burning lava boulders, bringing forth a roaring heat wave as they smashed towards Lulong. With the cold blade in hand, Lulong's demeanor suddenly changed, his expression becoming cold and severe, completely different from just moments ago. Yan's fist approached in an instant, yet Lulong remained motionless, as if he were stunned by fear. Humph, the Pope's disciple is nothing special. A look of disdain appeared in Yan's eyes. But at that moment, Lulong suddenly moved. He abruptly raised his head, a chilling light flashed in his eyes, and an icy, overwhelming aura erupted. At the same time, the purple soul rings on Lulong's body shone brightly. When Yin saw the purple soul rings on Lulong, his heart trembled violently. A strong sense of fear surged over him. The soul rings were dazzlingly purple, making his heart tremble, causing his body to stiffen and his mind to go blank. He forgot the movement in his hands, and all he could see was Lulong drawing his long knife, the blade flashing in an instant. Before he even had a chance to see clearly, Lulong's knife had already returned to its sheath. Draw knife slash. Lulong's voice gently floated into his ear, and a tremendous force suddenly surged in his chest, as if struck by a great mountain, compressing his organs and making him feel suffocated. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 5. Bibi Dong's sadness in the air. His body shattered like rocks, scattering everywhere, with his chest caving in. Lulong struck successfully without hesitation, drawing out his blade, Zhan Luo, and thrusting it fiercely towards Yan's head. Stop! Hulaina suddenly appeared in front of Lulong. However, upon seeing Zhan Luo pressed against Yan's scalp, embedded into the ground, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Pulling out Zhan Luo, which was mostly buried in the earth, Lulong coldly said without even looking at the two of them, "This time, I spared you. Next time, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, he turned and left. Hulaina helped Yin up, looking at Lulong's retreating figure, both of them showing deep fear in their eyes. 1,000-year soul ring. Yin struggled to utter these 4 words before fainting under the shadow of death. The next day, Lulong arrived at the training ground. "Did you injure Yin?" Bibi Dong asked. After the incident last night, she had received the news immediately. "Yes. Next time, don't be so harsh. This time you hurt his source. He will need a long time to recover. Aren't you going to punish me, teacher?" Lulong was surprised. He thought Bibi Dong would reprimand him. "Punish you?" Bibi Dong was instead astonished. With that time, it would be more practical to improve your soul power by a level. Lulong understood upon hearing this that Bibi Dong was someone who protected her own. Well, she was not only good-looking but also protective. It was indeed a happiness for Bibi Dong to have Lulong as her student. After Bibi Dong briefly asked about Lulong's condition over the past few days, she began today's lesson. Bibi Dong's teaching method was very simple. She let Lulong attack her, and from the battle, she identified Lulong's weaknesses. This method was the simplest and most effective way. Lulong is currently lacking not in soul power or soul skills, but in a large amount of combat experience. The rapid increase in his soul master level means he doesn't have enough time to fight, and thus cannot comprehend the true essence of battle. Bibi Dong has recognized this point, and her actions can be seen as teaching according to one's aptitude. His control over soul power is still not precise enough. That last move could have been even more powerful, being overly cautious and lacking momentum. Your mind is too chaotic. This attack had decent power, but still fell short. Combat is not just about recklessness. Both strength and technique must be balanced, which can save you a lot of soul power. In this way, Lu Long is growing at an astonishing speed in real combat. A month later, Lu Long has completely familiarized himself with his own soul power and gained a deeper understanding of the soul skill blade draw. With his current combat ability, if he were to face Yin again, he would be able to control the flow of battle effortlessly, unlike before, where a single mistake resulted in Yin still wearing a diaper. All right, let's call it a day. Lu Long has just exhausted all his soul power, and Bibi Dong took this opportunity to say. Lu Long glanced at the time. It's not time yet, right? I have things to do today, so let's stop here. After saying that, Bibi Dong left directly. Lu Long stood in place, watching Bibi Dong's departing figure, feeling a bit strange. The teacher's expression seemed off, as if she had something on her mind. She was also distracted during the battle today. Could something major be happening? But then he thought about it for a moment, and there didn't seem to be anything significant happening during this time period. Lu Long stared at Bibi Dong's figure in contemplation, but noticed that she was not heading towards the Hall of Spirits. Instead, she was walking toward another place. Strange. Where there is deviation, there must be something unusual. Should he follow her to take a look? Once the thought crossed his mind, Lu Long immediately followed her quietly. As he trailed behind, he saw Bibi Dong ascend a mountain where there was a pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, Bibi Dong stopped, her gaze fixed on the distance, her expression appearing very desolate. What was she doing? Lu Long had never seen Bibi Dong like this before. Standing in the shadows, he felt confused and decided to continue observing. Soon night fell, but Bibi Dong remained as still as a statue, her gaze still directed towards the distance. However, the desolation on her face deepened. Lu Long yawned. He was so bored waiting that he was starting to doze off. Looking at the still motionless Bibi Dong, he found it truly uninteresting and decided to leave. Just then, he overheard a couple of maids passing by whispering, "Xiao Qian, which hotel did you arrange for tonight?" "What hotel? It's the Qixi festival today, and everywhere is fully booked." "What are you going to do then? You've had a crush on him for so long. Today is such a good opportunity. You can't let him get away." "Don't worry. I've been prepared. Tell me more." Their voices faded away until Lu Long could no longer hear them. But just from what he heard, along with Bibi Dong's unusual behavior, Lu Long roughly guessed the reason. No wonder the moon is so round today. It turns out to be the Qixi festival. It seems Bibi Dong is thinking about that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Long was filled with anger. Thinking of Yu Xiaojiang's despicable behavior, a fire of rage burned within him. This scoundrel, ungrateful and heartless, was treated so well by Bibi Dong. Even until her last moments, she still loved Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong ended up in such a tragic fate, and this Yu Xiaojiang is indirectly the murderer. No, in this life, he must protect Bibi Dong well. Of course, this protection also carries deeper meaning. Although Lu Long is only 6 years old now, his inner age feels like he is in his 20s. At this age, a man's standards for choosing a partner shift from youthful beauties to mature, charming women. Although Bibi Dong is in her 40s at this time, her figure and appearance are at their peak, surpassing those young and beautiful girls, and she adds a touch of mature allure. Therefore, from the very first glance, Bibi Dong deeply attracted Lu Long. Moreover, the interactions over the past few months have quietly planted the seeds of love in Lu Long's heart for her. Bibi Dong has a resilient personality and, even at the brink of death, still loves Yu Xiaojiang. Changing her heart is not something that can be rushed. It can only be slowly worn down over time. Ultimately, Lu Long wants Bibi Dong to realize that he is someone she cannot live without. With this thought in mind, Lu Long made a decision. He turned around, prepared some things, and quickly returned. "Teacher, please help me. I'm about to collapse. I'm going to die of exhaustion." From a distance, Lu Long's cries echoed. Bibi Dong's thoughts were interrupted, and a hint of anger flashed between her brows. But when she turned and saw Lu Long's exaggerated expression of pain, with both hands holding a large copper pot filled with vegetables and meat piled like a small mountain, her irritation faded. On his head, he balanced 2 jade bowls. A string of peppers hung around his neck. Garlic was wrapped around his waist. And even his feet were tied with several potatoes. Behind him, he carried a basket of coal, his face covered in black soot, resembling a miner. Overall, He looked like a clown in a mining site performing acrobatics. Suddenly, upon seeing this scene, Bibi Dong's gloomy mood was swept away, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Lu Long was carrying so many things, he was actually paying attention to Bibi Dong's expression. Her sudden smile was immediately captured by Lu Long's eyes. He was secretly delighted, knowing that his first step plan had been accomplished. "What are you doing?" Bibi Dong stepped forward to help him share some of the load. "Teacher, I recently invented a dish and came specifically to share it with you," Lu Long said with a grin, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his face, resembling an African child, which made Bibi Dong smile again. "You can cook too?" Bibi Dong asked with a laugh. What can I do? A poor child has to grow up early. If it weren't for my skills, I would have starved to death long ago," Lu Long said with a hint of sadness. "I remember your family was quite wealthy, with a mansion." "Cough. Teacher, let's not talk about that. Just try my cooking first," Lu Long said, clearing his throat and quickly changing the subject. Fortunately, his face was quite dark, so it was hard to see the embarrassment for being exposed. "Go wash your face first." After Lu Long quickly washed his face, he began to operate under Bibi Dong's curious gaze. He set up the charcoal stove, placed a copper pot on it, added clean water, and arranged the meat. That's right, Lu Long was preparing a Sichuan-style hot pot for Bibi Dong today. Hot pot is considered the most sensual food because it allows for the mingling of saliva between men and women. Lu Long prepared hot pot for 2 reasons. The first is that this world lacks it, making it a novelty that can pique Bibi Dong's curiosity. The second is that hot pot creates a strong atmosphere, helping to dilute Bibi Dong's longing for Yu Xiaogang. This is also Lu Long's main purpose. The boiling water, red oil, spices, and garlic, along with numerous ingredients, created a fresh and spicy aroma in no time. He added the meat to the pot, and then prepared the most classic dipping sauce for Bibi Dong: minced garlic, sesame oil, and chopped green onions. Just these 3 ingredients. Then, under Bibi Dong's expectant gaze, he waited for a moment before it was time to eat. "All right, you can eat now. Teacher, give it a try." Lu Long added a piece of high-quality sole beast meat to Bibi Dong's bowl. Bibi Dong was somewhat skeptical. This was her first time trying this kind of food. However, under Lu Long's sincere gaze, she put the slice of meat into her mouth. The meat was tender and melted in her mouth. Although it had a mix of fat and lean, it didn't feel greasy at all. Paired with the spicy and fragrant broth, it provided a delightful explosion of flavors. After just one bite, Bibi Dong was hooked. Delicious," she exclaimed involuntarily, her eyes shining with joy. The taste was great, spicy, and fragrant. "Hee, I told you my cooking skills were good." Seeing that, Bibi Dong enjoyed it. Lu Ling knew he was one step closer to his goal for the day. I didn't doubt it. However, Bibi Dong's earlier expression clearly showed skepticism. I didn't. The two chatted while eating. The hot pot became more aromatic as they continued, with the broth's flavor intensifying towards the end. Lu Long had prepared quite a bit of food, but he still underestimated the combat power of the two, and in the end, all the food he brought was eaten. "I'll go prepare some more." Looking at the sheen of sweat on his forehead, Lu Long felt extremely happy. "No need. Let's call it a day." Bibi Dong waved her hand. Beautiful things should always leave a little longing. After saying that, Bibi Dong stood up and walked to the edge of the pavilion, her gaze drifting into the distance. Her temperament fell into melancholy again, and Lu Long knew that Bibi Dong was thinking of Yu Xiaojiang once more. The longing after such a warm atmosphere felt even more lonely. Damn it, that bastard Yu Xiaojiang has caused a lot of trouble. Lu Long cursed fiercely, thinking that he must find a chance to teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson. Just as Lu Long was about to speak, he was interrupted by Bibi Dong. "All right, thank you for the dinner. I'm very happy today, teacher. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, I'll take you to hunt for the second soul ring." Lu Long saw the situation and knew that saying more would be pointless, so he started to pack his things. "Take this ring. It contains 100 cubic units, so next time you won't have to move things back and forth." Bibi Dong threw a ring to Lu Long. Lu Long took it over and examined it carefully. The ring was entirely silver, with a jade stone embedded in it. It looked very ordinary, not glamorous or valuable. On the cold plate, there was actually still a trace of warmth. This was something I used in my youth, and it has accompanied me for many years. However, it has become somewhat useless now, and I've kept it as a decoration, so I will give it to you. "Thank you, teacher," Lu Long said respectfully. "No, it is I who should thank you." Lu Long remained silent. He understood what Bibi Dong meant. He bowed again, waved his hand to collect the utensils, and turned to leave. After Lu Long left, Bibi Dong looked at his back, her eyes calm as water, not knowing what she was thinking. After returning to her room, Lu Long stroked the ring on his hand. Although this dinner did not completely achieve Lu Lung's purpose, it revealed its effectiveness, leaving an impression of him in Bibi Dong's heart and planting a seed. Their relationship has progressed a step further, although they are still master and disciple. There is an added layer of spiritual sublimation. This ring is proof of that. Don't think this is insignificant. This is actually a crucial first step, often the key to opening a woman's heart. The next day, Lu Lung was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul power had broken through to level 22. This made him wonder if even the heavens were helping him. In the Stardow Forest, Lu Lung and his two companions arrived again. The second soul ring should be able to absorb a 10,000-year one, right? Lu Lung asked. If the second soul ring was still at the 1,000-year level, he wouldn't absorb it. That would be too embarrassing. Sure, your physical quality far exceeds my expectations. The second soul ring can roughly absorb between 12,000 and 14,000 years. That's good. Lu Lung smiled broadly. This time, Bibi Dong did not send Douluo to catch the soul beast. Instead, she personally led Lu Lung deeper into the forest. She could not yet determine what kind of soul soul ring would be suitable for the second soul ring and could only see what they encountered. Soon, they came across a blazing fire bear. The blazing fire bear has a fiery temper, strong aggression, and great strength. It would be very suitable for you. But its age is only 10,000 years, which is a bit lacking, Bibi Dong analyzed and shook her head. Continuing forward, they soon encountered a nether mamba snake. This one has enough age, but its attributes don't quite match. It's more poison-based and has weaker attack power, so it's not suitable. Bibi Dong shook her head again. Next, the three encountered several soul beasts, but after Bibi Dong's evaluations, none were quite perfect. Just as they were about to take a break, a soul beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Wow, it was a flying soul beast. Lu Lung focused his gaze and discovered it was an eagle-type soul beast. It wasn't very large, about 1 meter high and over 2 meters long, with sharp eyes and dark feathers, except for a bit of white on its tail. Its physique was robust, majestic, like a king looking down from above. Its sharp claws resembled poised daggers, glinting menacingly. It seemed to have spotted Lu Lung and the others. Circling above them, under the sunlight, they could see purple flowing light shimmering on its wings. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this flowing light was none other than lightning. This soul beast actually possessed the rare lightning attribute. Lu Lung was astonished. It was his first time seeing such a handsome soul beast. After a moment of eye contact, the soul beast surprisingly did not leave. Instead, it let out a screech and turned to charge towards Lu Lung and the others. This is so reckless. Lu Lung was shocked. They had no grievances or hatred. Yet this soul beast was going to attack them. With Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan, two titled Douluos present, the soul beast behavior was simply asking for death. Seeing this, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, ignorant of its own demise. Zhu Douluo stepped forward immediately, unleashing the aura of a titled Douluo. However, the soul beast showed no fear. Instead, there was a hint of madness in its eyes. As it dove down, there was a thunderous roar around it, its feathers shimmering with purple light, and the air was burning from intense friction. At the same time, it extended its sharp claws and charged at Zhu Yueguan. Third soul skill, Breath Barrier. Zhu Douluo unleashed his third soul skill, a restraining technique that could immobilize enemies within the barrier for a short time. He used this skill because the speed of the soul beast was too fast, so fast that he could only see an afterimage. When the barrier was activated, logically, the soul beast should have stopped. But that was not the case. The soul beast not only did not stop, but also vanished completely. Lu Lung saw a purple lightning flash appear out of nowhere, and then the soul beast disappeared without a trace. Where'd it go? Zhu Douluo was shocked. He did not sense the soul beast's presence within his barrier. The soul beast must have used a soul skill to escape the range in advance. Just then, Lu Lung suddenly felt a chill behind him. He instinctively drew his sword, and without hesitation, he unleashed a sword slash, but he struck nothing but empty air. Was it an illusion? No, it wasn't, because the prickling sensation on his back had vanished. Screech. But just as that feeling disappeared, Lu Lung heard a scream from beside him. Turning to look, it was Bibi Dong. She had directly knocked the soul beast to the ground with a single punch, rendering it unable to struggle. Lu Lingyan looked shocked. The soul beast that had even tricked Zhu Douluo was actually knocked out by Bibi Dong with a single punch. What terrifying strength is this? Lu Lung once again gained a new understanding of his teacher's strength. This soul beast is named Thunderbolt Death Swallow, which has a larger body but belongs to the swallow family. Its speed is comparable to that of the fastest common swift, and it is even more excellent than the common swift, possessing an attack power that the common swift cannot match. It is inherently fearless and cruel, which is why it attacked us directly upon seeing us. Judging by its tail wings, it should be around 16,000 years old. Your first soul skill emphasizes strength, and this second soul skill focuses on speed and agility, complementing each other well. It also has a certain degree of aggressiveness, which suits you very well. However, Bibi Dong said with satisfaction, this is also the reason why she did not directly kill it earlier. But it has an additional 2,000 years of age, right? Bibi Dong nodded. Lu Lang didn't care at all. It's only been 2,000 years, not a big deal. This is exactly when the protagonist's halo comes into play. Today, I must absorb him. At first glance, Lu Lang was already fond of the thunderous, exquisite swallow, mainly because its appearance was too handsome, especially that rebellious temperament. It was simply a master of showing off among soul beasts. Therefore, he thought at that time how great it would be to absorb its soul ring. Now that his wish has come true, he naturally doesn't want to give it up, even if it means an additional 2,000 years of danger. If Tang San can absorb beyond his level, why can't I? Lu Lang stepped forward and directly killed the thunder-ending swallow with a single strike. Brother Yin, don't let me down. Pass on some of your pressure kings, aura to me. Lu Lang did not pray for safety. Instead, he prayed for this. If Bibi Dong found out, she would definitely not let him absorb it. Lu Lang extended his Zhan Luo, using soul power to guide the soul ring closer. The deep black soul ring shrank immediately and wrapped around the Zhan Luo knife upon contact, while an incredibly powerful energy surged directly into Lu Lang's body. What the hell? Lu Lang cursed directly. He really didn't expect this surge of energy to be so domineering. From the very beginning, he almost couldn't hold it back. Fortunately, he bit his tongue just in time, forcing himself to suppress this energy. With no outlet for its release, the energy began to rampage within Lu Lang's body, crazily damaging him. It felt like a bolt of lightning inside, accompanied by a scorching and tingling sensation. Soon, Lu Lang's face turned red, and blood began to seep out of his skin, quickly staining his clothes. Damn it, this is too risky. These 2,000 years are definitely not something one can easily handle. Lu Lang felt a bit regretful. He sensed he was about to lose control, and the powerful energy was about to burst out of him. Hold on. Whether he could succeed next depended entirely on himself. Bibi Dong's calm voice reached his ears, and Lu Lang's mind jolted. The image of Bibi Dong's desolation from last night resurfaced in his mind, and a stubbornness rose in his expression. I can't fall down. I still want to marry a beautiful and rich woman. Lu Lang gritted his teeth, but the violent energy would not easily give up, continuously assaulting his mental barrier. With each collision and defense, the two forces erupted and clashed repeatedly. Lu Lang nearly faltered several times, but relying on his tenacious willpower, he held on. Time passed painfully, and Lu Lang's face grew increasingly difficult to bear. He had already turned into a bloody mess, with even his blood vaporizing and forming a mist of blood around him. This scene left Bibi Dong and Douluo shocked and terrified, enduring what ordinary people cannot. Some are destined to be strong from birth. Douluo felt a deep admiration from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 8. External Soul Bone. Thunder Wings. Bibi Dong gripped her staff tightly, and without realizing it, her palms began to sweat profusely, yet she remained oblivious. It had been a long time since she felt such worry. Suddenly, she was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Lu Lang relaxed his furrowed brow, his face showing a soothing expression. He succeeded. Bibi Dong and Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the situation seemed to be settled, Lu Lang's relaxed brow suddenly furrowed again, twisting into a knot, and he let out a scream even more tragic than before. Bibi Dong was startled, unsure of what was happening. As she moved forward, she saw Lu Lang's body lift off the ground, floating in the air, his whole body bent over, while two fist-sized protrusions appeared on his back. What is going on? Douluo was shocked by his bizarre appearance, completely unaware of what was happening. However, the well-informed Bibi Dong suddenly calmed down, her eyes revealing a fiery light. Pay attention to your surroundings and protect him, Bibi Dong ordered, and although Douluo did not understand why, he immediately complied. At the same time, Lu Lang's pain continued. The two protrusions on his back grew larger, and their shapes gradually became sharp, as if something were about to burst forth. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him, and suddenly, as flesh tore apart, two sharp bone spikes erupted from Lu Lang's back. Lu Lang let out another heart-wrenching scream, a cry that struck deep into the hearts of both individuals. The bone spurs protruded and did not cease. Instead, they continued to grow, and within less than a minute, a pair of enormous bony wings had formed. The wings were drenched in blood, with fragments of flesh hanging from them. Luolong was enveloped within it, and then the remaining flesh on the bone wings began to grow, visibly recovering at an astonishing speed. Once the bone wings were completely wrapped in blood and flesh, black feathers began to emerge, deep and profound, and after fully growing, they shimmered with a hint of purple light. At this point, Luolong finally opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a purple lightning seemed to flash through them, his gaze sharp, like a blade, combined with a cold and rebellious expression, exuding a temperament reminiscent of a thunderstorm that had just passed. "How do you feel?" Bibi Dong asked. "Refreshing," Luolong replied, then began to examine the huge black wings behind him. "What is this?" "This is an external spirit bone." Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. "I've told you about the power of external spirit bones. There's something every spirit master dreams of, second only to a 100,000-year spirit ring. I didn't expect your luck to be this good, to obtain it so quickly." At this moment, Judo also approached, his eyes filled with envy as he stared at the wings. "Not only is it an external spirit bone, but it's also a rare winged spirit bone. The chance of this is 1 in 10,000, and you actually got it. Now you truly have a skill for self-preservation. With these wings, even if you can't win, no one will be able to catch up to you." Flying has always been the most coveted skill for spirit masters on the Douluo Continent. Luolong actually had a guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure until he heard Bibi Dong's words, which moved him. An external soul bone, with a 1 in 10,000 chance. He actually encountered it. However, after a moment's thought, it was quite normal. After all, Tang Sen could explode a soul bone after 1,000 years, and he could only explode one after 10,000 years, which was already considered unlucky. Soul rings provide soul skills to soul masters, and although they do enhance the attributes of the soul master to some extent, their main function is still in soul skills. On the other hand, soul bones not only provide soul skills, but also greatly enhance the soul master themselves, and soul bones have growth potential, evolving with the increase of the soul master's own strength. It can be said that soul bones are the most desired thing for a soul master. Feel it. What has this external soul bone brought you? Hearing this, Luolong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. This scene made Bibi Dong and Douluo feel a wave of envy. After a moment, Luolong landed and, with a thought, retracted his wings. "How does it feel?" Bibi Dong asked. "It feels great. My overall attributes have improved significantly, and the most noticeable effect is my speed. Even without the external spirit bone, my speed surpasses that of an ordinary spirit master. At least a spirit king can't catch up with me." He then added, "I also gained a new soul skill, Thunderbolt. By channeling the power of lightning in the air through my wings, I can unleash a powerful lightning strike on my enemies. And its power is even greater in a thunderstorm." After hearing Luolong's words, Bibi Dong looked surprised. The ability to channel the power of thunder is a very rare soul skill. After all, lightning is one of the most powerful energies in nature and is not something an ordinary person can control. Luolong understood. "What do you plan to name this external soul bone?" Bibi Dong asked again. "Let's call it Thunderwing." Bibi Dong nodded, thinking that Luolong's naming skills were not bad. "What is your second soul skill?" "Swallowing Flash." At this point, a gleam appeared in Luolong's eyes, showing that he was very satisfied with his soul skill. It was a surprise attack consisting of 2 parts. The first part involved rushing towards the enemy with thunder-like speed, delivering a fatal blow. If the enemy dodged this attack, the second part would arrive instantly, launching a silent attack from behind, even faster. Just like the move that the thunderless swallow used earlier, feinting to the east while striking to the west, catching the enemy off guard for a guaranteed kill. Luolong couldn't help but look at Douluo. Even a titled Douluo could be taken down by this move, so the attack effect of this technique could be seen. Indeed, Bibi Dong also nodded. This soul skill is highly sudden and has great killing power against enemies encountered for the first time. However, for those with strong abilities, it can be easily countered the second time. But with Luolong's current speed, when he activates his second soul skill along with the Thunderwings, even a typical soul Douluo might not react in time. Time passed quickly, and 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. As autumn approached, Luolong's soul power had reached level 23. In these days, Bibi Dong had important matters to handle and rarely came to the training ground. After autumn began, Luolong would have to enter the Wuhuan Academy for studies. After all, Bibi Dong's energy is limited. She can teach Luolong combat knowledge, but she cannot cover everything. Many common sense aspects of knowledge still need to be taught by the academy. Over these 2 months, Lu Long had become proficient in using the thunder wings and was applying them skillfully. The only downside was that they wore out his clothes. Every time the wings appeared, they would ruin a piece of clothing. Hey, where are those three going? Feeling bored, Lu Long was sitting on the roof when he unexpectedly saw Liesin and the other two heading toward the outskirts of Wuhan City. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to join them for a stroll. He was almost going crazy being cooped up in the Wuhan Hall. Bibi Dong kept a close eye on Lu Long, hardly allowing him to step out of the Wuhan Hall. Chapter 9. Liesin's Third Soul Ring, Part 1. Hey, where you guys going? Take me with you. Lu Long quickly caught up with the three and asked. The three turned around and, upon seeing Lu Long, had various expressions. Liesin's expression was indifferent, seemingly not surprised by Lu Long's appearance, but there was a hint of dislike in her eyes. Xie was curious, as it was his first time seeing Lu Long. Yin, however, became furious on the spot. Lu Long. Yin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, but recalling the tragic scene from that night, he resentfully said, "What does it matter to you where we go?" Xieyu's expression brightened. So this is Lu Long. Don't be so agitated. I'm just curious. I see you guys are leaving Wuhan City, and I thought you might take me along. Lu Long smiled cheerfully, completely unconcerned about Yan's anger. This guy has forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. It's only been a short time since that injury, and he's already so arrogant again. Do you think we would take you with us? Yan snorted coldly, speaking disdainfully. What about you? Lu Long didn't care to deal with Yan. After all, he couldn't make the decision. The choice was in Xieyu and Liesin's hands. We're going to the Star Luo Forest. Are you sure you want to come with us? Xieyu was not very opposed to Lu Long. After all, he was a disciple of the Pope and deserved some respect. Going to the Star Luo Forest? For what? Lu Long asked curiously. Nana has reached level 30, and we're going to help her obtain her third soul ring, Xieyu explained. The third soul ring? Why not let the teacher take her? Lu Long questioned. As Liesin was also a disciple of Bibi Dong, and it seemed illogical that she wouldn't help her obtain a soul ring. The teacher has been busy with matters lately and doesn't want to trouble her. Moreover, it's just the third soul ring with the three of us. It's not impossible to obtain it. As she said this, Liesin's tone turned sour, remembering how distant the teacher had been toward her these past few months and how close Lu Long had become. She felt increasingly uncomfortable. The way she looked at Lu Long became more and more dislikeful. Mainly, we want to train our combat skills and gain some practical experience. Xieyu and his sister seemed to sense Liesin's emotional change and added, I see. Lu Long understood, so I'll go with you. Just you? Forget it. You'd just be a burden. Yin blurted out without thinking. Upon hearing this, Lu Long couldn't help but smile. Are you sure? Yin was about to say yes, but seeing Lu Long's cold gaze, she couldn't help but think of that purple soul ring and felt a bit intimidated. However, she still stubbornly turned her face away and huffed. Since no one has any objections, let's set off, Lu Long said with a smile, feeling extremely happy inside. As they could finally go out for a walk. The Star Doe Forest falls under the jurisdiction of the Spirit City, and since they were only going to the outskirts for hunting, it would only take them 2 or 3 days to reach it with their speed. Even so, Lu Long was still very happy, as the air of freedom was sweet. 4 days later, the four arrived at the Star Doe Forest. 2 days of travel turned into 4 because of you. You drag us down and still don't believe it, Yin said to Lu Long with an unhappy expression. Liesin and Xieyu also showed their exasperation. This Lu Long was like a child who had never seen the world, wanting to explore everywhere, asking about everything, and playing with whatever he saw, which had wasted them 2 days. Hey, do you guys understand what it means to balance work and rest? You only know how to train every day without understanding the need to relax. Sooner or later, you'll turn into a brute, Lu Long said, holding a skewer of roasted meat while educating them. Nonsense, Liesin scoffed. Believe it or not, Lu Long replied. After a few exchanges of banter, the four began to move deeper into the forest. I'll clear the path in front, Lu Long and Nana in the middle, and Yin at the back. Everyone stay alert and don't lose your composure. Understood. They had already entered the outskirts, which was no longer as safe as the outside, and soul beasts could appear at any moment. Therefore, Xieyu made a simple division and walked at the forefront, with the 4 of them forming a single file line as they went deeper. Lu Long didn't care. It was just the periphery. Simply hunting a spirit beast that was over 1,000 years old was as easy as playing house. When we find a spirit beast later, don't take action, Liesin said to Lu Long. Although she hated Lu Long, she was still a disciple of Bibi Dong, so she had to ensure her safety. Got it. Lu Long has never liked Liesin from the very beginning, because Liesin lacks professional ethics and exposed him. Liesin also dislikes Lu Long for stealing the love of their teacher. The reason she doesn't allow Lu Long to take action is not only out of concern for his safety, but also because she doesn't want to owe him a favor for his help later on. Lu Long is fully aware of this. I wouldn't want to take action anyway, Lu Long thought to himself as he took out some snacks from his ring to eat. Lu Long likes to smack his lips while eating because he believes it shows respect for the food. Liesin walked in front of him, frowning at the noise he made, but she didn't say anything. Lu Long walked behind her, boredly looking around. But as he looked, his gaze suddenly froze, because his eyes fell upon Liesin's alluring figure. At this moment, Liesin was not yet 13 years old, but the people of Douluo Continent matured early, and the 12-year-old's body had already developed quite well. Her small waist could be grasped with one hand, and as she walked, it swayed like a willow branch. Her long thighs were firm, full, and curvy. Her exquisite figure was fully displayed due to her tight-fitting clothes, with all the right curves accentuated, and the areas that should be perky were indeed extravagant. Coupled with the nature of her martial soul, every move she made was filled with enchanting allure. TSK. I didn't notice before, but it turns out this little girl Liesin has quite a tempting figure, Lu Long thought to himself, quickly averting his gaze. He was not a person of strong will, and the more he looked, the more he feared temptation. The group continued walking, and about 10 minutes later, the footsteps of Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. Stay alert, a soul beast has appeared. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. Soon, they spotted a fox ahead. A completely pink fox with a huge tail was foraging. It was a pink peach fox. What great luck, we found a suitable soul beast right away. It looks like it's definitely at the 1,000-year level, Liesin said happily. Due to her martial soul being a demon fox, she naturally had a charm attribute. So Bibi Dong simply devised an extreme development route for her, only absorbing fox-type soul beasts, all of which had charm attributes. This way, she could infinitely amplify her advantages. Chapter 10. Liesin's Third Soul Ring, Part 2. As usual, Nana initiated the control first, Yin restrained it up close, and I launched a fatal strike. The three had cooperated for many years, and in a breath, they had already formulated their tactics. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he remembered that Lu Long was also present. Lu Long, just protect yourself. Since Nana was unwilling for Lu Long to help, he didn't say much more. Lu Long didn't take care, letting him be a bystander. And he took his role as a bystander seriously, pulling out a boss chair and a watermelon from his ring. All right, you all do your best. The three of them. Xiaoyu shook his head with a bitter smile, not expecting Lu Long to actually be so obedient. Retracting his thoughts, the three of them quietly approached the pink peach fox. When they were 30 meters away, the pink peach fox keenly sensed their presence. Now is the time, Xiaoyu shouted, and Yin immediately charged forward, his body transforming into rock state. At the same time, Liesin activated her control. Fox charm. With a soft shout, Liesin became possessed by the demon fox, growing 2 fluffy fox ears, while a faint pink halo rose around her. She lightly touched her red lips. Her eyes filled with pink allure, and the pink peach fox, 30 meters away, suddenly froze as if mesmerized. Wow, so tempting. Lu Long swallowed a mouthful of watermelon juice unconsciously and quickly turned his face away. If her second soul skill was already this enchanting, wouldn't she cause someone to explode on the spot once she became a title Douluo? At this side, everything was under Xiaoyu's control. Within 2 seconds, it closed the 30-meter distance. Xiaoyu summoned his moon blades, one in each hand, and charged forward, creating a combined attack with Yin. Granite Rock. Fire Rock Fist. Yin's fist howled as it approached, both his first and second soul skills activated, preparing to take down the fox in one strike. Similarly, the moon blades in Xiaoyu's hands glinted coldly. This pink peach fox was a highly controlling soul beast with weak attack power, and the three of them were quite confident. They just needed to be cautious of the pink peach fox's control, and victory would be easily within reach. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The dazed pink peach fox suddenly regained clarity, and when it looked at Liesin, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in its eyes. Not good, this fox is toying with me. Liesin realized something was wrong as her control was broken. Being able to so easily dispel her fox charm, this pink peach fox was definitely over 1,000 years old, at least 2,000. Be careful, Liesin urgently warned. But it was evidently too late. The pink peach fox's body emitted a pink light, its tail unfurled, and its captivating eyes instantly pierced through the three of them. Yan's movements came to a sudden halt, his gaze confused, and his actions turned to strike at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was the same, unwilling to back down, swinging his moon blade in retaliation, and the two immediately got into a scuffle. Meanwhile, Suddenly behind the pink peach fox, a red fox sprang out. The red fox was incredibly fast, targeting Hulaina directly, ignoring Xiaoyu and Yin. With a claw swipe, carrying a bloody stench, Hulaina bent backward, narrowly dodging the sharp claw that brushed past her nose. But before she could feel relieved, she was immediately struck by the following tail swipe, sending her flying. Hulaina let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground, unable to get back up. Bloodthirsty red fox. Seeing the red fox's appearance, Hulaina's eyes filled with terror. A 3,000-year-old. Her heart raced. A 2,000-year-old pink peach fox was already enough for them to handle. And now a 3,000-year-old bloodthirsty red fox had suddenly appeared. The bloodthirsty red fox was not like the pink peach fox. It was highly aggressive and extremely cruel. Loving to eat soul masters alive. Hulaina's heart sank. She never expected these two foxes to be hiding so deeply. Suddenly, Hulaina understood. The pink fox had come out on purpose, specifically to lure them into a trap. The bloodthirsty red fox and the pink peach fox were together, likely in a partnership. One lured, the other ambushed. What a deep plot. Brother, Yin, wake up quickly. Hulaina knew she was no match for the bloodthirsty red fox, and her only hope rested on Xiaoyu and Yin. As long as they woke up, there would still be a chance to counterattack. But Xiaoyu and Yin had already been controlled and couldn't hear her. Xiaoyu's attack was powerful, but Yin had strong defense. One was a level 30 Soul Master, and the other was a level 29 Great Soul Master. The difference was clear, but their martial spirits somewhat countered each other, allowing them to fight evenly for a while, though both were severely injured. Hulaina watched anxiously, feeling desperate and helpless. If this continued, they would all die here in less than a minute. The bloodthirsty red fox's eyes gleamed with cruelty as it slowly approached Hulaina, bringing psychological intimidation. Its eyes were cunning, and its mouth cracked open in a mocking smile. Seeing this scene, a sense of despair suddenly welled up in Hulaina's heart. She truly didn't expect that a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall would be toyed with by a soul beast. The look of helplessness on Hulaina's face was intense. Just then, Xiaoyu and Yin both let out a scream. Hulaina turned her gaze to see that both had dispelled their martial spirits, but they were both covered in wounds, blood flowing, lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Brother, Hulaina cried out in anguish, her heart twisting painfully at the sight. A wave of deep regret washed over her. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She pounded the ground, truly regretting not listening to her teacher's advice, insisting on coming out to hunt soul beasts, regretting sneaking out without telling Juyu to help protect her. It was all her fault. If she hadn't been jealous of Lu Long being favored by the teacher, she wouldn't have left the city. If she hadn't selfishly left the city, her brother and Yin wouldn't have ended up like this. She truly regretted it. Lu Long, run quickly and tell the teacher I'm sorry. Hulaina knew she couldn't escape now. She only hoped Lu Long could get away. After all, Lu Long was the hope of the Spirit Hall. Given the teacher's attitude towards Lu Long, if forced to choose between her and Lu Long, the teacher would definitely want Lu Long to survive. The bloodthirsty red fox had already approached her, raising its sharp claws towards her neck. Hulaina closed her eyes in despair. But just then, a cold voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Draw blade slash. Hulaina heard the voice and abruptly opened her eyes, only to see a figure flying over her head. She looked up, just in time to see Lu Long's face and those cold eyes. Chapter 11. Hulaina's third soul ring, 3. At this moment, she suddenly felt time slowing down. Everything was so slow and quiet that she seemed to hear her own heartbeat. Lu Long was smiling, their faces less than a centimeter apart. If they moved a little closer, their lips would touch, and Hulaina could even smell the warmth emanating from Lu Long. At this moment, Lu Long's expression was indifferent, his lips curling into a slight smile, and his eyes were filled with the confidence of someone who controlled everything. His handsome face still carried a hint of youth, but at this moment, in Hulaina's eyes, he suddenly seemed unexpectedly reliable. Lu Long, Hulaina instinctively called out, looking at the two soul rings on him, one purple and one black, and her heart raced as if her blood had frozen. Boom! The sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed, and the bloodthirsty red fox that had just appeared fierce before them transformed into a pile of minced meat. Blood splattered across Hulaina's face, the scorching temperature snapping her back to reality. When she regained her senses and saw the scene before her, she was astonished and momentarily lost in thought. You want that fox's soul ring, right? Lu Long asked. Upon hearing Lu Long's question, Hulaina didn't fully comprehend what he said and instinctively replied, Simple. Lu Long chuckled lightly, then pointed his blade at the pink peach fox. Hey, your husband is dead. Do you want to go down to find him? You might still catch up if you go now. Of course. The pink peach fox wouldn't speak. It responded with a shrill cry and a wave of soul-capturing light. I'll send you on your way. I hope you don't mind paying a fare. Lu Long didn't mind speaking, and suddenly, with a loud bang, a purple lightning bolt appeared in the clear sky, as thick as a bucket's waist, descending from above and striking directly at the pink peach fox. With a mournful cry, the pink peach fox was split in half. But fortunately, the explosion occurred at the back half, and it hadn't completely lost its breath yet. Farewell fee, one soul ring. Lu Long extended a finger. Then he looked at Hulaina. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? If it dies later, I won't care. Huh? Oh. Hulaina had just regained her senses. But then she was stunned again, shocked once more by Lu Long's brutal and terrifying methods. Fortunately, her martial spirit was a demon fox, and her mental strength was strong. So she quickly snapped back to reality. She hurried to the pink peach fox and ended its life, causing a beautiful purple soul ring to appear. She looked at the soul ring, her eyes filled with hesitation, and then glanced at Lu Long. Finally, she let out a soft sigh, her gaze firm, and then she sat cross-legged to begin guiding the absorption of the soul ring. A 2,000-year soul ring. I can absorb it too. A competitive spirit rose within Hulaina. As fellow disciples of the same master, even if she couldn't surpass him, she had to keep up with his pace. The power of the purple soul ring was immense, and as soon as she absorbed it, Hulaina's expression showed pain. But fortunately, her mental strength was strong, and after about half a quarter of an hour, the expression on her face gradually relaxed, revealing that she had completed the absorption of the soul ring. Lu Long stood by as a protector and felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Hulaina suddenly let out a cry of pain. Biting her lip, her brow twisted in apparent agony. This felt somewhat familiar to Lu Long. Seeing this scene, he suddenly recalled something from a month ago. That's right. Hulaina had a tail-like external soul bone that had not appeared before. Could it have been obtained from the soul beast? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If it were true, then even though Douluo Continent had him as an anomaly, the course of history had not deviated significantly. So, according to this, would Tang Sen still destroy the spirit hall? Should he go and kill Tang Sen first? But Tang Sen was protected by Tang Hao, making it a bit difficult to kill him. It might be better to directly inform the spirit hall. As he contemplated this, Hulaina let out another painful groan. Focus on your martial soul. You must hold on. I am here to protect you. Lu Long hurriedly reminded her upon seeing her condition. Lu Long's voice reached Hulaina's ears, and it was obvious that her trembling body stabilized significantly. Lu Long looked around. Xiaoyu and Yin had not yet woken up. This was the most critical moment for Hulaina. As time passed by second, the expression of pain on Hulaina's face gradually reached its peak, and finally, it returned to calm. Lu Long knew that Hulaina had succeeded. At the same time, a red, slightly pink fox tail grew out from the middle of Hulaina's hips at the location of her tailbone. The tail swayed gently, soft and cute, making Lu Long unable to resist giving it a touch. It felt soft in his hand, and he couldn't put it down. It's just an external spirit bone. My experience was as painful as giving birth, yet she looked completely fine. Lu Long couldn't help but complain. Who is the main character here, me or her? Suddenly, Lu Long's eyes went wide, as if he had discovered a new world. Following his gaze, it turned out that the tail had broken through Hulaina's pants, revealing an alluring expanse of snow-white skin. Although it wasn't much, the curves were distinct, and the grooves were clear, extremely tempting. What are you looking at? Hulaina opened her eyes, ready to thank Lu Long, but found something off about his gaze. Looking at the tail? That tail is really perky. Perky? No. That tail is really white. White? Hulaina instantly realized something, turned around sharply, and her charming face turned bright red. Don't look. Lu Long quickly turned around. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. You're not allowed to say. Really, I'm not lying. I just saw a white area and a red tail. I told you not to say. Hulaina shouted hoarsely, like a frantic little cow. Lu Long quickly covered her mouth and then nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Only then did Hulaina's expression improve a little, and she hurriedly took out a set of clothes to cover herself. All right, you can turn around now. Hulaina's voice suddenly became faint and barely audible. After confirming that he didn't hear wrong, Lu Long slowly turned around and found that she had already tucked her tail away, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to look at her. It was just that the situation had happened so suddenly, and it wasn't intentional. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. At this moment, Hulaina's gaze was evasive, not daring to look at Lulong. Her face was flushed like a shy pear blossom, her eyes shimmering with emotions. And combined with the charm she inadvertently revealed, it left Lulong momentarily stunned. Are they okay? Hulaina felt the atmosphere was too awkward and quickly looked for a topic to discuss. It's fine. I've already healed them. They'll probably wake up in a bit. Lulong said as he turned his head away from Hulaina. This woman is really too enchanting. Hulaina blinked her beautiful eyes, unsure of what to say, and the atmosphere fell into awkwardness once again. Fortunately, Xiaoyu and Yin quickly woke up. Are you all okay? What about the spirit beasts? Xiaoyu asked. Although he had been controlled, he was conscious and knew what he had done. However, after fainting, he had no memory of what happened afterward. Chapter 12. The first cup of milk tea in autumn. It's all over. Let's go back. It's getting dark, Lulong said, then led the way back to the spirit hall. Nana, what happened after we fainted? Let's talk about it when we get back. The environment isn't very safe right now. Hulaina supported Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. Following Lulong, who was leading the way at the front, the three of them followed behind him. Hulaina supported Xiaoyu, while Yin relied on his own willpower. Before it got dark, the four of them successfully returned to Spirit City and found a hotel to rest for the night. After entering the hotel, Hulaina told the two of them everything that had happened, including how she had obtained a soul bone, but of course, she didn't mention the part about Lulong peeking. After listening, Xiaoyu and Yin expressed their gratitude to Lulong while being extremely shocked, still in disbelief even after finishing dinner that night. Especially Yin, who had a new understanding of Lulong's strength. Late at night, Lulong was sound asleep, but Hulaina in the next room couldn't fall asleep. She tossed and turned in bed, feeling uncomfortable in every position. After finally settling down, a strange expression appeared on her face, sometimes smiling foolishly and sometimes calm. The image of Lulong kept flashing in her mind, his confidence, his arrogance, his strength, and the commanding aura he exuded, lingering in her thoughts. Every time she closed her eyes, he would unconsciously appear, especially the moment he saved her. When they were extremely close, less than a centimeter apart, almost about to kiss. At the time, the situation was urgent, and she didn't think much of it. But looking back now, it made her face flush and her heart race. Before she could think too much, the image of Lulong peeking at her backside flashed in her mind, instantly filling her with anger. However, upon thinking about it, that anger was mixed with a hint of shyness. No way, I can't possibly like him, right? That's impossible. How could I like this arrogant guy? Since he came to the spirit hall, he has been targeting me for no reason, even calling himself a wild boar. Right? Absolutely impossible. He is not even 7 years old. Is that even legal? The next day, after the four of them at breakfast, they returned to the spirit hall. Oh, didn't sleep well last night? Lulong asked when he saw Hulaina looking sleepy. None of your business, Hulaina shyly retorted, giving him an annoyed glare. Lulong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, wishing he could slap himself. He was being foolish, clearly at odds with this girl, yet still spoke out. After successfully returning to the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong immediately summoned them. Hulaina concealed some dangerous matters and then recounted everything that had happened to Bibi Dong. After listening, Bibi Dong showed appreciation towards Lulong. This scene made Hulaina feel a pang in her heart. But when she thought about how Lulong had saved her, she smiled, and the feeling of bitterness vanished without a trace. All right, you can go now. In 3 days, autumn will begin, and it will also be the day of enrollment for the Wuhuan Academy. Nana, take Lulong to register, Bibi Dong said. Yes, teacher. The two replied respectfully and then took their leave. Nana, stay for a moment. I want to check your soul bone and soul skills to help analyze them. Bibi Dong called Hulaina back. Yes, teacher. Hulaina's face brightened. It seemed the teacher hadn't forgotten her. 3 days later, Hulaina found Lulong. Let's go. I'll take you to enroll today. Wait, I'll be ready soon. Lulong was busy with something and didn't respond. What are you tinkering with? Hulaina asked curiously. Leaning over to look, Lulong was holding a basin filled with a milk-like substance, but it had a slightly pink color. Inside were transparent fruit pieces and black round balls, and she didn't know what they were. It smells faintly sweet. What are you making? Hulaina sniffed, detecting a fruity aroma in the air. She had long known from Bibi Dong that Lulong was quite good at cooking and often made delicious food, but she never had the chance to taste it. This is milk tea. Do you want to try it? Really? Hulaina was a bit surprised. This was the first time Lulong had actively offered her food. Are you trying to make me your guinea pig? Hulaina thought to herself. Try it if you want. Lu Lung huffed. Of course I'll try it. Hulaina picked up a spoon, thinking being a guinea pig wasn't such a loss. She scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing the fruit pieces. It's really delicious. Looks like the teacher wasn't lying. This guy's skills are indeed impressive. Not bad, give me some more. Hulaina grabbed a large bowl and, without Lu Lung's consent, tried to scoop a big bowlful. Take less, leave some for the teacher. Lu Lung hurriedly stopped her. There wasn't much to begin with, and with one scoop, she had taken away 2/3. Since you're so good at this, just make more in the future. By the way, what's this called? It doesn't have a name, Lu Lung said irritably. Such a good thing doesn't have a name. That's a shame. Let's call it Pink Love, Hulaina suggested. After thinking about it, Lu Lung agreed, which reminded him of the beautiful things from his past life. How clitchy, Hulaina scoffed, but inside she felt a strange sensation. Pink Love? Is he confessing to me? But he's still so young. Should I refuse? Why are you standing there? Move aside. I'm taking a cup to the teacher. Lu Lung's disdainful voice broke Hulaina's fantasies. If I knew it. Hulaina pouted in annoyance. Why do you get a drink from a bowl while the teacher gets something so exquisite? And with a straw? Hulaina suddenly noticed the difference in the cup Lu Lung was holding, which was a special one with a beautiful straw. Instantly, she felt her bowl of milk tea was less appealing. Because you're a wild boar. Wild boars don't need exquisite things. You're a wild boar. Your whole family are wild boars. Soon, Lu Lung arrived at the Pope's hall. Lu Lung, what are you doing here? Aren't you enrolling today? Bibi Dong, busy and looking somewhat melancholic, softened her expression as soon as she saw Lu Lung. Teacher, I invented a new food, and I came to bring it to you before I left. Lu Lung smiled and presented the milk tea to her. You are thoughtful. Bibi Dong knew Lu Lung was good at cooking and often made delicious food. Seeing a new product made her curious. Lu Lung smiled as he handed the milk tea to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong took it, curiously examined it, and asked, what is this? The first cup of milk tea in autumn. Chapter 13. Spirit Soul Academy. The Spirit Soul Academy is very large, covering over 10,000 acres, encompassing a whole range of surrounding mountains. The entire academy has a grand atmosphere, perfectly blending with nature, with refreshing surroundings between the mountains and water. The Spirit Soul Academy has 3 main branches: the Primary Spirit Master Academy, the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy, and the Advanced Spirit Master Academy. The students admitted here are either quite talented or from the noble families of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Today is the first day of the new semester, and many students are welcoming the start of a new academic year. Lu Lung stood in front of the gate of the Wuhuan Academy, marveling at how wealthy the Spirit Hall truly was. Even the gates were incredibly grand. The entire gate was about 100 meters long, designed in a Gothic architectural style, with a huge angel statue at the entrance, opening its arms to welcome everyone. Upon entering the academy, with Hulaina leading the way, they swiftly arrived at the Academic Affairs office. The director of Academic Affairs was an old man wearing glasses, named Souls, who was a powerful Soul Douluo at level 88. Director Souls, hello, this is my junior brother, Lu Lung, here to complete his enrollment procedures. Hulaina politely said as she knocked on the door. Upon hearing this, Souls was surprised and looked at Lu Lung. Junior brother? He is the new disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Yes. Souls couldn't help but examine Lu Lung, noticing his remarkable appearance, outstanding temperament, and the faint confidence radiating from him. He internally rated him and nodded, saying, he's a good seed. Let's test your soul power. No need for a test, level 23. You could just record it, Lu Lung said. Level 23? Upon hearing this, Souls' face showed a look of astonishment, and the wrinkles on his skin seemed to stretch. He turned to Lu Lung, incredulously adjusting his glasses with his hand, as if trying to see Lu Lung more clearly. How old are you this year? 6.5. 6.5. Level 23? Souls was once again taken aback. Although he had prepared himself after seeing Lu Lung's appearance, he was still shocked when he actually heard it. However, he quickly realized his loss of composure, steadied his emotions, and looked at Lu Lung. It's not that I don't believe you, but the Academy's rules are such that we still need to conduct a test. Lu Lung pouted, clearly not believing it. Souls took out a crystal ball and gestured for Lu Lung to inject his soul power. Soon, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling white light. The brilliance was blinding, illuminating the entire room without any shadows. It really was level 23. Soul's jaw dropped, and at that moment, he didn't care at all about whether he was losing his composure. Indeed, this was a disciple valued by His Holiness the Pope. Such talent was unparalleled. It was likely that no one else could be found on the entire Douluo Continent. At 6.5 years old, level 23, how about enrolling him in the holy class? Souls asked. Souls, the director. The teacher means for Lu Long to enter the holy class. Hulaina spoke first without Lu Long responding. The holy class? At this, Soul's shock deepened, along with a hint of doubt. Yes, Hulaina nodded. However, after a moment of contemplation, Soul said, with Lu Long's talent, entering the holy class was only a matter of time, but entering so early might affect his mindset. Once the mindset is damaged, even with high talent, it will be difficult to become a strong person. This point, the teacher has naturally considered, and she believes Lu Long can overcome it. Hulaina said firmly, since it is the arrangement of His Holiness the Pope, I will not go against it. Sol Siga. Although he said this, his gaze toward Lu Long still carried some worry. While thinking, Souls completed the paperwork. After Lu Long left the academic affairs office, Soul sighed again. Next, Hulaina took Lu Long to familiarize himself with the environment and then headed to the dormitory. What is the holy class? Lu Long couldn't help but ask on the way. The holy class, as the name suggests, is the preparatory class for the Holy Son, Hulaina explained. And when she mentioned the holy class, a look of longing appeared in her eyes. Aren't you the holy maiden? Lu Long exclaimed in surprise at her words. Holy maiden. Hulaina was puzzled, curious about why Lu Long would think she was the holy maiden. Lu Long knew he had slipped up and hurriedly explained, I meant, with your talent, how could you not be the saintess? Hulaina sighed and said, of course I want to become the saintess, but it's not something you can just achieve by wanting it. Both the saintess and the saint are honors of the Spirit Hall, and they're the next generation of popes with an incredibly noble status. Although I am a disciple of the teacher, that relationship alone does not guarantee that I can directly become a saintess. The Spirit Hall is a powerful organization with a well-established operational mechanism, and everyone wants to seize the positions of the saint and saintess. Without strong power, relying solely on connections will not keep you in that position. You could be pulled down just as easily. Moreover, my teacher's status in the Spirit Hall. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I told you more. Hulaina said halfway and suddenly stopped speaking. Lu Long realized that he had been biased. When reading the novel, Hulaina was already 21 when she first appeared, and at that time, she was naturally the Holy Maiden. But now, Hulaina was only 12. He had thought that her status as the Holy Maiden was due to Bibi Dong, but it turned out to be based on her own strength. No wonder Hulaina could become part of the Golden Generation and the disciple most valued by Bibi Dong, Lu Long thought. So how can one become the Holy Son? Lu Long asked. Since she was not yet the Holy Son, he had to think about what it would take to obtain that position. The Holy Class gathered the most talented students from the entire Soul Master Academy, regardless of age, only looking at strength. To become the Holy Son or Holy Maiden, one must reach level 50 Soul King strength before the age of 20 and must hold the top position on the Soul Master Academy's strength ranking for 6 consecutive years. At this point, Hulaina's eyes were filled with confidence. But when she looked at Lu Long, that light instantly extinguished. This guy was a freak. If he could stay in the Holy Class, almost no one could compete with him for the position of Holy Son. Upon hearing the conditions to become the Holy Son, Lu Long couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that it was too difficult for an ordinary person. Just the requirement to become a Soul King before the age of 20 would eliminate 99% of people. It should be noted that the average talent in Douluo Continent means that by 20, one is only a Soul Zone. Such talent would be cherished in other sects and families, but in the Holy Class of the Soul Master Academy, such talent could only become a stepping stone for others. The second requirement was even more stringent. Chapter 14, Holy Class. The Soul Master Academy's strength ranking is based on individual strength, with no team battles, relying solely on oneself. This gives an advantage to Assault type and Control type Soul Masters. However, the Academy has many geniuses, and even those with outstanding talent can dominate. But to maintain the first position for 6 consecutive years remains extremely difficult. This is because one must reach the top position by the age of 14. And once past that age, there is no chance left. Thinking of this, Lu Long suddenly looked at Hulaina with newfound respect. To be able to maintain 6 consecutive first positions in this land of geniuses is truly frightening. When he read the original work, he thought Hulaina was just a pretty face, boasting so much in the beginning, only to be knocked down by Tang San as soon as she appeared. By the later stages, she had no presence at all. While others became titled Douluo and even gods, she was only at level 70-something. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Hulaina was too weak, but rather that she was crushed by a dimensional gap. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. Lu Long couldn't help but sigh. Strong? Hulaina was suddenly taken aback by his comment. Am I strong? If I were strong, would I need you to save me? If I'm strong, then what are you? Do you need to belittle me just to show off your strength? Hulaina said, somewhat unhappy. As she thought about the events in the Stardow Forest, Lulong was indeed strong, but there was no need to insult her like this. No, I mean it, Lulong said sincerely. Hulaina was suddenly stunned because she found that Lulong didn't seem to be lying. In his eyes, she didn't see the previous disdain or arrogance. Instead, there was a hint of sincerity. And within that sincerity, it seemed there was also a trace of admiration. Admiration? This Lulong actually admires me? Hulaina shook her head in disbelief. But the fact was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. What does he admire about me? Is it that I'm taller than him? More beautiful than him? Hulaina thought and thought, but couldn't figure out the reason. However, Lulong's change of attitude towards her still made her quite happy. Soon it was noon. After having lunch in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. Your room is right here. Students in the holy class all have their own individual rooms. Lulong glanced at the room number 023. It seemed that there weren't many students in St. Class. Where do you live? Lulong asked. 007. After saying that, Hulaina pushed open the door to the next room. Lulong was dumbfounded. The person who assigned the room numbers really was a talent. Right next to 023 was 007. One could only guess that the math teacher must have been a biology teacher. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was evening. Hulaina, fulfilling her role as a senior sister, took him to another cafeteria for dinner before sending him back to the dormitory. The next day, Lulong woke up naturally, and when he realized he was going to be late for school, he rushed out. Fortunately, he made it just in the nick of time. However, when he stepped into the classroom of the holy class, all eyes were on him. Sorry, teacher, I seem to be late, Lulong said, feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze. But soon, the embarrassment disappeared from his face entirely, for the teacher in the classroom turned out to be an absolute beauty. Dressed in a professional outfit, her figure was stunningly accentuated, with curves that were both alluring and eye-catching. Her ample chest was almost bursting forth. Hearing Lulong's voice, the beautiful teacher turned around, seeing her face, with lips as fiery red as flames and eyes as deep as spring water. She exuded an air of icy beauty that sent shivers down one's spine, while also creating a strong sense of contradiction. The combination of extreme allure and an ice-cold beauty was striking. Little brother, I see not only are you late, but you also came to the wrong classroom. A man with a head full of golden hair joked in the classroom. What a silly kid. I wonder which parents were so cruel as to send him out. This isn't where you belong. Go home and find your mom for some milk. Ha ha ha. The classroom erupted in laughter. The students of the holy class not only had high talents, but also came from deep backgrounds, so they spoke without restraint. Hulaina sat in the middle of the classroom, looking at Lulong with some worry. Is it starting this soon? He's only 6 years old, strictly speaking. He's still just a child. Can he really endure this kind of trial? Will the teacher's actions ruin him? Hulaina had a big question mark in her heart. As a disciple of Bibi Dong, she was very clear about Bibi Dong's thoughts. Lulong's talent is incredibly high, with an innate soul power of level 21 and a divine weapon soul, which allows him to surpass his peers from the very beginning, gaining an advanced status and privileges. However, correspondingly, this explosive rise in strength has also exposed his problems. The ease with which he acquires power has inflated his ego. In the Spirit Hall, aside from Bibi Dong, he hardly regards anyone else. He does whatever he wants, acting not just recklessly and arrogantly, but also in an extremely domineering manner. Almost no one dares to oppose him. Particularly, the acquisition of the first 1,000-year soul ring and the second 10,000-year soul ring has made him even more overbearing. Being arrogant and disregarding others is a major taboo for soul masters in their cultivation. Bibi Dong noticed this aspect from the first time Lulong almost killed Yin. He was only 6 years old, and with such a personality now, how would he behave when he truly matures? Bibi Dong is very worried, so she sent Lulong to the holy class, hoping it would help him become more restrained. Moreover, she could only send him to the holy class. Sending him to other classes would be useless. The holy class has many geniuses, and Bibi Dong hopes that Lulong will realize that there are always people better than him and worlds beyond this one, allowing him to see himself clearly, which would make him even stronger. However, Bibi Dong is also concerned that if Lulong cannot withstand this blow and become self-destructive, it will be a loss rather than a gain. Ultimately, Bibi Dong decided to send him to the holy class. She would rather have a clear-headed person than a madman. This will be a trial, but for Lulong, it is also an opportunity. Yet, Lu Long is completely unaware of all this. He also will not know that it was because of that hot pot on the Qixi festival, that cup of milk tea in autumn, and the various daily interactions that led Bibi Dong to make such a decision. In fact, when Bibi Dong saw Lu Long for the first time, she intended to cultivate him into a soulless warrior who would only obey her commands, clearing the way for her ambitions. Chapter 15. The youngest student of the holy class. Sigh. In the end, Hulaina let out a sigh. Now that things have come to this, worrying further is unnecessary. Thoughts returned. Lu Long is not a weak person. When he heard the laughter in the classroom, he immediately retaliated. You lowly dog-eyed guy. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. What did you say? The blond man stood up abruptly. Say it again, if you dare. I said, you lowly dog-eyed guy. Lu Long enunciated clearly, staring at him as he spoke each word deliberately. Where did this wild brat come from, not knowing the danger? The young and reckless are not afraid of tigers. Kid, I advise you to apologize quickly, or don't blame me for the consequences later. The little brother's courage was commendable, but the sister wants to tell you that in the Martial Spirit Academy, strength speaks for itself. Before the blond man could respond, others began to chime in as if they were performing a play, each taking turns to speak. You don't need to play the good guys here. I, Lu Long. Say what I mean. I called you a lowly dog-eyed guy, so what? Lu Long said unceremoniously, his momentum rising. Goodness, he's offended everyone directly. Yin, sitting in the corner, shook his head in disbelief. The blond man also became furious, his expression cold as he said, Kid, since you like to seek death, I don't mind helping you. With that, he prepared to make a move. Lu Long was not the least bit intimidated, his soul power circulating in his hands, ready to strike. Stop. Just as the atmosphere became intense, the beautiful teacher on the podium finally spoke. Her words seemed to carry great authority, and upon hearing them, the blond man sat back down in his seat without a hint of pretension. Seeing this, Lu Long also withdrew his soul power. The classroom is a place for learning, not for fighting. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If there are violations, I will expel you from the holy class directly. The beautiful teacher said again, her voice as cold as her demeanor. Then, she turned her gaze to Lu Long, saying, You say your name is Lu Long? Yes. The beautiful teacher recalled that she seemed to remember souls telling her that a new student would come today, but she didn't expect him to be so young. Her expression showed slight surprise, but quickly returned to normal. My name is Mimi's, and I am your homeroom teacher. I hope you can study hard and not let your family down. Mimi's categorized him as someone who got in through the back door. Thank you, teacher. Lu Long nodded indifferently. May I ask where I should sit? Mimi's raised her head to look around the classroom. Wait a minute, teacher. Do you mean this kid is our holy class student? At this moment, another voice rang out. Yes, Mimi's nodded. No way. He is a student in our holy class? How old is he? Suddenly, gasps filled the classroom. Such a small guy. He can't be here through the back door, right? Exactly. The youngest age in our holy class is 10. Hey kid, how old are you? 6.5, Lu Long replied, enjoying the surprised expressions on their faces. Sure enough, when everyone heard this, there was another round of disbelief. 6 years old? When did 6-year-olds get to enter the holy class? This guy definitely got in through the back door. Mimi's couldn't help but frown. Silence. The classroom instantly fell silent. Lu Long was surprised. It seemed that Mimi C was not just good-looking. She must have some special qualities to make these arrogant geniuses obedient. Lu Long, you can sit next to Hulaina. Okay, teacher. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, after Lu Long sat down, Mimi C began today's lesson. All right, let's officially start the class. Today we will talk about group tactics, blah blah blah. Lu Long listened to the class and roughly counted. There were not many people in the holy class, only 23 including himself. But these 23 people were the elites of the entire Wuhuan Academy, and these individuals would be the stepping stones for him to become the Holy Son. The class time passed quickly, and when the bell rang, Lu Long was startled. He was so engrossed in listening that he didn't expect it to end. It must be said that this teacher Misai taught very well. Her lessons were lively and interesting, expressing the essence of knowledge through numerous examples, allowing people to quickly absorb and benefit greatly. No wonder everyone listened to her. She indeed had some skills. Hey, you're quite arrogant. At the first moment after class, a blond man approached him. The arrogant one is looking for trouble. Lu Long replied without turning his head. Kid, which elder's descendant are you? What does that have to do with you? Lu Long didn't want to waste time with such small fry. He stood up and prepared to leave. However, others were not too willing to let him go. The blond man stretched out his hand to block Lu Long and said, So you want to run after showing off your skills? What do you want? I remember that fighting is not allowed in this classroom, Lu Long said, Not because he was afraid of fighting in the classroom, but because he was afraid of being kicked out of the holy class. Being kicked out of the holy class meant losing the position of holy son. Of course, no one would fight in this holy class. If you have the guts, let us meet at the fighting arena now. After saying this, the blonde man turned around and left. I'll be waiting for you. Don't be a coward. As he walked out the door, the blonde man pointed at his own eyes with 2 fingers and then pointed at Lulong. Coward? Is Lulong a coward? Obviously he is. Just kidding. My protagonist Halo is meant for times like this. How could I be cowardly? Besides, such a great opportunity to show off. Would I be cowardly? Lulong just wanted to sneer, originally thinking about how to establish his authority in this martial soul academy. But now he realized he didn't need to worry at all. With the protagonist Halo, someone would naturally come knocking. Are you really going? Just as Lulong took a step, Hulaina came to his side and asked, What else? Lulong retorted, Others are trying to kick my face in. Am I supposed to smile and apologize? Moreover, if I don't go, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the teacher? Do you know who he is? You dare to go? At this moment, Yen and Xiaoyu also came over. Who? He is the grandson of the demon bear, Douluo, named Xiong Raj, 15 years old. Soul power level 35, ranked 59th on the Martial Soul Academy's strength list, even higher than Xiaoyu's current ranking. Is he strong? Lulong asked back. 15 years old and only level 35, that's a bit worse than Dai Mubai. As for the ranking, although it's higher than Xiaoyu's now, Xiaoyu is only 12 years old. Even assuming an average growth rate of 3 levels a year, by 15 Xiaoyu would be level 40. Completely outclassing the Xiong Raj. When Lulong posed this question, the 3 of them suddenly fell silent. Yeah, is he really that strong? Chapter 16. You can't handle it level 35 at 15, level 23 at 6, a world of difference. One person fought against 2 great soul beasts, saving them from the brink of death. Isn't that strong? The first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, the second soul ring. It seems I haven't seen it before. But isn't that strong? So what are we worrying about? Yen and Xiaoyu stared at each other, suddenly unsure what they were worrying about. After staring for a long time, they unanimously believed they had jumped to conclusions, thinking Lulong was just an ordinary genius. Among the 3, only Hulaina maintained a worried expression. Don't you trust me? Lulong stared intently at Hulaina. No, then that is settled. After saying this, Lulong walked out of the classroom towards the arena. The students in the classroom saw this and followed behind, eager to watch the spectacle. Hulaina trailed behind, watching Lulong's figure, always feeling uneasy. She wasn't worried that Lulong couldn't beat Xiong Raj. Rather, she was concerned about the challenges that would come after a victory. If Lulong won, he would quickly become a shining new star of the academy. But then, he would face endless challenges. Winning the challenges wouldn't matter too much. But if he lost, it could significantly affect his future. Even losing just once could lead to a huge psychological gap, falling from heaven to hell. The intense feeling of failure could make a weak-hearted person question their life. And whether a 6-year-old child could handle such a gap, Hulaina was genuinely worried. The news spread quickly. The word that a new student from the holy class was challenging an established genius reached all nearby students in less than a quarter of an hour. Whether they were from the junior academy, intermediate academy, or senior academy, those interested hurried towards the arena, and soon the place was packed. This match had to be said to be quite the spectacle. First, as a student of the holy class, there was always someone watching every competitive match. Second, when everyone discovered that the new holy class student was just a 6-year-old child, it made the spectacle even bigger. Lulong looked at the crowd of students. The spectator stands in the competition arena were already packed, and even the gaps were filled, but there were still people coming from afar. Some even used their martial souls just to secure a better view. This situation quickly attracted the attention of the academy, which immediately sent teachers to maintain order. If this bluff succeeded, it would probably shine brightly. Lulong thought of the Thunder Absolute Silent Swallow. This bluffing King Soul beast indeed brought him good luck. Kid, once you step onto the competition stage, there's no turning back. Today, I'm going to give you a lesson you'll never forget. Xiong rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with fervor. Lulong looked disdainful, simply enjoying the gaze of the crowd. Since he had decided to take action, he couldn't be bothered to say any extra words. At this moment, his demeanor changed. The carefree attitude he usually displayed vanished, replaced by a solemn and aloof expression, exuding an air of a solitary and unmatched master. Standing with his hands behind his back, he appeared as a figure of loneliness, seeking defeat in solitude. His demeanor indeed attracted the attention of many. Who is this young man? Such a handsome presence. And he's good-looking too. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I'll reserve my spot first. A wild chicken wants to become a phoenix. Does someone from St. Class even look at you? As someone with experience? Let me tell you, people who are handsome and have outstanding aura are usually quite lacking in vitality. If you can't handle it, leave it to me. Soon, as more and more spectators arrived, the atmosphere reached a peak. Seeing this, Lulong felt it was about time and looked at Xiong Raj, saying, "Let's begin." Xiong Raj twisted his neck and head, a fierce light in his eyes, roaring, "Xiong Raj, level 35 Soul Master, Martial Soul Blood Fiend Demon Bear. Lulong, level 23 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Slashing Blade." After Lulong finished speaking, he calmly looked at Xiong Raj, but inside he was shouting and screaming. Sure enough, in less than a second, the watching students erupted with piercing gasps of surprise. What level? Level 23? Did I hear that right? Yes, level 23. If I weren't so close, I would have thought I misheard. No way. He really level 23? How old is he? Just 6. No wonder he entered the holy class so young. I was just doubting he got in through backdoor connections. Turns out my perspective was too narrow. Sister, he's level 23. You can't handle him. Let me take a shot. Hearing these surprise voices and discussions, Lulong felt quite pleased. So what if he was level 23? Today, he would still make you look for your teeth. Xiong Raj's expression darkened, and the gloom in his eyes deepened. He roared, and a blood fiend demon bear appeared behind him, while his body underwent a transformation. At the same time, 3 soul rings appeared beneath him, fluctuating up and down, perfectly configured with 2 yellow and 1 purple. The blood fiend demon bear is a well-known existence among beast martial souls. Although Lulong had talent, there was still a 12-level soul power gap. Xiong Raj was bound to win. Among the students, a senior student analyzed, "I agree. Xiong Raj has an absolute advantage in martial soul, soul rings, and soul power. This battle doesn't even need to be watched." I was wondering why Jin Jingyang wasn't coming to watch. It turns out he already guessed the outcome. As soon as this person mentioned Jin Jingyang, the few who had just been discussing fell silent, their faces filled with intense fear. It was clear that this person named Jin Jingyang was not ordinary. Third soul skill. Blood Fiend Demon Claw. Xiong Raj's eyes turned red, and a heavy blood fiend aura erupted from him. His body leaped into the air, his sharp claws glinting coldly while emitting a blood-red glow, vowing to tear Lulong apart. This guy actually used his third soul skill right off the bat. How much does he hate Lulong? This was actually not Xiong Raj's fault, a student from the holy class analyzed. Xiong Raj's talent was considered average in the holy class, and now he was almost 15. If he couldn't reach the top of the strength rankings before the end of the semester, he wouldn't qualify to stay in the holy class. Because once he turned 15, even if he topped the strength rankings, he wouldn't meet the requirement of being first for 6 consecutive sessions. Thus, Xiong Raj was very anxious this semester. Lulong's appearance undoubtedly dealt him another blow. Therefore, he disregarded his image and wanted to vent the accumulated anger in his heart. He also wanted to take Lulong down with a single blow. Lulong hadn't even revealed his martial soul yet. He probably scared himself silly. Hopefully, the teachers would step in soon. After all, Lulong was also a genius and could very likely become a titled Douluo in the future. Chapter 17. 1/to kill. Meanwhile, Lulong on the field maintained a cool demeanor, looking at the high-flying Xiong Raj, finally showing a hint of excitement in his eyes. Good jumping ability. Level 36 soul power really has a strong presence. But that's fine. If you jump high, I won't have to draw my blade close to the ground. Otherwise, I dirty my clothes, and they're hard to wash. Lulong muttered to himself. Below the arena, the nearest student looked confused, wondering what he was saying. "I don't understand a single word," the girl next to him quickly said. He said he likes girls who can help him do laundry. The student? As Xiong Raj approached closer, Lulong remained still. Some soft-hearted girls outside the arena couldn't help but cover their eyes, afraid to witness what was about to happen. Xiong Raj's eyes were bloodthirsty and frenzied, his face confident of victory. On the sidelines, the medical staff prepared a stretcher, ready to rush in for rescue. The order teacher activated their martial soul to prevent Lulong from being killed. The female students covered their eyes but opened their mouths, ready to let out piercing screams. Around them, there was a moment of silence, as if everyone could hear their own heartbeat. But after a second, the expected event did not occur. In this quiet environment, everyone heard a cold voice echoing in their minds, clear and distinct. Draw and slash. Bang! Before they even heard the sound of the blade being drawn, they saw Xiong Raj turn into a cannonball, bouncing off and crashing heavily outside the arena. Silence. Dead silence. But after this brief silence, it exploded like a volcanic eruption. With cries of shock. What the hell? What did I just see? What happened? I didn't see anything clearly. What is going on? Isn't Xiong Raj the one attacking? Why did he fly out? I didn't see how Lu Long made his move. I only saw a figure flash by, and then Xiong Raj was sent flying. This guy seems to have defeated Xiong Raj without even activating his soul ring. The crowd murmured, each expressing their astonishment at the scene. The medical staff reacted the quickest, rushing to Xiong Raj's side as he screamed in pain. They performed emergency treatment, casting a healing spell before placing him on the stretcher to take him back to the infirmary. Those close to Xiong Raj clearly saw his arms go limp, hanging weakly over the edge of the stretcher like a boneless, dead eel. At the same time, a dent appeared in Xiong Raj's chest, and blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, occasionally mixed with bits of flesh. Did you see clearly? In the distance, 3 young men and women stood together. One of the purple-haired girls said with a serious expression, he drew his blade. His martial soul is a sword. Among the 3, one person with closed eyes said, furrowing his brow, his hearing is sharper than ordinary people's, almost like it can move. What about you? The purple-haired girl then looked at another tall man with eagle-like eyes. Your martial soul is a wind eagle. Your visual nerve is strong enough to catch that, right? The purple-haired girl continued. One purple, one black, said the eagle-eyed man. His gaze was sharp, with golden pupils that resembled an eagle's eyes. What do you mean by one purple, one black? The purple-haired girl did not understand what he meant. Soul ring. Soul ring. Upon hearing this, the purple-haired girl immediately held her breath, her eyes trembling as she looked at Lu Long with immense fear. On the arena, Lu Long was very satisfied with the effect he had achieved. In fact, with his current strength, the eagle-eyed man could have clearly seen his movements. But Lu Long was a genius. With his brilliant talent, he integrated his soul skills within 2 months. When he used the draw and slash, he combined it with his second soul skill, swallowing flash. The first part of swallowing flash is rapid speed, which can indirectly enhance the power of the draw and slash. Then, using the second part of swallowing flash, he immediately flashed to an unexpected position after drawing the blade. In this way, he created a shocking scene of I haven't even attacked yet, and you have already fallen. At the same time, the effect was maximized. Of course, if Lu Long had used Thunderwing while performing draw and slash, even the eagle-eyed man would not have been able to see clearly. Below, Hulaiina's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her mouth slightly agape. This guy's too strong. Even though she had already estimated Lu Long's strength, she was still shocked by his swift combat. Before she reached level 30, she had sparred with Xiong Raj a few times, but each time she was slightly inferior, making him a stumbling block for her. However, after breaking through level 30, she was confident that Xiong Raj couldn't last 2 rounds against her. Lu Long had been continuously reshaping her understanding. She hoped he could go all the way. With such strength, Hulaiina had already envisioned what would happen next, and she could only pray for Lu Long. Meanwhile, far away in the academic office, 3 people stood at the window, able to see everything happening in the arena. What is this child's identity? Such high talent. At only 6 years old, he is already level 23, and his soul ring is terrifying. 1 purple, 1 black. Misai breathed heavily, clearly shocked by Lu Long. Oh, as a homeroom teacher, you don't know? He is the disciple of His Holiness the Pope. A middle-aged man named Ziqing Yang said with a hint of sarcasm. He was the homeroom teacher of the elite class at the Advanced Academy, and the so-called elite class is the preparatory class for the Holy Son, specifically providing quality students to the holy class. Misai was young, with shallow qualifications, and her strength was lower than his. Yet she became the homeroom teacher of the holy class, which made the competitive Ziqing Yang very displeased. Additionally, Misai had always been the person he pursued but could not attain, causing his heart to gradually twist and his words to become sarcastic. I've just broken through to Soul Sage these days and have been looking for soul rings. I admit I've been a bit negligent. Mimizi generously acknowledged. Hearing this, Ziqing Yang's expression shifted slightly. Congratulations, Teacher Me, on breaking through to Soul Sage. In such a critical moment, it's understandable to be a bit negligent with the students. Director Soars, I suggest that Teacher Me take a few days off after her hard work. The pressure is too great. It would be better to rest for a few days and focus on getting her soul ring. I can help oversee the holy class for a few days. No need. I appreciate Teacher Ziqing's kindness. While finding a soul ring is a big deal, teaching the academy students to become excellent is equally important. Misai coldly rejected. Chapter 18. Misai's training. Does Teacher Me look down on Ziqing? Does she think I am incapable of teaching the students of a holy class? Ziking Young S. Gazid Darkanet. No, I just worry that the students won't adapt and it will delay their training. Mimi Sai was not a weak person. Being mocked by Ziching Yang made her angry, and her words carried a sharp edge. Ziching Yang's face darkened even more, his eyes filled with malice. Just as he was about to speak, Soar stepped in appropriately. All right, let's all refrain from provoking each other. Hearing this, they stopped their verbal sparring. Soars turned his gaze to Mimi Sai and asked gently, Teacher me, do you need the academy to assist you in hunting for soul rings? No need, I can do it myself, Mimi said, revealing a cold indifference that kept others at a distance, and then she left the academic affairs office. Solus watched her leave and sighed softly. This child, he had seen her grow up, always so strong-willed. As Mimi stepped out the door, she held Lu Long's information in her hand. Innate soul power, level 21. Divine martial soul. Mimi's gaze flickered, her beautiful eyes flowing like a river of stars, lost in thought. The competition was over. With the sound of the class bell ringing, the once crowded competition arena instantly cleared up. Lu Long also returned to the classroom, and at this moment, everyone's gaze towards him was different. There was curiosity, shock, and envy, but there was no longer any contempt. Lu Long glanced around and noticed that a few people's expressions remained calm, not showing any emotion due to his victory. He took note of these individuals and returned to his seat. The class was still a theory lesson, but the teacher had changed to an old man. Blah, blah, blah. Time always seemed to pass slowly during class, but Lu Long managed to endure until the end. Today's lesson concluded, and the afternoon was free time. He ate alone and then returned to the dormitory. However, just as he got back to his room, the door was pushed open. Teacher Mimi C, what brings you here? Lu Long asked curiously. This teacher always had impeccable timing. By the way, don't you knock? A 6-year-old child like you closing the door during the day. Do you not have any bad intentions? Mimi C retorted, lacking a bit of the usual coldness compared to class. But I need privacy too. Lu Long responded, speechless. Isn't a 6-year-old supposed to be considered a man? This little guy really knows how to protect himself. I'll knock next time, Mimi C said, then unceremoniously sat on the edge of the bed, taking out a document and lightly tapping it with her slender fingers. Teacher Mimi C, did you need something from me? Lu Long couldn't help but speak first. Of course, Mimi C said without looking up. I took a look at your information, and I must say, you are a rare genius, very, very rare. Perhaps there isn't another genius in the entire Douluo Continent who can compare with you. His Holiness the Pope sent you to me, and I believe I understand her intentions. Therefore, to help you develop better, I will create a tailored training method for you. Are you giving me special treatment, teacher? Lu Long asked. Is there anything wrong with giving special treatment to the future Saint's son? Mimi C's icy demeanor melted slightly. Are you so sure that I will become the Saint's son? I wasn't sure before, but under my guidance, I am certain. Mimi C suddenly stood up, her face showing immense confidence and dominance. Lu Long happened to be sitting directly opposite her when she suddenly stood up, catching him off guard. Looking up, he saw 2 prominent peaks rising. So imposing, Lu Long said instinctively, "Thank you for the compliment." Mimi C thought Lu Long was praising her presence. Then, Mimi C sat back down and began to ask Lu Long some more detailed questions about everything, including many personal privacy issues, which she inquired about clearly. 2 hours later, Mimi C left dormitory 023. Looking at the wide-open door, Lu Long was speechless. She entered without knocking and left without closing the door. Unbelievable. The next day, while Lu Long was still sleeping, Mimi C directly pushed open the door. Wake up. The training schedule has been arranged, and training starts today. Mimi C, why didn't you knock again? Lu Long was grumpy from just waking up and had a habit of sleeping naked. So Mimi C barging and made him feel a surge of anger. I forgot. I'll knock next time. Lu Long looked at her expressionless face, knowing that she didn't care at all. Soon, in the Academy's advanced simulation training room, Lu Long looked at the stack of paper that was about 20 centimeters thick. His mouth agape. Mimi C, you managed to get all this done in one night? Is that even possible? Mimi C's expression was a bit strange, but Lu Long didn't notice. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get started with today's training. Today, we will primarily test your physical data. As she spoke, Mimi C took out the first sheet of paper. First item, soul power recovery speed, begin. With that, the training room transformed and various soul beasts, some several decades or even centuries old, appeared and began to attack Lu Long. Quickly deplete your soul power and then dodge the attacks. Lu Long, upon hearing this, continuously released soul skills and soon exhausted all the soul power within his body. Next, he relied on his physical fitness to evade the attacks of soul beasts. This test mainly assessed the speed of soul power recovery during combat, whether while escaping or maneuvering. 3 hours later, the data was good. In this situation, recovery was an hour faster than that of an average person meditating. Next was the second test, the soul power reserve test. Since everyone's physical fitness varied, the amount of soul power required to break through each level also differed. Although the differences were generally small, they still accumulated into a significant and objective value. Half an hour later, the data was promising, and then came the third item. Time passed quickly in this training. Excluding weekends, Lulong had half a day of free time each day, which he spent training with Mimis. After half a month in the advanced simulation training room, Lulong sat on the ground, panting heavily and sweating profusely. In front of him was Mimis, her face as expressionless as an iceberg, continuously writing with a pen in her hand. After a moment, she tore the records in her hand apart and said, "Your physical fitness exceeds my expectations. The plan we previously set is no longer suitable. I will now formulate a stricter plan for you." Huh? Even stricter? Lulong opened his mouth wide. This was already brutal enough, and now there would be more training? Chapter 19. Arena, Soul Master Academy Power Ranking. The stack of materials prepared earlier took nearly half a month for Lulong to complete all the training outlined. And this was just a single round of training. Do you know why your first soul ring is 1,000 years old and your second soul ring is 10,000 years old? Mimi suddenly asked. The teacher said it was because of my good physique. That's just the surface. You haven't seen the deeper reason. What is the reason? Your martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, constantly honing your body. Over the past half month, I believe you have already felt that continuous activation and training beyond your physical limits can allow your martial soul to refine your body better. This refinement is excellent. You can feel it in your daily life, and the most crucial benefit is reflected when you absorb soul rings. Having a physique capable of absorbing soul rings beyond your level is largely due to your divine-level martial soul. Therefore, as long as you keep activating your potential, the age limit for absorbing soul rings in the future will also increase. The teacher has said that as well, Lulong replied indifferently. But clearly, you didn't take it to heart. I have never encountered a divine-level martial soul. Even in the records of the Spirit Hall, there are only a few mentions, and I am blank about its functions. However, based on the characteristics displayed now, I will do my utmost to help you grow. At this point, Mimi showed a proud expression. These plans are no longer useful. They can't keep up with your progress. Starting today, your plan will be updated every day, and you must report to me once daily so that I can always keep track of your situation. Okay, teacher. Lulong felt a bit moved upon hearing this. This Mimi C was the second best to him after Bibi Dong. So, teacher, please feel free to torment me. Time continued to fly by. A month later, the dormitory door of room 023 was pushed open, and Lulong was startled, quickly turning around. Teacher Mimi C, I've said it many times. Could you please knock on the door? Isn't it just wearing a pair of shorts? It's not like I'm exposing anything, Mimi C said nonchalantly. Lulong immediately had a black line on his face. This Mimi C was fine in every way, but it felt like she didn't understand social norms. She never knocked before entering, and it was unclear if she treated others this way, or just him. I have something to do today, and might not be back for a few days. During this time, continue training according to my methods. At the same time, I have a task for you. What task? Lulong asked curiously. The top 100 on the Soul Master Academy's strength ranking. Teacher, you finally let me compete. I'm so excited. Lulong's face lit up with excitement. In fact, he had wanted to compete for that strength ranking since the first day he entered the academy. Unfortunately, Mimi C had always prevented him from going. Before, it was because I wasn't clear about your combat experience, but after more than a month, I've understood it well. Now you can go. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Just training without real combat is merely for show. Combining it with actual battles will help you improve faster. Lulong nodded excitedly. This was something the teacher had also said. Mimi si chuckled lightly. You remember the fighting part very well, even if you didn't remember much else. By the way, teacher, where are you going? On a business trip, Mimi C replied, and then walked out of the room. Suddenly, she stopped at the door and looked at Lulong. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. I'll wait for you, teacher. After Mimi C left, Lulong quickly got dressed and headed straight to the competition hall. The moment to showcase my brilliance is about to begin. Douluo Continent, here I come. The Soul Master Academy has about 3,000 students, with the Junior Academy having the largest proportion, around 1,500 students, while the Senior Academy has the smallest, with only about 300 students. When Lulong arrived at the competition hall, he found it to be a sea of people bustling with activity. Hello, I would like to participate in the competition. Lu Long approached the registration desk. Name? The girl in charge of registration looked at Lu Long with an indifferent expression. Lu Long. Age? 6.5. The girl nodded and quickly handed a badge to Lu Long. The competition uses a ranking system, and a point system is set up. Each match will pair you with someone of similar points. If you win, you replace their rank. If you lose, your points will decrease, the girl explained. I understand. Thank you. May I ask when my match will be scheduled? Lu Long asked, nodding. You want to compete right now? The girl finally showed a hint of surprise on her face. She sized up Lu Long, thinking he was just registering for fun. After all, how strong could a 6-year-old child be? Many students of his age register every year, mostly out of curiosity. But it's rare to see someone wanting to compete right after registering. Realizing he wasn't joking, her expression became serious. I will help you register for the ranking and wait. Once you successfully rank, the token will display the message, and based on the prompt, you can participate in the competition, the girl said. Thank you. Lu Long thanked and then walked toward the arena. During the waiting time, he could familiarize himself with the environment. In the center of the arena, there was a huge display showing the names, ages, and duration of the top 100 students. However, the duration was constantly changing, with only the top 10 positions remaining stable. When Lu Long saw the person ranked first, his pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was named Jin Zhengyang, who was already 19 years old, but his duration on the leaderboard surprisingly showed 5 years. That meant if he could hold on for another year, he would become the Holy Sun. It seemed I don't have much time left, Lu Long thought. He had 9 months to defeat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the Holy Sun. Just then, his token sent a message. Go to Arena 29 within 10 minutes. Being late will result in a failure. Upon receiving the message, Lu Long immediately headed to Arena 29. Soon, he arrived, showed his token to the referee, and then stepped onto the arena. The arena was similar to a martial arts competition venue, but slightly smaller, surrounded by a light curtain to prevent flying individuals from soaring around. Of course, this smaller size was relative. Lu Long could see that Arena 1 was several times larger than a football field. Once on the arena, another person quickly joined him, a girl who looked about the same age as him. Welfare Bureau, Lu Long thought with a smile. Chapter 20. Rapidly climbing the rankings. 57 consecutive wins. However, thinking about it, it was normal. For a first-time competition, they wouldn't arrange for strong opponents. It would be unusual if he faced a strong one. The referee approached, signaling for the two to greet each other. I concede. Huh? Lu Long hadn't reacted yet when the girl suddenly ran straight toward him, her face beaming with excitement. Lu Long, it's really you. I didn't expect to run into you here. That's awesome. You look even more handsome in person. Can you give me an autograph? You're really so handsome. She kept chattering nonstop, but Lu Long looked puzzled. You know me? Of course, you're Lu Long. But I don't know you. That's okay. I'm from the Lu Long fan club. Which is your fan club? The girl said with a smile. Fan club? When was that established? Lu Long asked, noticing that she looked ordinary and didn't seem like someone who could run a fan club. It was established about a month and a half ago. I'm the president, and my name is Douluo. Lu Long looked at her baby-faced, short stature, and lowly figure. When she smiled, a small dimple appeared, truly deserving of the name Douluo. You will still grow taller. How many fans do you have? Lu Long asked curiously. Including me, there are a total of 3. 3? Don't worry, with me as the president. As long as you perform well in the competitions, I can help you grow and become the #1 fan club of the Soul Master Academy. Lu Long chuckled to himself, thinking that he was the one working while the other enjoyed. After casually brushing off a few words and sending the boy away, Lu Long returned to the registration desk, wanting to continue the competition. Sure, the girl quickly registered him. Moments later, Lu Long was back in the arena. This time, it was a boy who appeared to have an 8th-level soul power. He also recognized Lu Long, but didn't directly choose to concede. Lu Long easily sent him home with a kick, and that Douluo, who didn't know when she reappeared, was wildly cheering for him below. Although it was just her, it felt like the whole venue belonged to her. Following that, Lu Long continued to compete, participating in a total of 10 matches from morning to night, winning all 10 with a single kick each time, which earned him a bit of fame among the students of the junior college. At the same time, his ranking rose to 2,180. There's still a long way to go. Lu Long sighed, and then returned to the dormitory to rest and recharge. The next day, Lu Long arrived at the arena early. As expected, it was another slaughter with 10 consecutive victories and still deciding the outcome with a single kick. After finishing the 10 matches, Lu Long's ranking skyrocketed to 1097. Cool. 1 kick cool. So handsome. Awa. Lu Long had just dealt with an opponent when he heard the sound of cheers. Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed Douluo celebrating. However, this time she wasn't alone. She had brought along 6 little fans. Upon seeing Lu Long's victory, they all ran over asking for autographs. How about that? In just one day, I've more than doubled the fan club, Douluo said, as if taking credit for it. Lu Long held the signed contract in his hand, with a big smile on his face. Yes, 3 people turned into 7, which is an increase of 100%. And even more. Lu Long finished signing and was about to take a sip of water when suddenly 3 little girls appeared, saying, Lung Lung, I want a signature too. Lu Long reached out his hand, but was stopped by Douluo, wanting an autograph. Have you joined the club yet? No. You need to pay the membership fee first. 1 gold soul coin. I'll pay first. I'll give 2. Lu Long was speechless. Wow. Turns out they were waiting here. Now he really has become a worker. Suddenly, the token in Lu Long's hand vibrated. Arrive at arena number 11 within 10 minutes. Late arrival will be judged as failure. Lu Long smiled and walked toward arena no. 11. When he arrived, there was already someone waiting, a sturdy-looking boy, about 14 years old. Kid, your 20-game winning streak ends here. I will be the one to end it. This person clearly did not know Lu Long. Otherwise, knowing that Lu Long had a 20-game winning streak, he wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. Rank 822, Zhao Huha. Defeating you will bring me 1 step closer to my goal. Lu Long had learned the news from Douluo and smiled faintly. I hope you can still be this confident later. After saying that, Zhao Hu let out a loud shout, and a red tiger appeared behind him. Zhao Hu, level 30 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Tiger. Lu Long, level 24 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul, Slashing Luo. Zhao Hu frowned, not even opening his soul rings. Does he look down on me? Lu Long could not be denied. There was really no need to activate his soul ring to deal with him. Besides, if he activated his soul ring, the effect would probably be too shocking, and he would likely lose his peaceful days. To maintain a quieter life in the future, Lu Long would not activate his soul ring unless absolutely necessary. Seeking death. Zhao Hu roared, his palm engulfed in flames, charging fiercely towards Lu Long. Lu Long's eyes flickered slightly. A gust of wind rose beneath his feet, and his figure suddenly flashed. A cold light flashed by, and Zhao Hu's body was sent flying out, landing directly on the ground, unable to get up. The referee was a bit dazed, and only after seeing Zhao Hu fainted did he come to his senses and immediately announced Lu Long as the winner. Lu Long walked off the stage with satisfaction. Through Mimi's special training, his physical fitness had grown stronger and faster. Those below level 40 could hardly see his movements. At the same time, his mastery over soul power was so refined that when he defeated opponents in one move, it created the illusion that he hadn't even activated his soul ring. This was Lu Long's proudest way of showing off. In just under a second, he completed the actions of summoning his martial soul, drawing his weapon, and retracting his martial soul in one smooth motion, exuding elegance and charm. Unfortunately, apart from a few perceptive individuals, no one noticed. After defeating Zhao Hu, it was already dark, and Lu Long returned to the dormitory. Mimi's was estimated to be back in a few days, and Lu Long needed to focus on climbing the rankings during this time. Soon, 3 days passed. Lu Long's ranking soared, but the opponents he faced grew increasingly powerful. However, under Lu Long's terrifying strength, very few could withstand his blow. After all, his sword-drawing strike was immensely powerful, equivalent to 30,000 gene of force, which was not something ordinary people could bear. By the end of the 3rd night, Lu Long had achieved 57 consecutive victories, reaching the 99th spot on the strength rankings. Right in front of him was the 98th place Yin. Meanwhile, his fan club had expanded wildly from 7 people to over 100. Chapter 21. Opening the Soul Ring, shocking the entire venue. This scale was already quite significant within the Martial Soul Academy. After Lu Long returned to the dormitory and took a shower, he went to bed. He glanced at the moonlight outside and thought to himself, she should be back soon. Tomorrow will be the 6th day. In the morning, Lu Long woke up and went to the teacher's office to take a look. Mimi still hadn't returned, which made him a bit worried. As usual, he went to the arena, registered, and waited for the notification. Soon, the notification arrived. Proceed to arena number 3 within 10 minutes. Late arrivals will be judged as failures. Lu Long arrived at arena number 3 and found that his opponent was already waiting for him. The opponent's name was Meng Fei, ranked 27th on the power ranking. With a martial soul of Wind Eagle, Douluo followed closely beside Lu Long, reading out the information about the opponent one by one. Lu Long nodded. This doo-doo is still somewhat useful. At least he didn't work for nothing and could gather some information. After Lu Lung took the stage, he assessed this Meng Fei. This person had a pair of hawk-like eyes and a tall, slender figure, looking to be around 17 or 18 years old. He scrutinized the hawk-eyed man, who was also examining him in return. Winning 57 consecutive matches, all resolved with a single move, including more than 10 soul lords among them. Such strength was truly chilling. The hawk-eyed man had long been well informed about all of Lu Lung's details. Now that he encountered him, he felt a bit excited inside. Lu Lung was stared at by him and couldn't help but frown. He felt very uncomfortable because his eyes were too annoying. Being stared at by him felt like he was a prey, being watched by a predator. Meanwhile, in the stands, a purple-haired woman and a man were also frowning. "How do we run into this guy?" the purple-haired woman said. Looking at Meng Fei, "He seems quite confident," the man beside her remarked. "Level 24 against level 40. Even with strong soul rings, he can't win, right? Who knows?" In the arena, the referee stepped forward to signal both of them to greet each other. "Your eyes are really annoying," Lu Lung couldn't help but say. "Only prey would find predators annoying," Meng Fei replied without holding back. "I hope you can still look at me like that while lying on the ground later," Lu Lung said, turning to create some distance. Seeing that both were ready, the referee gave the command, and the match officially began. Meng Fei, level 40 Soul Master, Martial Soul, Wind Eagle. Lu Lung, level 24 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul, /Luo. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lung didn't wait for the other to react and directly attacked, drawing his sword for a slash. Lu Lung's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, while the blade, Luo, appeared in his hand. With immense force gathered, he slashed towards Meng Fei's body. The azure wind eagle behind Meng Fei instantly merged with him, and as he spread his arms, his speed was so fast that afterimages appeared, allowing him to evade Lu Lung's strike. As the blade cut through empty air, he was astonished. This was the first time his draw cut had been dodged. "This is quite interesting," he thought, watching Meng Fei's figure in the air, and a faint smile appeared on Lu Lung's lips. It turned out that Meng Fei had used a flying soul skill to evade this attack. However, although Meng Fei had dodged this strike, he was secretly alarmed. Lu Lung's speed was truly too fast. The reason he was able to evade just now was partly due to the flying soul skill. But the main reason was his martial soul, the Wind Eagle, which was highly sensitive to danger. Thus, the moment Lu Lung drew his blade, Meng Fei sensed the danger in advance and instinctively dodged to the side while activating his soul skill, allowing him to avoid Lu Lung's slash. However, even though he had evaded this strike, he did not have complete confidence in dodging the next one. But now that he had flown into the sky, he was no longer afraid of Lu Lung's attacks. No matter how strong Lu Lung's blade was, it couldn't fly. For him, as long as he was in the air, he had control over the rhythm of victory. Meng Fei looked at Lu Lung, his golden pupils continuously expanding and contracting, clearly treating Lu Lung as his prey. "Those annoying eyes," Lu Lung snorted. The flying soul skill consumed a huge amount of soul power, and Meng Fei should not delay. He quickly launched an attack. Behind him, the wind eagle screeched and rose up, forming a blue silhouette. The blue silhouette transformed into the shape of a wind eagle, soaring into the sky. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly folded down, carrying immense power, charging towards Lu Lung. Second soul skill, Eagle Strike from the Sky. Lu Lung looked at the blue wind eagle in the sky. With a soul power level of 40, no matter how strong he was, he dared not confront it head-on. Level 40 seemed only a few levels short of Xiong Raj, but in reality, it was like heaven and earth apart. He could face Xiong Raj head-on, but he could not do the same with Meng Fei. Thinking of this, Lu Lung couldn't help but find it amusing. Since he wanted to shine brightly, why not let that brilliance come a little earlier? Lu Lung felt a surge of emotion, and the Luo in his hand seemed to sense his fervor as well, no longer hiding its power and calmness. Instead, purple lightning crackled and electric light swirled, its might causing the surrounding air to solidify. At the same time, beneath Lu Lung's feet, a dazzling purple soul ring quietly appeared. What is this? A 1,000-year soul ring. The first soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring. In the arena, some people began to gasp in astonishment. However, before they could fully express their surprise, they were once again silenced. Because before the purple soul ring could fully unfurl, a deeper black followed closely behind. As soon as it appeared, it instantly overshadowed the brilliance of the purple, as dark as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing light, causing the entire arena to plunge into darkness. What What is this? Some people trembled and couldn't make a sound. A 10,000-year soul ring. Oh my God, it really is a 10,000-year soul ring. It's terrifying. I don't even have a 1,000-year soul ring. And he already has a 10,000-year soul ring. How terrifying is his talent? This is only the second soul ring, and it's already a 10,000-year one. Does this even make sense? In the stands, a purple-haired woman looked shocked. Although she already knew about Lu Long's soul ring, she had never seen it before. Now that she witnessed it firsthand, she realized she still couldn't remain calm. His martial soul is extraordinary. At this moment, the man next to her reminded her. Hearing this, the purple-haired woman looked at the Zhan Luo in Lu Long's hand, and she discovered that the Zhan Luo had somehow changed its appearance. Its aura was surging, wild and unrestrained. Although its shape hadn't changed, its momentum was completely different, as if it were two separate martial souls from before. I sensed a chilling aura from it. The purple-haired woman's face turned pale. Lu Long's martial soul made her breath quicken just by being stared at. Not caring about the gasps of the onlookers, Lu Long looked at Meng Fei and said, "If you can let me reveal my soul ring, then you do have some strength." This was the first time Lu Long fully displayed her soul ring in front of everyone, and the credit for that went entirely to Meng Fei. Chapter 22. Something happened to me upon hearing this. Meng Fei's expression instantly became awkward. This arrogant guy. Does he really think I only deserve to let him reveal a soul ring? Third soul skill, Gale Break. Before the second soul skill reached its peak, Meng Fei activated his third soul skill again. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose around him, swirling with his body and turning into sharp blades, shooting towards Lu Long. Second soul skill, Swallow Return Flash. Lu Long's black soul ring shone brightly as his body instantly charged out, leaving no trace behind, directly rushing towards the blue winged eagle in the sky, seeking his own death. Others couldn't see Lu Long's movement, but Meng Fei saw it very clearly. With Lu Long's soul power, trying to break through his soul skill was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Even if he did manage to break through, he would surely be injured. He thought he was so capable, but he was just a paper tiger, putting on a show. Lu Long charged straight towards the blue wind eagle, making people think he was going to clash head-on with Meng Fei's soul skill. But only Lu Long knew the true situation. Just as Lu Long was about to collide with the wind eagle, his figure suddenly vanished, as if he had disappeared into thin air, without even a trace of breath to detect. Where'd he go? Meng Fei was taken aback and quickly looked around, his eagle-like eyes constantly narrowing, searching for Lu Long's trajectory. Lu Long had literally vanished before his eyes, causing a sense of panic in his heart. However, at that moment, the fierce winds around him felt like knives, so he wasn't overly worried. But just then, his sharp senses warned him of an imminent danger approaching from behind. His instincts had never been wrong. He instinctively tried to dodge to the side, but this time he was too late. Lu Long's knife appeared behind him, and with a sudden slash, blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a tremendous force surged into his left arm, dislocating and breaking it instantly. Meanwhile, a jolt of lightning entered his body through the blade, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Meng Fei let out a cry of agony. The immense pain combined with the numbness in his body made it impossible for him to maintain control, and he fell like a kite with a broken string, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, a teacher below rushed forward in time to catch him, preventing him from sustaining further injury. Lu Long stood in the arena, retracted his martial soul and soul rings, looking down at Meng Fei from a high vantage point. Now your eyes look much more pleasing. Meng Fei's face was pale, like a blank sheet of paper. He looked at Lu Long, his eyes filled with fear, pain continuously radiating from his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Lu Long felt bored. This Meng Fei was not impressive at all, aside from being able to fly. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't stand the way Meng Fei looked at him, that high and mighty, self-assured gaze as if he controlled everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to take him down. I declare Lu Long the winner. The referee's face was filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice trembled uncontrollably while announcing Lu Long's victory. After defeating Meng Fei, Lu Long continued to rank up with momentum. However, at this level, there were very few opponents he could encounter, and not everyone had the time, which significantly extended his ranking time. Additionally, Lu Long's impressive record of 58 consecutive wins made some people hesitant to challenge him. As a result, Lu Long had to wait until evening to find an opponent. After defeating this opponent, Lu Long had achieved 59 consecutive wins, ranking 18th. This rank might not seem significant, and this record might not appear remarkable, especially since the first place, Jin Jingyang, also had consecutive wins. However, considering his age, such a record was undoubtedly astonishing and had broken the record set by the Martial Soul Academy since its establishment. There had been no one like him before, and there would probably be no one like him again in the future. In the evening, after returning to the dormitory and finishing his shower, Luling planned to check if Mimi C had returned. But just then, there was some commotion outside the dormitory. He opened the door and saw Hu Lai Na at the entrance. What happened? Luling asked in confusion. Teacher Mimi C was injured and found by the security near the academy gate. It said that she was covered in wounds and unconscious. Hu Lai Na briefly summarized before quickly heading to the infirmary. Luling was taken aback. Something bad had indeed happened, and he hurried to catch up with Hu Lai Na. After a moment, the two arrived at the infirmary, which was already crowded with people, blocking the entrance tightly. Most of them were students from Mimi's, along with some teachers. Since Hu Lai Na was a disciple of the Pope, as soon as she arrived, someone naturally made way for her, allowing Luling to enter the infirmary smoothly as well. Luling looked at Mimi C and found her covered in blood, his pupils suddenly constricting, and his breathing became rapid, a wave of anger brewing within him. At this moment, Mimi C's face was pale, her brows tightly knit, and her lips pressed together. Although she was unconscious, it was clear she was still enduring pain. Her right arm was limp, likely broken, and she had various wounds all over her body. At this moment, under the treatment of the auxiliary soul master, these wounds were healing quickly. However, her entire body was bloodied, which showed how brutal her ordeal had been. What happened? Luling asked. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. Teacher Mimi C was found by the academy security, and she was like this when they discovered her, Soars replied to Luling. Not sure of the situation? How could there be such severe injuries and not know what happened? Luling's anger had nowhere to go, and he could only clench his fists, making cracking sounds. At this moment, the healing auxiliary spirit master withdrew his soul power, glanced at Souls, and said, after my treatment, it's highly likely that there are no serious issues, except for a broken arm. There are no particularly severe injuries. However, there's a lot of internal bleeding and misalignment, likely due to a violent impact. Most of the wounds on his body are also bruises, not caused by sharp weapons. And there is a presence of a soul beast's aura along with residual fur. I suspect that Teacher Mimi's encountered a powerful soul beast, which is why he ended up like this. What kind of soul beast is so powerful that it can injure a soul sage like this? Souls asked, somewhat surprised. He knew Mimi's strength. Level 70, a top-tier existence among those of the same rank. Even if he encountered an insurmountable soul beast, escaping would not have been a problem. Of course, if it were a 100,000-year-old soul beast, then Mimi's would not be seen now. I think everyone should stop speculating. Let's all go back now and not disturb Teacher Mimi's. She needs to rest for a while. At this moment, Zi Qingyang stepped forward and said, that's right. What Teacher Z said is correct. Everyone should disperse. Too many people aren't conducive to Teacher Mimi's recovery. For the time being, let's have Teacher Z temporarily take over the holy class lessons. Souls also made a decision. Chapter 23. Suspect. Zi Qingyang upon hearing this, everyone could only leave. Luling, you all should go too, Souls said, looking at the few people who remained. Luling clenched his fists, ready to leave. But at that moment, Xiong Raj suddenly charged out of the crowd, pointing at Zi Qingyang with anger in his eyes. Why did you harm Teacher Mimi's? It turns out he was waiting here. Teacher Z, don't you feel shameless for doing this? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Teacher Mimi's was harmed by me? Luling questioned Xiong Raj, as if he had been ignited like a bomb. Meanwhile, the students who had not yet left the infirmary turned to look at Zi Qingyang. Teachers like Souls also cast suspicious glances at him. This student, when speaking, you must provide evidence. You can't just slander a teacher without proof. Such behavior cannot be tolerated in the Spirit Soul Academy. Faced with these accusations, Zi Qingyang was not at all flustered. Since I dare to speak, I naturally have evidence. Xiong Raj said, then looked at the crowd. A few days ago, when Teacher Mimi's left the academy, I happened to see Zi Qingyang also leave at the same time and in the same direction as Teacher Mimi's. Knowing your relationship with Teacher Mimi's, I found it strange. So I followed you. Later, you followed Teacher Mimi's into the Stardow Forest. It was too dangerous for me to go in alone, so I came back. But I didn't expect you to harm Teacher Mimi's. Seeing Xiong Raj's righteous indignation, the crowd didn't think it sounded like a lie, looking at Zi Qingyang, waiting for his response. Souls also spoke up. Teacher Z, is this true? Soul's face turned pale. If this were true, he would definitely give Zi Qingyang a lesson he wouldn't forget. There's indeed something to it. Zi Qingyang was about to explode when he continued. But I was entering to hunt spirit beasts. Hunting spirit beasts? Souls clearly did not believe it. You alone? What spirit beast could you hunt? What's wrong? Teacher Mimi's can hunt spirit beasts alone, but I can't? Zi Qingyang retorted before sneering. Coincidentally, I also broke through to level 70 a few days ago. I just had the time, so I went to the Douluo Forest to hunt for a spirit ring. Isn't that allowed? Upon hearing this, Soul's face showed shock. You also broke through to level 70? You don't believe me? As he spoke, Zi Qingyang seemed to confirm his innocence by directly releasing his spirit rings. Instantly, 7 shining spirit rings floated around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. His 7th spirit ring was clearly a 10,000-year spirit ring. He really had broken through to Spirit Sage. At this moment, Zi Qingyang's suspicion was instantly reduced to 0. Zi Qingyang coldly smiled, then looked at Xiong Raj. Since you're also thinking of Teacher Mimi's, I won't hold it against you. I hope next time you speak, you can think it through. Zi Qingyang displayed generosity towards Xiong Raj, but Xiong Raj was not grateful and still said angrily, even if you broke through to Spirit Sage. Why were you sneaking around following Teacher Mimi's? No one would care if you acted alone, but why did you have to follow Teacher Z? If there's no ghost involved, then you must be the culprit who harmed Teacher Mimi's. What do you mean by follow? Zi Qingyang retorted. The Spirit Soul Academy is only about an hour's journey from the Douluo Forest, and there are only a few paths. It's normal for me and Teacher Mimi's to take the same path, isn't it? You're just quibbling. Shut up, Soul suddenly shouted, his expression stern as he addressed Xiong Raj. Teacher Z has already proven his innocence. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Without sufficient evidence. On what basis do you accuse Teacher Z of being the murderer? He is. He absolutely is. Xiong Raj's eyes were about to burst with rage, his teeth grinding in hatred. Get out. Zi Qingyang calmly watched this scene, feeling amused inside. He enjoyed seeing someone who knew the truth but was helpless against him. As Xiong Raj saw his smug expression, he became even more convinced of his thoughts. It's you? Zi Qingyang, I curse your ancestors. Slap. But at that moment, a loud and discordant slap echoed suddenly. Everyone was startled and turned to see that a blond man had appeared in front of Xiong Raj at some point. It was he who had just slapped Xiong Raj. Xiong Raj was somewhat incredulous. He had not expected someone to slap him, but when he saw who it was, he instantly exploded with rage, activating his spirit. Jin Jingyang, you dare hit me. You're just a good dog raised by Zi Qingyang. It's true that you get the kind of master you deserve. You're really loyal. Slap. Jin Jingyang's expression was cold as he delivered another slap. Lu Long's pupils constricted. He actually hadn't seen how Jin Jingyang made his move. Roar. Xiong Raj, unable to contain his anger any longer, unleashed his soul power and threw a punch, seeking death. Stop. But at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the infirmary, halting Xiong Raj's actions. Xiong Raj, get out of here immediately. Sol Shotaludli. Director. He is the murderer. I can guarantee it 100%. I told you to leave. Sol spoke again in a deep voice, revealing an undeniable authority. Xiong Raj's face struggled, wanting to say something more, but seeing Sol's angry expression, he truly did not dare to continue. After all, he did not have sufficient evidence and could only turn around and leave silently. All right, you all can leave too. Sols dispersed his soul power and said to the crowd with a stern face. Lu Long did not want to leave like this. But just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Hulaina. Hulaina shook her head at him and pulled Lu Long away. Back in the dormitory, Lu Long was a bit dissatisfied, asking, "Why did you stop me? If I didn't stop you, what would you do?" Hulaina retorted, "Zi Qingyang harmed Teacher Mimi C." And Xiong Ri's expression didn't seem fake, Lu Long said. "Where's the evidence?" "There isn't any." At this point, Lu Long felt a bit deflated. "So are we just going to let it go?" He was still upset about it. Hulaina raised her eyebrows. "Let it go? How could that be possible? Zi Qingyang and Teacher Mimi C have never gotten along. He pursued her before, but was rejected. Moreover, he has always had designs on the position of the class teacher for the holy class, but has never been able to compete and has harbored resentment. If Teacher Mimi's incident wasn't an accident, then Zi Qingyang has the motive." Chapter 24, Martial Soul, Bright Silver Spear. Furthermore, although Xiong Ri has a bad temper, he never tells lies. While there is no evidence proving that it was Zi Qingyang, it can still indicate some issues from a different perspective. Lu Long nodded, and Xiong Ri mentioned that Zi Qingyang went to the Douluo Forest alone, and that Teacher Mimi C also went alone. But the teacher was injured, while Zi Qingyang was completely fine, and he even successfully obtained a 10,000-year spirit ring. If there were no ghosts involved, I wouldn't believe it at all. Hu Laiina agreed with Lu Long's viewpoint, saying that no matter how strong he was only level 70, and to annihilate a 10,000-year-old beast would definitely come at a cost. Therefore, it was almost certain that he was up to something. So what could his purpose be? No need to ask, of course, it was for the position of the Saint class's head teacher. This position is very prestigious in the Spirit Hall, and many people want to obtain it. It's important to know that as long as you become the head teacher of the Saint class, barring any accidents, you will eventually become an elder of the Spirit Hall. No wonder. Lu Long lowered his head and thought for a moment, suddenly realizing something. Aren't you close with Ju Douluo? Have a check it out. This is doable. Hu Laiina agreed. By the way, who is that Jin Jingyang? Lu Long recalled the scene in the infirmary. That guy's strength was terrifying, and he was also ranked first on the strength list. He is the grandson of the golden crocodile Douluo and the most favored student of Zi Qingyang, with extremely high talent, holding the first place on the strength list for 5 years, and he will become the Holy Son in another year. Speaking of Jin Jingyang, Hu Laiina's expression became somewhat solemn. With such high talent, why isn't he in the Saint class? Can students not in the Saint class also become Holy Sons? Lu Long was puzzled. Who told you that you can't become a Holy Son if you're not in the Saint class? Hu Laiina rolled her eyes at him, saying the Saint class is just a gathering of highly talented individuals for focus training. To qualify as a Holy Son, only 2 requirements need to be met, and these requirements are not absolutely related to what class one is in. Anyone who meets them is fine. As for why Jin Jingyang is not in the Saint class, it's obviously due to Zi Qingyang's actions. Zi Qingyang is the nephew of the golden crocodile Douluo and has a familial connection to Jin Jingyang. With Jin Jingyang's powerful talent, he certainly wouldn't be willing to hand it over. After all, if Jin Jingyang becomes the Holy Son, his own status would naturally rise. I see. Lu Long understood. No wonder when Xiong Ri was cursing earlier, Jin Jingyang slapped him. In fact, we don't need to worry too much. Once teacher Mimi C wakes up, we will know the truth of everything, and all we need to do next is to focus on our training. The next day, Mimi C had woken up, but her arm injury still needed time to heal. Naturally, the Saint class lessons fell to Zi Qingyang, but compared to Mimi C's teaching, the students of the Saint class were quite resistant to him, resulting in chaotic classroom discipline and a lack of enthusiasm. At first, Zi Qingyang didn't take care and pretended to be magnanimous, but after several days, his true nature was revealed. His desire for power was too strong, wanting to control everything. However, the students of the Saint class were proud and not easily manageable. The more he tried, the more counterproductive it became. In no time, the students of the Saint class even staged a walkout. Just at that moment, Mimi C came to class. She had mostly recovered, but her arm still needed time to heal. She told everyone that studying was important and that they should respect Teacher Z, as he was also there for their training. They naturally wanted to listen to her, and the classroom order quickly returned. However, this only made Zi Qingyang feel even more jealous. Half a month later, Teacher Mimi C fully recovered and returned to class. During this half month, Lu Long's ranking on the Academy's strength list rose to 6th place with a record of 64 consecutive victories. He only needed 2 more victories to reach 1st place. In the advanced simulation training room, Lu Long had already been waiting. Today marked the first day of training with Teacher Mimi C after her recovery. Over the past half month, he had learned from Teacher Mimi C about what had happened back then, but there was no substantial progress, and it was similar to their speculations. However, there was one bad piece of news. Her attempt to obtain a soul ring had failed. She only remembered that she was about to kill that soul beast when she suddenly inexplicably came under attack from a group of soul beasts. This additional information placed the suspicion on Zi Qingyang at 99%. Soon, the door to the training room opened. Oh, why is she here? Lu Long saw that Teacher Mimi C had brought someone with her. What? Can't I come? Hu Laiina said unhappily. You are the teacher's disciple, and I'm also the teacher's disciple. If you can have special treatment, why can't I? What if I become the Holy Maiden? Lu Ling felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She was right. If it weren't for him coming to Douluo Continent, she would indeed be the saintess. But he couldn't say that. All right, next, you two will train together, using the same training method. Mimi C looked in good spirits and smiled as she spoke. The same method? Lu Long was surprised and looked at Mimi C, uncertainly asking, are you sure? Her and I will use the same training method. Who do you look down on? Hu Laiina, feeling slighted, couldn't help but kick Lu Long's butt. It's not that I look down on you. I'm just afraid you'll cry. Lu Long retorted immediately. Who is going to cry? A little brat. Am I little? I'm already grown up. You're clearly very small. The two were bickering, and Mimi C smiled gently. All right, stop arguing. Time is tight, so let us get started. Only then did the two quiet down. Today, Mimi C didn't bring the thick training materials from before, but instead said, today's training will still focus on unlocking your physical potential, but we'll change the method. What method? Lu Lung asked in surprise. Martial Soul, bright silver spear. Mimi C shouted lightly, and instantly, soul rings appeared beneath her feet, while a snow-white, shining long spear appeared in her hand. The spear was long and straight, entirely snow-white, with even the tassels at the spearhead being snow-white. The spear body was beautifully carved with unknown patterns. The spearhead was sharp and cold-blooded, exuding an air of murderous intent. Is this Mimi C's martial soul? So beautiful, so handsome, so cool. Lu Lung thought to herself. Teacher, you summoned your martial soul not to spar with us, right? Hulaina couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Mimi C shook her head. In battle, besides combat experience being very important, there is another point that is also crucial, even capable of influencing the outcome of the battle. What is it? That is combat emotion. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Mimi C explained, combat emotion can be understood as the mental state during battle. If the emotion is negative, the strength cannot be fully unleashed. If the emotion is positive, the strength can be extraordinary. So today, we will train your combat emotions. After saying this, Mimi C pointed her spear, and an atmosphere of killing intent enveloped the entire training room. Lu Lung and Hu Laina were surrounded by this atmosphere, and suddenly felt something rising in their hearts, as if they were on a hot-blooded battlefield, filled with a sense of ambition and a surge of fighting spirit. At the same time, as time went on, this emotion grew stronger, and Lu Lung even felt his strength rising invisibly. This is my battle intent domain. Under my goodwill, it can enhance your fighting spirit and allow you to unleash your maximum potential, Mimi C explained. It's actually a domain. Hearing this, Lu Lung was taken aback. He knew that domains existed. Tang sent several of them back in the day. However, he had never seen one, let alone experienced it himself until now. It was only through this personal experience that he realized the power of a domain was truly immense. He vaguely remembered that in the Douluo Continent, those who possessed a domain were extremely rare, and all of them were undoubtedly geniuses. However, he really did not expect that Mimi C, who taught at the Soul Master Academy, actually had a domain, a battle intent domain. Lu Lung was surprised, and Hulaina was not much better off. It was also her first time experiencing a domain, such a powerful ability instantly igniting her yearning. She suddenly looked at Lu Lung, and her mind involuntarily recalled what happened yesterday. Last night, she returned to the spirit hall to find Bibi Dong, requesting her to allow her to train with Lu Lung. Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised to hear this, but still agreed. At this moment, she was very grateful for her decision last night. If she hadn't made this request, she probably wouldn't be able to feel the domain today. Moreover, the gap between her and Lu Lung would only widen. Wherever Lu Lung goes, I will go too. I will follow him closely. Hulaina made a decisive resolution in her heart. It was this decision that, many years later, she would recall with unwavering diligence and great pride. All right, you have felt the benevolent domain of mine. Next, let you feel my malicious domain. After Mimi C finished speaking, her aura suddenly shifted, and Lu Lung, who had just been full of ambition, instantly transformed into a sense of helplessness and desolation, as if abandoned on a battlefield, surrounded by loneliness. Behind him was a cliff, a dead end with no chance of survival. Hulaina felt it too, her expression mirroring Lu Lung's. This battle intent domain actually had a dual effect. If released in actual combat, it would lower the enemy's strength while enhancing one's own, creating a back-and-forth effect that was not merely a simple enhancement, but rather exceeded a twofold effect. It's better to be friends with Teacher Mimi C. This feeling of helplessness is too unbearable, Lu Lung muttered inwardly. You have also felt the power of my domain. Next, I will transform it at intervals. What you two need to do is to resist each other within the domain while adjusting your emotions. When you can maintain strong battle intent under my malice, then you will have succeeded. Let's start now. Fight each other. After Mimi C finished speaking, Hulaina and Lu Lung exchanged a glance and charged towards each other. That night, under the dark moon and high winds, a man and a woman walked along the academy's path. There was a significant height difference between them, but they supported each other, limping along in a peculiar manner. These two were Hulaina and Lu Lung, who had trained all day. Mimi C's battle emotion training seemed insignificant, but was actually very torturous. It was not just a physical ordeal, but a mental torment as well. Especially the back-and-forth shift in emotions was extremely draining on their mental strength. Yet, in this state of extreme fatigue, Misai did not allow them any rest. Instead, she was even stricter. According to her, in real combat, no one would let you rest for a moment before engaging in battle. There was no way out. The two could only persist painfully. The consequence of this was that both of them were physically exhausted, and their spirits were extremely drained, teetering on the edge of collapse. If it weren't for their strong willpower, Lulong might have already collapsed and fallen asleep on the ground. "Hey, I said you are so heavy," Lulong said weakly. He was now shorter than Hulaina, and with her hand resting on his shoulder, her body naturally leaned towards him. But this meant that she was practically leaning entirely on him. Rather than saying they were supporting each other, it was more accurate to say that Lulong was supporting her. Moreover, because of their height difference, her chest was right in front of Lulong's eyes, creating a very ambiguous situation, and he could even smell the maiden's fragrance coming from her. However, at this moment, Lulong had no thoughts about that. He just wanted to quickly return to the dormitory and have a good sleep. Hulaina mumbled something, likely not even hearing what Lulong was saying. Lulong felt helpless and could only hope that the journey would be a bit shorter. Finally, the two of them returned to the dormitory. "Hey, where's your key?" Your sister." Lulong was speechless. This girl had completely lost consciousness. Without a key, he could only return to his own dorm first. "Damn, where's my key?" Lulong quickly checked his pockets and realized he hadn't brought his key either. But Lulong immediately calmed down. He simply raised his foot and kicked. The door opened. The key point was that the lock wasn't broken. Mimi truly deserved to be a teacher. Life was teaching him everywhere. Lulong once again sighed at Mimi's strength. Back in the dorm, Lulong wasn't planning to tidy up. He was just getting ready to sleep. However, at that moment, Hulina suddenly opened her eyes. "Are we there?" "Thanks, I'll sleep first." Saying this, in the astonished gaze of Lulong, she directly laid down on the bed. However, as she lay down, her arms still wrapped around Lulong's neck. Due to inertia, she pulled Lulong onto the bed as well. Then Lulong was embraced by her. Less than a second later, she let out a sweet sound. Lulong was speechless. His first reaction was to struggle to get up. After all, this was not very gentlemanly. However, at this moment, most of Hulaina's body was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move at all. Chapter 26. Did we sleep together? Moreover, the fact that he could return to the dormitory was already a testament to his perseverance. At this moment, he felt incredibly heavy, on the verge of falling asleep. With no extra strength left, after trying to push a few times, he remained completely still. Lulong gave up. His eyelids were already fighting against each other. He had managed to hold on before, but as soon as he lay down on the bed, he instantly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, and the string of willpower snapped. He couldn't hold on any longer. Then, in less than a second, he fell asleep. The next day, seemingly knowing that Lulong and the others would sleep like dead pigs, Mimi didn't go looking for them. Instead, she thoughtfully wrote them a leave of absence note. By midday, in dormitory 023, Hulaina finally woke up, but she still didn't want to open her eyes, planning to doze off for a while longer because the sleep made her feel incredibly at ease. She let out a lazy sound and instinctively hugged the thing in her arms tighter, wrapping her long legs around it. This was her habit. She couldn't sleep without something to hold on to. But 2 seconds later, Hulaina felt that something was off because the thing she was holding was plump, soft on the outside, hard on the inside, and seemed to be moving. She suspiciously opened her eyes, and the first thing that came into her view was a mass of dark hair. She touched it. It was hair. It should be the hair of a teddy bear. That is fine then. Back to sleep. Wait. Hair? Black. I remember my teddy bear was pink. So what is this? Hulaina opened her eyes again, leaned back a bit, and then clearly saw the face of the person in front of her. Instantly, her eyes widened, her beautiful eyes filled with terror, unable to believe it. It was Lulong. How'd he end up in my bed? We actually slept together. Hulaina's mind was racing with thoughts, but she didn't scream like in the dramas, because dramas are deceptive and exaggerated. She first thought for 3 seconds, recalling what happened last night, and then glanced at her own body. She hadn't taken off her clothes, so she felt a bit more at ease. Then she looked around and realized she wasn't in her own room, which made her understand a lot more. But knowing the truth, she couldn't stay there any longer. It was fortunate Lulong hadn't woken up yet. If he did, how would she face people in the future? So, she gently pushed Lulong away from her and slowly released her legs that were tangled with him, moving softly, afraid of waking him. But just then, Lulong woke up. He opened his eyes, and immediately the two stared at each other in shock. The air became extremely quiet. A second later, Lulong closed his eyes again and started to snore. Seeing this, Hulaina hurriedly got up, tidied her clothes, and opened the door to leave. Fortunately, there was no one outside, and Hulaina felt completely relieved, quickly returning to her own dormitory. She looked back at dormitory 023 and couldn't help but smile, thinking her acting was really poor. At the same time, inside the room, Lulong opened his eyes. She shouldn't have noticed my acting, right? The next day was uneventful. On the third day, during training, the two met again, exchanged greetings, and pretended like they knew nothing. Mimi C, based on the progress, had them undergo half a day of combat emotional training before moving on to the next plan. This relieved both of them, fearing the recurrence of the previous night's events. Thus, in this fulfilling yet tense training, the semester quickly came to an end, and Lulong successfully broke through to level 25. Lulong and Hulaina bid farewell to Mimi C and returned to the Spear Hall. However, Bibi Dong had calculated the holiday schedule and sent Douluo to inform them that they still had to train with Mimi C during the break and were not allowed to return to the Spirit Hall unless one of them became the first in the Academy's strength rankings. Bibi Dong issued this order, evidently aware of the situation at the Spirit Academy. Clearly, she would not allow the position of the Holy Sun to fall into the hands of others. So she made sure that Lulong and the others would not waste a single opportunity for cultivation. Lulong heard the news and thought of Ziqingyang and his proud disciple Jingjingyang. He clenched his fists tightly, without needing to be reminded by Bibi Dong. He would definitely not let him succeed. This was not only for Mimi's, but also for Bibi Dong, and even more so for himself. If a transmigrator couldn't even become a holy sun, then what was the point of transmigrating at all? Teacher Mimi's, how much time do we have left? Lulong asked. Including this holiday, there are less than 9 months left. 9 months was a bit tight for Lulong. Jingjingyang was currently under 20 years old, but his strength had already reached a terrifying level of 48. With Lulong's current strength, he had no problem fighting against someone around level 40. But against someone at level 48, he didn't have enough confidence. The only way to defeat him was to break through to level 30. After reaching level 30, not only would he gain an additional soul skill, but his strength would also undergo a qualitative improvement. However, he was only at level 25 right now. Raising 5 levels in 9 months was indeed a considerable challenge. Moreover, during these 9 months, the opponent wouldn't be stopping to wait for them. Although it was unlikely for someone at level 48 to break through to 50, what if? Lulong had a worried expression, and Hulaina looked the same. She had now broken through to level 32, which was quite fast, and this was the result of Mimi's extreme training. Unlike Lulong, who was somewhat abnormal, she needed to reach at least level 40 in soul power to have a chance of defeating Jingjingyang. Teacher Mimi's, can you help me break through to level 30 in 9 months? Lulong asked. With your talent, continuous training for 9 months, it shouldn't be a problem to increase by 4 levels, which means reaching level 29. However, the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes to level up. Sometimes, even gaining 1 level can be very challenging. 9 months is too short. Breaking through to level 30 is very unlikely. Or rather, there's almost no hope. Mimi shook her head. No matter how high Lulong's talent was, time was a constraint, and there was nothing she could do. Is there really no way? No, there is definitely a way. Lulong kept recalling in his mind. Soon he thought of something. This item was extremely important in the original work, and its effects could even extend into the future for tens of thousands of years. If he could obtain it, then Lulong would definitely be able to break through to level 30 in a short time, and there would be no side effects. However, the danger at this time was too great. This item was the celestial herb from the Eye of Ice and Fire. He had originally planned to raid it in a few years, but it seemed that plans could not keep up with changes. At this thought, a trace of cruelty appeared at the corner of Lulong's mouth. The more dangerous the situation, the more he had to go for it. After all, as a traveler, what he sought was excitement. Moreover, what if his arrival caused history to change, leading Tang San to obtain those celestial herbs earlier? That would be counterproductive. Chapter 27, Eye of Ice and Fire. Raiding the celestial herb. Thinking of this, Lulong immediately made a decision. I want to return to the Spear Hall. Lulong raised his head to look at Mimi's, and since he couldn't break through to level 30, he had to push himself a bit. But, Teacher Mimi's, believe me, Mimi's actually wanted to persuade Lulong not to put such pressure on himself. But looking at Lulong's confident and youthful face, the words were held back. She nodded. She didn't want to undermine Lulong's confidence. Lulong saw Mimi agree and decided not to delay. Heading straight back to the Spirit Hall. What are you going back to the Spirit Hall for? Hulaina quickly followed. Of course, to be the saint's son. You don't need to follow me. No, wherever you go, I go. Hulaina said firmly. She had already made up her mind that she would follow Lulong wherever he went, because she knew clearly that being by Lulong's side would definitely bring continuous opportunities, and her strength would absolutely improve rapidly. Really unnecessary. Lulong impatiently refused. When did I become someone who needs a clingy person? I am. Damn it. You are. At the spirit hall, Lulong returned to his room and didn't even go to see Bibi Dong, starting to fiddle with things. What are you fiddling with? Hulaina asked curiously, blinking her beautiful eyes. She thought Lulong was going to do some extreme training, but instead, he came back and was messing with some inexplicable items. Stop talking so much. Either shut up or get out. Lulong said irritably, his hands busy. Tell me, I can help. Hulaina detected the coldness in Lulong's tone and, fearing that he wouldn't take her along, said somewhat flatteringly, Help? Lulong glanced at her, and perhaps there was indeed something he needed her help with. How about this? It's fine if you want to follow me. But you need to go find Douluo and have him do us a personal favor. Hearing the word we, Hulaina realized that Lulong no longer rejected her and didn't ask why. She immediately said happily, I'll go right now. Lulong smiled slightly, then returned to fiddling with the items in his hands. A week later, the three of them set off toward the Sunset Forest. Lulong, why are we going to the Sunset Forest? If it's to find soul bees to train ourselves, wouldn't the Stardow Forest be more suitable for us? Hulaina asked in confusion along the way. I really didn't want to bring you along. You talk too much, Lulong said with a gloomy expression. How did he not realize before that she talked so much? Lulong, are you sure you're not lying to me? Douluo couldn't help but ask from the side, his eyes shining with excitement at the thought of what Lulong had mentioned. Yuguan, you've asked me this hundreds of times already. I've told you hundreds of times as well. Don't call me Yuguan. Douluo's face turned cold. The title that could only be used by the Pope, and no one else could. However, if what this kid said was true, then for the sake of the Chirong Tantianju, he could tolerate him for a while. He just didn't expect that after so many years of dealing with Dugubo, he would be hiding so much. He even had immortal herbs hidden away. But how did Lulong know? What a pity. Old Ghost went on a mission. Otherwise, to be absolutely sure, he would have called Old Ghost along. With two titled Douluos in action, this time they would definitely succeed. They could not only steal, but even directly rob if they wanted to. Lulong and his companions, a group of three, were actually a bit worried. He initially wanted to ask Bibi Dong for help. After all, who would be willing to risk their life when they could just reach out for assistance? However, Bibi Dong had unexpectedly gone into seclusion at this time, and Ghost Douluo was out on a mission. In a vast spirit hall, only Douluo remained to assist them, and as for the other members of the Elder Hall, he could hardly think of asking them for help. Douluo had only agreed to help because of his connection with Hulaina and the temptation of the celestial herbs, risking punishment from Bibi Dong to assist them. In the past, when reading novels and watching anime, he thought that Ju and Ghost were always by Bibi Dong's side, just as idol guards. It was only after his own transmigration that he realized they had so many responsibilities and were rarely seen. Indeed, the stronger the power, the more responsibilities one has. It was likely the reason for their slower cultivation speed later on, Lulong mused. The Sunset Forest is located within the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire, and it would take about half a month to reach there. After half a month, the three of them successfully arrived at the Sunset Forest. They took out a map, confirmed their direction, and headed towards the center of the forest. The environment of the Sunset Forest was suitable. Although the soul beasts were not as powerful as those in the Stardow Forest, it had a rich variety of species and decent overall strength. Many people with some ability would choose to come to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. On the Lulong Road, there were many groups of people teaming up, but his purpose for this trip was not to hunt soul beasts, but to gather immortal herbs. So the group just continued forward, with Douluo leading the way. The soul beasts along the road did not dare to provoke them. However, Douluo also did not dare to completely release his aura, only controlling it within a small range. After all, once the aura of a titled Douluo was released, it was likely that Dugubo would sense it immediately. In this way, they would inevitably encounter some soul beasts that were not cautious. Fortunately, their actions were still going smoothly. A few days later, under a dark sky with a strong wind and countless stars, deep in the forest, Lulong suddenly stopped. He looked at the grayish area in front of him, took out a map, and said, "This should be the center. This grayish area is the poisonous mist on the outskirts. As long as we pass through the poisonous mist, we'll be fine." Douluo glanced around, furrowing his brow with some concern as he said, "The power of this poisonous mist is considerable, and there are corpses of soul beasts and humans everywhere. Do you two have a way to get in? Don't worry, I have my own clever plan. Let me explain my plan. The three squatted down, leaning in close. Yuguan, your main task is to hold Douluo back. Later, you will test the waters. If he is there, you will lure him out. If he is not there, you will wait outside. Once he returns, you must hold him back and not let him discover us. Lulong was very serious. Whether this mission would succeed mainly depended on you. Remember, your task is to hold them off. Do everything you can to delay, the longer the better. Otherwise, if he comes back and kills me and Hulaina, you'll be doomed. Seeing Lulong's seriousness, Douluo suddenly felt a bit regretful, especially when he looked at Lulong and Hulaina. He suddenly realized how reckless he had been. Lulong and Hulaina are both disciples of the Pope. If something happens, they will definitely be punished. Moreover, if one of them encounters trouble, the other will also be in danger, and this time it's very likely that both of them will die. Chapter 28. Poisonous miasma? I have a gas mask. Being turned into fertilizer for flowers won't be enough. Damn it. How could I have been so foolish to fall for this kid's trick? I suddenly realized I've been schemed against. Douluo said with hindsight, it's too late now. You have no chance to regret. Douluo's expression was serious, and the pressure was immense. I don't even care about any immortal herbs now. I just hope you two can come back alive. Don't worry, I'm not married yet. Lulong, calm and steady, patted him on the shoulder. How much time do you need? At least 12 hours. Lulong calculated and thought that should be about right. Douluo swatted his hand away, looked at him heavily, and said, be careful. Then, his figure suddenly soared, and the aura of a tidal Douluo burst forth violently, causing the surrounding birds and beasts to scatter. Poisonous loach, your grandpa Ju is here to find you. You're really bold, coming alone, you stinky flower. In the depths of the forest, a sinister old man with green hair appeared in the air, and behind him was a giant green serpent. The green light was eerie and terrifying. He is Douluo. He indeed looks quite similar to the original work. This fierce and menacing appearance is not to be trifled with, Lulong thought anxiously. Poisonous loach, today I'm here to take your life. Stinky flower, just you alone? Whereas that ghostly thing? Douluo was wary of the surroundings, knowing that Ju and Gue were inseparable. There is no need for a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I alone am enough. With that, Douluo took the initiative and threw a skill at Douluo. Douluo still had poison in his body, and his poisonous skills were famous throughout the Douluo Continent, even though he was the weakest among tidal Douluos. Not many dared to underestimate him because his poison was so powerful that almost no one could solve it. Douluo also frequently interacted with him and knew that he must not engage in close combat. It's best to use range attack for control. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Douluo's sinister gaze, combined with his grassland green hair, made him look particularly terrifying. The battle erupted instantly, and Lulong and Hulaina waited below for an opportunity while also appreciating the fight between the two. Battles between tidal Douluos are not something one can see anytime. This old poison master truly lives up to his name. The poisonous gas spread everywhere, causing the trees to wither and soul beasts to collapse wherever he went. If Douluo hadn't been far from his position, this place would likely have been affected as well. Lulong was deeply shocked. Indeed, they are tidal Douluos. Even the weakest is this strong. Previously, he had challenged those stronger than him with great pride, thinking highly of himself. Now it seems that this was all arrogance under Bibi Dong as protection. If he stepped out of the spirit hall, he wouldn't even know how he died. With this in mind, Lulong became even more determined to plunder all the immortal herbs. Initially, he had planned to leave a few for Tang San. Now, he thought that they must be eradicated completely. If the roots aren't removed, they will grow back in spring. The battle between the two was back and forth, and soon, Douluo made a mistake. Douluo seized the opportunity and immediately followed, and in no time, the two disappeared from Lulong's sight. Let us go. Hurry up and get in, Lulong said. Aren't you worried he'll come back? Hulaina asked. What is there to worry about? You don't trust Yuguan's abilities. Lulong shot her a glare, disdainfully saying. In reality, he wasn't worried at all because Douluo would never think this was a strategy to lure him away. Furthermore, even if he did think of it, he would care. In his understanding, the ice and fire yin-yang is extremely dangerous. He wouldn't dare to recklessly invade, let alone anyone else. Besides, there is a layer of poisonous miasma outside, and not just anyone can enter. Therefore, he was completely unconcerned about his lair being ambushed and directly chased after Douluo. Hulaina felt a bit unhappy at being looked down upon like this. She snorted coldly and walked toward the poisonous miasma. You want to die, don't you? Lulong suddenly pulled her back. What are you doing? Put this on. Saying that, Lulong took out a black object. How disgusting, what is this so ugly? Hulaina said with great disdain after taking a look. She had never seen anything like it. It looked like a mask. But the eyes were made of 2 pieces of glass, and the mouth area protruded long like that of a wild boar. It's something that will save your life. Lulong said irritably, take it or leave it. This thing is a gas mask which took him a week to make, using only the best adsorption and isolation materials. Although it's not as amazing as modern ones, it can be used for 1 or 2 days without any problem. Then, he demonstrated how to wear it. Hulaina wasn't the type to be picky. Although she found it distasteful, she put it on quickly. After wearing the mask, Lulong tried it first and found it worked well, then immediately signaled Hulaina to follow. The area covered by the poisonous miasma wasn't too large. Lulong ran quickly, and after about a quarter of an hour, they reached the deepest part. Here, the poisonous miasma completely disappeared. He took a look. The ice and fire Inyong was located low at the bottom of the cliff. Generally, even if someone reached the top of the cliff, it would be hard to find. They would only feel that the plants below were unusually lush. But Lulong knew the position, so he immediately took off the mask and began to search around. This is the place. Soon, Lulong confirmed it, and an excited expression appeared on his face. It's so high, how we get down? Hulaina asked, surrounded by cliffs that were as straight as knife edges, with no foothold, and they couldn't get down with their strength. You forgot. I can fly. Saying this, Lulong unfolded his thunder wings. Hulaina looked at the wings on his back with great surprise. This Lulong had hidden himself so deeply. When did he get an external spirit bone? I didn't even know. Suddenly, she couldn't help but think about what other trump cards he might be hiding that she didn't know about. Then why didn't you fly just now? Are you stupid? With our people inside. Lulong looked at her with disdain. He remembered that Douluo had a granddaughter. If she happened to be nearby, wouldn't they be discovered? Being scolded by Lulong made Hulaina feel even more uncomfortable. What are you dawdling for? Get on. Lulong half-squatted, seeing Hulaina standing there in a daze, and lightly urged her to hurry up and get on his back. You want to carry me down? Hulaina's face flushed at his words. What else? Lulong rolled his eyes at her. Do you want to jump down? Hulaina felt a wave of resentment. This guy had looked down on her several times in such a short time. Chapter 29. Beauty is the best looker. She rolled her eyes at him. Knowing this wasn't the time to think too much, she looked at his back and, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around Lulong's neck. Hey, are you trying to strangle me to inherit my thunder wings and go down yourself? Just as she was lost in thought, Lulong's cold voice came through. What's wrong? Hulaina looked confused. What do you mean, what's wrong? Lulong said loudly, you're taller than me, and it's bad enough that your legs aren't on me. Your body isn't even close to mine. Are you trying to make me fly together and then hang me up? Right? Hearing this, Hulaina realized that she had only wrapped her arms around Lulong's neck and hadn't touched him anywhere else at all, which indeed was not the proper way to carry someone. Moreover, if Lulong took off flying like this, her hands would essentially be helping to hang him. Also, this way, it would be easy for her to fall off. I'm sorry, it's my first time being carried by someone, and I don't have much experience. Hulaina said apologetically, then leaned her upper body and rested against Lulong's back. However, her tall figure was a head taller than Lulong, so even when she leaned a bit, she still couldn't fully shift her weight onto his back. Lulong suddenly felt a soft pressure behind him, causing him to shiver and feel extremely nervous. This was his first time carrying a girl, which made his mind a bit chaotic with various thoughts. However, he quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time to think about that. The fairy grass was the priority. The intense pressure not only disrupted Lulong's thoughts, but also stirred Hulaina's heart. She was still a bit shy, and Lulong's shiver made her accurately sense his feelings. In an instant, a blush rose on her face, and amidst the redness, there was a hint of happiness. All right. Hulaina's face remained incredibly shy, and her voice was barely audible. Fortunately, she was behind Lulong, so he couldn't see her. Otherwise, she would be so embarrassed that she might bleed from her face. Hold on tight. Lulong immediately stopped hesitating. He spread his wings and flew down towards the cliff. The sudden feeling of weightlessness startled Hulaina, and she let out a light gasp. As they flew, her legs could no longer find leverage and wrapped around Lulong's waist, while Lulong took the opportunity to support her hips with both hands. This position meant their bodies were completely pressed together. On his back, Hulaina felt her face burning, and the sensation from her hips made her heart race as if a wild deer was about to leap out of her chest. Her face was rosy, her alluring eyes sparkled, and her delicate red lips emitted soft gasps, looking extraordinarily beautiful. If Lu Long had seen this scene, he would certainly have been mesmerized, sighing, "In 1,000 years, there is no beauty that compares. The pleasing sight is the fair maiden." Unfortunately, he had no eyes in the back of his head, and such beauty was fleeting like spring wind. As they flew through the air, a cool breeze brushed against Hulaina's face, calming her restless heart. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Long's profile and noticed his immense determination. Memories of past events flashed through her mind, and she found herself lost in thought. Behind her, Hulaina's heart was stirring, but Lu Long felt nothing, because right now, his mind was solely on the fairy grass, fragrant, vibrant, and delightful fairy grass. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a poem from his previous life. "O steed, you are all mouth. O sea, you are all legs." He particularly wanted to add a line at the end. "O duality, you are all grass." Soon, Lu Long successfully landed around the ice and fire Liangyi Eye. He knew the power of the ice and fire Liangyi Eye and understood that he didn't possess Tang San's extensive knowledge, so he needed to be extra careful. Remember, you must not touch the plants here. Many are highly toxic. Once poisoned, death is the only outcome. Lu Long seriously reminded Hulaina. Hulaina got down from Lu Long's back and surveyed the surroundings. She found that the plants around them were exceptionally lush, vibrant, and diverse, with many that she had never seen before. However, there were some she recognized, but compared to the entirety, they were just a drop in the ocean. "This is the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum," Hulaina suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a yellow flower. She might not recognize other fairy grasses, but she definitely knew this one, as the martial soul of the chrysanthemum Douluo was this very fairy grass. Lu Long followed her, and indeed saw a golden yellow chrysanthemum. However, there was no joy on Lu Long's face. Instead, he was taken aback because a question suddenly arose in his mind. That is, after so many years of fighting between Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo, why was this rare and precious chrysanthemum still here? He might not recognize other immortal herbs, but could he not recognize this one? It seemed he had been struck down a dimension. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Lu Long had two purposes for coming here. First, to take away all the immortal herbs he recognized, and second, to destroy all those he did not recognize. Second, to seize Tang San's opportunity and forge a body impervious to water and fire. After some thought, Lu Long decided to take the immortal herbs first, as refining would take a long time, and it would be troublesome if Douluo returned. At that moment, he took out some boxes and tools. There were iron, gold, copper, silver, wood, and jade. Then, he signaled Hulaina to keep watch, and he began to take action. There were too many plants here, besides some immortal-grade spiritual herbs. There were also many rare spiritual herbs. Although they were not on the level of immortal grade, they still held value outside. However, Lu Long's time was too short, which did not allow him to take everything, so he could only take those immortal herbs he remembered. Soon, Lu Long packed them into his ring, and then his gaze fell on the eye of ice and fire. Next, I'm going to challenge something. Remember, no matter what happens, do not approach this spring water, and especially do not touch it. Just make sure not to be discovered by others. Lu Long reminded Hulaina once again. Got it. Then, Lu Long approached the eye of ice and fire, and at a glance, he saw the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms growing at the center of the two springs. Lu Long is not a greedy person. Otherwise, he would not have given up the remaining fairy herbs. However, Lu Long is also an extremely greedy person because he has yet to seize the greatest opportunity within the eye of ice and fire. He summoned Zhang Luo, and a flash of madness appeared in Lu Long's eyes. Since he has come this far, there is no option to give up. This move, if unsuccessful, would lead to his demise. Without further hesitation, Lu Long approached the edge of the octagonal xianbing grass. At this moment, he unleashed all his power, with the thunder wings on his back shimmering with lightning, and in his hand, Zhang Luo crackled with thunderclouds. An overwhelming and serious aura erupted from him. Chapter 30. Seizing the opportunity, ice and fire refining the body, Hulaina watched from a distance, feeling the aura emanating from him, her beautiful eyes trembling, and she was greatly astonished. Is this all his power? Before she could marvel further, Lu Long's blade light flashed, and then the thunder wings spread wide. In the blink of an eye, Lu Long retreated. At the same time, wherever the blade light passed, the octagonal xianbing grass fell to the ground. In an instant, A wave of cold air spread, like snow blown by an air conditioner, and a layer of frost instantly formed around them. Lulong looked at Jean Luo, and a chill came from it, trying to invade Lulong's body. However, Jean Luo suddenly trembled, and the lightning surged, accompanied by entwining flashes. In no time, it scattered the chill. It seems that a divine-level martial soul is indeed more powerful. Lulong's heart stirred, and he immediately went to the other side, to the position of the scorching sun spring. This time, he put away the Jean Luo knife. The fiery apricot flower was different from the octagonal ice grass. The octagonal ice grass required something made of gold or iron, while the fiery apricot flower required jade. Lulong didn't have the Xianyu hand, but he had a wealth of modern knowledge. He ran his fingers over the ring, and suddenly, a 10-meter-long jade knife emerged from it. That's right, 10 meters. This was something I had meticulously prepared. I wonder if Tang San would spit blood upon seeing it. Lulong chuckled to himself, looking at this jade knife. Calling a knife was not as accurate as calling it a jade stick, as it was merely sharpened at the tip. This jade stick was specially made by Lulong, with a thin front and a thick back, making it less prone to breaking. Of course, wrapped in soul power. It wouldn't actually break, but this was just a precaution. Additionally, to insulate it from heat, Lulong had wrapped a thick layer of asbestos around it. After taking out the jade knife, Lulong wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, he easily chopped down the fire apricot blossom, then quickly flicked it up high. At the same time, the moment the jade knife touched the fire apricot blossom, Lulong released it from his hand. This required a very precise opportunity and was quite challenging. He had to ensure the angle and force were just right while also timing it perfectly. If he acted too quickly, the position of the celestial herb would be off. If he was too slow, he would get burnt. After flicking it, he watched as the fire apricot blossom landed steadily next to the octagonal ice grass. Lulong was instantly overjoyed. Tang San, you didn't expect this, did you? The fiery apricot flower that burned your hands is now in my possession through this method. If it weren't for that guy Morris Ward dying early, I would have directly shown you how to pick flowers with my bare hands. Lu Lingxin felt an extraordinary sense of pride as the two immortal grasses came together. The previously extreme hot and cold auras instantly disappeared without a trace. Lulong was overjoyed at the sight and quickly walked forward, without saying a word. He put them into his mouth and swallowed them in big bites. The fairy grass melted in his mouth, flowing directly down his throat, and Lulong felt an indescribable sweetness. Just a few seconds after he swallowed, his body suddenly underwent a transformation. Two extremely powerful sensations, one hot and one cold, erupted within him, causing his body to appear blue and red, making him look extremely strange. Lulong, Hulaina exclaimed in fear. At this moment, Lulong was unable to respond to her, as all his mental energy was focused on his body. Then, he suddenly jumped into the convergence of the Yang Spring and Yin Spring, and after a few bubbling sounds, Lulong fell silent. Lulong, Hulaina hurriedly approached to check, wanting to reach out her hand, but remembering Lulong's previous warning, she quickly withdrew it. Seeing him motionless in the spring water, Hulaina had no choice but to suppress her worries and find a place to hide. In the spring water, Lulong's face was twisted, his muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging, clearly enduring extremely intense pain. Damn it, didn't Tang San faint? Why am I not fainting? If he could shout, Lulong would have cursed loudly. This was truly too painful, a kind of pain he had never experienced before, beyond description. It felt like being skinned and having the tendons pulled at the same time, sometimes being burned with fire, sometimes frozen with ice, torturing him repeatedly. Logically, such pain that surpassed levels should have caused Lulong to faint long ago, but he simply did not. Lulong didn't know why. Could it be because he had taken Tang San's opportunity, and the heavens were deliberately tormenting him? In reality, he didn't know that this was also the work of the God-level martial soul. The God-level martial soul not only tempered his body, but also strengthened his mental power. Now his mental power was incredibly strong, which was why he could remain conscious and not faint. It could be said that he had suffered a hidden loss. At the same time, Zhu Douluo and Douluo were engaged in a back-and-forth battle. However, the more Douluo fought, the stranger he felt. Zhu Douluo's attacks always made him feel distracted. In previous battles, Zhu Douluo had a slight advantage, but today, why was he constantly retreating? Battles between title Douluos were often focused and intense, and Douluo could immediately sense Zhu Douluo's fighting attitude. Strange, really strange. At this moment, Zhu Douluo was constantly calculating the time in his heart. Lulong had asked him to hold him back for at least 12 hours, and now only a third of that time had passed, But Douluo had clearly noticed something was off. Douluo was thinking of a way out, and Douluo could sense the change in his awareness, just as Douluo could sense his. Old Jew, if you have the guts, don't run. Douluo suddenly stopped chasing. Seeing this, Douluo turned back and said, Douluo, is this called running? This is called a flanking tactic to wear down your soul power. Stop talking nonsense. Wearing down my soul power. Do you think your own soul power is non-existent? Douluo cursed loudly, then suddenly changed his mind. Weren't you pretty strong before? Why are you so weak today? Did a woman drain you dry? Or are you trying to lure the tiger away from its mountain? When he said the last 4 words, Douluo shouted loudly. Douluo's heart trembled, and his pupils constricted sharply. He had been discovered. No, wait, that's not right. He hadn't discovered anything. He was just guessing. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Ha ha ha. Douluo, the premise of luring the tiger away is a tiger. You are just an eel. What do I have to lure away? Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into deep thought. Wasn't it luring the tiger away? Then why was he acting so strangely today? Douluo couldn't figure it out. But thinking of a place he wouldn't dare to recklessly enter, he felt more at ease. Douluo, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost revealed himself. Taking advantage of the moment, Douluo declared, Old man, since you seek death, I'll grant your wish today. 9th soul skill Huacan. The ground is filled with injuries, flowers fall, and hearts break. Lulong, for you, I risk my life. Chapter 31. Liesin versus Douluo. Douluo saw Douluo unexpectedly unleashing her 9th soul skill, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow sharply. Good heavens, she's really serious about this. Is she trying to kill me? 9th soul skill, Phosphor Divine Light. Douluo disregarded everything else. In such a dangerous moment, he couldn't think of anything else. He roared and boldly activated his own 9th soul skill. Damn flower, if you want my life, I'll fight you to the end. Time passed second by second. Liesin looked at the calm spring water like a mirror, her heart hanging in suspense. Lulong, you must be okay. She kept praying in her heart. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Grandpa, are you here? Liesin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with purple hair and green eyes. Her appearance was delicate, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Liesin, she had her own charm. Huh, what's going on here? Someone has been here. Douluo noticed the disturbance in the plants and immediately became alert, looking around while her soul rings lit up, revealing 2 yellow soul rings. Liesin watched from the shadows, not planning to reveal herself. After all, Lulong hadn't come out yet, and it was best to avoid confrontation if possible. But just at that moment, bubbles appeared in the spring water, and the small sound immediately caught Douluo's attention. Who is there? Come out quickly. Liesin frowned. Douluo was already walking towards the spring. Liesin's heart sank. If she discovered Lulong inside and disturbed him, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Thinking of this, Liesin stepped out immediately. Who are you? Douluo asked warily, looking at the woman in front of her, who was several degrees more beautiful than herself. Don't mind who I am. Since I've already appeared, you're destined to stay. Liesin said coldly, a hint of killing intent on her face. You want to kill me? Douluo was taken aback, truly bold to enter her territory, steal her things, and still think of killing her? You wouldn't have died, but you can blame your appearance here, Liesin said, activating her 3 soul rings. In this situation, for Lulong's safety, she had to kill Douluo. If she didn't kill her and let her escape, once she found Douluo, they would all be dead. Soul Master. Douluo was shocked. This person who looked about the same size as her was actually a level 30 Soul Master. Liesin attacked without hesitation. And without any delay, she unleashed her full strength, her demon fox spirit appearing, a soft tail wrapping around her waist, moving agilely, darting towards Douluo. You'll die. Douluo summoned the Phosphor Snake Emperor behind her and simultaneously unleashed her first soul skill, Phosphor Red Poison, boosting her speed and attack power. The 2 immediately engaged in combat. One had a fox spirit, the other a snake spirit. One was a soul master, the other a great soul master. But both were control-type soul masters. However, their control styles differed. Liesin leaned towards single-target control, while Douluo was more group-oriented. In such a one-on-one environment, combined with the difference in soul power, Douluo quickly found herself at a disadvantage, defending while retreating. 2nd soul skill, Fox Charm. The soul skill activated, and a fox suddenly sprang out, appearing before Douluo in the blink of an eye. Douluo felt a soft presence brush past her, and suddenly realized she couldn't move her body. At that moment, Liesin seized the opportunity, closed in, and fiercely kicked Douluo in the abdomen, sending her flying 7 or 8 meters away. Yin felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, and a metallic taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, her body regained control, and she quickly struggled to get up while activating her second soul skill, phosphor blue poison, to alleviate the pain and increase her defense. Quite capable, Liesin fully embraced Bibi Dong's combat intent, seizing the opportunity to strike. Without a word, she charged again. With a punch thrown, Yin unexpectedly did not dodge, allowing Liesin's fist to hit her face. Yin smiled instead, her head leaning down, using her waist to exert force and pivoting on her left foot, her right leg sweeping in a large arc, striking towards Liesin. This kick caught Liesin off guard, using the force against her, and she was struck hard, her body flying 4 to 5 meters away. Liesin stood up awkwardly, the pain in her right arm making her face turn even colder. Without wasting words, she activated her soul bone skill, the external soul bone, soul skill. This was the only skill among her 4 that was not control-based, named Spirit Assault. After using it, she could perform a surprise attack 3 times. Suddenly, Yin only felt a shadow flash before her eyes, unable to see clearly, when a heavy blow struck her abdomen. However, she had activated phosphor blue poison, so she felt no pain. As long as her body was still under control, she could temporarily ignore Liesin's attacks. As long as she could locate Liesin, she could retaliate. But Liesin's speed was too fast. Just as her abdomen was struck, the next hit was already coming. From behind, a heavy punch. Her body instinctively leaned forward, about to fall, but suddenly her hands went to her chin, and then a long, powerful leg kicked her hands. Using the force, she flipped in the air and landed steadily. Liesin appeared before her, and she looked at her in surprise, not expecting that under such circumstances she could evade her lethal move. The previous Spirit Assault had 2 initial strikes to set up for the final blow. As long as the last kick struck her neck, Yin would either die or be severely injured. Yin sneered. "Do you think you can kill me just like that?" Just after taking the first hit, she had secretly used her first soul skill, phosphor red poison. This soul skill, when used on herself, enhanced her nerve reaction and attack speed, while when used against an enemy, it reduced their reaction time and speed. With this back and forth, Yin naturally saw through Liesin's killing move. You're just temporarily ignoring the pain, but the injuries you sustained are still there. Once your soul skill expires, that's when you'll kneel and die. Liesin's expression remained cold. Killing Yin was just a matter of time. Yin felt her weakness being exposed, and her heart became a bit anxious. She also knew that being killed was just a matter of time. If she couldn't hold out until her grandpa arrived, she would definitely die today. But after fighting for so long, her grandpa still hadn't appeared. She had no idea where he was. So, at this moment, she had to save herself. Thinking of this, she immediately turned to flee. As long as she escaped into the poison barrier, then she would be safe. Chapter 32. Didn't T say I was going to steal your granddaughter? Moreover, in her own territory, the effects of her soul skills would greatly increase. Trying to run? Liesin would absolutely not give her the chance to escape, her figure moving as she chased after her. Meanwhile, in the distance, Douluo suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. He was jolted awake, sensing a bloodline connection. Not good. Yinner is in danger. Douluo stopped entangling and turned to leave. But Douluo would not let him go that easily. Now that more than half the time had passed, it would soon be over. Damn flower. Get out of my way. I don't have time to play with you. Douluo roared in anger, unleashed a move called snake venom, and then took the opportunity to pull back some distance. After that, he hurried back to his lair without stopping. Now, it was Douluo's turn to chase after him. Trying to escape? No way. Today we must decide life and death. Douluo laughed heartily, but Douluo was filled with anger, his eyes flashing red. Old Jew, I should have thought of it earlier. You're trying to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Just now, you didn't use your 9th spirit skill to its full potential, and you didn't have the air of someone who is determined to die. So I knew you were deliberately consuming my soul power. Your goal is to hold me back and buy time for your people. Douluo, you were right. If I had used my 9th spirit skill to its full extent, we would have both been severely injured, which is completely unnecessary for me. After all, I don't need you to die or me to live. However, at this point, what does it matter if you guessed it? To be honest, I already have enough time. Even if you rush back now, it won't help. The things we wanted, we have already taken. But I really didn't expect that you still had the miraculous mushroom of heaven and earth. Douluo said furiously. Douluo, hiding the celestial herb, felt like someone had stolen his wife. The miraculous mushroom of heaven and earth? Douluo was taken aback. Aren't you here, targeting Yinner, you know? Instead, Douluo was confused. That brat Lu Lung only told me about stealing celestial herbs, not about stealing someone's granddaughter. Seeing the expression on Douluo's face, Douluo felt even colder inside. You better not stop me now. My Yin is in danger. If you stop me again, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Douluo's chilling aura made Douluo believe he would do just that. Dugu Yin was his only family. If anything happened to her, he would surely go mad and kill anyone in sight. We're not here to deal with your granddaughter. We just came to find celestial herbs. If you promise me not to harm my people, I will let you leave. Douluo saw that the time was almost up, and it was unnecessary to linger any longer. Douluo snorted in agreement and hurried back. Compared to Yin's life, celestial herbs are nothing. Seeing this, Douluo quickly followed. The two of them were now quite far from the center of the sunset forest, which was intentional on Douluo's part, retreating while fighting. Now, to rush back, with their tidal Douluo strength, it would take an hour even if they walked in a straight line. Douluo was anxious, and for his granddaughter's safety. He directly used his soul skills to speed up, significantly increasing his pace. Meanwhile, at the center of the sunset forest, the effect of Dugu Yan's soul skill had worn off, and intense pain spread throughout her body, making it hard for her to even stand. Hulaina was very fast. She had no chance to escape. If it weren't for her familiarity with the terrain and her knowledge of poisonous plants, she would have probably died long ago after suffering several setbacks. Struggling at the end of her strength, should she continue? Hulaina slowly approached. Her soul power was also greatly depleted. She glanced at the time. She had been entangled with this Dugu Yin for almost an hour. Dugu Yin was really like a snake, darting around everywhere. Using the terrain, she had sustained several injuries and even got cut by poisonous plants. Fortunately, these toxins weren't strong and only numbed her nerves, slowing her movements. However, this made her careful in her chase. If she got injured by a deadly poison, it'd be the end for her. But fortunately, the agreed time was almost up. At this moment, Douluo should have returned. Quite the escape artist, but now, let us see how you escape. A murderous intent flashed in Hulaina's eyes as she immediately made her move. But just then, a deep, anger-filled voice rang out, accompanied by a towering aura infused with a chilling, killing intent that appeared behind Hulaina. Stop! Hulaina turned around and was shocked to see Douluo had returned. Upon seeing his granddaughter's tragic state, Douluo was even more furious, his anger boiling, and he seemed ready to spit fire. I will kill you. His speed suddenly surged, instantly creating distance from Douluo. Behind him, a phosphorescent venomous snake opened its massive mouth as if to swallow Hulaina whole. Douluo, you are bold. Douluo reacted immediately, but he had been following Douluo closely. With Douluo taking the initiative and fueled by rage, his speed was twice as fast as usual. Even though Douluo chased after him right away, it was still too late. Douluo, she is a disciple of the Pope. If you kill her, you will die too. Douluo shouted behind him, hoping Douluo wouldn't go too far. Anyone who dares to kill my granddaughter, even if the Pope comes, I will kill her. Douluo completely disregarded it. Dugu Yan's injuries made him lose all rationality. Hulaina saw Douluo rushing towards her, and under the immense pressure of his tidal Douluo strength, she couldn't even move. A chill enveloped her from behind, and the shadow of death turned into despair in her heart, causing her gaze to involuntarily glance towards the spring water. Am I going to die? Hulaina suddenly felt a sense of melancholy, not because of coming here, but because her future was still long, and she wanted to be with him. Old man, you are seeking death. At that dangerous moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the spring water with such speed that even Douluo didn't react in time. But Hulaina felt it, her heart stirred, and her face filled with joy. Draw the sword and slash. Lu Lung ruthlessly drew his blade, with 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, shining brightly on his body. Thunder rolled in his hand, and purple lightning flickered from the wings on his back, as an incomparably terrifying power continuously gathered at the blade's edge, a force capable of shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Struck towards Douluo. At the same time, the second soul skill, Yin Hui Shan, was activated, and with the activation of the Thunder Wing, Lu Long's speed reached its peak, surpassing the speed of sound, almost as if he had teleported, appearing in front of Douluo in the blink of an eye. The Zhan Luo blade was fiercely slashed down. This strike was Lu Long's strongest attack, relying on the enhancement of speed and the lightning attribute of his divine-level martial soul. This blow completely exceeded 1,000 tons of force. Chapter 33. One blade to repel the Douluo. A sense of danger approached, and relying on his sixth sense. Although Douluo did not see Lu Long, he immediately withdrew his attack, simultaneously striking out with a palm towards the source of the danger. At this moment, Lu Long's words, "Old man, you seek death," reached his ears. Bang! The collision emitted a tremendous force. Lu Long's full-powered strike and Douluo's hasty defense caused both of them to suffer varying degrees of backlash. Douluo's full-speed charge was abruptly halted, and even took a step back. Meanwhile, Lu Long was directly sent flying by the intense momentum, falling towards the ground. To think that just a great soul master could block me. This child, wait, his soul rings are actually one purple and one black. Douluo's face paled, shock flooding him, even more intense than when he saw his granddaughter get injured. He looked at his palm, where a burn mark had appeared, charred and clearly singed by lightning. This child is so young, yet possesses such a terrifying soul-ring combination. To be able to injure me at the great soul master level. If he grows stronger, he will undoubtedly become a dominant force. I have already made an enemy of him. He will surely seek revenge once he becomes powerful. This child must not be allowed to live. Douluo's heart sank. A murderous intent erupted as he charged towards Lu Long. Douluo, are you really going to oppose my spirit hall? After Lu Long's interruption, Douluo had already caught up. Seeing Douluo was about to strike again, he immediately stepped in to block. Lu Long seized the opportunity, spreading his wings with a roar of thunder, arriving in front of liesin, hugging her tightly and soaring towards the sky. He even has a flying soul bone. What a natural talent. This child absolutely cannot be spared. Douluo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Disregarding Douluo and any consequences, he directly unleashed his soul skill. Eighth soul skill. Poison dominates the world. This move was not the most powerful, but it was the strongest for area attacks. Once unleashed, it could poison an entire city. The sky was filled with green, poisonous gas, rapidly rushing towards Lu Long, with everything it passed withering and decaying, soul beast corpses vanishing, and even the ground turning black. Fourth soul skill, gathering of coal blossoms. Faced with this soul skill, Douluo could not disperse it, and his current objective was to protect Lu Long and liesin. Therefore, he immediately used his fourth soul skill, transforming into a tornado and fleeing into the distance. Lu Long's speed was very fast, and the poisonous mist couldn't catch up with him at all. However, this place was the home ground of Douluo, and the poisonous miasma in the setting sun forest could be manipulated by him at will. Therefore, not only was there poisonous mist behind Lu Long, but there was also poisonous mist on his left and right, and even a cloud of poisonous mist above him, trying to seal off his escape route. Leave me behind. With me here, your speed won't be able to pick up, liesin said with a somewhat sorrowful expression as she looked at Lu Long, who was holding her. She could see that Lu Long appeared calm on the surface, but was very anxious inside. What nonsense are you saying? Lu Long habitually reprimanded her. With me here, you won't die. For the first time, liesin didn't feel repulsed by Lu Long's reprimand. Instead, she felt a hint of sweetness. She stopped talking, but had already made up her mind. Lu Long accelerated continuously, hoping to burst through the gap, but the amount of poisonous mist was too great. His speed was fast, yet still not fast enough. Suddenly, just as Lu Long was about to be engulfed by the poisonous mist, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure was ghostly and moved through the mist. It was Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo's speed was very fast, even faster than Lu Long's current speed, but he still could not catch up to the speed of the encroaching poisonous mist. Lu Long glanced at the gap in the poisonous mist, his expression firming as he made a decision. He put on his gas mask. liesin obediently donned hers as well. Although the mask couldn't completely filter out Douluo's poisonous mist, it still had some effect. After all, the mist here wasn't entirely composed of Douluo's soul power. Ghost Douluo catch. Lu Long called out. What are you doing, Lu Long? liesin exclaimed in surprise. What am I doing? Do I even need to ask? Lu Long replied with a charming smile. Then, using his wings to flip several times while simultaneously employing the Yen Hui flash, he reached peak speed and suddenly hurled liesin towards Ghost Douluo. Of course, I'm throwing a shot put. Lu Long laughed loudly, but to liesin's ears, it was so heartbreaking. liesin was thrown out from the gap in the poisonous mist, but soon the mist completely closed up like a mouth swallowing Lu Long. No! liesin cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Run! Ghost Douluo caught liesin and turned to leave. Douluo, known as the world's #1 poison, had a toxicity that even he, a titled Douluo, had to avoid. No, I won't go. liesin shouted in despair. her voice tragic, causing even Ghost Douluo to shudder. But she couldn't struggle. She was forcibly taken away by Ghost Douluo. In the distance, Douluo Bo saw Lu Long being swallowed by the poisonous mist and quickly stopped controlling the spirit ability, rushing to Douluo Yan's side to leave quickly. After a day of battle and using spirit abilities to travel, his soul power was exhausted, and he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, once the poisonous mist dissipated and the Zhu Gui joined forces, he would also meet his end here. He was very confident in his poison. As long as Lu Long was swallowed, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Moreover, he was just a great soul master. Without Douluo Bo's control, the poisonous mist quickly began to dissipate. Ghost Daw and Zhu Douluo stood at the edge of the poisonous mist, stepping forward, ready to rescue Lu Long as soon as the mist retreated. Liesin followed the two. Zhu Douluo was worried about her waiting nearby, but he couldn't persuade her, so he had to let her come along. The poisonous mist came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Soon, the three discovered Lu Long's body. Lu Long, Liesin shouted and quickly ran over. Lu Long, are you okay? Liesin cried as she pushed Lu Long with her hands. Nana, be careful of the poison. Zhu Douluo quickly stepped forward to stop her. But when he got closer, he found that Lu Long's skin was intact, with no signs of decay at all. Moreover, although his lips were pale, it was not a sign of poisoning. How strange, completely unharmed. Ghost Daw also approached to investigate and quickly concluded that Lu Long was merely unconscious due to exhausted soul power, with other life signs stable. He wasn't poisoned. The two looked at each other in disbelief, unable to understand why, under such terrifying poisonous mist, Lu Long was completely fine. Chapter 34. Yuguan's promise, but Liesin didn't care about all that. As long as Lu Long was fine, what else was there to worry about? All right, let's go back to the spear hall. Since Lu Long was fine, everyone's mood improved significantly. By the way, Ghost Douluo, why are you here? Liesin asked. It's because I saw the letter left by old Zhu. Otherwise, how would I have come? Ghost Douluo glared at Zhu Douluo and said coldly, Old Zhu, you really have lost your mind, bringing those two to find poison Douluo. Do you not understand the danger involved? Wasn't I fooled by that kid Lu Long? Zhu Douluo regretted it long ago. He looked at Lu Long, relieved that the kid was okay. You're a grown man, and you can be fooled by a child? Ghost Douluo snorted and continued. Wait until His Holiness the Pope comes out, and you can go receive your punishment. Zhu Douluo shook his head with a wry smile, looking at Lu Long again. Sigh, as long as this kid gets a rare mushroom, what does it matter if I face a little punishment? A day later, Lu Long woke up in his room. You're awake. Liesin was waiting by his side and immediately came to Lu Long's side to ask, Why are you in my room? Lu Long was in good condition. She was not poisoned, just exhausted her soul power, and after a nap, felt refreshed. Can't I be in your room? Liesin said unhappily. Lu Long thought so too. He saved her, so it's not inappropriate for her to take care of him a bit. He glanced at her somewhat drowsy eyes and asked, You won't be watching over me all the time, will you? Haha, you're beautiful. I just guess you would wake up around this time. So I came to check, she replied. Liesin turned her face away, not letting Lu Long see her eyes. Then, she took out some food and arranged it neatly. Hurry up and eat. This is what's left in the kitchen. If I had gone a little later, I would have fed it to the dogs. Lu Long couldn't help but smile. Is it really that hard to say something nice? Those exquisite and steaming dishes, even if the spirit hall is rich, wouldn't they feed those delicacies to a dog? Unless I'm a dog. Lu Long got up and walked to the table, and Liesin immediately picked up the chopsticks and handed them to Lu Long. What are you doing? Lu Long looked surprised. I'm giving you chopsticks. Liesin was confused, wondering what was wrong with him. I don't have a terminal illness. Lu Long felt that Liesin was acting a bit strange today, being overly attentive for no reason. Liesin was instantly angered, feeling that this guy must have lost his mind after taking a nap, targeting her for no reason. A dog biting El Dong Bin, not recognizing a good person S heart. After saying that, she didn't want to stay there for another moment and directly walked out of the room. Lu Long watched her leave while eating and took out a celestial herb. This herb was predominantly pink, without leaves, and its flowers were extremely large, with each petal glistening like crystal. The flower's center was light purple, resembling diamonds, and emitted a faint fragrance. This celestial herb was the fragrant Chi Luo celestial product. At that time, Lu Long was surrounded by Douluo Bo's poison, and it was this fragrant Chi Luo celestial product that saved his life. Although the fragrant Chi Luo celestial product does not detoxify, it can resist poison. When he took it out, it formed a protective shield around him, keeping the poisonous gas at bay, preventing any intrusion. Fortunately, he had it, or he would have perished. Just thinking about that old man Douluo sent a chill through Lu Long's eyes. This old man was even more ruthless than in the original story, killing anyone he saw, unable to stand the sight of others doing well. If it weren't for Tang San saving him back then, he would probably have been killed long ago. Such a scourge, I will personally take him down in the future. Lu Long thought about it and decided to keep this celestial herb, estimating that it might come in handy for killing Douluo in the future. Shortly after Hulaina left, Douluo knew that Lu Long had woken up and immediately came to visit. Lu Ling knew what he was here for. Since others had helped him with work, he naturally had to pay them. Before he could speak, Lu Long took out a yellow flower from his ring, with spiritual energy swirling around it. Even after being picked, it was still full of vitality. It was truly the miraculous mushroom chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at the miraculous mushroom chrysanthemum in Lu Long's hand, his eyes filled with excitement as he said, "When have I ever lied to you?" Lu Long handed the extraordinary mushroom to him, and he carefully cradled it in his hands, his gaze trembling with affection, much like an old father holding his newborn baby, wanting to caress it but afraid of hurting it. He stared at the extraordinary mushroom for a long time, the light in his eyes shifting through a myriad of emotions: excitement, fervor, sadness, tenderness, and pain. In the end, tears of crystal clarity appeared at the corners of his eyes. He was so moved that he cried. Lu Long was surprised. He knew that Douluo loved fairy herbs and had dedicated his life to searching for them. However, he never expected that when he finally obtained the coveted item, he would cry. Perhaps this was a case of joy turning to sorrow. "Thank you." Douluo quickly regained his composure and looked at Lu Long, speaking sincerely. "This is what you deserve," Lu Long replied. "But this is a fairy herb, something that can be encountered but not sought after. And strictly speaking, I didn't really help you. In fact, in the end, when you were in danger, I couldn't save you. The incident happened suddenly. It's not your fault. Do you have other fairy herbs?" Douluo suddenly asked. As soon as he said this, Lu Long's expression changed, and he looked at Douluo with a hint of caution. "Don't misunderstand," Douluo quickly explained, knowing that Lu Long was misinterpreting him. "I just wanted to remind you that fairy herbs are celestial items, powerful and domineering, with interactions of mutual generation and restraint. Using too many can lead to unpredictable consequences." Lu Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Douluo would explode in rage and kill for the treasure. After all, judging by his earlier demeanor, the allure of this fairy herb was indeed fatal for him. For something like a fairy herb, having one in this lifetime would be more than enough. "How could I be greedy?" Douluo continued, but it seemed as if he wasn't speaking directly to Lu Long. "A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. I, Douluo, love flowers just the same. The chrysanthemum is my martial spirit, but it is also my belief." Douluo glanced at Lu Long one last time, feeling that too much talk was pretentious. This fairy herb was too precious, and he had nothing to offer in return. "I can only give you a promise. Wherever you need me, Douluo, to speak up, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation." "You're being too polite. You Eggwan." Lu Long smiled slightly. He really didn't expect to gain Douluo's genuine heart over a single fairy herb. Upon hearing this address, Douluo was taken aback and then said, "You are the second person who can call me Yueguan." After saying this, Douluo left the room. Watching Douluo's departing figure, Lu Long couldn't help but sigh lightly. This Douluo is quite an interesting person. Wait a minute. Lu Long suddenly remembered something. Douluo stopped and looked at him in confusion. As the saying goes, cash on the barrel head, I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Long said, "What is it? Help me find a soul beast." Chapter 35, Water Fairy Jade Skin and Bones, breaking through level 10. After telling Douluo what soul beast he needed, Lu Long finished his meal and went to find Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong was still in seclusion, and it was uncertain when she would come out. Lu Long returned to his room and decided to consume the immortal herb first. However, looking at the herbs in the ring, he couldn't decide which one to eat. These immortal herbs were not ordinary items. Even someone as knowledgeable as Tang San had only consumed one, aside from the 8-angle mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. Lu Long didn't understand much and naturally didn't dare to eat too much. Among these immortal herbs, logically speaking, the hopeful autumn water dew would be better for him, as it could help him cultivate the fire-eyed golden pupils, allowing him to perceive extraordinary objects. This would add another skill, giving him more control over environments that couldn't be seen during battles. At the same time, when facing Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, he would be on the same level. However, What he needed now was an increase in soul power level. Although the hopeful autumn water dew was good at this stage, the water fairy jade bone was clearly more suitable. In the original work, the water fairy jade bone was the highest soul power level boosting herb, and Zhu Zhuqing had directly jumped from level 31 to level 38 by consuming it, crossing 7 levels. This shows how powerful this herb's effect is. Forget it. There are gains and losses. One shouldn't be too greedy. Lu Long recalled what the chrysanthemum Doa had said during the day, and he decided not to dwell on it any longer and directly picked up the water fairy jade bone to eat. It melted in his mouth, and his taste buds were delighted. As expected of an immortal product, it was delicious. After eating it, Lu Long quickly felt changes in his body, as gentle waves of soul power continuously emerged. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine this immortal herb. This refining process took him from night to day. When Lu Long woke up, he found himself sticky all over and emitting a foul odor. He glanced at himself and immediately changed his expression. His whole body was covered in a black substance, dirty and smelly, as if he had crawled out of a sewer. Lu Long knew that this was the effect of the immortal herb's muscle and marrow washing. All these impurities expelled from the body were from the meridians, so he immediately went to the bathroom to clean up. An hour later, Lu Long changed into a new set of clothes and began to check his physical condition. Upon inspection, he was immediately taken aback. Level 10. He had actually broken through to level 10. Previously, he was at level 25, and now he had jumped straight to level 35. This speed was faster than flying on a plane. The effect was indeed terrifying. Level 10 soul power was something that generally took an average person 3 to 4 years to cultivate. No wonder it was called an immortal herb. It was truly frightening. Lu Long suddenly regretted not destroying all the immortal herbs from the ice and fiery Yang Eye. At that time, he was too rushed and only took the ones he recognized. However, there were many he didn't know, and among them, there might be other immortal herbs. After all, Tang Sen had extensive knowledge and could very well find more. There was no choice. Time was indeed not enough. Lu Long sighed. If it weren't for that old guy Douluo Bo returning, he would have definitely made an effort to do something. A few days quickly passed, and Bibi Dong still showed no sign of leaving her seclusion. During these days, Lu Long focused on stabilizing his level 35 realm, waiting for Bibi Dong to come out. After all, hunting for soul rings required Bibi Dong's assistance. Although Zhu Duo had the ability to hunt, his vision was insufficient, and he didn't know which soul beast to choose. He didn't know the others, so he could only wait for Bibi Dong to emerge. But who knew when that would be? What to do with the remaining few immortal herbs? At night, Lu Long sat in his room, pondering over the immortal herbs. He decided to give one to liesin. After all, she had accompanied him and was injured. He couldn't forget that favor. The remaining one would go to Bibi Dong, and the others would be put aside for now. He would deal with them when the opportunity arose. After thinking for a while, Lu Long had only this plan in mind. So, the next day, Lu Long went to find liesin. Oh, a rare guest. The great genius is time to come see me. liesin said, happy to see Lu Long, but her words were anything but gentle. However, as soon as Lu Long approached her, she noticed something was off. Wait, your soul power is level 35. liesin's eyes widened like copper bells. Her mouth agape in shock. As if she had seen a ghost, she couldn't believe it. It had only been a few days since they last met, and his soul power had surged by 10 levels? Was there such a cheat mode? This holy son is a genius. A mere 10 levels of soul power should be easy to handle. Seeing her astonishment, Lu Long naturally felt proud and boasted without shame. So fast, already bragging about being the holy son, and you haven't even made a mark yet. Even if I'm a level 35, so what? Lu Long smiled proudly. You can't say anything now, can you? I've broken through to level 35, and without boasting, I can beat everyone at the Martial Soul Academy. Keep dreaming. liesin still pretended to be disbelieving, but her tone clearly weakened. He does have that strength. Lu Long smiled, clearly pleased with her show of weakness. Now, don't say that I'm ungrateful after having taken advantage of the opportunity. I wouldn't have this chance without your contribution. So when one person ascends, all should rise together. I won't leave you behind. As he spoke, Lu Long took out a celestial herb from his ring. This is for you, the Chihuahua tulip. For me? liesin was a bit incredulous. Although she didn't know much about celestial herbs, she had picked up some knowledge from being around Zhu Duo. Lu Long was surprisingly generous to give her a fairy herb. However, such a precious item, if given to her, would mean she owed him a significant favor. Although she had helped him, that help was not particularly crucial and could be seen as minor. You saw how much I took, right? There's no way I could eat it all by myself. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Lulong directly shoved the fairy herb into her hand, saying it was leftover and if she didn't take it, it would be fed to the pigs. You, Hulaina glared, her small hands clenched into fists. This guy holds grudges. Last time I mentioned he was eating dog food, and this time he brings pig feed for himself. Oof, you're the pig. Your whole family is pigs. She angrily took the fairy herb and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it while mumbling about Lulong. But before she could finish her complaints, something started happening inside her body. Lulong saw this and said, sitting cross-legged to calm his mind and focus on his martial soul. Hulaina quickly sat down and began to refine it, while Lulong stood guard nearby. Another day passed, and by evening, Hulaina successfully completed the refinement of the Chihuahua tulip. Feeling the changes in her body, she happily opened her eyes. Don't get too happy yet. Hurry up and take a shower. You stink, Lulong said while wearing a gas mask. Chapter 36, Martial Soul Mutation. Nine-tailed heavenly fox Hulaina quickly noticed the dirt on her body. She felt a bit embarrassed at first, but seeing Lulong's exaggerated reaction, her expression immediately turned cold. Is it really that bad? Why are you wearing a gas mask? She said. To prove she didn't smell that bad, she took a deep breath and then retched. 3 hours later, Hulaina emerged wearing a pink loungewear outfit. I said, it takes 3 hours to take a shower? Were you building mud dolls in there? Lulong waited until the flowers wilted and said irritably, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. This was because Hulaina looked too tempting at that moment. Her hair was still slightly damp, her face flushed from just having bathed, and her exposed, delicate feet were translucent, with long calves and skin that looked soft enough to break. She held a towel in her hands, drying her hair, and her chest gently swayed, revealing a captivating sight. She was like a living beauty emerging from a bath. What are you looking at? Hulaina asked, noticing Lulong's dazed expression, and couldn't help but hum lightly, feeling sweet inside. I'm watching a pig take a bath. Lulong averted his gaze. TCH. Hulaina scoffed, feeling a bit smug. Seeing Lulong's awkwardness, a mischievous thought suddenly occurred to her. She discreetly circulated her soul power, and a glimmer appeared in her eyes as she unconsciously released her charm skill. Lulong didn't notice, only feeling that Hulaina suddenly became even more captivating, her gaze making him entranced. Hulaina smiled slightly, then hurriedly canceled her charm, stubborn as a dead duck. So, how many levels has your soul power increased? Lulong came to his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed about his previous reaction, and quickly changed the topic to ask. Compared to you, it's just a little behind. I've only increased by 8 levels, Hulaina said with a hint of pride. Well, it is a bit behind, but it's still good enough. After all, there's only one genius, Lulong boasted. Has your martial soul changed at all? Lulong thought of Ning Rongrong. After she consumed that divine herb, her 7-treasure glaze tile transformed into the 9-treasure glaze tile. How do you know my martial soul has changed? Hulaina was taken aback, originally planning to reveal it during a battle later to impress him. But she didn't expect him to know. Just a guess. I don't believe you, Hulaina pouted, then gave a soft command, martial soul, activate. As the words fell, 3 soul rings shone beneath her feet, and at the same time, a white fox appeared behind her. Lulong only took a glance, and his expression immediately became serious. This white fox, compared to the of Hulaina from before, not only had its color changed, but its size had also shrunk significantly, and the originally enchanting aura had diminished somewhat, making it appear much weaker. However, on the contrary, it had gained a hint of mysterious celestial aura, its demeanor ethereal, surrounded by divine light, pure and flawless, not to be desecrated. When it looked towards Lulong, its gaze seemed to transcend the heavens, ethereal and elusive, making one unconsciously feel small. But this was not the most significant change. The biggest change was that this white fox actually had 9 tails. A 9-tailed fox. Lulong was greatly shocked. This was actually the legendary 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox is said to possess heavenly abilities and is extremely mysterious, with very few records in the Spirit Hall, summarized in just a few brief sentences. However, it is unclear whether this 9-tailed fox is a 9-tailed demon fox or a 9-tailed celestial fox. After all, these two are not just a matter of a single word difference. It is known that within the 9-tailed clan, there are rankings: spirit, demon, devil, immortal, and celestial, which shows the vast differences among them. Of course, this is what Lulong saw in the modern Shanhai Jing, and he wasn't sure if such classifications existed in the Douluo Continent. However, Lu Lung speculated that there probably weren't any, as Yu Xiaojiang had mentioned before that the demon fox is known for its beauty as a celestial fox, indicating that there are only these two categories. Thus, judging by the aura emitted by this nine-tailed fox, it was likely a nine-tailed celestial fox. Just thinking about a nine-tailed celestial fox is terrifying. Given the situation, it might even be a god-level martial soul. Lu Lung looked at Hulayina, feeling extremely envious. The thought of her possibly having a god-level martial soul made him reluctant to take his eyes off her. If only he had eaten the Chilua tulip. Perhaps his martial soul would have mutated into something even more impressive. This was all his opportunity, and he felt sad. Hulayina noticed Lu Lung's envious expression and felt immensely pleased. It was the first time she had seen him like this. This feeling was even more exhilarating than breaking through level 40. With this in mind, a sly glint flashed in Hulayina's eyes. Since you were so surprised, I will let you be amazed today. Thinking this, Hulayina summoned her external soul bone. A white tail appeared at her backside. Lu Lung was puzzled, not understanding why she revealed her external soul bone, but right after that, he couldn't take his eyes off the tail, because this tail actually split into 9, surprisingly resembling the 9 tails of her martial soul. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? At this moment, Lu Lung couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He really regretted it now. He should have taken the Chilua tulip. The effect is too strong, right? Not only did it cause her martial soul to undergo a mutation, but it even made the soul bone mutate. Back then, Ning Rongrong, well, it seems like Ning Rongrong didn't even have a soul bone. Can a divine herb really cause a soul bone to mutate? The original text didn't mention it. But Lu Lung speculated that it was very likely that this soul bone possessed the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox. So it evolved along with the enhancement of the martial soul. That's the only guess he could come up with. He couldn't think of any other reasons. Damn it. Why does it feel like Hulayina is the real protagonist? This opportunity is even more powerful than mine. What are you looking at? So engrossed. Hulayina was feeling quite pleased at this moment. Lu Lung admired in his heart, but he wouldn't voice his thoughts, only saying, looking at the tail, yours is really white. Hulayina was taken aback by his words, recalling how he had said the same thing when she first obtained her external spirit bone in the Stardow Forest. After saying that, she immediately withdrew her external spirit bone and canceled the release of the charm skill. TSK, shameless. 6 months later, Bibi Dong finally finished her seclusion. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat in her seat, listening to Lu Lung and Hulayina's accounts, nodding from time to time. After both of them finished speaking, Bibi Dong stood up and said to Hulayina, Nana, let me see your martial spirit. Upon hearing this, Hulayina immediately released her martial spirit. A white nine-tailed fox instantly appeared in the Pope's palace, and, at the same time, the 9 tails on Hulayina's body also manifested. Bibi Dong carefully observed, feeling the aura emanating from the martial spirit. After a long while, she signaled Hulayina to retract her martial spirit. It was undoubtedly the 9-tailed celestial fox, a prideful and ethereal presence that only the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox could possess. Is this a god-level martial spirit? Hulayina couldn't help but ask. Of course, Bibi Dong affirmed, and then a look of joy inevitably appeared in her eyes. With 2 god-level martial spirits and unparalleled talent, it seemed even the heavens were favoring my spirit hall. This made the chances of my plan succeeding even higher. You just said you've broken through to level 40, and your soul ring has already been attached. What is your soul skill? Bibi Dong asked. Upon hearing this, Hulayina's heart tightened, and she glanced at Lu Lung before saying, due to the mutation of my martial spirit, I felt that the limit flow development was not suitable for me. So I did not absorb a control-type fox soul beast, but instead hunted a 1,000-year aggressive soul beast. The soul skill is called Dance of Death. Hulayina felt a bit anxious as she spoke this. In fact, this was not her idea, but Lu Lung's request for her to absorb an aggressive soul ring. At the time, she was somewhat hesitant, as going against her teacher's wishes could be considered a great offense. However, Lu Lung's reasoning was sound, and coupled with her subconscious willingness to trust him, she bravely followed his advice. Lu Lung told her that regardless of whether her martial spirit was the 9-tailed celestial fox, the reduction of her martial spirit's charm aura was a real existence that could not be ignored. This conveyed a message that her previous control skills would be greatly diminished due to the nature of her martial spirit. Therefore, if she forcibly absorbed a control-type fox soul beast, it would waste the unique characteristics of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Based on his experience with god-level martial spirits and description from his era, Lu Lung encouraged Hulayina to take a bold step. The result, of course, was unexpectedly good. However, now faced with Bibi Dong's question, Hulaina did not credit Lu Long, but instead claimed it was her own idea, which surprised Lu Long and increased his fondness for her. After hearing this, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, showing no anger but instead praised. It's good to have such awareness. The teacher is very happy. Hulaina felt relieved and increasingly admired Lu Long's foresight. Bibi Dong continued, previously, your martial spirit was a demon fox. Although it had the title of celestial fox, it was not truly a celestial fox, making the limit flow route the most suitable for you. But now that your martial spirit has mutated into the nine-tailed celestial fox, the previous plan must naturally be discarded. You have done well in this regard. You're too kind, teacher, Hulaina humbly said. However, despite this, the charm and transformation attributes of the nine-tailed celestial fox still exist. You cannot solely pursue a strong attack route. A balance of both is the better development. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. By the way, you just mentioned your fourth soul ring is 1,000 years? Bibi Dong seemed to recall something. To be precise, it's 11,000 years. Is this your own decision? No. Hulaina shook her head decisively. She had already taken advantage of Lu Long and saw no need to take this credit as well. This was analyzed by junior brother Lu Long. Since he has a god-level martial spirit, he understands the characteristics of god-level martial spirits and has experience in this area. In fact, I could have obtained the soul ring half a year ago, but junior brother Lu Long advised me to wait a bit longer for the god-level martial spirit to refine my physique for a while. And then with the effect of the celestial herb, I could absorb this 1,000-year soul ring. After listening to Hulaina's words, Bibi Dong expressed her admiration for Lu Long. Spending 6 months to obtain a 1,000-year soul ring was clearly very cost-effective. And you, Lu Long, have you obtained your third soul ring? Not yet, teacher. It's because I'm not sure what condition my body has reached, so I've been waiting for you to finish your seclusion, Lu Long replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat stern. Next time you encounter such a situation, just call me out of seclusion. There is no need to wait. It doesn't matter if Hulaina waits 6 months, as the rewards she receives are visible. But for you to wait 6 months is a waste of time. There's no time to lose. Let us set off now. Wait a moment, teacher. This is the celestial herb I obtained, called Heartbreak Red. Its effects are very powerful, and I specially present it to you, Lu Long said as he took out the Heartbreak Red for Bibi Dong. His choice to present Heartbreak Red actually served as a test. Heartbreak Red chooses its master. Originally, it was meant for Zhu Zhuqing from Tang San. But Zhu Zhuqing still harbored feelings about Dai Mubai's previous actions, so it was ultimately given to Xiao Wu. Lu Long's purpose in giving it to Bibi Dong was to see whether she still loved Yu Xiaojing without reservation. If Heartbreak Red successfully chose its master, then Lu Long would implement his second plan, to cut off Bibi Dong's thoughts and directly kill Yu Xiaojing. But if it did not successfully choose a master, it would indicate that Lu Long still had a chance to pursue Bibi Dong. Therefore, when Lu Long handed Heartbreak Red to Bibi Dong, he focused all his mental energy on observing the changes in Heartbreak Red. No need. You should keep it for yourself. Bibi Dong unexpectedly just glanced at it and pushed it back. Lu Long was stunned. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to refuse. What plan should he implement then? Bibi Dong, unaware of Lu Long's thoughts and thinking he was being stubborn, said this celestial herb has a significant effect on you. But for me, its impact is minimal. Rather than waste such a good resource, it's better to leave it for your younger generation, who can create more strong individuals. Bibi Dong understood Lu Long's good intentions. In fact, her soul power was at level 98, and she was undergoing the Rakshasa God examination, so the celestial herb really didn't have much effect on her. As she said, it's better to provide timely assistance than to embellish something already good. All right, I understand. Since Bibi Dong refused, Lu Long didn't dare to insist, though he felt a bit disappointed. After ending the conversation, Bibi Dong summoned Douluo, and the four of them headed to the Stardew Forest. Lingya, how do you feel in the academy? Bibi Dong asked with concern on the way. Teacher, don't you already know? Why ask this? Lu Long replied awkwardly, as Bibi Dong was already clear about their every move. I'm asking about your feelings, not your results. Actually, it's all right. Not much different from being in the Spear Hall. After all, everyone's pretty weak. Don't aim too high. This time you were just lucky. But you, Egg1, you really have a lot of guts. After hunting the soul beast today, you'll be grounded for a year. Yes, your majesty. Zhu Douluo smiled bitterly, as he already knew he would be punished. Lu Long didn't dare to speak up for Zhu Douluo, knowing Bibi Dong's temperament. She was firm in her decisions. It was already fortunate that he didn't get punished for rashly acting with Hulaina. How could he still dare to plead for others? How's your teacher? Bibi Dong shifted the topic back to Lu Long. Speaking of Mimi's, Lu Long became interested. You mean Teacher Mimi's? She's great. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is also very formidable. The key is that her training methods are very unique and attentive, analyzing my weaknesses and strengths, allowing me to improve my strength in a short time. I've benefited a lot. Plus, she can write such a large amount of material in just one night. I really admire that. Cough, cough. Lu Long was about to continue speaking, but Hulaina, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but cough twice and then tugged at his sleeve. Lu Long paused his speech and suddenly realized that the atmosphere was off. He quietly glanced at Bibi Dong and found that although her expression was blank, the aura around her was icy, giving off a vibe that warned others to stay away. Lu Long's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized he had said something wrong. After all, Bibi Dong was still a woman. Praising someone else for being smart and beautiful in front of her had already made her uncomfortable. Moreover, she was his teacher, and he praised another teacher for teaching well. Didn't that imply that Bibi Dong's teaching was lacking? This was absolutely intolerable. To have his own disciple say that his teaching was inadequate was like courting death. Thinking of this, Lu Long hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. It's just that this teacher Mimi C is a bit silly, a bit carefree, has poor habits, barges in without knocking, snores while sleeping, smacks his lips while eating, doesn't drink soup with noodles, and doesn't spit out grape skins. Snoring? Bibi Dong's expression suddenly darkened, and a cold aura emanated from her, making Lu Long feel as if a massive iceberg was pressing down on him. Sometimes when I get tired from training, I take a short rest in the training room. Lena can testify to that. Lu Long quickly said, "Yes, I can testify." Before Bibi Dong could look over, Hulina hurriedly chimed in like a chick pecking at rice. However, after saying that, she felt it was quite strange. Testify? Why do I need to testify? Isn't that a normal thing? Similarly, Bibi Dong's mood also shifted suddenly. Like spring snow melting, the pressure from before instantly disappeared. Lenya, why are you so nervous? I'm just curious, a woman who snores while sleeping. Lu Long's face instantly darkened, almost spitting blood. Damn it, he was played by Bibi Dong. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. When did Bibi Dong also develop this kind of twisted interest? Seeing Lu Long's embarrassment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile. She found Lu Long to be quite amusing. Your Majesty, there's a soul beast ahead. At this moment, Zhu Douluo signaled everyone to stop. Following Zhu Douluo's direction, Lu Long saw a strong, white horse with a single horn on its forehead. This horse was different from ordinary horses. In addition to having a horn, its fur was exceptionally smooth and emitted a faint blue glow. It was eating fruit under a tree, and although there was no wind, its fur flowed gracefully, which was quite strange. The wind-rider unicorn, with fur approximately 48,000 years old, has a violent temperament. It appears gentle and docile most of the time, but once angered, it becomes extremely fierce. Known as the tiger in the grass among herbivorous soul beasts, it is fast and has wind attributes, making it quite suitable for you. Bibi Dong took a glance and described the characteristics of this soul beast. That's it. The name sounds impressive too. You chose the soul beast just because its name sounds nice? Hulaina asked in surprise, as it was her first time hunting soul rings with Lu Long. Of course not. Lu Long's expression was serious. It also has to look good. Hulaina, you Egwan, let's go with this soul beast. Yes. Zhu Douluo nodded and stealthily approached the soul beast. A 50,000-year-old soul beast corresponds to a human soul master level of about soul Douluo, which Zhu Douluo could handle alone. In fact, with Lu Long's current strength, he could also hold his own against this soul beast for a few rounds. However, Bibi Dong didn't let Lu Long engage in a real battle for safety reasons. Of course, Lu Long wouldn't request to go up either, as he wasn't like Tang San, who was so poor that he had to hunt for soul beasts himself. Half an hour later, Zhudo brought the wind rider unicorn in front of Lu Long, breathing heavily, clearly finding this old beast not so easy to handle. But this was normal. Soul beasts of the same level are generally stronger than humans. Moreover, the wind rider unicorn is good at speed, and Zhudo couldn't use his full strength against it. If he mishandled it and killed it, it would be a loss. It seemed that next time, Bibi Dong would have to make a move herself. Thinking this, Lu Long struck down the wind rider unicorn with a blade and began to meditate and absorb the soul ring. Half an hour later, Lu Long successfully absorbed the 47,000-year-old soul ring, and at this moment, he had 1 purple and 2 black rings shining brightly, making Hulaina and Zhu Douluo envious. What is your soul skill? Hulaina asked again. A pure attack group skill, Windstorm Thunder. After using it, I can release 8 violent tornadoes centered on myself. I can also merge these 8 tornadoes into one, which increases the power and adds lightning. Bibi Dong nodded, as this was within her expectations. All right, let's return to the Spirit Hall. After returning to the Spirit Hall and staying there for another day, Lu Long and Hu Laina returned to the Spirit Academy. During the 6 months that Bibi Dong was in seclusion, Lu Long was not idle. He occasionally returned to the academy for training with Mimi C. Where's teacher Mimi C? Upon arriving at the office and finding Mimi C absent, Lu Long asked the teacher. It seems she was called to the back mountain. She was just here. Okay, thank you. Lu Long thanked Hu Laina and went to the back mountain. Chapter 39, Valentine's Day, Lu Long's Plan. The environment at the back mountain was elegant, with a small lake and pavilion, lush plants, and far from the teaching and office buildings, making it a great place and naturally becoming a paradise for students, a dating hotspot. Why would teacher Mimi's come to a place like this? Lu Long wondered. Teachers almost never come here. Who knows? Hu Laina shook her head at first, but then suddenly thought of something, her eyes widening. Teacher Mimi's wouldn't be here for a date, would she? No way, Lu Long said, surprised but clearly skeptical. Teacher Mimi's is pretty straightforward. She probably hasn't figured it out yet. You never know, Hu Laina replied, looking at him. In any case, I don't believe it. The two guessed back and forth, and soon they arrived at the back mountain. The back mountain was large, and the two were lucky. After searching for a while, they found teacher Mimi's. However, to their surprise, there was also a man with her, a male student. It was Zhang Kuan, holding a bouquet of roses. What is he doing? Lu Long said in astonishment as he recognized the boy's face. He knew Zhang Kuan, who was also a student of the Holy Class and had a decent strength, ranking among the top 5 in the Soul Master Academy's strength list. It looks like he's going to confess, Hu Laina said with a smirk, clearly enjoying the spectacle. A teacher-student romance? Interesting. Lu Long was also intrigued. To be honest, teacher Mimi's was very beautiful, only in her 30s, yet her strength had reached the terrifying soul sage level. In the same age group, she was a genius, and with her unique charm, she could be cool, dignified, or silly. She was the crush of many male teachers and students in the academy. However, it was unexpected that Zhang Kuan had the guts to be the first student to take the plunge. The only question was whether teacher Mimi's would agree. Lu Long continued to watch. However, the result came out quickly. Mimi C decisively rejected him and asked him to study hard and not to think about these messy things. Zhang Kuan felt dejected and left with the flowers. Lu Long chuckled. He knew the outcome would be like this. Just as he was about to walk towards Mimi C, suddenly a man jumped out from beside her, also holding a bouquet of roses. No way, what's going on here? A group confession? Lu Long was taken aback. Is this how it's played? Don't you know? Hu Laina retorted. Know what? In a couple of days, it's Valentine's Day. Their enthusiasm now is quite normal. Hu Laina said, blinking her beautiful eyes and looking at Lu Long with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Valentine's Day? Lu Long paused at her words, not noticing Hu Laina's expression, but thinking to himself. He didn't expect another year to pass so quickly. It was already Valentine's Day again. He remembered celebrating the last Valentine's Day with Bibi Dong, which had greatly improved their relationship. Valentine's Day is a good opportunity. I need to prepare well this time too, hoping to open Bibi Dong's heart a little more. With this thought, Lu Long decided not to look any further. Where are you going? Hu Laina asked, puzzled. Of course, I'm going back to the dorm. Am I supposed to eat dog food here? It's not like I've become a dog yet. You have to become one before you're willing to leave, right? Lu Long replied without looking back. Hu Laina is ultimately a woman. She's too nosy. However, his luck was bad. Just after taking a few steps, he was spotted by Mimi C. Lu Long. Mimi C called out to him. Sorry, teacher, we're fine. You continue, Lu Long replied, pretending to smile. Mimi C's face flushed red. Knowing Lu Long must have seen something, and she scolded. What do you mean fine? Hurry up and train. In 2 months, Jin Jingyang is going to become the Holy Sun. Then I'll go defeat him now, Lu Long said, pretending to go. Aren't you going to take revenge for the teacher? Mimi C stopped him. Yeah, isn't that going to help you take revenge? What are you in such a hurry for? Don't you know that defeating the enemy when they are most proud will cause the greatest damage? A hint of malice appeared on Mimi C's face. This hint of malice made Lu Long smirk inside. Teacher Mimi C, you're so bad, but I really like it. Hee hee. Stop being so cheeky. Let me tell you, Ziqingyang already knows about your power surge. He is currently giving Jin Jingyang extreme training. But Jin Jingyang just broke through to level 49 a few days ago. No matter how much training he does, he can't break through to level 50, so don't worry. No problem. I'm confident I can defeat him even after he breaks level 50. Lulong patted his chest and assured her. You should correct your boasting habit. Jin Jingyang is not an ordinary person. Mimi C flicked his forehead. After that, Mimi C called Hulaina over. Let us go to the training room and start today's training project. Combat emotions. Hulaina and Lu Long exclaimed, as if they thought of something terrifying. What's wrong? Mimi C looked at them quizzically. The competition is about to start. Now is the best time to cultivate combat emotions. We can't waste it. The next day, Lu Long woke up, washed up briefly, and went to class. Teacher, I need to take a leave of absence in a couple of days to go back to the Wuhuan Hall, Lu Long said to Mimi C. In a couple of days, ISNT at Valentine's Day? What? Do you have a little girlfriend? Mimi C said with a hint of gossip. No, it's just something I need to do, Lu Long naturally denied. All right, what good is it to ask me for leave? Whether I approve or not is the same. Mimi C said unhappily. After all, he had skipped class quite a few times in the past 6 months. Lu Long awkwardly smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Long once again showcased his skill in skipping class, returning to the Wuhuan Palace a day early. Teacher, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Let's have a meal together, Lu Long said to Bibi Dong with a smile. However, his smile seemed to carry a hint of conspiracy. Bibi Dong was taken aback and replied, Where are we going to eat for Valentine's Day? It's not your holiday. Lu Long immediately corrected, Teacher, that's not right. Festivals are meant to be celebrated, no matter what kind of festival it is. As long as you're happy, that's what matters, right? Moreover, we haven't had a chat together for a long time. As he spoke the last part, Lu Long revealed a hint of sadness. Seeing Lu Long's sincere, yet sorrowful expression, Bibi Dong also felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, over the past year, she had cared less about Lu Long and Nana, so she agreed. All right, then you should also invite Nana. If we're going to celebrate, let's all do it together and have more fun. Invite her too. Wouldn't that ruin her own plans? Chapter 40. Long Island Iced Tea. Lu Long looked a bit unhappy. What's wrong? I agreed, but now you're unhappy. Should we just forget it? Bibi Dong noticed Lu Long's change in mood and teased. No, let's not forget it. I was just thinking about how to prepare, Lu Long hurriedly replied, worried that if Bibi Dong really decided to forget it, he would miss out. Speaking of preparation, I haven't had hot pot in a long time. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely prepare a satisfying hot pot feast for you, Lu Long said, thumping his chest proudly. On Valentine's Day, the Spirit Hall surprisingly gave everyone a day off, and many guards and maids cheered, calling out Long live the Pope. In the evening, it was still that pavilion. Lu Long had prepared exquisite food, and under the warm embrace of the charcoal fire, the copper pot emitted a fragrant aroma, waiting for everyone to taste. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived, followed by Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. As everyone took their seats, they looked happy, but Lu Long wore a face of frustration. Weren't we supposed to invite only Hulaina? Why did these two come as well? Seeing Yin and Xiaoyu, who were wide-eyed and drooling, Lu Long couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bibi Dong in his heart. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. He had long heard that Lu Long's cooking skills were excellent, and that there was a mysterious way of eating called hot pot, which he had never had the chance to try. Today, thanks to Laina, he finally got to taste it. As soon as Yin sat down, he unceremoniously picked up his chopsticks, his eyes scanning the table. What is this divine delicacy? It's spicy and refreshing, Yin exclaimed after eating a piece of pork kidney. What kind of meat is this? It's dark and very crunchy, Hulaina said, picking up a piece of tripe. That's tripe, Lu Long coldly explained. Tripe? What is that? It's a cow's stomach. A cow's stomach? Hulaina looked surprised and said, Can you really eat this? You just ate it, and you're asking this nonsense. Lu Long replied disdainfully, a habit of his when it came to Hulaina. Hulaina didn't mind being retorted by Lu Long since she was already used to it. However, Yin was unaware of this, and when he heard Lu Long's words, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Lu Long, don't say that. After all, Laina didn't know. Lu Long looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly said that, but then he realized that the kid was speaking up for Hulaina. He immediately caught on and said, oh. Yin was quite dissatisfied with Lu Long's attitude, but after all, one is soft when they eat someone else's food, and since Lu Long also recognized his own problem, he didn't say more. The five of them continued to eat happily. Lu Long prepared a lot of things, but still underestimated everyone's strength. In less than an hour, everything was eaten up. I felt quite full and a bit bloated, so I went to the restroom. Hulaina stood up, apologized, and walked outside. I followed her. Yin quickly caught up upon seeing this. Lazy cows and lazy horses produce a lot of waste. Lu Long muttered, then turned to Xiaoyu. Aren't you going to take care of that? No, si you play. Hmm? Lu Long prolonged his tone. Si was taken aback. Really not going? You dimwit. Can't read the room? No wonder you're single. Lu Long felt a surge of disdain for him deep down. Forget it. If he didn't make a plan now, there would be no opportunity left. At that moment, Lu Long took out a bottle of liquor from his ring and smiled, saying that he had enjoyed the meal so much that he had forgotten there was still a bottle of wine here. While explaining, he poured drinks for Xiaoyu and Bibi Dong. What kind of wine is this? Xiaoyu asked, intrigued by the strange liquor. This is Long Island iced tea, a drink I concocted myself. Long Island iced tea, known as the date rape drink in modern bars, is nominally tea, but in reality, it's still alcohol. It's a drink that hides a strong risk. It looks like tea, but that's deceptive. It's made with 6 types of base spirits, with an alcohol content exceeding 40 degrees. It tastes good and suits a girl's palate, but the aftereffects are quite significant. Generally, it's a drink that men use in bars to trick girls. However, Lu Long modified this drink, lowering the alcohol content significantly, so the aftereffects aren't as strong, but can still make people feel dizzy. His main purpose in bringing out this drink was to get Bibi Dong drunk and encourage her to share her feelings. This way, not only would Bibi Dong feel much better, but he would also learn her secrets, bringing them closer together. Some say the best way to pursue a girl is to borrow something from her. Having a shared secret works on the same principle. You should have brought this out earlier. How stingy. Xiaoyu complained, urging Lu Long to fill their glasses. Stop nagging, Lu Long thought with a cold smile inside, maintaining a neutral expression while secretly adding some drugs to Xiaoyu's drink, mixing it with the high-proof liquor. Then, he poured another glass for Bibi Dong. Teacher, happy Valentine's Day. I wish you eternal youth, and may you become a god soon. With that, Lu Long raised his glass. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly followed suit. Thank you for your blessings, Lung. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. With that, he downed the drink in his hand. Lu Long looked up, but took the opportunity to store the wine in his cup into the ring, then pretended to smacking his lips and continued to pour for Bibi, saying, Teacher really has a good capacity for alcohol. Let us have another cup. This wine is good, not too strong, very suitable for my taste. I'm glad you like it. Teacher, the 3 of them toasted and exchanged cups, and before long, they had developed a bit of a rosy glow. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had already collapsed after the second cup. Lu Long saw this and took the opportunity to say, Teacher, a couple of days ago, someone in our class confessed to Mimi's. Oh, Bibi Dong's face turned slightly red, not knowing why he was saying this. But Mimi's rejected him. I don't know why, but I guess she might be against teacher-student relationships. Lu Long continued, carefully observing Bibi Dong's expression. Of course, he was just making this up. Chapter 41. Teacher, do you mind teacher-student relationships? Teacher-student relationships? Bibi Dong looked pensive, as if judging Mimi's character. Lu Long continued, Teacher, do you think age is a problem between 2 people? This question was Lu Long probing for answers about himself. Age, huh? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's blush faded somewhat, and she wore a disdainful expression. Title Douluos generally have lifespans of several hundred years. A few decades of age difference might create some initial barriers, but what about in a few decades? Such barriers would only diminish, or rather, age would not qualify as a problem for us at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Long smiled happily, and then continued to ask, what does the teacher think about the teacher-student relationship? Would it be intolerable to the world? Intolerable? At this point, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold, as if it stirred up unpleasant memories. Some people don't care even about their cousins. What does a teacher-student relationship count for? Teacher, I understand, Lu Long said, feeling very clear inside after hearing this response. Age is not a problem, relationships are not a problem, then there are no problems at all. Understand? What do you understand? Bibi Dong was surprised, as this little fellow's face showed a look of sudden clarity. She paused for a moment and wondered, could it be that the one who confessed to Mimi C is you? No way. Teacher, don't talk nonsense. I'm still so young. Lu Long was startled. How could Bibi Dong think that? A thief's heart without a thief's courage. Bibi Dong scoffed. Teacher, another cup. This stuff is good for the skin. Seeing Bibi Dong drink it all, Lu Long coldly smiled inside, wondering if she would know in a few years whether she had the courage or not. The atmosphere in the pavilion was intense, but outside the pavilion, it was somewhat awkward. At this moment, Yin stood in front of Hulaina, looking sincere. Nana, I want to spend this Valentine's Day with you. Hulaina's heart skipped a beat as she realized something. She smiled and said, we're already spending it together. Let's go back. Lu Long and the others must be waiting anxiously. Yin fidgeted, understanding Hulaina's meaning. But he didn't want it to be like that. Suddenly, he gathered his courage. That's not what I mean. I hope to spend Valentine's Day with you in the future, next year, the year after, every year. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's gentle expression suddenly turned cold. She stared at Yin, her expression suddenly becoming incredibly unfamiliar. I don't like you. Those 5 simple words were straightforward and decisive, cold and ruthless, leaving no room for Yin to maneuver. The flowers in Yan's hand drooped. His face turned pale as he looked at Hulaina in disbelief. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if all his strength had been drained. He really didn't expect Hulaina to be so heartless, directly striking him down. In his mind, even if Hulaina would refuse him, she wouldn't be so straightforward. At least she would say it more tactfully. That way, he would still have a glimmer of hope. But now, Hulaina's words were cold and resolute, undoubtedly leaving him with no chance. Do you really hate me that much? Yin asked in disappointment. It's not that I hate you, I just don't like you. I thought you would at least give me some face. Yin forced a smile. I might have before, but now. Hulaina paused for a moment, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Lulong. No way, no way. The 2 words were clearly said very plainly, but they struck Yan's heart so sharply that it felt like a stab, making it bleed. Hulaina looked at the despondent Yin, her heart filled with determination. I'm sorry. I can't accept someone else's ambiguity. Not knowing how to refuse is equivalent to betrayal. After that, she ignored Yin and walked straight towards the pavilion. When she reached the entrance of the pavilion, her expression changed, and her mood returned to normal. What are we drinking? You all have good stuff and didn't wait for me. Saying this, she came in front of Lulong, snatched the wine from his hand, and took a big gulp. Hey! Lulong wanted to speak to stop her, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly, his heart bleeding. How can you guys drink like this? How am I supposed to pursue Bibi Dong? It was already hard enough, and now it's even worse. Delicious, another cup. Hulaina raised her cup. Do you think this is a lottery? Another cup. Lulong said irritably. Less nonsense. Hurry up and give it to me. Lulong refused, and Hulaina directly started to grab it. Give it to me. Not giving. You give it to me. Just not giving. The scene of Hulaina and Lulong chasing and playing around fell into Yan's eyes, and the heart that was already wounded was once again sprinkled with salt. 2 months later, Lulong stood in the academy's arena, facing a purple-haired woman. This purple-haired woman was named Zi Menghan, although her surname was Zi. She had no relation to Zi Qingyang at all. She was the strongest in the holy class, second only to Jin Jingyang in the academy. Ranked second on the strength leaderboard. If I defeat you, I can challenge Jin Jingyang tomorrow, Lulong said blandly. Zi Menghan was at soul power level 47, which was decent, but in Lulong's eyes, it was still not enough. I concede, Zi Menghan said lightly. What did you say? I concede, Zi Menghan emphasized again. Self-aware. Lulong won and walked toward the audience. However, Zi Menghan seemed a bit anxious and called out to Lulong. My conceding doesn't mean I admit you're stronger than me, but rather I hope you can defeat him in perfect condition. Got it, Lulong waved his hand, leaving her with a carefree back, but muttered ruthlessly, having conceded still wanting to save face. This guy. This sentence was clearly heard by Zi Mengyao, instantly making her grit her teeth in anger. If it weren't for you helping teacher Mimi C tomorrow, I would definitely give you a taste of your own medicine today. After winning this match, Lulong had already achieved 65 consecutive victories, and his points had risen to second place. The next match would qualify him to challenge Jin Jingyang. He chose the last day because he wanted to thoroughly slap Zi Qingyang's face. Time passed quickly, and the next day, the sky was still slightly bright. However, at the number 1 battle platform in the arena, students had already begun to sit down one after another. Some held breakfast in their hands, some wore slippers, and some even hugged pillows, each with different appearances, but every face was filled with extraordinary excitement and anticipation, without exception. Because today was the day Lulong challenged Jin Jingyang. The new Star King challenged the old battle god. If he failed, they would witness the birth of a saint. If he succeeded, they would witness the rise of a saint. Chapter 42. The first battle for supremacy regardless of the outcome. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. Soon, as the sky gradually brightened, more and more people arrived at the number 1 battle platform. In less than 15 minutes, it was packed to the brim, with no room to spare. Even the academy's teachers came to watch, creating a tightly packed crowd. Everyone was waiting for this moment to arrive. Time passed second by second, and finally, Lulong and Jin Jingyang appeared in view. Then, the two of them took the stage, standing face to face. Lulong's demeanor is calm, exuding a sense of confidence all over, especially paired with his handsome face, which makes some girls scream. Lulong, go for it. Lung Long, go for it. Lung Long. One cold strike, one cold strike. The sudden cheers from the audience drowned out all the noise, and Lulong's support team erupted in an incredible atmosphere, making it feel as if the competition had already reached its peak before it even started. Lulong then noticed that Douluo had somehow developed hundreds of followers. Listening to the overwhelming sound, Lulong couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the fan effect is. Standing across from Lulong was Jin Jingyang, a slightly overweight man. But his fat wasn't the traditional kind. It was just that his face shape made him look chubby. In reality, he was muscular and strong. He had a middle-part hairstyle, which made him appear very mature. Lulong looked at him, always feeling that he resembled someone from his past life. That person claimed to be the strongest ADS kid on Earth. Jin Pongzi, your path as a saint ends here. Lulong thought that as the challenger, he should still put on an act. However, Jin Jingyang clearly didn't like small talk and directly ignored Lulong. All right, I like people like you who put on an act. Of course, I also enjoy beating people like you. Lulong sneered disdainfully, not caring at all about his indifference. Are both of you ready? The referee, seeing that the time was almost up, came to the center to ask the two. Ready? The two nodded. Then let us begin. With the referee's command, Lulong wasted no time, summoning his blade and slashing directly at Jin Jingyang. Wow, a sneak attack, no martial ethics. Someone in the audience shouted immediately, but before this stone could stir up any waves, it was quickly shot down by a series of ruthless voices. This is called taking the opponent by surprise. What do you know? You talk so much. If you have the ability, go sneak attack and see. Martial ethics are for gentlemen. Does he deserve it? Facing a powerful opponent, Lulong had already done his best. So why should you still scold him? You must be a water army hired by Jin Pongzi. Seeing you like this, you must not be a good person. The back and forth of words quickly drowned this person out. Fortunately, Lulong didn't hear these words. Otherwise, he would have felt like an interdimensional version of a young fresh meat. On the stage, Jin Jingyang, facing Lulong's sudden slash, clearly wasn't prepared. He was still waiting to showcase his martial soul. There was no way out. Having his opportunity seized, he could only hurriedly defend. But Lulong's blade light was relentless, closing in and not giving him a chance to breathe. Jin Jingyang kept retreating, dodging rapidly while quickly stabilizing his mindset. In the gaps, he seized Lulong's flaw and launched a sudden attack. But Lulong's momentum had already formed, and this flaw was deliberately left open. Seeing Jin Jingyang fall for it, Lulong shifted his attack without hesitation, delivering another strike. Instantly, a wound appeared on Jin Jingyang's hand. What a sharp blade! Jin Jingyang sighed, looking at the dark wound on his hand, which was emitting a faint burnt smell. In an instant, he gained awareness of his so-called god-level martial soul. The blade was too sharp. He didn't dare to clash head-on anymore and could only dodge endlessly, looking for an opportunity to create distance. And of course, Lulong wouldn't give him that chance, directly closing in. For a moment, Jin Jingyang was actually being suppressed and beaten by Lulong. Good hit. Beat him to death, shouted Xiong Ri from the audience. Seeing Jin Jingyang being chased and beaten like a dog, he felt a thrill in his heart. On the stands, Hulaina, Mimi's, and others also showed a slight smile. Lulong had gained the advantage from the start, which surprised them. However, in contrast, Zi Qingyang's expression didn't change much, and there was even a hint of a cold smile. Roar. On the stage, Jin Jingyang, enduring the pain of almost being cut again, finally found an opportunity to deflect Lulong's attack. As soon as he jumped out of Lulong's attack range, he immediately activated his martial soul. A golden crocodile appeared behind him, opening its massive mouth and roaring constantly, exuding a fierce momentum. At the same time, 5 soul rings appeared around Jin Jingyang, floating up and down, their colors being yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Level 50 Battle Soul King. When Jin Jingyang's 5th soul ring appeared, the audience erupted in astonishment. 20 years old, level 50, that's terrifying. Damn, my teacher isn't even that awesome. Level 50, Lulong is definitely going to lose. How is this possible? He just broke through to level 49 2 months ago. Mimi's also exclaimed in surprise from the stands. There's nothing impossible. Lulong can break through 10 levels in half a year. Jin Jingyang breaking through 1 level in 2 months is very normal, right? Zi Qingyang said with a smile, feeling proud of Mimi's astonished expression. Mimi's glanced at him and thought, can it be the same? Lulong used an immortal herb, while Jin Jingyang doesn't even know what method he's using. Mimi's wanted to refute him, but also knew that such words shouldn't be spoken. Otherwise, if those with ulterior motives knew that Lu Lung had an immortal herb, it would bring him fatal danger. On the stage, when Lu Lung saw Jin Jingyang raise 5 soul rings, the surprise on his face flashed away, replaced by a strong fighting spirit. He originally thought it was just a simple crush, but unexpectedly, you've added a bit of interest for me, Lu Lung said appreciatively. After saying that, he also unceremoniously activated his soul rings. 1 purple and 2 black, suddenly shining throughout the arena, especially the 3rd soul ring. With nearly 50,000 years of power, suppressing the entire arena and dimming Jin Jingyang's 5 soul rings. What a terrifying momentum. I actually feel a sense of oppression. Jin Jingyang looked at those 2 pitch-black soul rings, realizing the power of a 50,000-year soul ring. Level 35, Battle Soul Lord. 1 purple and 2 black, once they appeared, shocked the entire venue, directly overshadowing the exclamations raised by Jin Jingyang. Battle Soul Lord. 7-year-old Battle Soul Lord, this is insane. What's going on? Can someone explain this to me? You don't always have to trouble us big shots. You small fries need to learn to grow up too. Chapter 43. The Powerful Golden Shield, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Teacher, are you kidding me? Is there really such a configuration? Teacher, I also want to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring from my 2nd soul ring. I advise you not to meddle. Don't worry, just go ahead. If I can stop a soul beast, count me as losing. Cold, cold blade, cold, cold blade. From the audience, various sounds of shock, doubt, admiration, and screams rose up, forming a tide, one wave after another. In contrast to these students, the teachers at the academy remained much calmer, as they all knew Lu Lung's information. However, when they saw it in reality, they couldn't hide their shock. God-level martial soul, innate soul power level 21. From the moment he entered the martial soul hall, his dazzling path was already predetermined. Teacher Mimi's, do you think Lu Lung can win? Hulaina asked worriedly. Upon hearing this, Mimi's furrowed her brows. If Jin Jingyang was at level 49, with Lu Lung's strength, he could win. But now that Jin Jingyang had broken through to level 50, the outcome was hard to judge. Although it was only a 1-level increase, it represented a qualitative leap from Soul Master to Soul King. And the strength increase was not insignificant. In the early stages, the differences in soul power levels among Soul Masters were not very large. Lu Lung could defeat a level 40 Soul Master at level 25 due to the advantages of his martial soul and soul rings. However, as one progressed, the difficulty of increasing soul power levels grew significantly, and the differences between each level became immense. Some people could even contend with several others despite only being 1 level higher. Therefore, whether Lu Lung could win, I can't say for sure. Hearing this, Hulaina couldn't help but clench her fists. At the same time, on the stage, Jin Jingyang looked at the shining soul rings on Lu Lung and found them exceptionally dazzling. Roar! Jin Jingyang roared, unable to hold back any longer. His hair instantly turned golden, and at the same time, scales began to appear on his body. The scales are golden, hard and thick, resembling a suit of golden armor. This is his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Armor. It enhances his defense, making him impervious to blades while also strengthening his power. Come on. Jin Jingyang stood his ground, extending his middle finger, mocking Lu Lung. You dead crocodile. Let us see whose shell is tougher, yours or my blade. Lu Lung, unfazed by the taunt, charged forward with his sword. With one strike, Jin Jingyang directly met it with his fist, and upon contact, they produced intense sparks. It seems your blade isn't that impressive after all, Jin Jingyang mocked. Oh, is that so? Lu Lung sneered. Then let me show you this move. As he spoke, lightning coursed through the blade of destruction, and the sound of thunder echoed out of nowhere. Jin Jingyang's expression changed dramatically. It seemed that the sword had undergone a drastic transformation, its power appearing several times stronger than before. Slash! Lu Lung suddenly swung his blade, and Jin Jingyang channeled his soul power to meet it again. But this time, the slash Luo knife directly cut a gash in his scaled armor. As effortlessly as slicing through tofu, Jin Jingyang winced in pain and quickly retracted his fist, staring in horror at the wound, which was emitting wisps of black smoke. And he could even smell the scent of roasted meat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, it could have damaged his bones. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent's blade. Lu Lung seized the opportunity with a single strike, showing no mercy as he pressed the attack, slashing again and again at Jin Jingyang. Jin Jingyang fought back with all his might, but alas, this scale armor was merely a century-old soul skill. Even with his immense soul power, He continued to suffer wounds under Lu Long's blades. That armor you're wearing is quite heavy, isn't it? Lu Long suddenly remarked. Jin Jingyang's pupils constricted, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if his weakness had been exposed. What's wrong? Did I hit the mark? Lu Long smiled, having anticipated this when Jin Jingyang allowed him to take the initiative. If this is all the speed you have, then brace yourself for my storm. With that, Lu Long's speed suddenly intensified, and the light of his blade flickered rapidly. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sounds of tragic cries. God, he's so strong. Lu Long is actually dominating the fight. The crowd of students below was left in shock. They had thought Lu Long would be the one getting beaten by Jin Jingyang, but the reality had turned out to be a complete reversal. Lu Long, good job. Kill him. If you win, I'll be your little brother. Xiangguri shouted excitedly. His fists clenched as if he himself were the one beating Jin Jingyang. Third soul skill, Giant Crocodile Trample. Jin Jingyang could no longer endure the feeling of being suppressed. He roared, and suddenly a golden giant crocodile appeared. Jin Jingyang raised his leg and stomped down hard, causing the golden crocodile to follow suit with its sturdy forelegs. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a tremor that shook the arena, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 50 meters. Jin Jingyang looked around, his face filled with rage, but he couldn't find Lu Long's figure. What are you looking at? Lu Long's voice emerged in front of him. He flicked his blade, yawned, and said, if that's all you've got, then you can lie down. I don't want to play with you anymore. Hearing this, Jin Jingyang was filled with fury. He had never felt so humiliated or been mocked like this before. He was truly enraged. Second soul skill, Golden Light Shield. Fourth soul skill, Berserk Bloodline. Jin Jingyang roared, and a golden light shield suddenly appeared around him. At the same time, his aura transformed, his eyes turned blood red, and his muscles tightened, becoming even more powerful, exuding a wild and violent presence that filled the arena. His golden armor was healing. Lu Long observed as the wounds Jin Jingyang had just sustained began to heal under the golden light, while the uninjured parts of the armor became even more refined. This golden light shield was no ordinary skill. Jin Jingyang roared, his words sounding human yet laced with a hint of beastly growl. Come at me. The Cold War atmosphere was intense, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. With tremendous force, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, hitting Jin Jingyang. However, the expected rupture did not occur. The golden light shield rippled, and the purple lightning, instead of causing damage, was directly absorbed by it. Moreover, it not only got absorbed, but also strengthened the intensity of the golden light shield. It seemed that this golden light shield was not an ordinary defensive skill. This soul skill was specifically designed to counter energy-type soul skills. Any pure energy attack would be absorbed and utilized by it. Lu Long could no longer use Thunderstrike. Mimi said, then doesn't that mean Lu Long has lost a skill? Hulaina expressed her concern. Chapter 44, First to the Martial Soul Academy. Lu Long originally had one less soul skill than Jin Jingyang, and now he had lost another. On the battlefield, Lu Long's expression was calm, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. He raised his blade and struck forcefully at Jin Jingyang. As the blade sank into the golden light, Lu Long immediately felt a muddy resistance that weakened his strength. Energy could be absorbed, but pure physical attacks could not be absorbed. Although he was blocked by a force, as long as his own strength was strong enough, he could still inflict damage on him. Lu Long instantly understood the purpose of the golden light shield. Strength? What I lack is not strength. The blade in his hand flickered with electric arcs as Lu Long twisted his mouth into a wild grin and charged towards Jin Jingyang. Hand-to-hand combat was his favorite type of battle, regardless of whether it was against a man or a woman. Ding! The clash of blade and fist echoed as Jin Jingyang, relying on the enhancement of his violent bloodline and powerful soul power, steadily blocked Lu Long's attack. However, due to the special properties of the blade, it still left a wound on him. But this wound was insignificant in terms of damage, as it quickly healed under the effect of the golden light. Let's see if he can recover faster, or if my blade is quicker. Lu Long intensified his attacks, swinging the blade continuously and leaving one wound after another on him, thanks to his own speed. Jin Jingyang activated his violent bloodline, tripling his bodily functions. Yet he still couldn't keep up with Lu Long's speed. After all, with Lu Long's current speed, he could rival a soul Douluo, and this was without activating the Thunderwing. Therefore, in the face of Lu Long's attacks, he could only rely on his tough skin and strong healing abilities to withstand the blows. This turned into a tug of war. At this rate, Lu Long's soul power would run out, and he would lose, Hulaina said. Her analysis was correct. The battle had evolved into a contest of soul power. If no unexpected events occurred, the winner would undoubtedly be Jin Jingyang. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Anything can happen, Mimi C said, but she was also somewhat concerned. After all, compared to soul power, Lulong was a full 15 levels below Jin Jingyang. A desperate situation, this match was undoubtedly over. At this moment, Zi Qingyang revealed a victorious smile. Hulaina snorted coldly, ignoring him. In the arena, as time passed, Lulong had consumed more than half of his soul power, yet his attack speed remained unchanged. Kid, you can't hold on much longer. Jin Jingyang laughed triumphantly. Hold on? Lulong sneered disdainfully. I have never thought about persistence. After all, I'm all about the one-hit kill style. Right now, Lulong watched as the golden barrier became thinner and thinner, like the wings of a cicada, and he realized his opportunity had come. His pupils burst with brilliance, and a heavy, solid momentum surged from his blade, slicing through the air with a mournful whistle. It seemed heavy, but in reality it was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning. This was the blade draw slash. Having broken through to level 30, the power of the blade draw slash had been enhanced. And with the all-encompassing effects of the celestial herb, Lulong estimated that it now had at least 2,000 Jin of force. Jin Jingyang's expression froze, clearly sensing the power of this strike. He hadn't expected Lulong to unleash such strength at this moment. His eyes widened in anger, and soul power continuously surged from his body as he activated his fifth soul skill, Golden Crocodile Mountain Shaking Fist. This punch was akin to Lulong's blade draw slash, both using overwhelming power to crush their enemies. This soul skill granted Jin Jingyang 10,000 Jin of strength, and with the enhancement from his furious bloodline, this punch was tripled, reaching a staggering 30,000 Jin of power. He was very confident in this punch, intending to clash head-on with Lulong to determine the final victor. Lulong's eyes were cold and indifferent. When he raised his knife, it was as if he had transformed into a different person, leaving only coldness and ruthlessness. The Zhanluo knife entered the golden light barrier, still facing resistance. However, due to the extensive healing of Jin Jingyang's injuries, the golden light barrier had been greatly depleted. Its current resistance, compared to Lulong's 2,000 Jun strength, was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. With a bang, the golden light barrier shattered. But right after that, he encountered a massive fist covered in golden scales. Break for me. The two collided, and instead of a stalemate, it was a one-sided crushing by Lulong. The overwhelming momentum was unstoppable, like a mountain flood breaching a dam, easily crushing everything in its path. Jin Jingyang let out a painful scream as Lulong effortlessly sliced through his fist, cleaving it in half. But that was not the end. A cold voice rang out again. Wind and thunder. A massive tornado, towering at 20 meters high, suddenly erupted from beneath Jin Jingyang's feet, accompanied by lightning snakes that wrapped around it, lifting him into the air. It was Lulong's third soul technique. This soul skill was based on Lulong's soul power. As long as the soul power was sufficient, it could be maintained indefinitely. However, correspondingly, the greater the power of the tornado, the more soul power it consumed. Therefore, this third soul technique was the most draining on Lulong's soul power. With Lulong's current soul power, he could only maintain the full force wind and thunder for 10 seconds. If he couldn't defeat his enemy within those 10 seconds, he would become a useless dog. However, 10 seconds was already enough. In less than a second, Jin Jingyang's body was uncontrollably caught in the swirling tornado. The violent winds sliced through his body like sharp blades. And in no time, his body was once again covered in wounds, his clothes torn, and blood splattered everywhere. Wind ceased, thunder stopped. Jin Jingyang's body fell heavily to the ground, utterly shattered, convulsing, his mind in chaos, and he had already lost consciousness. Lulong raised his knife and stood quietly on the arena, looking down at Jin Jingyang. The students below were in a daze, completely conquered by Lulong's powerful strength. A second later, an astonishing cheer erupted. Lulong enjoyed the cheers from below as he turned around to look at the students. At that moment, he suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration, his mind clear and bright, and an indescribable sense of dominance surged within him, as if he were an emperor ruling over the world. The referee was momentarily stunned, realizing something, and quickly went to check on Jin Jingyang's injuries. Calling for an auxiliary soul master before coming back to Lulong, I announced that Lulong is the victor. As soon as he announced this, the students erupted into even more fervent cheers. Lulong, Lulong, Lulong. They shouted his name, as if they themselves were Lulong. Lu Long looked at them proudly. At this moment, he was invincible. Bang! On the stage, Zi Qingyang smashed the table in front of him with a slap. His face was ashen, his chest heaving, clearly enduring great anger. Chapter 45, 10,000 Destruction Gold Hammer Teacher Z. The table needs to be compensated, Soul said indifferently. Oof. Zi Qingyang snorted coldly and left the viewing platform in a disheveled state. Souls glanced at Lu Long and couldn't help but nod. The Pope's vision was truly sharp. Mimi C was happy, but tried her best to maintain her composure. Hulaina clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling, her heart racing, as if Lu Long was herself. The most excited was Xiong Raj, who rushed onto the stage and gave Lu Long a big bear hug, causing Lu Long to look at him with disdain. In fact, if Lu Long hadn't placed the Jean Luo knife against his neck, he would have hugged Lu Long and kissed him. Lu Long, oh no, Brother Long. You will be my big brother from now on, and I will be your little brother. I will keep my word. Xiong Raj laughed heartily. Lu Long was confused. When did he suddenly get a little brother? Let's not talk about anything else. As my newly acknowledged big brother, I'm treating tonight. You must come. If you don't come, it means you're not giving me face. Did you hear that? Lu Long was speechless. Are you the big brother? Or am I the big brother? Congratulations, from now on, you're the top one, Hulaina said happily after stepping off the stage. It's nothing. Just a little splash of water. I haven't even put in much effort, he replied. You're just bragging, Mimi C pouted. But this little guy really knows how to brag. Teacher me, Nana, I'll treat you tonight. Let us celebrate for my boss, Xiong Riga said immediately. Forget it. I won't go to your student gathering. To avoid making things awkward, Mimi C politely declined. Xiong Riga chuckled and didn't insist, as Mimi C was right. Then I want to eat the best. How about the Angel Restaurant? Hulaina said excitedly. If there is good food, we should definitely go. All right, no problem. Xiong Riga gritted his teeth. How can you take back the bragging once it's out? Then let's go. It's about time, or there won't be any seats left. Hulaina said slyly, looking at Xiong Riga, probably worried he would back out. Let us go. Let us go. Let's set off immediately. Saying this, they headed towards the Angel Restaurant. Lu Long was speechless. Before he could even say anything, he was forcibly taken over. The Angel Restaurant, located in the most luxurious area of Seoul Master City, was established with investment from the two major empires and the Spirit Hall. It specialized in luxury dining, often costing hundreds of gold soul coins for a single meal. However, Xiong Raj was clearly very wealthy, directly leading them into the most luxurious private room. Inside the private room were Lu Long, Hulaina, Xiong Raj, and the coincidentally encountered Dudu. Waiter, the menu, Xiong Raj called out, then domineeringly said to everyone, come on, you all order whatever you want. Then I won't hold back. Before Lu Long could speak, Dudu unceremoniously took the menu. This, and this. Xiong Raj looked at the dishes Dudu was ordering and felt a warm current in his heart. This little girl they happened to meet on the road was really too good. She was ordering all the cheapest items. Forget those. Let's get one of everything else. Xiong Raj suddenly sprayed the tea he was drinking everywhere. Lu Long couldn't help but smile. This Dudu was indeed comparable to Ma Hongjun. Soon the dishes arrived, elegantly presented and luxuriously extravagant. But most importantly, each portion was quite small, clearly indicating they were high-end items. The group didn't waste time, eating while boasting, listening to Xiong Raj and Lu Long discuss how to show off in the most enjoyable way, how to do it without seeming awkward, and so on. The two girls were also amusingly in sync, ignoring the outside world and focusing solely on their meal. Before long, they were full and satisfied, and the four of them headed towards the academy. Long, do you know? Jin Jinyang reached level 50 today, but it was actually Zi Qingyang who forcibly boosted him with secret methods. After being defeated by you today, his level is unstable and has dropped back to 49, Dudu said while walking, a toothpick in his mouth as if showing off. How do you know that? Lu Long asked curiously. Who am I? I'm the president of the Lung Lung fan club, with hundreds of elite members. I get this kind of news firsthand, Dudu boasted before continuing. It was said by the Soul Master responsible for treating Jin Jingyang, and one of my members is that teacher. Moreover, it seems the principal already knows about this, and Director Suoz is being scolded terribly. Dudu's casual words shocked the other three to varying degrees. If this is true, then Zi Qingyang's identity as a teacher is in jeopardy, Xiong Raj said, clicking his tongue. I didn't expect Zi Qingyang to forcibly enhance Jin Jingyang's soul power for his own selfish reasons. Isn't he afraid of ruining Jin Jingyang? Hulaina ground her teeth. After all, Jin Jingyang is his nephew. This person has gone insane. Now that the truth is out, I suspect he might act out of desperation. We should hurry back to the academy, Lu Long said with some concern. Defeating Jin Jingyang is equivalent to sabotaging Zi Qingyang's plan and cutting off his future prospects. Given Zi Qingyang's character, he is very likely to retaliate. Yeah, let us go quickly, the other three agreed. However, they had barely taken a few steps when a chilling voice rang out. Do you think you can still leave? Zi Qingyang. The four were startled. Lu Long was the first to come to his senses. Xiong Raich, take Dudu and run back to get help. Hyena, let's work together to buy them some time. Boss, Dudu shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Your soul power is too low. You won't be of any help here. Hurry up and go. Lu Long barked. Got it. Boss, hold on. Xiong Raich, who was only at level 38, knew he couldn't be of any assistance. After assessing the situation, he grabbed Dudu and turned to run. Thinking of escaping? You all have to stay today. Zi Qingyang sneered and chased after the two. It was clear that he had completely lost his mind and wanted to kill them all. With us here, you won't succeed. Hyena activated her martial soul, and a nine-tailed fox appeared behind her, revealing a fierce gaze. Lu Long also wielded the slaying Luo, and his soul rings instantly activated. The two faced a level 70 soul sage, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. A mutated martial soul? When Zi Qingyang saw the nine-tailed fox, he was initially taken aback, but then his smile became even more frenzied. Good. A mutation is great. My favorite thing is hunting geniuses. The seventh soul skill. Martial Soul True Body 10,000 Destruction Golden Hammer. Zi Qingyang shouted loudly, and 7 soul rings appeared around him, consisting of yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, and black. At the same time, 2 golden copper hammers appeared in his hands. Chapter 46, Battle Soul Saint. The copper hammers became circular, colliding in his hands and producing a thunderous sound like a drum. The 10,000 Destruction Golden Hammer, a rare weapon martial soul, though not the top-tier weapon martial soul, is still first class. Its power is domineering and can be considered exceptional. Lu Long and Hyena's faces looked grim. This guy actually used his martial soul true form right from the start, leaving them no chance to fight back at all. The martial soul true form, when activated, could immediately enhance attack power by 150 and defense power by 200, with all skills below rank 7 being usable infinitely. However, soul masters below level 90 would enter a week-long period of weakness after using this skill, with all attributes reduced by 50. Nonetheless, this cheat-like soul skill could only be used by Ziqinjiang for 30 minutes. This meant that as long as Lu Long could hold on for 30 minutes, they would have a chance to survive. They shouldn't confront him head-on. Instead, they should use evasive tactics to drag it out for 30 minutes, and they would win. Lu Long immediately made up his mind and said to Hyena. In fact, Lu Long wasn't worried about his own danger right now because he had the thunder wings to escape, and Ziqinjiang wouldn't be able to catch up to his speed. But after a moment's thought, he rejected that idea. If he ran away with Hyena, Ziqinjiang would immediately chase after Dudu and the others. Furthermore, there was Lu Long's own reason. He was unwilling to evade. When faced with a stronger enemy, his first thought was to fight. Even if he was just a soul sage, Lu Long is brave, or you could say he is crazy. His bones are filled with the blood of slaughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to steal the immortal herb from Dugu Bo. Hyena nodded at Lu Long's words. With her current abilities, as long as she is careful and, with Lu Long's cooperation, it is still possible to stall for half an hour. As for Lu Long, there's no need to worry. Although his soul power is only at level 35, his physical fitness has already reached the level of a soul Douluo, while Zi Qingyang is only a soul sage. In terms of physical capabilities, Lu Long is on a higher level than Zi Qingyang, except for soul power. Lu Long issued the order. He always preferred to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Hyena immediately activated her second soul skill, enchantment. However, Zi Qingyang understood Hyena very well. The moment she activated her soul skill, he closed off his 6 senses and struck his hands together, producing a dull sound accompanied by a special sound wave from a hammer. The second soul skill, Hammer Shockwave. Hammer Shockwave generates peculiar sounds through the collision of the golden hammer, then amplifies and spreads them using soul power, causing confusion and dispersing soul power. Those with lower strength might even explode and die directly from the shockwave. Cover your ears. Lu Long immediately felt his ears buzzing, as if a large drum was beating in his head. His mental strength was now equivalent to the level of Contra, but upon hearing the shockwave, he still felt uncomfortable, as if his soul power was uncontrollably trying to burst out of his body. Even he felt this way, so Hulayina must have felt it even more severely. Therefore, he quickly reminded Hulayina. However, when he looked at Hulayina, he was instantly stunned. He saw two pointed white ears appearing on her head, drooping down closely, and her expression looked even more relaxed than his. Can these ears be used like this? Lu Long was surprised. It seemed that the abilities of the nine-tailed fox martial soul were more than he had imagined. The sound of vibrations continued to resonate, and although Lu Long could endure it, he still felt annoyed. At that moment, he unleashed a powerful thunderstrike. This thunderstrike was not very large, only the thickness of an arm, but it was instantly released, coupled with the fact that Zi Qingyang was in the midst of using his soul skill. He was directly hit by it. Zi Qingyang stumbled, and the sound of vibrations dissipated along with it. He looked at Lu Long and his companion in shock, not expecting them to easily break through his soul skill. It seemed he had underestimated them, after all. He needed to finish this quickly. Otherwise, if the martial soul city was sealed off, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Thoughts flashed through Zi Qingyang's mind as he made his decision. He raised his dual hammers, ready to launch an attack. But would Lu Long give him that opportunity? Taking advantage of an opponent's weakness was a principle that Lu Long always adhered to. Therefore, at the same time he unleashed the thunderstrike, his blade, Zhang Luo, had already charged towards Zi Qingyang. Draw the sword and slash. Lu Long unleashed his soul skill, and Zi Qingyang's pupils shrank sharply, clearly not expecting him to act so quickly. He immediately raised his twin hammers to block in a rush. The blade draw slash struck the twin hammers, and a massive surge of energy poured forth, producing a buzzing sound that directly sent Zi Qingyang retreating over 20 meters. He steadied himself, his eyes revealing shock. His hands trembled, and he could barely hold onto the twin hammers. He had long known the power of the blade draw slash was immense, but experiencing it firsthand made him realize its terrifying nature. Zi Qingyang was alarmed. It seemed he had to act quickly. If this dragged on, not to mention killing Lu Long and Hulayina, he would likely be exhausted by them. Sixth soul skill, 10,000 gene hammer. With this thought, Zi Qingyang immediately activated his sixth soul skill. This soul skill granted the Wanmi Lu gene hammer a strength of 10,000 gene, and it was granted separately, meaning he would possess a total strength of 20,000 gene. However, Zi Qingyang was very clear that the power of this soul skill could still not match Lu Long, but it was enough for him to stand firm. With the addition of 150% attack power from his seventh soul skill, combined with his soul power far exceeding Lu Long by 35 levels, this was enough to create a balanced situation. Moreover, how many more blade draw slashes could Lu Long sustain with his soul power? Zi Qingyang felt confident, looking at Lu Long with eyes that had already marked him as a dead man. Third soul skill, whirlwind dance. Zi Qingyang waved his hands again, the huge hammers contrasting sharply with his small body. Yet he managed to swing the hammers vigorously, transforming them into countless hammer shadows, smashing towards Lu Long. Lu Long's expression was grave as he wielded the lightning slash with abandon, showcasing its dominance, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction towards the gilded hammer in a provocative manner. Draw the sword and slash. Lu Long launched his first soul skill again, while also using the first part of his second soul skill, thunder. The two collided firmly, and a powerful force erupted between them, clashing against each other without yielding. After a second of being evenly matched, both retreated. Lu Long retreated 5 steps, while Zi Qingyang stepped back 7. It seemed that Lu Long still had the upper hand. Come again. Zi Qingyang shouted. Although he lost this clash, it didn't mean his ultimate outcome would be a defeat. Lu Long had already executed the blade draw slash twice, and he could probably perform it 2 more times at most. After that, when his soul power was exhausted, it would be his end. Blade draw slash. In response, there was naturally another slash. Chapter 47. Basic attack is blade draw slash. The two clashed again, and in the end, they separated, with Lu Long still gaining the advantage. Blade draw slash. Lu Long struck again. This was the 4th strike. Lu Long still took 5 steps back, but Zi Qingyang retreated 8 steps. Let's see how you die. Zi Qingyang laughed wildly in his eyes, knowing that Lu Long had already used this technique 4 times. And this time he wouldn't be able to use the blade draw again. Let's see what he would do. With a naked killing intent flashing in his eyes, he wielded his weapon mercilessly, the hammers might crashing down towards Lu Long. Lu Lingxiu remained calm, a faint smile on his lips as he drew his sword and performed the blade draw slash. How is this possible? Zi Qingyang's expression changed dramatically. How could he still execute the blade draw slash? With such immense power, he surely couldn't use it multiple times. Even if his spirit rings were strong and his physical fitness was high, soul power is finite. He absolutely couldn't perform it. Absolutely impossible. Zi Qingyang shook his head frantically. Right, he must be trying to trick me. Trying to catch me off guard? Trying to blow me up? You're too naive. Zi Qingyang was convinced of his judgment, his momentum unabated as he struck towards Lu Lingxiu. Bang! The two unleashed a tremendous explosion once more, but as Zi Qingyang felt the power transmitted through his hand, his expression turned ashen. This strength? This energy? What is going on? This is impossible. His power isn't diminishing at all. Zi Qingyang shouted in his heart, his face becoming frantic and distorted. In his mental turmoil, his hand trembled, and one of the golden hammers actually fell off. Thud! Then, a massive force sent Zi Qingyang flying 10 meters away. How is this possible? How can you still perform the blade draw slash? Zi Qingyang asked, trembling. Still in disbelief. Lu Lung listened to his words and did not attack this time. Instead, he stood at a distance and said, Who told me that the use of blade draw is limited by the number of times? Lu Lung laughed coldly. His blade draw had always been defined by time. When he first obtained it, it lasted for 3 seconds. After absorbing the second soul ring, it became 10 seconds. And now it is 1 minute. This means that for 1 minute, every one of Lu Lung's basic attacks has the power of blade draw. How terrifying this is. Upon hearing this, Zi Qingyang was both shocked and suddenly enlightened. It was he who had preconceived notions. In every previous battle, Lu Lung had almost only used blade draw once to defeat his opponents. This created an illusion that Lu Lung's blade draw was defined by the number of uses. He never expected it to be defined by time. Realizing this, the killing intent in Zi Qingyang's eyes intensified. He waved his hand, and the 10,000 annihilation gold hammer returned to his grasp. You will die. Zi Qingyang's face showed a grimace. But at that moment, a seductive voice suddenly rang out. Enchanting. Hulaina had been waiting for the opportunity. Zi Qingyang's emotional fluctuations were intense, and this was the best time for her to exert control. Suddenly, Zi Qingyang's expression froze, and his body lost control, unable to move. Lu Lung seized the opportunity, a thunderous force crashing down from the sky, as the bolt of lightning struck him hard. At the same time, he wielded the Zhanluo and appeared in front of Zi Qingyang. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Death. Hulaina's attack followed closely behind. The lightning fell, and Zi Qingyang was controlled, unable to resist with soul power, and could only endure with his physical body. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and his right arm was directly blown off. The intense pain brought him back to his senses, but he suddenly saw a beautiful figure dancing in front of him. This figure was exceptionally enchanting, her skin revealing large patches of snow white, and her gaze was soft and alluring, evoking a sense of affection. Especially those 9 white tails, swaying gently with her movements, added an extra layer of temptation. The beauty seemed to notice him as well, twisting her waist and approaching him, then gently caressing his face with her soft, white tail. Zi Qingyang's expression turned infatuated, as if he had lost his mind, but just then, he suddenly awakened, abruptly leaning back to dodge her tail. He regained his senses, cold sweat dripping down his back. His pupils dilating as he realized Hulaina had somehow already arrived in front of him. Fear flashed in his eyes, but Hulaina revealed a bewitching smile, her 9 tails suddenly enlarging and encircling him tightly, wrapping him into a ball. Then the tails constricted, and the immense pressure caused painful cries from within. Hulaina furrowed her brow. This strike had not directly crushed him. I'll come. Lu Lung realized it and let out a loud roar, summoning the Thunder Wing, with the blade in his hand releasing a fierce sound of crackling lightning. Upon hearing this, Hulaina flicked her tail and threw it towards Lu Lung. At the moment it was about to reach Lu Lung, the tail suddenly spread out. At the same time, Lu Lung's blade fiercely slashed down. Zi Qingyang had just been freed, and before he could rejoice, he saw a gleaming blade approaching his head. Consequently, the blade descended unimpeded. One could hear the sound of flesh being sliced open, and Lu Lung had already landed on the ground, slowly turning to look at the ground, which was a corpse split in 2. Hulaina came to Lu Lung's side, glanced at the corpse, and calmly said, It seems your blade is still powerful. My Dance of Death couldn't kill him. Your Dance of Death isn't purely an attacking skill. It has control mixed in, adding a bit of possibility. However, if it weren't for your continuous control, I wouldn't have been so easy, Lu Lung analyzed. It's mainly your first soul skill that's too domineering. Hulaina smiled and replied. It's mainly your control that's perfectly connected, Lu Lung complimented. Your blade is sharp. Your tail is powerful. Your blade is impressive. Your tail is white. Your blade is hard. You are white. You are tough. The two engaged in mutual flattery, but the compliments drifted further off topic. After the battle ended, soon several figures flew over from a distance, including Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall and several titled Douluos, among them the grandfather of Xiongri, the demon bear, Douluo. What happened? Bibi Dong landed in front of Lu Lung and Hu Liena, her expression cold and severe as she asked. At the same time, the demon bear Douluo was filled with killing intent, glaring fiercely and saying, "How dare you kill my grandson? I want him torn to pieces." Lu Lung glanced at him, his eyes slanting, and couldn't help but say, "The person is already dead. Are you here to desecrate the corpse so late?" Dead? Bibi Dong and the bear Douluo just then noticed the surroundings, blood everywhere, and the body of Ziqingyang had already been cut in half. They were stunned. "You killed him? Who else could it be?" Lu Lung said with disdain again, realizing that these old men liked to ask questions they already knew the answers to. The bear Douluo blushed from his remark, his temper flaring. "Watch your words, kid. Don't think just because you're a disciple of the Pope, you can speak so arrogantly. If you make me unhappy, I'll definitely show you some color." Chapter 48. Qian Dao lose belief, I saved your grandson. And this is how you treat me? Your savior? Lu Lung retorted, but his tone was not as aggressive as before. He realized that this bear Douluo was from Qian Dao Lu, showing only superficial respect to Bibi Dong, but actually not caring at all. If he truly angered him, he might really do something outrageous. Although it wouldn't cost him his life, it was better to be a bit meek for now to avoid physical pain. Even if he got beaten, he could always ask Xiong Rigu to retaliate. At this moment, Xiong Rigu also stepped in to pull the bear Douluo back. Upon seeing this, the bear Douluo realized that if it weren't for Lu Lung's help, Xiong Rigu might have been in serious trouble. His tone softened a bit, but his words remained harsh. "That's a different matter. If you don't respect me, I have to teach you a lesson. At worst, I'll just heal you again." Lu Lingen frowned. This old guy really had a bad temper and was quite principled. It seemed that he couldn't provoke him any further. What was going on? At this moment, Bibi Dong asked. Lu Lung stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Bibi Dong's face was icy. What audacity! She stomped her staff, and immediately, soul power surged around her. The grass and trees moved without wind, and her formidable aura forced Lu Lung and the others to take several steps back, needing to use their soul power to resist it. Why is the teacher so furious? Lu Lung wondered. Even if she was angry, there was no need for such a powerful presence, which clearly exceeded the usual unintentional release of aura. The bear spirit Douluo also activated his soul power to resist this pressure, but he was profoundly shocked. Bibi Dong's strength was far beyond his imagination. He could clearly feel that this aura was directed at him, and evidently, his previous words had displeased Bibi Dong. She was protecting her own. Thinking of this, the bear spirit Douluo felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Soon, the news of Lu Lung defeating Jin Jingyang and killing Ziqingyang spread throughout the entire spirit city the next day, reaching Qian Daolu's ears as well. In the hall of worship, Qian Daolu was somewhat shocked to hear the news, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at the golden crocodile, Douluo, teasingly asking, "What do you think of Lu Lung?" "What do I think? Just look at him with your eyes. What else is there to think?" The golden crocodile, Douluo snorted. Qian Daolu was taken aback. "This kid had injured your grandson. He's just unskilled. Nothing much to say. I can't go find trouble just because he injured the younger generation, right? Moreover, it was just a broken hand. It's not like it can't be healed." The golden crocodile, Douluo, said nonchalantly, though his slightly bitter expression clearly showed his displeasure. "But he also killed your nephew," Qian Daolu added. If he hadn't died, I would have killed him myself." The golden crocodile, Douluo, snorted angrily, standing up abruptly. It was evident he was very dissatisfied with Ziqingyang as well. If he hadn't been all alone and helpless back then, I wouldn't have placed him in the Spirit Academy and even arranged a teaching position for him. I thought he could settle down, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing, using my grandson and even trying to kill the Pope's disciple. He deserved to die. However, I really can't believe that with just Lu Lung and Hu Liena, they could kill Ziqingyang. At this point, shock was evident on the golden crocodile Douluo's face. When he first heard the news, he was astonished for more than 10 minutes. Bibi Dong has truly taken in a good disciple. Qian Daolu sighed, his expression suddenly turning somewhat sorrowful. He wasn't particularly concerned about Lu Lung. Rather, he couldn't help but think of Shrek, who was far away in the Tiando Empire. Shrek was also a level 20 innate soul power. With her talent, she could have shone like Lu Lung, growing up under everyone's gaze. But her birth meant she couldn't receive attention, destined to walk a path forgotten by many. Alas, perhaps this is just fate playing tricks. If she could receive even a fraction of Bibi Dong's affection for Lu Long, she wouldn't have to bear such a heavy burden now. The golden crocodile, Douluo, noticed the sorrowful look on Douluo's face and knew he was thinking of Qianrenqiu again. That child Shuer will probably be back after a while, right? The golden crocodile, Douluo asked. She should be back. It has been more than a year since I last saw her, Douluo replied, his eyes brightening at the mention. What do you mean should be? Don't you know in your heart whether she will come back? She might not care about the Pope's birthday, but she definitely remembers yours, the golden crocodile, Douluo mockingly said. Douluo was getting on in years, but whenever it came to Qianrenqiu, he acted like a child, especially enjoying showing off in front of him. Ever since she became the crown princess, she has had more and more affairs to attend to. Whether she can find the time is uncertain. Douluo said seriously. Didn't she not come back for my last birthday? Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo was also taken aback, and after a moment, he sighed with melancholy, lamenting the waste of the child's talent. Waste, Douluo murmured, turning to look at the angel statue behind him. Suddenly, his aura shifted, the previous sorrow disappearing, replaced with fervor in his gaze. There will be no waste. As long as I, Douluo, am here, she will never know the word waste. Douluo declared powerfully. As he spoke, a golden light flashed from the angel statue in front of him. Time passed quickly, and soon, a year had gone by. Lu Long was now 9 years old, and in that year his soul power had broken through 4 levels, reaching level 39. Throughout this year, his top position remained unchallenged. Firmly held, liesin, having broken through level 40, was hot on his heels, achieving consecutive victories and sweeping away all opponents, rising to 2nd place. Once again, shocking both the teachers and students of the academy. Sai, so boring, so monotonous, so tiresome, so annoying. Lu Long sat on the rooftop, staring at the moon in the sky, his gaze vacant and listless. What's wrong? You've been frowning and sighing, liesin said as she sat down beside him, looking in the same direction. She had noticed Lu Long for a long time and found that he always looked troubled, and this had been going on for quite some time. What do you think we're doing this for? Every day, it's either training or on the way to train. Living this monotonous life day after day is really frustrating, Lu Long said irritably. Chapter 49, Seeking Excitement, Heading to Soto City. Reflecting on the events of the past year, there was no pressure, no danger, and no opportunities, just relentless training, day in and day out. He was so annoyed. This kind of seemingly predictable life was unacceptable to any modern person, and he felt mentally exhausted. How could that be? I actually feel quite fulfilled, liesin replied, confused. She had lived like this for over a decade, and didn't he find it boring at all? On the contrary, every time she felt her strength increase. She was very happy. Lu Long glanced at her, unsure of what to say, and could only sigh again. Liesin, of course, wouldn't understand his thoughts. Unlike liesin, he was a modern person. Although he grew up in a peaceful era, there was a madness deeply engraved in his bones. He especially enjoyed thrills, preferably those that involved flirting with death, teetering on the edge of mortality. Otherwise, he wouldn't force himself to absorb soul rings beyond his years each time. He certainly wouldn't be bold enough to steal celestial herbs at just over 20 levels. After all, Douluo, the title Douluo, had a reputation not to be taken lightly. One wrong move could lead to death. However, he didn't care because it only excited him further. But now, this initial thrill of crossing into Douluo was gradually fading as he became more familiar with his surroundings and his true nature began to reveal itself. Although only a year had passed, the feeling of being like a caged beast trapped in a cage of freedom had already worn down his spirit to the brink of collapse. Sigh. Lu Long really had words he couldn't say, only able to turn them into sighs again and again. liesin sat beside him, her pair of beautiful eyes also filled with worry. It was the first time she had seen Lu Long like this, and she was at a loss. The old him was so confident, so proud, but now he didn't know how he had changed to this point. What kind of troubles had he experienced? The continuous sighs from Lu Long reached liesin's ears, making her heart tighten with anxiety. She furrowed her brows, feeling guilty for not being able to help Lu Long with his troubles. She looked at him, and suddenly, a hint of determination flowed through her eyes. As if she had made a decision. She moved closer to him, abruptly extended her right hand, quickly wrapped it around Lu Long's neck, and then pressed her palm against his head, leaning it onto her shoulder. Instantly, Lu Long's head rested on liesin's shoulder. liesin suppressed her intense heartbeat. Her face flushed, not daring to look at Lu Long, her voice trembling as she said, "No matter what has happened to you, I am by your side." Lu Long was suddenly embraced by Hulaina, which startled him, making him think something had happened, and he instinctively wanted to struggle. But just as he was about to move, he heard Hulaina say this. As soon as the words entered his ears, it felt like they had magical power, transforming into a warm current that softened his body. The restless flames of anxiety in his heart were calmed, like fine spring rain soothing the earth. The fatigue in his body seemed to vanish into thin air, as if he had returned home after a long night of vigil. The negative emotions he had accumulated over the past year seemed to be gently taken away by her words. He moved his lips, as if wanting to say something, but was afraid of breaking this rare tranquility. In the end, he didn't move. He just leaned on Hulaina's shoulder, and his mind gradually became peaceful. Eventually, he even let out a serene breath. Under the moonlight, their figures were elongated, as if they were one person. The next day, Lu Long was still wandering aimlessly, his mood still gloomy, but compared to before, it was much better. He looked at the Soul Master Academy that everyone yearned for, but felt an increasing sense of rejection in his heart. Long, what are you doing here? Lu Long, with his head lowered, suddenly heard a surprised voice. He looked up and saw it was Douluo, speaking of which, he had almost forgotten about Douluo. If it weren't for her distinctive voice and her cute baby fat, he probably wouldn't have remembered her at all. After a year without seeing her, Douluo seemed to have gained some weight, her face even more round, making it hard to resist the urge to pinch it. "It's Douluo." Lu Long greeted her and glanced around, only to realize he had walked into the primary academy campus. No wonder he ran into Douluo. "What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood." Douluo, who was initially very surprised to see Lu Long, noticed his expression and asked with concern. "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit annoyed." Lu Long forced a smile and replied. Seeing Lu Long smile, which was more pitiful than crying, Douluo couldn't help but chuckle, but realizing something was off, quickly covered her mouth. "You become the top of the rankings. What could you possibly be annoyed about?" "It's precisely because I become the top that I'm annoyed." "Oh, I understand. You feel annoyed because you have no rivals, right?" Hearing this, Lu Long tilted his head and thought for a moment. "You could say that. That's simple. I have a way. As long as you have the guts, you can find some fun," Douluo said, extending a finger with a smile. "What way?" Upon hearing this, Lu Long immediately perked up, intrigued. "Have you heard of the Soul Fighting Arena?" "The Soul Fighting Arena?" When Lu Long heard these three words, it was as if he had been enlightened, suddenly understanding everything. "Yes. Why didn't I think of that? If there's no fun, I can go find some fun myself. If there's no excitement, I can create some excitement. As long as I go to the Battle Soul Arena, not only can I find the excitement I want, but I can also improve my strength. Meeting both physical and mental needs at the same time is simply killing two birds with one stone. How'd I not think of this?" Lu Long felt secretly annoyed, but soon became energetic again, completely transformed compared to just moments ago. "Thank you. I didn't expect you, the president, to actually be quite useful," Lu Long said, feeling happy and returning to his usual carefree self, teasingly. "No need to be polite. It's within my capabilities," Douluo said, seeing Lu Long happy and feeling glad to help him. Then she continued, "By the way, if you're worried about being discovered by His Holiness the Pope in Spirit City, you can find my sister. Her name is Douluo, and she is the gold medal host of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. You can go there, and I'll ask my sister to give you a favor." The favor means arranging for Lu Long to face some weaker opponents. After all, in Douluo's eyes, although Lu Long was powerful, he was still not a match for those who fought fiercely all year round. "How do you know I'm afraid of being discovered by His Holiness the Pope?" Lu Long asked in surprise. It seemed that Douluo was quite well informed. By saying this, she probably knew about his identity as a disciple of the Pope. However, it didn't matter since many people were aware of it anyway. Indeed, he didn't mind the school side. After all, skipping classes had become a habit for him, and those guys from Souls were too lazy to care. The only thing he was worried about was Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong knew he was participating in the Soul Arena, she would definitely keep a closer eye on him. This is nothing. Such things can be easily found out. Douluo, when questioned by Lu Long, instead looked proud. She patted her little chest and said, "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone else about this. You little chubby one, you're quite clever." Lu Long laughed and didn't pursue the matter further. "I'm not chubby, I just have baby fat," Douluo said angrily, unaware that it made her look even more chubby. "All right, you're fat." Lu Long was indifferent to Douluo's rebuttal. All that filled his mind were three words: Soto City. Soto City, what a great place. Just thinking about it made Lu Long smile involuntarily. He really didn't expect to be going there so soon. but since he was going, he might as well head to Soto City. He would have to go eventually. After bidding farewell to Douluo, Lulong quickly packed his things and quietly left the Soul Master Academy, not planning to tell anyone. However, just as he stepped out of the academy's main gate, a striking figure blocked his path. It was Ulaina. Damn it, I knew it, Lulong thought silently. Where are you going? Ulaina asked with a smile. Her chance encounter with Lulong here wasn't really a coincidence. She had been following him all along. Lulong was in a bad mood, so she naturally paid extra attention to Lulong, fearing that he might do something foolish, so she asked a few junior students to keep an eye on him. Today, Lulong's mood suddenly improved, and he unexpectedly started packing his things, which looked suspicious and certainly caught Hulaina's attention. She waited at the door to show her concern. When Hulaina stopped him, Lulong already expected this, but inwardly complained that this girl was like a ghost, always around. He said irritably, I'm just going out to relax. I'll go with you. Here we go again. Every time he wanted to go somewhere, she would say this. Okay, but I'm not going out to play. I have something to do, Lulong explained, hoping she wouldn't follow him. No problem. As long as you're not going to get married, I'll go with you. Big sister, I'm going to kill someone. Are you coming too? Lulong laid his cards on the table, his voice a bit loud. Hulaina was taken aback, seeing that Lulong didn't seem to be lying. After a moment of silence, as a future pillar of the spirit hall, killing was a necessity. You're so young, yet you can realize this problem. I'll go with you. Then you can come along. Lulong was feeling defeated, with several black lines on his forehead, and he forced a wry smile. But he quickly warned, you must not tell anyone, including the teachers. All right. So, the two of them set off together from the Spirit Academy. However, just as they were leaving, Judo suddenly found him and told him that the soul beast he had asked him to find had been located. Lulong was very happy to hear this news and informed him of the subsequent precautions before leaving the Spirit Hall Academy. A month later, in Soto City, a man and a woman appeared on the street. The man was handsome and well-proportioned, attracting the admiration of many girls wherever he went. The woman was slightly taller than the man, which made her appear even more slender. With a slim waist, ample bosom, slender legs, and a beautiful face, combined with her alluring aura, she left many men speechless. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Lulong, why did we come all the way to such a poor city? Hulaina frowned and asked. The two were Lulong and Hulaina, who had rushed from the Spirit City to Soto City. Stop complaining. I didn't ask you to follow me, Lulong said. Unappreciative. I'm worried about your safety. Otherwise, who will want to follow you? Hulaina retorted. Who knows who is protecting whom? Lulong thought to himself with a smirk. The two bickered as they quickly arrived at their destination, the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Are you going to participate in the Spirit Arena? Hulaina looked at the retro and majestic arena in surprise. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lulong smiled, sizing her up. If you're afraid, you can still go back now. Scared? Hulaina seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. People from the Spirit Hall have never been known to be afraid. Her eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit, and her imposing aura made it clear that she was also a warrior at heart. Then let's go in, Lulong said, then took the lead and walked in. As soon as he entered the hall, the first thing that caught his eye was the huge stone tablet, which was engraved with countless names. Lulong knew that these were all the people who had died in the Soul Arena. Looking at these names, Lulong was not intimidated. On the contrary, there was madness burning in his eyes. Hello, I want to register, Lulong said as he walked to the service desk. Excuse me, are you two registering a team? The attendant asked. Not. Yes. Two voices answered simultaneously. The attendant said, all right, registering a team. Lulong helplessly replied. He knew that once he argued with Hulaina, he would be the one to compromise in the end, as it had always been this way. Rather than arguing a few words and then compromising, it was better to just go along with her from start. 10 gold soul coins. May I ask what is the name of your combination? The attendant asked as he collected the coins. Lulong was here. Legend of the Cold Fox. An incompatible voice sounded again. The attendant turned his gaze to Lulong. All right, Legend of the Cold Fox. Lulong's face turned dark. Soon, the badges and information for the two were processed. The attendant handed them the badges and said, this is your Iron Soul badge. Go over there to test your soul power, and you can start participating in the Soul Arena. Thank you. The two took their badges and then went to the soul power testing area. Hush! Before they reached the soul power testing area, they heard a big man whistle at them. As he whistled, several men nearby began to jeer. Hey, little girl, pretty nice, so fresh and tender. Coming to participate in the Soul Arena? You must be short on money. How much for a night? I'll cover a year. Look at her. Does she seem like she's short on money? She's clearly here for some excitement. Looks like the pretty boy beside her can't satisfy her. Come on, big brother here is strong and rhythmic. Ha ha ha. Lu Lung heard the voice and was about to explode, but at that moment, a young and gentle man beside him held him back. Little brother, don't pay them any attention. Endure for a moment to keep the peace. Just finish your test and leave quickly. Lu Lung turned around and saw a seemingly cultured man. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of them?" Chapter 51. Teasing? Then let's have a life and death battle. In response to Lu Lung's question, the man smiled gently and didn't get angry. He said, "They are all people who have survived life and death battles, living on the edge every day. Who knows when they might die? So they never care about anything else, only money. This is just a verbal dispute, unnecessary. If you get targeted by them, it can be very dangerous. Kid," he added, "he's not wrong. If you don't want to die, mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll send you to be a duck." Ha ha ha. Lu Lung felt a surge of anger at those words. He shrugged off the man's hand and replied coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." With that, he turned and walked toward the testing area. The man was momentarily stunned, thinking Lu Lung was going to take action. But then he saw Lu Lung heading toward the testing area and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Well, although he has a bit of a temper, at least he is reasonable and can listen to others. That's something. The group of rugged men, seeing Lu Lung choose to leave, were also taken aback, but in less than a second, they burst out laughing. They had thought Lu Lung was going to do something tough with his strong words and were ready for a fight. But they didn't expect him to turn around and walk away with his tail between his legs. It was a bit like, "I already took off my pants. And this is what you show me?" Turns out he was just a big talker. Hilarious. "Hey girl, don't go. That pretty boy of yours is all show and no substance. Come into my arms, and happiness is guaranteed." They mocked Lu Lung's retreating figure. "I say, this doesn't seem like your character," Hulaina asked coldly. She was proud by nature, being a disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope and always having been the center of attention since childhood. She had never been subjected to such filthy words before. The insult from those men had pushed her to the brink, and she almost wanted to take action. However, she was also a thoughtful person who considered the feelings of others before making decisions. Especially now, being outside with Lu Lung, and given that she had feelings for him. She wanted to see how he would respond in this situation. It was a bit like the man earning money while the woman managed the home. Thus, despite her desire to kill them on the spot, she still waited for Lu Lung's decision. This also showed that Hulaina had placed Lu Lung in a very high position in her heart, which could be understood as akin to that of a husband. However, Lu Lung's final choice clearly left her feeling unhappy. Her girlfriend was insulted by others, and he remained indifferent? Lu Lung certainly heard the emotion in her words. Her tone was cold and stern. Killing was not allowed in the Duhan arena, and it was meaningless to waste words with a group of dead people. What do you mean? Upon hearing the term dead people, Hulaina felt a significant portion of her anger dissipate. What do you mean? Lu Lung's lips curled into a cruel smile. Life and death battle. Life and death battle? Hulaina was taken aback. Her small mouth exclaimed, "You want to participate in the life and death battle?" Lu Lung nodded and said, "Didn't that person just say they're all survivors of life and death battles? Then let us go in and take them down. Isn't that a bit too dangerous?" At this moment, Hulaina became worried instead. However, she wasn't concerned about what would happen if they killed those few people, but rather about Lu Lung's safety. As a man, if you don't have this kind of courage, what kind of man are you? Lu Lung said domineeringly. Hearing this, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Wasn't he implying that as a man, if he couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man was he? Wow, this feeling is so good. All right, I'll accompany you. Hulaina was infected by the emotion and immediately spoke with the same boldness. This scene made the several big men watching them mumble. Are those two idiots? They're being insulted and still look so excited. Over here, the two of them walked up to the testing platform, took out their iron fighting spirit badges, and began to test their soul power. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth, revealing Hulaina's level 43. Boss, that girl is level 43. A big man who had been watching Lu Lung's side showed disbelief in his eyes upon seeing the level. How old is this girl? And she is already level 43. Suddenly, a hint of worry arose in their hearts. What is there to panic about? It's just level 43. Aren't we all in our 40s? At that moment, a scar-faced man shouted loudly. He was the one who had whistled at the beginning. You guys don't understand anything. It's much more interesting to play with a feisty girl like her. The scar-faced man licked his lips, looking at Hulaina's alluring figure, and images began to form in his mind. The other big men, seeing their boss so domineering, immediately became excited again. and the earlier hint of worry vanished without a trace. They had tasted blood and no longer cared about their own lives. In their mindset, if they could live another day, they would, and if they could enjoy that day, even better if there were girls to play with. Therefore, they were merely surprised by Lieina's astonishing talent. After all, they had already ruined quite a few women like her. Similarly, on the other side, the gentleman was also surprised by the light and Lieina's talent, but in the end, he shook his head, showing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Then it was Lu Lung's turn to test. The light burst forth again, revealing his level. 39. 39. Boss, that pretty boy looks much younger. But his soul power is only 4 levels lower. The big man said again. This time, even the scar-faced man was shocked. Lieina's talent was rare, but he could understand it. However, what was up with this kid? Had he been cultivating since he was in the womb? 39. He looks like he's not even 10 years old. The big men fell silent, their eyes wide open, looking at Lu Lung as if he were a monster. And the earlier mockery was gone from their eyes. This scene caught the gentleman's attention, and he suddenly burst forth with brilliance. A genius. An absolute genius. The gentleman's breath quickened, and he could no longer contain his excitement as he quickly walked towards Lu Lung. Lu Lung retracted the Iron Soul badge and was ready to sign up to start the soul duel. However, when he turned around, he saw a gentle-looking man walking towards him, and he appeared unusually excited. Hello, little brother. Nice to meet you. My name is Qin Ming, Qin Ming said excitedly, constantly sizing up Lu Lung as if he was looking at treasure. Hello, my name is Lung, Lu Lung replied, which was the name he registered with, a pseudonym. At the same time, he looked at Qin Ming with confusion, not understanding why this guy was so excited. May I ask which academy you are a student of? Qin Ming inquired. Chapter 52. Sorry, I am a genius. Sorry, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Lu Lung hadn't answered yet when Lieina stepped in first. She watched Qin Ming warily. They had originally come out quietly, and it would be troublesome if their identities were discovered. Lu Lung was inexperienced, and she was worried he might easily spill the beans. I apologize for my rudeness. May I ask who you are? Qin Ming first cupped his hands in apology, then looked at Lieina. I am Fox, Lieina said, which was also her pseudonym. Both of them were using pseudonyms, and Qin Ming didn't mind. Everyone in the Soul Duel arena was using aliases. Miss Fox, please don't misunderstand. I just saw this brother Lung's talent and wanted to make a connection, so I can't get to know him. Additionally, I am a few years older than you two, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I have a bit of admiration for talent, which is why I boldly asked. If Brother Lung is not affiliated with an academy or has already enrolled, I think it would be a waste of his talent, Qin Ming explained patiently, trying to be tactful to make himself seem less annoying. Waste. Lieina found it somewhat amusing in her heart. Did he look down on her martial soul academy by saying that? Yes, it's a waste. Qin Ming, however, remained confident and assertive. Are you saying that you think I can develop better? Lu Lung suddenly became curious. Yes, Qin Ming nodded. Are you from a sect or an academy? Lu Lung asked, while also searching his mind for any forces related to the surname Qin. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't recall any sect with the surname Qin. If it wasn't a sect, then it was very likely an academy. With such a big claim, could it be the Tiando Royal Academy? An academy, Qin Ming said, spitting out 2 words. Upon hearing these 2 words, Lieina couldn't help but laugh. Why is Miss Fox laughing? I'm curious to hear which academy you think would be able to accept Lung. Shrek Academy, Qin Ming said confidently. Shrek Academy. Lu Lung and Lieina exclaimed in unison, surprised. Lu Lung was taken aback. Shrek Academy? It couldn't be that Shrek Academy, could it? It should be, since this is Soto City, and no one on Douluo Continent uses such an unpleasant name. But then there was the name Qin Ming. Suddenly, Lu Lung remembered that Qin Ming was the leader of the Imperial fighting team. No wonder I had no impression of him. It turned out that this guy had too little screen time. In the original work, he only played the role of a guide, and then there was nothing more. He had been hyped up so much, touted as the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor recorded by the Spear Hall, and I thought he was quite impressive, but in the end, he didn't contribute much at all. Lu Lung remembered that this guy was also a Shrek Academy student before graduation, and he was one of the best students. He didn't expect to run into him at this time. It seemed he hadn't graduated yet. Have you two heard of Shrek Academy? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Qin Ming felt happy. If they had heard of it, then things would be easier. Lieina shook her head. She was surprised only because she had never heard of it. There was a hint of disdain and curiosity on her face. I haven't heard of it, but I'm curious. Why did you only invite Lung and not me? I'm very sorry. But Shrek Academy only accepts students under the age of 13 and those with spirit power above level 20. Qin said proudly. Just this point alone keeps many people from even stepping through the academy's door. Not well known, but quite arrogant, Hulaina still looked down on him. Being looked down upon by Hulaina, even Qin gentle nature showed a hint of coldness. Others could mock him, Qin, but they could not mock his teacher. And even more so, they could not mock Shrek Academy. Just as he was about to remind her, Lulong suddenly said, "Isn't Shrek Academy the one that only accepts monsters? You know about Shrek Academy?" Hulaina asked curiously. Lulong nodded, not knowing much. Since Brother Long is familiar with Shrek Academy, are you interested in joining? Don't worry, with your talent, you will definitely receive the Academy's full support, and all resources will be unconditionally directed towards you, ensuring that you can become the youngest title de law on the continent. Qin was extremely confident. He believed that Shrek had this capability and trusted in his teacher's abilities as well. One audacious claim, the youngest title de law. You might be the only ones from Shrek Academy who would dare to say that. Even the Spirit Hall Academy wouldn't make such a boast. Hulina mocked him again. Miss Fox may not believe it, but please do not belittle Shrek Academy. As a friend of Brother Long, I remind you once, but please do not let there be a next time. Qin said coldly. His words were very tactful, but one could still hear his determination. Hulina's repeated mockery and belittling of Shrek had already made him quite unhappy. If it weren't for Lulong's presence, he might have said something even more severe. Hulina's expression immediately turned cold. A mere school shouldn't be off limits to criticism. As a disciple of the illustrious Pope of the Spirit Hall, being reprimanded by an unknown person made her feel quite displeased. But at that moment, Lulong pulled her back. Brother Long, what do you think? Qin noticed their actions, but didn't mind. He continued to invite Lulong. Not interested. Lulong decisively refused. Why? Qin was confused. He had extended such a generous offer, and logically, Lulong should have accepted. You only recruit monsters at Shrek Academy, right? Lulong asked. Yes. Qin nodded, not understanding what he meant. But I'm not a monster. I'm a prodigy. Lulong smirked with a hint of charm, while Qin looked momentarily stunned. Not quite understanding. Lulong ignored him, and after saying this, left without looking back. Watching Lulong's departing figure, Qin soon realized what Lulong meant. He chuckled softly, feeling no anger but rather a surge of enthusiasm. One interesting guy. He looks down on Shrek. But the more you look down on Shrek, the more I want to pull you into Shrek. Qin tightened his fists and then also left the fighting arena. Meanwhile, after leaving Qin, Lulong arrived at the registration desk. The staff at the registration desk took the Iron Soul badge and began to register. What type of match do you want to sign up for? 2 versus 2, life and death battle. Lulong inquired and found out that those big men would participate in the 7-on-7 team battle, but they would also form teams privately for the 2-on-2 matches. Today, they had not yet started the soul battles, which was just the opportunity Lulong needed to target them. Life and death battle? The staff member was obviously a bit surprised. You're so young. Are you sure you want to participate in a life and death battle? Chapter 53, Flower Picking Combination versus Cold Fox Legend. Yes. I feel it is my duty to remind you that your highest soul power is level 40, so you will be participating in a level 40 soul battle. And you're only at level 39, which is very dangerous. You need to think this through. The staff member was very responsible, advising Lulong, and it was clear he was someone who valued talent. I've thought it through. Just go ahead and register. Lulong said firmly, seeing Lulong so determined. The staff member sighed helplessly. All right then. Soon, Lulong and his partner completed their registration and waited in the lounge. They would be notified when it was time for their soul battle. They waited for less than 10 minutes before it was Lulong and Hulaina's turn. They were assigned to the 12th Subsoul Battle Area. The Soto Great Soul Arena has 1 main soul arena and 24 Subsoul Battle Areas. The lower the ranking, the weaker the soul battle has strength. Lulong and Hulaina are newcomers, and logically, they should be at the end. But they are a level 40 Iron Fighting Soul combination, and it's a life and death battle, which makes them more attractive and commercially valuable, thus placing them higher up. Now, let's welcome today's new team combination, the Cold Fox Legend. They are a pair of handsome man and beautiful woman. However, compared to their beauty and handsomeness, their courage is even more admirable, as they chose a life and death battle for their first participation in the Fighting Soul. This undoubtedly shows their strong confidence in themselves. So let's look forward to their performance. Oh no, Cold Fox Legend has really bad luck. Their opponent is actually the notorious flower picking combination. This combination is known for being extremely cruel, enjoying torturing their opponents in life and death battles, especially subjecting beautiful women to horrific torment. making them a deterrent for female soul masters in the fighting soul arena. Moreover, they have already won 3 consecutive matches. So it seems that Cold Fox Legend is in for a tough time this time. So, will this match be a torture performance by the flower-picking combination, or a stunning debut for Cold Fox Legend? Let's wait and see. The host's words are very infectious, with just a few sentences. He has stirred the atmosphere of the entire venue and highlighted the immense gap between the two teams, subtly encouraging the gamblers to place their bets. This way, the Fighting Soul Arena will generate more revenue. Lu Long and Hulaina entered the Soul Fighting Arena, immediately enveloped by a strong atmosphere of killing intent, with shouts and chaos creating an intense ambience. Those who are weaker in spirit might falter under such pressure, but those with strong resolve would instead bolster their momentum, unleashing extraordinary power. Lu Long and Hulaina clearly belonged to the latter group. As they walked into the arena, they both wore masks, as their soul rings were too astonishing, and they feared that revealing their true identities during the battle could make them targets for those with malicious intentions. This was also a measure of self-protection. Additionally, they were worried about being recognized by members of the Spirit Hall, although revealing their soul abilities could also lead to recognition. Fewer people had seen their soul abilities compared to their true appearances. Their masks were quite amusing. Lu Long's was golden with a long knife depicted on it, while Hulaina's was silver, wrapped around with a 9-tailed fox. However, even with her mask on, Hulaina's alluring figure and the enchanting aura she exuded still stirred the hormones of all the spectators, causing an uproar. Their opponents were 2 burly men who, upon seeing Hulaina, were momentarily taken aback, but then couldn't help but lick their lips. "This girl looks familiar. Isn't she the one we just encountered?" One of them said. "You're right. Even though they've changed their clothes, that girl's unique charm and the scent on her are impossible to hide." The other burly man sniffed greedily, his nose sharp and thin like a rat, with long black nose hairs sticking out. Clearly, he could smell something special. Didn't he expect it to be them? They're really seeking their own doom. The burly man chuckled, completely disregarding Lu Long, his gaze fixated on Hulaina, filled with lust. "Let's first kill that guy. We can take our time torturing the woman. I want a live broadcast." As he spoke, drool spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry. We can't let such a stunning beauty go easily." Hulaina frowned, her hands trembling involuntarily. Although she couldn't hear what they were saying, she could tell from their expressions what filthy thoughts they had. "Don't kill them. Let us keep them alive for a while." Lu Long's eyes were cold, his tone indifferent and ruthless. "I want to dismember them." Hulaina bit her silver teeth tightly. "All right, everyone, the match officially begins now. The 4 of you have 1 minute to activate your soul abilities. The match will start in 1 minute. In this battle, there is no victory or defeat, only life and death," the host declared, unleashing his white dove soul and sending it flying into the sky. "I am Huang Kaiwa. My soul is the colorful centipede, level 44 battle soul master. I am Huang Dadeo. My soul is the golden furred mouse, level 44 battle soul master." After saying this, the 2 activated their soul abilities. The burly man with the colorful centipede transformed into 7 colors, centipede armor appearing on his back, with 4 soul rings beneath him. The one with the golden furred mouse had a longer nose, a rat tail appearing behind him, and the same 4 soul rings beneath him. Both had the best soul ring match. Facing the 2 activating their soul abilities, Lu Long remained motionless, his expression indifferent, seemingly without the intention to activate his soul. Hulaina followed suit and also stayed still, seeing that Lu Long did not move. What is going on with the Cold Fox Legend? They didn't activate their soul abilities. One of them is only level 39. Are they afraid of their opponent's soul abilities? The host said in surprise. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. However, his long-standing professional habit made him stir the audience's emotions with every word. The audience was momentarily stunned by the scene, but felt no worry. Instead, they wore expressions of anticipation. They knew that those participating in life-and-death battles were not fools. Lu Long's actions only made them believe that the Cold Fox Legend had a hidden trump card. "They actually looked down on us. I'll make you wish you were dead." Huang Dadeo grinned, unable to contain himself as he charged towards Hulaina. First soul skill, Earth Escape. With that, Huang Dadeo's body plunged into the ground, disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Huang Kaiwa also took action. First soul skill, Earth Escape. He too dove into the ground, vanishing just like Huang Dadeo. In an instant, the entire soul fighting arena was left with only Lu Long and Hulaina. Their soul skills were actually the same. Lu Long was surprised. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, He quickly noticed the difference. Although both of their soul skills were the same and had the same effect, the way they entered the ground was slightly different. He closed his eyes and projected his spirit perception at the soul Douluo level. Soon, he sensed the presence of the two underground. Liesin then unleashed her martial soul, growing a pair of pointed fox ears on her head, while 9 tails appeared behind her. After her martial soul possessed her, her ears perked up, and the tips moved slightly, listening to the sound around her. The 9-tailed fox had powerful hearing, capable of sensing all movements within range. Once she activated her martial soul, the actions of Huang Dideo and Huang Kaiwa became clear in her mind. Below us, both Liesin and Lu Lung spoke simultaneously. Then, the two leaped to the sides, and at the moment they jumped apart, 2 figures broke through the ground. Second soul skill, Thousand Hands Fist. Huang Dideo launched an attack at Liesin, swinging his fists. The power wasn't very great and the speed wasn't very fast, but the sheer number made up for it. Countless fists appeared behind him, numbering over 1,000, forming a massive fist net that struck towards Liesin from various angles. Liesin's 9 tails moved swiftly, unleashing extreme speed, creating multiple fox shadows to dodge each of these fists. At the same time, Huang Kaiwa also used her second soul skill, Giant Tail Bind, wrapping it around Lu Lung. Lu Lingen sneered coldly, remaining indifferent as Huang Caihua's tail wound tightly around him. Seeing this, Huang Kaiwa felt delighted, suddenly retracting his tail to bind Lu Lingen tightly, while his sharp claws emerged, activating his third soul skill, Diamond Split. This claw was exceptionally sharp. If it hit Lu Lingen, it would surely tear him apart. My tail is made of bone armor, impervious to blades and fire. You can't escape. Accept your death, Huang Kaiwa said with a triumphant smile, believing this young genius would ultimately be crushed by him. At the critical moment, the host seized the opportunity to explain what's going on here. The Cold Fox Legend's cold contestant has remained indifferent while Huang Kaiwa has firmly trapped him. If this claw lands, it will surely be instant death. The audience, however, reacted with fury. This is intentional, absolutely intentional. Damn it, refund. What kind of nonsense is this? Deceiving our feelings, refund. This is a scam for money. What a grand scheme in the soul fighting arena, refund. These people had seen the information about the Cold Fox Legend and believed they were 1 in 10,000 geniuses, specifically betting on their victory, hoping to make a fortune. But the current outcome made them doubt that this was an effect deliberately created by the soul fighting arena. Voices calling for refunds erupted, and the host's face turned somewhat awkward, not expecting his emotionally charged words to backfire. But compared to the excited emotions outside the arena, Lu Lingen remained icy throughout, watching the ever-enlarging claws in front of him, and coldly uttered 2 words, /Luo. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and the tail binding Lu Lingen snapped in response. At the same time, he unleashed his first soul skill, Blade Slash. A flash of cold light appeared. In Huang Caihua's perception, he felt a vast force surging toward him. Before he could comprehend this power, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. The sound of shattered bones erupted, accompanied by blood and flesh flying. As Huang Caihua's body was sent flying like a baseball, his ribs broken, chest caved in, his body slammed against the wall. This scene left those who had just shouted for refunds speechless in shock. Huang Kaiwa struggled to get up, but Lu Lingen had already reached him with lightning speed, and with one slash, an arm was severed. For soul skill Mouse Eye, Huang Kaiwa suddenly raised his head, a yellow light shooting from his eyes. Lu Lingen, caught off guard, quickly raised his blade to block. The yellow light struck Lu Lingen's blade like an electromagnetic cannon, and Huang Kaiwa revealed a victorious smile. This Mouse Eye skill was his strongest strike, based on all his soul power. It lacked immense destructive power or explosive force, but had terrifying and limitless penetrating power, capable of piercing through all martial soul defenses. He rarely used this skill because if it didn't kill, he would be killed due to the depletion of his soul power. Thus, he kept it hidden until the opponent least expected it, to turn the tide in a moment of despair. When Lu Lingen couldn't dodge this move, Huang Kaiwa believed he had won, confident that Lu Lingen's broken blade couldn't withstand it. However, the next second, his smile gradually froze. His Mouse Eye attack hit Lu Lingen's blade, but had no effect whatsoever. It left no mark on the blade and dissipated in a thin air after a few seconds. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Lu Lingen, wielding the blade slash without mercy, cut out Huang Caihua's eyes. Then, with swift slashes, he severed his remaining limbs. As a result, Huang Caihua's ribs were broken, arms and legs severed, tail cut off, and except for his neck, Everything that could be severed was gone. This bloody and decisive scene instantly shocked the entire arena. After a brief silence among the audience, they erupted into the wildest cheers. Those who had just shouted for refunds glared angrily, their faces red, veins bulging, fists crumpling their tickets, waving them as if they had just slain Huang Kaiwa themselves. The host immediately seized the opportunity, expressing deep emotions and passion, once again raising the atmosphere to a climax. These spectators, who usually had little power and were meek, revealed their repressed madness as soon as they entered the soul-fighting arena. What they loved most was this kind of brutal killing, especially when it involved horrific torment and merciless slaughter, because only in this way could they release the suppressed feelings in their real lives. On Lu Long's side, things were coming to an end. On the other side, Huang Dideo and Hulaina were entangled for a moment before falling into a disadvantage. After Huang Saihua's defeat, he felt something was wrong and quickly burrowed into the ground, not daring to show his face. Who exactly is this killing god? It's too terrifying. I didn't even get a clear look at the soul rings before Huang Kaiwa had his 6 limbs severed. Damn it. Even if I exhaust all my soul power, I won't go out today. Huang Dideo trembled in the ground. Chapter 55. Shocking debut at this moment. All he wanted was to escape the battle arena from underground. But the arena was sealed off. Whether in the sky or underground, it was completely enclosed, and he couldn't escape at all. If this continued, he would surely die. He thought he was not afraid of death, but when faced with it, he became afraid. He wanted to live, even if it was just for 1 more minute. He was 5 meters deep underground. Hulaina approached Lu Lung and pointed to a certain spot, saying, "Leave it to me." Lu Lung's mouth curled into a cold smile, and then he moved with lightning speed to above the yellow bandit. The purple soul ring shone brightly as he drew his sword and struck down fiercely. Boom! The immense force carried by the slash created a massive pit in the ground, producing a loud rumble, with debris flying and dust rising, obscuring the view inside. After Lu Lung made a strike, he swiftly moved to Hulaina's side and said, "You can deal with this person. No need. Killing him now would only be too cheap for him. Let's leave him be," Hulaina coldly replied after glancing at the barely alive Huang Kaihua. Soon, the dust settled, revealing the bottom of the pit where the yellow bandit lay. The audience gasped in shock as they realized that the yellow bandit, without any soul power defense, had been directly turned into meat paste by Lu Long's strike, mixed with the dust, leaving no intact part behind. This scene caused their expressions to change, their eyes filled with horror, deeply shaken by Lu Long's terrifying strength. What they thought would be a massacre performance by the flower-picking duo turned out to be the cold fox legend playing the pig to eat the tiger, crushing everyone with its terrifying might. Let's congratulate them. This victory belongs to the cold fox legend. The host's voice was powerful, instantly elevating the atmosphere to its peak. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lu Lung and Hulaina returned to the lounge, while the yellow bandit was carried away by staff, probably to be thrown out to feed the dogs. Checking the time, Lu Lung decided to participate in 2 more matches. There's still plenty of time. Should we take a break? Lu Lung asked first. No need. I didn't even use my soul skills just now, so my soul power consumption is almost negligible. Hulaina shook her head. Ever since her martial soul mutated into the 9-tailed celestial fox, her physical attributes had greatly improved. Moreover, she also discovered that her soul power recovery speed was extremely fast, more than double her previous recovery rate, giving her an advantage in prolonged battles. In that case, let's continue, Lu Lung said. Hulaina hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat worried, and said, "Let's rest for a bit. You should recover some soul power. Also, don't underestimate your enemies too much. If it weren't for your powerful martial soul, just now, you might have." Hulaina's words were left unfinished, but Lu Lung already understood her meaning. The final move of Huang Kaihua was powerful. Had he faced someone else, he might have been pierced through the head. The coldness on his face dissipated as he looked into Hulaina's eyes, which were filled with concern, and he felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled gently, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Soon, Lu Lung's second battle began. The 2 donned their masks, one with a knife and the other a fox, and walked towards the battle arena. Meanwhile, outside the battle arena, the Scar-faced man and 4 others were gathered together. "Boss, it's bad. The yellow bandit and Huang Kaihua are dead." A younger brother rushed in anxiously. "What? They're dead?" The scar-faced man and the others were shocked, but there was little sadness on their faces. They had thought this day was far off, but it had come much sooner than expected. The scar-faced man said with a complex expression they were living a life on the edge, with brothers dying almost every few days. So he was only somewhat surprised by the news of the Yellow Bandit and Huang Kaihua's deaths. Who killed them? The scar-faced man asked, not out of a desire for revenge, but to prepare for their next encounter. I don't know. They were wearing masks and called themselves the Cold Fox Legend. The Yellow Bandit and Huang Kaihua died terribly. One had all 6 limbs severed, and the other was turned into meat paste, while the opponent didn't even suffer a scratch. The younger brother recalled the scene he saw from the audience and felt his legs go weak. Not even a chance to fight back. The scar-faced man inhaled sharply. Although the Yellow Bandit was not the strongest among them, he was at a moderate level, yet he was utterly unable to retaliate, making the scar-faced man feel a pang of anxiety. Their information tells me, he continued, the Battle Arena's registry lists the Cold Fox Legend as a new duo. 1 male and 1 female. The male is called Lung, with a soul power of level 39, and the female is called Hu, with a soul power of level 43. A male and a female, level 39 and level 43, the scar-faced man muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of 2 individuals. It's them. A cruel smile spread across the scar-faced man's face. Boss, what are you planning? Nothing. Tell the brothers that there's work to do tonight. Understood. On the other side, when Qin Ming returned to Shrek Academy, it was almost dark, but instead of going back to his dormitory, he immediately sought out his teacher, Flinder, who was also the dean of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, aren't you supposed to be in the battle arena? I thought you wouldn't be back today, Flinder said, looking at his most prized disciple with pride and reluctance. At 26 years old, Qin Ming had achieved a soul power level of 49 and was on the verge of breaking through to 50. Teacher, I have good news, Qin Ming said happily. In fact, Qin Ming was about to leave Shrek Academy, which was a very sad thing for Flinder, who had nurtured him for 20 years. To make his teacher happy, Qin Ming had been searching for some outstanding students for several years. Over the years, he had found a few, but none were particularly exceptional. Today, he finally found someone he considered perfect. That person was Lu Long. Oh, what good news. Tell me. Flinder, knowing his disciple well, could easily see that something extraordinary was at hand. I discovered a student with immense potential. I estimate he is not yet 10 years old, but his soul power has reached a terrifying 39. Qin Ming exclaimed. Wait, what did you say? 39. Flinder interrupted before Qin Ming could finish. Qin Ming was taken aback by Flinder's intense reaction and quickly added, Yes, I'm sure. He is indeed at 39. Chapter 56. Flinder wants to recruit someone than his age. Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Flinder asked quickly, his eyes filled with skepticism. If what Qin Ming said was true, this person must be brought into Shrek Academy. I couldn't tell his exact age, but he definitely isn't over 12. Also, there's a female with him who looks to be around 17 or 18. But her talent is equally terrifying, reaching level 43. Qin Ming continued, his tone filled with astonishment and a hint of disappointment. He had thought he was one of the fastest cultivators on the continent, and the reality supported this belief, making him feel somewhat proud. However, he never expected to encounter someone who cultivated even faster than him today, and not just 1, but 2, which was a bit of a blow to his ego. Flinder did not notice Qin Ming's expression. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the muscles on his face nearly froze, and he stood there like a statue. Teacher? Qin Ming gently called out. Flinder suddenly regained his senses and asked, Where is he? Have you invited him to join Shrek Academy? Hearing this question, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. When I met them, they were participating in the battle arena, and I immediately invited them, but he seemed to look down on our Shrek Academy. So young, and already participating in the battle arena? Flinder was shocked again and then asked, Did he say which academy he attends? He didn't say. Qin Ming shook his head. Flinder pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Since they hadn't said anything, it meant there was still a chance. In that case, you lead the way, and I'll go personally. I hope they haven't left. Flinder clearly didn't want to give up, and it made sense. No academy would refuse such a genius. Qin Ming understood Flinder well and immediately neglected to have dinner, leading him directly to the Soul Arena. Inside the arena, as night fell, Lu Long had also finished today's battles. By the evening, they had completed 4 matches, winning all 4 and earning 4 points and 200 gold soul coins. Since these were life and death battles, the amount of gold soul coins earned per victory was much higher than in regular matches, but the points were the same. Only when achieving a 5-win or 10-win streak would the points increase slightly. Overall, after a day of life and death battles, their practical combat experience had greatly increased, far surpassing a semester of sparring in the academy. After all, This experience gained in the face of life and death was more effective and profound. Let's stay here for a while, Lulong said as he and Hulaina walked out of the arena. Where are we going to stay? In a hotel. Where else? Lulong replied as he began searching for a hotel. Soon, they found a relatively high-end hotel, the Rose Hotel. Rose Hotel? Not bad. Let us go with this one. Lulong nodded in satisfaction. In the original story, the Rose Hotel was a place that Dai Mubai often frequented and could be considered the best hotel in Soto City. Although Soto City wasn't much, if Dai Mubai could stay there, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a lovely waitress with a smile, who guided them to the front desk. Hello, I'd like to book 2 rooms. Sir, are you sure you want to book 2 rooms? The waitress was surprised. It was quite interesting to come here and book 2 rooms. Lulong certainly understood her meaning and immediately said seriously, do I look like the kind of person who would book a room? What Lulong meant by this was actually to say, I haven't fully developed yet. What's the use of renting a room? However, the waiter clearly misunderstood Lulong's words. She turned to him with an apologetic smile and said, Sir, you are outstanding in appearance and possess an elegant demeanor. It's clear you are a refined person. In matters of love, you are loyal and passionate, yet able to restrain yourself and not overstep boundaries. You truly are a rare gentleman, and I feel fortunate for your future wife. The waiter's words were quite sophisticated and also contained double meanings. She not only answered Lulong's question, but also complimented him in the process. Moreover, the waiter had a keen eye and immediately noticed that Hulaina was interested in Lulong. Therefore, her points of praise were also related to love, which aligned with Hulaina's feelings. Finally, she ended with a metaphor about Hulaina's future role as a wife, complimenting both of them once more, making it a perfect response. Lulong was taken aback by the response and thought to herself that the Rose Hotel, being the largest in Soto City, truly had its capabilities. Even the front desk staff was so perceptive, although she misunderstood the intention behind it. She then said, all right, enough talking. Let's get this started and rent for a month first. There are discounts for long-term rentals. The room can be refunded, but the discount is non-refundable. Once you two have made your decision, you can pay the deposit, which along with the rent for 2 rooms totals 550 gold soul coins. Is it that expensive? Hulaina was surprised. Although she had little concept of money, she understood the value of a gold soul coin. 550 gold soul coins meant 10 gold soul coins a day. An ordinary family could barely manage with just a few gold soul coins for a month. We cover meals, and with such a large upfront payment, you could be upgraded to VIP status with a dedicated car service wherever you go, the staff explained. With that said, it did seem quite worth it. All right, let's go with that, Lulong said. In fact, the amount didn't matter much, as the Spirit Hall was large and prosperous, and he had brought over 10,000 gold soul coins when he came out. Soon, Lulong happily completed the payment for the rent and deposit. Then, the staff handed over 2 golden keys, saying, these are your rooms on the top floor. One is the Red Ocean and the other is the Blue Demon. Red Ocean? Lulong was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to be able to stay in the Red Ocean, as he remembered it was Dai Mubai's exclusive room. Considering the time, Dai Mubai should be about to enter Shrek Academy, but since the Red Ocean hadn't been claimed by him yet, it meant that he either hadn't arrived or had just reached Soto City and hadn't started a journey of seduction. After realizing this, Lulong had a bite to eat with Hulaina at the hotel before heading towards the room. Lulong chose to stay in the Blue Enchantress, while Hulaina naturally stayed in the Red Ocean, with the 2 rooms not far apart. All right, get to bed early tonight. Conserve your energy. We have to fight tomorrow, Lulong said to Hulaina before turning to enter his own room. When Hulaina pushed open the door to the Red Ocean, she was immediately stunned by the decoration inside. A huge heart-shaped rose, red rose petals scattered all over the floor, red candle holders, and red silk ribbons, as if she had entered a bridal chamber. Chapter 57. Rose Hotel. Night attacked suddenly. Hulaina jumped out of her room and looked towards Lulong's door. Seeing it tightly closed, she couldn't help but think, did this guy deliberately choose the Rose Hotel and set up this scene to test me? Is he implying that I should leave the door open for him tonight? Or is he asking me to come into his room? Oh, how embarrassing. What am I thinking? He's only 9 years old. A child husband. It's just around the corner. Hulaina felt flustered, her face flushed, and after glancing at Lulong's door again, she finally entered her room. On this side, the layout of the Blue Enchantress room was a notch lower than that of the Red Ocean. But it didn't matter to Lulong. After all, it was just for sleeping. After washing up, Lulong went to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the Rose Hotel, 7 or 8 big men were hiding in a shadowy spot. Boss, they turned off the lights. Should we move? Scarface looked at the time and said, "Don't rush. Wait a bit longer until they completely let their guard down." Then he looked at another man. "Second, how's your side arranged? Don't worry. There's a waiter inside who used to be my subordinate. I threatened him to order some incense in their room. These two have won 4 matches today. They must have a lot of gold soul coins on them. This time, not only can we help Old 5 and Old 6 take revenge, but we can also make a small fortune." Old 3 chuckled. Scarface couldn't help but laugh. Then his expression changed. "Right? You guys better not hurt that little girl. I want to have some fun. Don't worry, boss, but after you're done, can you keep it quiet?" Second's eyes lit up. "I eat meat. You guys can't miss out on the soup," Scarface said domineeringly. "Thank you, boss." A group of subordinates displayed lewd smiles. On the other side, Flander and Qin Ming arrived at the soul fighting arena, but couldn't find Lu Lung and the others. "Where are they?" Flander asked. "Wait, let me ask the staff," Qin Ming said, rushing off and quickly returning. "I asked the staff. They left a while ago. Do you know where they went?" "No. The staff only said they went east," Qin Ming said. "But I guess they're definitely not from Soto City. It's so late. They must be looking for a place to stay. We can look for them at a hotel. Soto City is so big. There are so many hotels. How we find them?" Flander asked with a sidelong glance. "If we only look to the east, it should be easy to find. Both of them are dressed like wealthy people, so they definitely won't stay in a shabby hotel. There are only a few high-end hotels in the eastern area," Qin Ming analyzed. Hearing this, Flander nodded. One must admit, Qin Ming was really smart. Just based on one sentence from the staff and his own speculation, he could deduce Lu Lung's whereabouts quite accurately. With such a wise and calm mind, he truly deserved to be Flander's best disciple. "Then let's set off quickly," Flander said. No time to waste. The two immediately set off to search. Time passed second by second, and Scarface and the others waited outside the hotel for another half an hour. "Is it time yet?" Scarface asked. "It's about time. Now is when the incense is most effective. Then let's act according to plan. Remember to avoid the hotel security. Those guys may be useless, but they can still be a hassle. Make sure to take them out in one hit, then retreat immediately." "Yes." So, the 7 or 8 men split into 2 groups. One group pretended to be friends and went up the stairs from the front, while the other group circled around to the outside and climbed in through the windows. Soon, the group going upstairs arrived at the doors of the 2 rooms. 1 minute left. Once the time is up, act immediately, Scarface whispered as he looked at the time. Before long, the minute was up. Scarface took out the spare key that the waiter had secretly left, and each of the 2 little brothers took one to open the doors. The slight sound of the key turning echoed, and Hulaina's room was as quiet as water. Only her even breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, in the blue enchantress room, Lu Lung suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Jean Luo appeared in his hand. "Someone's here." Lu Lung's heart stirred, and he immediately put the fragrant Chilua fairy item that was placed by the bed into his ring. As soon as the fragrant Chilua fairy item entered the ring, Lu Lung immediately smelled a peculiar scent. "Not good, it's a drug." Hulaina. Lu Lung was not worried about himself. His first reaction was that Hulaina was in danger. His pupils shrank sharply, bursting with brilliance, and he was ready to rush out. But suddenly, the door handle twisted, and a small gap was opened. Lu Lung's expression was icy. Without saying a word, he drew his knife and ruthlessly struck. A small gang member at the door had just pushed open the room and quietly poked his head inside. Before he could see what was inside, he felt a chill wash over him, followed by a flash of light, and his head was sliced in half. At the same time, the powerful force of the blade shattered the door, sending another gang member outside flying. "Make your move." Scarface saw that Lu Lung had discovered them and immediately issued the order. The 4 outside broke through the window. 2 rushed into Lu Lung's room, while 2 others entered Holiana's room. Scarface and another person turned and charged towards Lu Lung, while the gang member lying on the ground managed to struggle up, glanced around, and chose to enter Holiana's room. Meanwhile, the loud noise had also alerted the management of the Rose Hotel, and security personnel rushed towards the commotion. "Quick battle, quick resolution. Kill him," Scarface commanded as the 4 charged towards Lu Lung. Danger. Lu Lung's first concern was not for himself, but for the danger Hulaina was in. He possessed the Yuxiang Chilua, so he was not affected by the charming fragrance. But Hulaina did not have any defense and was definitely in a deep sleep without any ability to resist. Realizing this, Lu Lung's expression turned cold, and he could no longer hold back. The Jean-Lois blade was unleashed, instantly enveloped in lightning, and a terrifying, oppressive aura gathered in the room. At the same time, 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, lit up beneath his feet. 10,000-year soul rings. The dazzling purple and the heavy, oppressive black filled the entire room, causing those who rushed in to momentarily freeze in shock. The scarred-faced man finally showed a look of fear at this moment. He realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, but he quickly regained his composure. It was too late to turn back. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Don't dawdle. Use all your strength and kill him immediately." Facing someone like this, the scarred-faced man knew deeply that in this battle, one side would surely die. There was no way to retreat. Chapter 58. 1 against 8. Having said that, he was the first to unleash his martial spirit. His fourth soul ring shone brightly, a brilliant purple, though it was still slightly inferior to Lulong's. Fourth soul skill, Songlong Yiming. Seeing this, the others also wasted no time and activated their strongest soul skills. Fourth soul skill, Iron Foot Stomp. Fourth soul skill, Rampaging Rhinoceros Charge. Fourth soul skill, Explosive Flames. The several of them launched their attacks almost simultaneously, having witnessed Lulong's terrifying soul rings. They understood without needing the scarred-faced man to remind them that they had to kill him at the first opportunity. First soul skill, Blade Draw Slash. Lulong did not hesitate, letting out a low shout as he swung his blade, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. However, his slash was not aimed at the enemy, but at the wall in the middle. This wall was the partition between him and Hulaina's room, and his first priority was to ensure her safety. Only after securing her could he focus on fighting these people. His speed was astonishing, especially now that he was pushing his limits, making him almost invisible. Moreover, none of the four opponents had any area-wide skills, which allowed Lulong to easily break through the wall and appear in Hulaina's room. As he entered, he caught sight of a burly man's claw reaching for Hulaina. With the force of thunder, without hesitation, Lulong unleashed a bolt of lightning. The big man was caught off guard. Perhaps he never expected Lulong to smash through the wall and enter this room. He was momentarily stunned, but that brief reaction time allowed a thick purple lightning bolt to penetrate the ceiling, instantly turning him into charred remains. The other two people in the room, witnessing this, quickly gathered their soul power and activated their martial spirits. Lulong swiftly moved to Hulaina's side and, seeing that she had only fainted, let out a sigh of relief. He quickly took out the prepared antidote pills from his ring and administered one to her. There was no time to wait for her to wake up. The remaining 6 individuals were already charging towards him again. Meanwhile, outside the Rose Hotel, a bolt of lightning struck, drawing the attention of Qin Ming and Flender. "Teacher, there's a battle over there." Qin Ming pointed in the direction of the Rose Hotel. "Let's go take a look," Flender said with a serious expression, immediately heading over. Inside the room, 6 burly men surrounded Lulong, charging at him. Lulong couldn't evade them. Even with his speed, he couldn't break through the encirclement of the 6 unless he flew away. However, if he took to the air, the still unconscious Hulaina would undoubtedly suffer severe harm. At that moment, Lulong had already made a decision in his heart. "Since you seek death, I will fulfill your wish." Lulong's eyes were firm and expression cold as he swung his weapon, the Zhan Luo, releasing the energy of his soul without reservation, revealing his 39th level soul power. Suddenly, 8 tornadoes over 3 meters high erupted from the ground, quickly sweeping outwards in 8 directions from Lulong's center. These 8 tornadoes were intertwined with lightning power, and as they moved further away from Lulong, they continuously expanded and grew, always connected together without leaving any gaps for invasion. This was the third soul skill, Windstorm Thunder, a skill from a soul ring nearly 50,000 years old, perfectly executed with a divine-level martial soul, showcasing the overwhelming power of Windstorm Thunder. This move consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and splitting it into 8 required immense mental effort as well. It could only last for a brief 30 seconds. However, during those 30 seconds, it was simply impossible for this group of soul masters at the 40th level to resist. Even though their levels were significantly higher than Lulong's, they could not bridge the gap in this regard. After all, they were all equipped with 1,000-year soul rings. The tornadoes were as sharp as blades, swirling with rolling thunder, and the scar-faced men used their soul skills to counteract it. Yet, when they touched the tornadoes, they felt themselves being pulled by an immense force. Their soul skills barely held for a moment before 6 of them were effortlessly lifted off the ground and sucked into the tornadoes, along with the surrounding furniture and buildings, leaving nothing in their wake. Lulong seized the opportunity to unleash his thunderous strike once again. This time, it was not just 1 but 6 strikes. However, these 6 were significantly smaller than the previous one. Lightning descended from the sky once more, striking them firmly, causing the bodies of the six to tremble and collapse instantly. One of them, with a low soul power level, looked to be only around level 40 and was directly killed by the strike. Immediately, screams filled the air, while Lulong's expression remained icy, his eyes filled with a chilling light. 10 seconds later, the wind died down and the thunder ceased. The 5 bodies lay around Lulong like dead dogs, and the scar-faced man attempted to struggle to his feet, but Lulong appeared before him in a flash. With a swift motion, he slashed upward, executing a perfect central symmetry. He then mercilessly struck again, delivering 5 rapid blows that severed the head. Under the force of inertia, the head rolled away, scattering across the ground, eventually coming to rest at the feet of a security guard who had just rushed up. The guard stared wide-eyed at the severed head beneath him, then glanced at the man holding the long knife, his body emanating an icy aura, and his face displayed an expression of utter terror. Of course, the other severed heads around him shared in the same horror. Even in death, they might not have understood why this happened. Thus, this sudden assassination concluded with Lulong's proud achievement of defeating 8 opponents single-handedly, marking a perfect end to the encounter. As the security personnel arrived upstairs, other guards gradually rushed in, followed closely by the hotel manager, and the city guards, having received news, quickly came as well. Along with some onlookers, the entire Rose Hotel was soon surrounded tightly. At this moment, Flander and Qin-Ming also arrived at the scene. What met their eyes was Lulong standing amidst the ruins, exuding a strong aura of killing intent. He stood there in an ordinary manner, his long hair falling over his forehead, obscuring his expression. The long knife in his hand was held casually, seemingly lacking strength, yet no one dared to underestimate it, as blood continued to drip down the blade. Surrounding him were pools of blood, shattered buildings, and several headless corpses. He radiated an extremely cold aura that kept living beings at bay. Despite his small stature, he stood out starkly in the chaotic environment, like a demon emerging from hell, sending chills down people's spines. Even the arriving guards could not help but keep a distance of 3 meters from him. In sharp contrast to this terrifying scene was Hulaina, who was still peacefully asleep in front of him. Her expression was serene and calm, her breathing steady, as if she had not been disturbed at all by the recent battle. Chapter 59. Flander's shock. It seems we arrived at the wrong time. Flander's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Lulong's figure, trembling within. Some of the deceased were familiar to him. They were individuals who had survived the life-and-death battles in the Soul Arena. They were powerful and brutal, avoided by ordinary people. Yet at this moment, they had all perished at Lulong's feet, which left him utterly stunned. Although it wasn't the right time, it at least proved what I said. I think it's good to get acquainted first, Qin-Ming said with a smile. However, there was also a hint of helplessness in his smile. He had thought Lulong's talent was already remarkable, but upon witnessing this scene, he realized he had underestimated him. You're right, Flander nodded, turning his gaze toward Lulong, filled with admiration. Exceptional talent, a calm mind, caring for teammates, and abundant battle experience. All of these qualities showcased his perfection. Who could possibly have trained such a genius? Flander couldn't help but murmur to himself. Before he arrived, he had hoped Lulong would join Shrek Academy. But now, seeing the scene, he felt somewhat shaken. It wasn't a lack of confidence in Lulong, but rather a lack of confidence in himself. Because a genius like this must have a powerful teacher behind them, and such a teacher would certainly be backed by a strong academy or sect. Has the teacher given up so soon? Qin-Ming sensed the implication in Flander's words and comforted him, saying, "Some things you won't know unless you try." With that, Qin-Ming swiftly moved to Lulong's side, and Lulong turned to look at him coldly. He smiled and asked with concern, "Brother Long, what happened here?" Lulong did not answer him. The coldness in his eyes was evident, and the blade in his hand seemed ready to strike at any moment. The sudden night attack forced Lulong to be wary of everyone. After all, today in the soul fighting arena, besides this scar-faced man, Qin-Ming was also present. Qin-Ming's heart trembled, knowing that Lulong had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just concerned about you. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Dean Flander." As he spoke, Qin-Ming introduced Flander to Lulong. Flander stepped forward, smiled slightly at Lulong, and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Flander. Nice to meet you." Lulong glanced at him. Of course, he knew who Flander was, but he wasn't interested at the moment. He coldly said, "I'm not happy right now." Flander's face turned awkward, his hand stiff in the air, clearly realizing he had said the wrong thing. Sigh. It was all his fault for being too excited and saying something so inappropriate in such a setting. This was really bad. He had left a poor impression on their first meeting. Qingming also felt a bit awkward. The teacher had really lost his composure today. He quickly tried to ease the atmosphere and said, "Brother Long, do you need any help? I see these people are from the fighting spirit arena." "I know," Lu Long replied. He had just had a conflict with these people in the morning, so he naturally couldn't just forget it. Qingming sighed and said, "I suspect these people's malicious intentions are impulsive. If you kill them, there won't be much to pursue afterward. They're just people living life with their heads hanging on their belts. Fate decides life and death, and wealth is determined by heaven." Qingming was quite right. Lu Long's guess was similar to what he was thinking, but this also served as a reminder for him. At this moment, Flander also wanted to say something to ease his earlier embarrassment. But just then, Hulaina woke up under the effect of a detox pill. She opened her eyes and found that the ceiling of the room had disappeared, and she could see the starry sky at a glance. Moreover, it was chaotic around her, filled with the smell of blood. "What's going on? Where did the ceiling go?" she asked in surprise. Then she got up and found her body weak and powerless. Looking around, she noticed the house was in ruins and the scene was chaotic, which surprised her again. What happened? Why are there so many dead people? She looked at Lu Long, whose expression had softened, and he briefly explained the situation to her. After listening, her small face turned pale, filled with fear. "Brother Long, it seems this hotel can't be stayed in today. It's so late now, and looking for another one would be a waste of energy. How about we stay at our Shrek for a night?" Qingming, seeing that Hulaina was awake, quickly seized the opportunity to say. Lu Long immediately wanted to refuse. After all, he didn't want to have anything to do with Shrek. He is now a member of the Spear Hall, and if the plot goes smoothly, they will inevitably confront each other sooner or later. But at that moment, the hotel manager approached, slightly bowing and apologizing. "I'm very sorry, sir. Our hotel has encountered such a situation, causing you great trouble. This is due to our inadequate security. To express our apologies, we will refund the full amount of the room fee you prepaid and offer you both free accommodation indefinitely in the future. However, I must ask you to bear with us tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Long said, "Is there really no other room?" The manager replied, "There are rooms available, but we have encountered some management issues that require thorough investigation and rectification tonight to avoid disturbing our guests. Therefore, we will suspend operations for the evening. Moreover, given the current state of disrepair, it wouldn't be appropriate for our hotel to operate." At this moment, Flander added, "Don't be polite, little brother. Although Shrek isn't as luxurious as the Rose Hotel, it's clean and tidy, and it's perfectly fine to stay for a night." The hotel manager continued, "Yes, sir. I apologize again for the inadequate service. However, we'll be back to normal by tomorrow, and we would welcome your presence again then." Lu Long replied, "Well, since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Given the situation, I can only agree, especially since we have a soul fighting tomorrow. I need to be well rested." But immediately after, he turned to Flander and said, "Let me make it clear, I'm only staying for one night. I can pay, but I will not join Shrek." Saying this, Lu Long took out 2 gold soul coins, not wanting to owe anyone a favor. He knew that 2 gold soul coins were enough for one night's stay, as Shrek had limited funds. "Oh, you're being too formal," Flander said with a hint of joy in his heart. Seeing Lu Long take out money, he immediately said earnestly, "Little brother, you underestimate me. Although our academy is tight on funds, we can afford to host you for one night. Don't be polite. Just consider it making a friend." Flander said this half-jokingly, but Lu Long shook his head slightly, saying, "Regardless of whether you accept it or not, I want to make it clear that I don't like owing favors." Chapter 60. Staying at Shrek. Upon hearing this, Flander understood Lu Long's determination and felt a bit disappointed. But he quickly cheered up and said, "In that case, I'll just accept 1 copper soul coin." Flander respected Lu Long's sentiments. Upon seeing this, Lu Long couldn't help but have a new understanding of the legendary four-eyed cat eagle. It must be said that in the original work, among the Shrek Academy, only Flander could be considered a decent person. At least, for the sake of the Academy, he had always been a dedicated presence. However, as a member of the main character group, it was destined that the 2 sides would be enemies. After making the decision, Lu Long and Hulaina packed their things briefly and headed to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Flander no longer disturbed Lu Long and the others, gave them 2 rooms, pointed out the location of the washing facilities, and then left. Lu Long looked around at this so-called Shrek Academy. Although it wasn't very shabby, it was indeed extremely simple, located in a village and blending in with the entire community. If it weren't for the sign hanging at the entrance, no one would have thought this was actually an academy. After a simple wash, Lu Long prepared to sleep. It was already past midnight, and he needed to go to the Soul Arena tomorrow. If he didn't sleep now, he wouldn't be in good spirits. "Hey, why are you still here?" Lu Lung returned to his room after washing up and found Hulaina still in his room, puzzled as he asked, "Why aren't you poisoned?" Hulaina didn't answer his question, but instead asked in return, "I have immortal herbs, the fragrant Chiloa immortal product. I always put it outside before sleeping to prevent anyone from poisoning me," Lu Lung explained. Hulaina made no sound, seemingly understanding, but with a hint of cunning in her eyes. She then asked, "Do you think they will come back to take revenge on us?" Lu Lung thought for a moment. Then his expression became firm. "They probably won't come. This is Shrek Academy, where there are many experts, and they don't have such boldness." However, Hulaina suddenly looked a bit shy. But what if they do come? Hulaina's face unexpectedly turned a little red. After saying that, she hurriedly added, "They're all desperate people. Who knows what they might do, right?" "What do you mean?" Even Lu Lung, who was usually slow on the uptake, noticed that Hulaina's demeanor was a bit strange at that moment. "I don't mean anything. I'm just scared." Hulaina lowered her head and said in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Lu Lung finally understood that she intended to stay and not leave. What should he do? He couldn't really sleep in the same bed with her. Could he? He was already 30 years old in terms of mental age. And although Hulaina, who was just in her teens, had a good figure, it was still hard for him to accept sleeping together. It felt too sinful. So what should he do? Kick her out? But what she said seemed to be the truth. What if those people still had remnants of their faction and, in a fit of rage, came to kill him? Thinking of this, Lu Lung immediately felt a headache coming on. Hulaina didn't know what Lu Lung was thinking. Seeing him staring at her, she thought he was imagining unhealthy things. Her face instantly flushed red, and she couldn't help but lower her head into her arms. After a while, she noticed that Lu Lung was still standing there dumbfounded, and she felt a bit annoyed. With a huff, she decided not to care anymore. Jumped onto the bed, rolled herself up in the quilt, and said, "I'm going to sleep now. I don't care where you sleep. You can't leave this room." Humph. With that, Hulaina covered her head, turned off the light, and fell asleep. Silly dear. Lu Lung stood dazed in the darkness. Seeing that Hulaina had really laid down, he was at a loss, like a puppet. After a long while, he sighed, found a spare blanket from the nearby cabinet, and then made a bed on the floor. "I'm not like Tang San, that old loser, hypocritical, pretending to be foolish with an adult's heart in a teenager's body, taking the opportunity to take advantage of others." Lu Lung sneered and wrapped himself in the blanket to sleep. He considered himself a person with principles and would never do something disgusting like that. Lu Lung's every move was watched by Hulaina. Seeing that Lu Lung did not go to bed, she felt a bit happy but also a bit lost. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, Lu Lung was still young. Although she had recognized her feelings, she wouldn't do anything bold. So, just like that, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the two got up. As soon as they stepped out, they ran into Flinder. Flinder greeted them and asked, "How did you two sleep?" "Pretty well." Lu Lung and Hulaina both thanked him and continued, "Sorry to trouble you, Dean Flinder. Since it's already bright out, we won't bother you any longer." Saying this, Lu Lung and Hulaina prepared to leave. Seeing that they were about to go, Flinder felt a bit anxious and stepped forward, quickly saying, "You two just got up and haven't had breakfast, right? Why don't you have breakfast first? Let me show my hospitality." Lu Lung thought it was a feasible idea. After all, leaving right after sleeping did seem a bit impolite. So, he followed Flander to the cafeteria. Flander was very happy and took the opportunity to introduce the founding principles of Shrek, the purpose of the academy, the admission qualifications, and the tailored teaching methods for students along the way. He subtly hinted that as long as Lu Lung could join Shrek, he would receive the best educational resources, the best treatment, and the best of everything. Whatever Shrek had, he would be generously given. Lu Lung listened attentively, as this was an opportunity to learn about Shrek. However, he couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. Flander had talked so much about unnecessary things, yet he had not mentioned the most important teaching resources. He only said that the best resources would be given to Lu Lung, but he remained tight-lipped about what specific resources there were. Lu Lung concealed his thoughts in his heart, but responded with a cheerful smile, like a seasoned socialite, saying things like, "I am very grateful for Shrek's enthusiasm, but I can only let his kindness go to waste," and other inconsequential remarks. Flanders noticed Lu Lung's attitude, but put in even more effort in his words. He truly did not want to miss out on this genius, Lu Lung. Lu Lung became somewhat impatient after hearing the last part, and spoke in a half-hearted manner. In fact, he had thought to himself that if he had not already been recruited by the Spirit Hall, he would really consider joining Shrek. After all, this was Tang San's place of growth, blessed by fate. Chapter 61. For questions for Flanders, seeing Lu Lung's displeased expression and having no good feelings towards Shrek, Hulaina furrowed her brows and spoke up. Dean Flanders, if you want to invite Long to join your Shrek, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. I hope you don't mind. Of course, go ahead, Flanders replied, suddenly delighted. Hulaina's words brought him a turning point. The first question, what is the highest soul power level of the teachers in your academy? Hulaina asked. 76 level battle soul saint. That's me, Flanders said. A hint of pride on his face as he recalled the time of the golden iron triangle. Not bad, Hulaina replied indifferently. Just not bad. Seeing Hulaina merely nod slightly, Flanders couldn't help but feel worried about the following questions. The second question, does your academy have a high-level mimicry training room? We don't have that, Flanders answered somewhat dejectedly, but straightforwardly. The third question, does your academy have medicinal baths that nourish the body or stimulate physical potential? Hulaina continued to ask. We don't have that either. After saying this, Flanders' expression was no longer simply dejected. There was an added hint of embarrassment. The fourth question, does the food in your cafeteria meet nutritional standards? Hulaina pressed on relentlessly. Her words were sharp, targeting the key points, and each question had the word you're added, making Flanders feel even more personally involved, thus heightening his emotions. When she asked this question, Flanders suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his gaze shifted to a thatched cottage ahead, his expression slightly evasive. Lulong looked at his expression and guessed that the hut ahead should be the cafeteria. He then grabbed Hulaina and said, All right, Fox, don't ask anymore. Dean Flander means well. However, Hulaina stubbornly shook off Lulong's hand and asked, one last question. Shrek Academy has an admission requirement of being under 13 years old and having a soul power of at least level 21. So I ask, what kind of academy can waste such a genius? Waste. Upon hearing this word, Flanders' eyes widened in shock, and his breathing became rapid. What does she mean by that? Does she imply that Shrek is too trashy? That it can only rely on these geniuses to gain fame? He couldn't believe that such a question came from a little girl. But after the initial surprise, he didn't immediately explode. Instead, he began to contemplate the answer to this question. I think the reason a genius can become a genius is not because the academy is so powerful, but because they themselves are geniuses. They would be geniuses in any academy they attend. I won't comment on your admission requirements. I just want to say that if Shrek Academy has nothing else to show for itself, then Dean Flander, you don't need to waste your breath. Before Flander could respond, Hulaina continued mercilessly. In fact, she didn't know why she said so much. In the past, she wouldn't have bothered to say a word since just following Lulong was enough. However, ever since entering Shrek Academy last night, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if there was an emotion pinned up inside her. Now, by venting through these words, she felt much better. But after finishing her speech, she felt a bit regretful. I actually let go of Lulong's hand just now. Will he hate me for this? Thinking of this, Hulaina cautiously glanced at Lulong, only to find that he was looking at her with a surprised expression, and within that surprise, there seemed to be a hint of joy. Joy? Why would he be happy? Does he like me bullying him? Or is he a masochist? As soon as Hulaina finished her sentence, the atmosphere became tense. Flanders' face turned pale and looked exceptionally ugly. Hulaina's words were harsh and had some truth to them. However, in fact, he felt that what she said was completely nonsense. Education is not as simple as she made it out to be. Indeed, compared to other academies, Shrek lacks many things, which might cause some students to fall behind at the starting line. But these things are not absolutely necessary. Having them would be a bonus, but not having them is not crucial. It's not that without these things an academy cannot function, nor that Shrek cannot produce excellent disciples. The most important aspect of education is not the superficial material, but rather a spirit that seeks knowledge and strives for improvement. Many resource-rich academies often produce some arrogant and misguided shells, while some resource-poor academies can also cultivate rich-spirited, knowledgeable talents. This is the essence of education. For example, Qin Ming's talent isn't very high, yet he has already surpassed his peers, and even some excellent students from stronger academies can't compare to him, whether in soul power level or knowledge. Qin Ming is the best example and his greatest confidence. However, Flander had to admit that Hulaina was right about one thing. With Shrek's current conditions, it really couldn't keep Lulong. Even so, Flander had to defend Shrek's dignity. Miss Fox, as an elder, I shouldn't argue with you, but I must correct something. That is, teacher, there's a problem. Just as Flander was about to explain, Qin Ming suddenly ran over. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Flander said, with some dissatisfaction. Not sure if it was due to Qin Ming's panic or the earlier incident. Sorry, teacher, I was reckless. Qin Ming first apologized and then continued. It's like this, a new student just enrolled, and their aptitude is quite good, but now there's a bit of a problem. Saying this, Qi Ming took out a document and handed it to Flander. Upon hearing that a student had enrolled, Flander's expression brightened, and much of his earlier displeasure dissipated. After all, according to their academy's rules, those who could enroll were certainly exceptional talents. Little brother, you all eat first. I need to handle something. Flander had initially planned to explain things to Hulaina, but now that the situation had changed, he didn't bother to explain anymore. As for Lulong, it seemed there was no chance for now, so it was better to focus on another student. Chapter 62. The sleazy Uncle Oscar Flander politely exchanged a few words and then followed Qi Ming out. Once the two left, Hulaina said, "It's just one student enrolling. Why are they so excited?" Lulong couldn't help but chuckle. She knew that Hulaina held a grudge because Qi Ming had only invited her, and not Hulaina, due to the fact that Hulaina was older. The words she had just spoken revealed her feelings of resentment without a doubt. Although Lulong felt quite happy listening to her, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to say it so directly. So Lulong said, "Don't be upset. They don't look down on you. It's just that the academy has its rules and can't admit you. Also, you were a bit too blunt just now. But I really liked it, haha." "Who said that?" Hulaina was admonished by Lulong and immediately felt flustered, thinking, am I really that petty? However, when she heard the latter part of Lulong's words, a happy smile returned to her face. Lulong chuckled and stopped talking. The two of them then walked into the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was actually just 2 tables, a place where the villagers usually brag and chatted, and, during mealtime, it served as their dining area. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lulong found that apart from a scruffy thin man eating grilled sausages and drinking porridge, there was no one else. 2 eggs, 2 steamed buns, 2 grilled sausages, and a bowl of porridge, please, Lulong said to the short, chubby man inside. "Take what you want, but no wasting." "Also, there are no grilled sausages," the chubby man said without turning around, and then he got back to his work. "No grilled sausages? Then what is he eating?" Hulaina questioned. The chubby man ignored her. Hulaina was about to explode, but Lulong stopped her. There were no grilled sausages, yet someone was eating them, looking rather sleazy with dense hair. Lulong thought he already knew who it was. Sure enough, just as Lulong's thoughts settled, a voice rang out in front of them. "Want to eat grilled sausages? Just 1 silver coin each. You sell grilled sausages?" Hulaina said suspiciously to the suddenly appearing strange uncle. She examined him and found he didn't even have any tools. "Of course," Oscar said proudly. Then he looked at Hulaina and, noticing she was a rare beauty, added with a hint of flattery, "Are you the new teacher? You don't look like it. You're too young. Then are you the new student? You don't look like it either. You're a bit too old." When he said old, Oscar couldn't help but glance at a certain part of her, but quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "But no matter who you are, for a beautiful lady like you, I can offer a special discount, just 5 copper soul coins. So what do you say? Want to try one?" "No need for a discount, just give us a few," Lulong said, tossing him a gold soul coin. He knew the function of Oscar's grilled sausages. They could restore soul power and physical strength. And although they only had a 12-hour shelf life, they were still decent. Although the incantation sounded a bit off, the taste was still acceptable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to inherit the title of the god of food. Oscar's eyes lit up as he took the gold coin. "This little brother, you must be the new student, right? Don't worry. In this academy, Oscar, will take care of you. Just mention my name, and no one will dare to trouble you." "All right, enough chit-chat. Just make the grilled sausages," Lulong said indifferently, then sat down with the porridge and steamed buns. Oscar, not wanting to be overly dramatic, took the gold coin and went to a corner, turning his back to Lulong and the others, and began to make the grilled sausages. He channeled his soul power, and a yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet as he chanted, "I have a big grilled sausage. I have a big grilled sausage. I have a big grilled sausage." At that moment, Hulaina, who was drinking porridge, suddenly heard the strange voice of the sleazy uncle and couldn't help but spray the porridge out, staring at Oscar like she had discovered a new continent. "Don't mind him. He's a food-type soul master, a bit special, but the grilled sausages taste pretty good," Lulong explained, raising his eyelids. "Okay, but I've never seen a soul master who chants spells like that." Hulaina pouted, clearly showing some disdain. "And if you're going to chant spells, why hide in a corner? Who knows what he's doing?" I've decided, no matter what, I absolutely will not eat those grilled sausages. Too disgusting, especially his." Soon, Oscar brought over 8 grilled sausages. He looked at Lulong and grinned. "I ran out of soul power, so I could only make 8. Is it the only kind?" Lulong asked. "Of course not. There's also a type of small sausage, but since you all just want to fill your stomachs, it's unnecessary to eat that," Oscar said proudly. "What level is your soul power?" Lulong asked again. Not high. I just broke through to level 22. Only 22? How old are you? Liesin asked in surprise. This strange uncle looked like he was in his 40s, yet he was only at level 22. It was quite odd that Shrek still kept him. I'm just over 11, Oscar replied. Over 11? You say you're over 11 and have a full beard? Who would believe that? Liesin exclaimed, looking incredulous. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, even though I have a lot of facial hair. It only shows that my kidneys are good. It doesn't mean I'm old, Oscar said a bit proudly. I still don't believe it. Lung, do you believe it? Liesin asked, still in disbelief. I believe it. Lung said indifferently that he certainly believed it, but Oscar's appearance when he didn't shave was really hard to compliment. Do you believe it? Liesin was even more surprised this time. However, her surprise was from another aspect. If Oscar was really only 11 years old, what did that imply? It implied that Oscar's talent was extremely high and he could very likely surpass her. After all, when she was 11, her soul power was only at level 23. But let's not forget, Oscar was a food system soul master, and the difficulty of cultivation was much higher than hers. Upon realizing this, Liesin suddenly understood why Flinder was so confident in inviting Lung to enroll. It turned out that this academy really had hidden talents. Junior, what level are you? Oscar asked, showing concern for Lung. The academy has enrollment rules, and you seem too young to have been admitted. Could it be that you were picked up like me? I'm not a high level, just a little bit higher than you, Lung replied flatly. Chapter 63. Dai Mubai enrolls learning to brag at such a young age? I admit you're a bit more handsome than me, but I don't believe your soul power is higher than mine. In this academy, aside from Senior Qinming, no one is better than me. Oscar said confidently about his own strength. With innate full soul power and the personal training from Dean Flinder, he only respected Qinming in the entire academy. He looked down on everyone else. Is that so? Lung said non-committally. Of course, Oscar said proudly. Then, seeing that Lung and Liesin hadn't touched the grilled sausages at all, he urged, you guys should eat quickly. Otherwise, it'll get cold and won't taste good. Oscar was particularly eager to see how the two would react to his grilled sausages, especially Liesin. Since he started making grilled sausages, very few people had eaten them, let alone a beauty like Liesin. Therefore, he couldn't wait to see their reactions. Lung took the grilled sausage, glanced at it without caring much, and directly put it in his mouth to eat. I have to say, this sausage truly lives up to being crafted by the food god from the future. The skill is really beyond words, and it is extremely delicious. After Lung took a bite, he immediately devoured several more. Seeing Lung so happy, Oscar suddenly felt like he had found a kindred spirit. His eyes brightened, as if he could already see a golden, shining soul coin. Oh no. It was like seeing a brother in life and death walking toward him. Then, he looked at Liesin, but she didn't even glance his way, focusing on her porridge. Don't you want to try it, beautiful lady? Get lost, Liesin said coldly. All right then. Oscar quickly returned to his seat, understanding the cue. Are you sure you don't want one? It tastes really good, Lung teased with a smile. Gun. With a snap, the sound of chopsticks breaking echoed. Lung sensed the killing intent coming at him, and promptly shut his mouth, then began to gulp down the porridge. Seeing this, Liesin finally relaxed, picked up her chopsticks again, and started eating leisurely. This woman is not to be messed with, Oscar thought, already aware of the situation. Soon, after Lung finished eating, the two headed towards the school gate. Oscar thought they were getting familiar with the environment and volunteered to act as a tour guide. When they arrived at the teaching building, they suddenly heard a commotion. Damn it, what kind of crappy school is this? I thought it was impressive, but there aren't even a few decent people here. Hurry up, I want to drop out. In the distance, a tall, golden-haired man with strange pupils was shouting. Lung looked over and noticed that the boy appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, he was dressed lavishly, exuding an arrogant demeanor and exhibiting a king-like dominance in his actions, clearly not an ordinary person. With blonde hair and dual-colored eyes, Lulin couldn't help but wonder if this guy was Dai Mubai. He calculated the time. At this moment, Dai Mubai would be 12 years old, which was about when he just started attending Shrek Academy. If he really was Dai Mubai, then his arrival was indeed quite coincidental. Do you know this guy? Lung first asked Oscar. I don't know him, probably a newcomer. Oscar shook his head. Let's go take a look. Lung moved closer to them. Before he got near, he heard the blond young man say, Get out of the way. Are you from the Overlord Academy? How dare you block me? This broken school doesn't deserve to be a place for me. I want to pay my tuition. Consider it a charitable donation. You better move aside. Qinming and Flinder stood together, and at that moment, Qinming wore a bitter smile. He realized that this new junior had quite a volatile temper. It was just the beginning of school, and he was already showing his true colors. It was truly intolerable. However, Flinder next to him remained unperturbed. He had seen such occurrences many times, and the final outcome was always one of submission to him. You're called Dai Mubai, right? If you want to leave, just go. We're not stopping you, Flinder said, pointing to the exit. The blond young man was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this old man to be so easygoing, especially since others had just firmly blocked him. But since they weren't stopping him, that was fine. He coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and walked outside. However, this Shrek Academy isn't a place you can come and go as you please, Flinder continued. You can leave now, but if you want to come back in the future, then I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The blonde youth couldn't help but stop, turned to look at Flinder, seemingly assessing him. What do you mean? You think this broken school can keep me here? Whether it can or not, why not give it a try? What you see with your eyes, or what others say, is never as real as experiencing it yourself, Flinder replied with a smile, speaking confidently. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Lung and the others approaching. This was a deliberate provocation aimed not only at Dai Mubai, but also at Lu Lung. Clearly, he still wanted to recruit Lu Lung. Keep me here, Dai Mubai scoffed. What do you have to make me stay? This shabby school that looks like a grass hut? Or the so-called strong faculty and student resources with only 4 or 5 people? Or these few lousy students you call geniuses, monsters? Dai Mubai continued to hurl questions, belittling Shrek Academy to worthlessness. Hey, what do you mean by lousy students? You better explain yourself. As Oscar and Lu Lung had just approached, they heard Dai Mubai insulting them. Oscar was instantly furious. Shrek was his home, and Flinder was like a father to him. It was one thing to insult himself, but insulting Shrek was absolutely unacceptable. What's wrong? Did I hurt your pride? I'm just speaking the truth, Dai Mubai said, looking at Oscar, who appeared disheveled like a beggar, with even more disdain in his eyes. Don't say I look down on you. I, Dai Mubai, believe in the supremacy of strong. If you can defeat me, I'll apologize to you. And I'll also believe that Shrek has the ability to teach me well. Dai Mubai smiled wickedly, exuding a kingly aura. One arrogant guy. I have to teach you a lesson today. Oscar shouted angrily, ready to charge forward, but was immediately stopped by Flinder. Flinder's eyes flickered with cunning. He glanced at Lu Lung and then said to Dai Mubai, fighting against a food system sole master isn't glorious even if you win. How about this? This person is also my student at Shrek. If you can defeat him, I'll refund your tuition in full. What do you think? As Flinder spoke, he looked at Lu Lung and subtly exchanged a glance. Chapter 64. The true four-eyed cat eagle Lu Lung immediately understood Flinder's intention. He wanted him to help, thus keeping Dai Mubai. Lu Lung's first reaction was to refuse, because he knew that Flinder had completely different ways to keep Dai Mubai. But he wanted his help and even deliberately claimed to be a Shrek Academy student, clearly trying to force him into a situation where he was tied to Shrek. As a result, some people who didn't know the truth would really think he was a student of Shrek Academy. Thinking of this, Lu Lung couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Flinder truly lived up to his reputation as a four-eyed cat eagle, cunning and resourceful, playing his schemes masterfully. Now, he even suddenly suspected that Flinder had been setting him up since last night. First, he tricked him into coming to the academy, then subtly hinted at him. But as soon as he expressed a clear intention, Flinder immediately changed tactics, using Oscar to showcase the academy's talented students and indirectly affirm the academy's teaching strength. Finally, through the incident with Dai Mubai, he linked Lu Lung to them, ultimately transforming him into a Shrek student in a half-hearted manner. Truly brilliant. What a two birds with one stone approach. Absolutely. Just one word, truly amazing. This scheme is almost on par with Zhuge. Lu Lung realized this point and couldn't help but look at Flinder with new eyes. Previously, he had thought Flinder was just a simple teacher, but now he reflected that being able to earn the title of the Golden Triangle in an era full of talent was indeed not simple. However, since Flinder had worked so hard to establish a connection with Shrek, it would be unfriendly for him not to fulfill his wish. With this thought, Lu Lung suddenly smiled. Since you like to play, I'll play along, and we'll see how you get off the stage later. Thus, under Flinder's anxious gaze, Lu Lung finally stepped forward, raised his eyes, and spoke in an extremely arrogant tone to Dai Mubai. Golden hair, you're quite arrogant, huh? Dean, are you really letting him go? You can't be joking, right? He has even grown all his teeth, and one teeth even have a chance to bite back. Seeing that Lu Lung was really about to make a move, Oscar was the first to shout out, unable to believe the dean's decision. This little guy was a few years younger than him. What kind of strength could he have? At most, he was just a soul master, right? Dai Mubai laughed mockingly at this, treating Lu Lung's arrogance as if it were just nonsense. He looked at Flinder and said, I say, old man, are you insulting me? This guy not only hasn't he grown all his teeth, but probably hasn't even grown all his hair either. You let him come up. Aren't you afraid I'll accidentally kill him? Or do you know he will fail and are deliberately sending a child to take the blame? Dai Mubai's voice was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding Shrek, which made Oscar jump up and down. Dean, let me go instead. Although I'm a support soul master, I can outlast him. Oscar pleaded. In fact, he was confident he could defeat Dai Mubai. Although he was a support soul master, this golden-haired guy looked about the same age as him. With his inherent full soul power advantage, Dai Mubai's soul power level was at most slightly higher. Outlasting him would definitely not be a problem. Flanders stopped Oscar's request, smiled, and said in a relaxed manner, I said before, some things cannot be accurately judged just by what you see and hear. You need to experience them yourself. Dai Mubai, this is the first lesson I'm giving you, so just take it in. As he spoke, Flanders signaled everyone step back, leaving enough space for the two of them. Oscar wanted to say something, but he was pulled away by Qin Ming. There was no way around it. Since Qin Ming and the dean had made a decision, he could only hold back his frustration for now. Dai Mubai, however, had a dark expression, as if anger was building up. He snorted coldly. He hated people who thought too highly of themselves and spoke grandly of principles. Since you are sincerely seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Kid, I'll cover your medical expenses, so just lie down obediently. After saying that, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated, activated his soul power, and charged at Lu Long. In his eyes, dealing with someone like Lu Long didn't even require using his martial soul. Dai Mubai swung his fist, the wind from his punch roaring with a kingly aura, heading straight for Lu Long's face. Lu Long remained still, his eyes indifferent, not taking him seriously at all. Since you looked down on me, then I'll look down on you too. Lu Long decided to return the favor. Arrogant. Dai Mubai let out a light snort, his hands never stopping. He had decided that he wouldn't just knock out this arrogant kid in one hit. He wanted to slowly torture him. He would give him a glimmer of hope for victory, but keep him always out of reach of it. With this thought, a cold light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Little guy, you can only blame this broken school. As his roaring fist approached Lu Long's face, in the next second, it was about to land. It's over. This little guy is going to be beaten into a level 3 cripple. Dean, where did you find this scapegoat? Oscar said, heartbroken and without restraint. Shut up. Not a single good word out of your mouth. Flanders glared at him, exasperated. If he weren't familiar with Oscar's personality, he would have kicked him away long ago. Little Oscar, just watch carefully. Lu Long is not as simple as you think. The teacher was right. Some things need to be felt personally to be understood. Qin Ming patted Oscar's shoulder gently and said. Oscar was taken aback, looking at Qin Ming in surprise. He understood Qin Ming's character, serious and gentle, never joking. If even he said that, then Lu Long must be quite impressive, right? But how old is he? He couldn't help but refocus his gaze on Lu Long. At this moment, Dai Mubai's fist was already at Lu Long's face, and Dai Mubai's eyes were already filled with a smile. He didn't expect that Lu Long would be so foolish as to not even dodge. He was originally planning to keep him around to play for a while, but it seemed that Lu Long didn't even qualify to play with him. Just then, suddenly, a tremendous force came from his abdomen, immediately interrupting Dai Mubai's thoughts. The heavy force bent his body into a bow shape. His fist hadn't even touched Lu Long, and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball. As he lay on the ground, Dai Mubai immediately felt his abdomen churning like a storm, a strong feeling of suffocation pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His eyes bulged, his face turned red, and he covered his abdomen with both hands, spitting out a mouthful of bitter water, which made him feel much better. Dai Mubai managed to spit out a word with difficulty, but he was soon overwhelmed by intense pain. Chapter 65. In the Land of Monsters. How can we leave the demonic beasts? What happened? What just happened? Why did I not see anything? How did this golden-haired guy end up flying away? Oscar stared in disbelief, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He looked left at Flanders and right at Qin Ming, feeling completely confused. Qin Ming's expression was serious. He didn't pay attention to Oscar. To be honest, he had only seen a shadow just now. It seemed that Lu Long had only kicked once and then didn't do anything else. However, was that kick speed and power too terrifying? Little Oscar, you must remember, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. There is still much for you to learn. Flanders' expression was grave as he spoke, not looking at Oscar, but instead focusing on Lu Long. Oscar was taken aback. What did this mean? Did it mean he was inferior to Lu Long? On the field, Dai Mubai stood up and steadied himself, looking at Lu Long, who was still standing there quietly, showing no intention of pursuing the advantage. At the same time, his gaze seemed to drift, as if he had completely forgotten that he had an opponent. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This attitude was simply a contempt for him. I have to admit, you do have some skill, but now I'm going to get serious. Dai Mubai roared, then leaped into action, launching another attack. At the same time, two yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Behind him, a white fierce tiger roared, and in an instant, the white tiger possession was completed. His golden hair instantly transformed into a black and white mix, with a king-shaped pattern appearing on his forehead and his hands growing huge, with sharp claws extending like short daggers. White tiger martial soul, Oscar exclaimed in surprise. He knew that the white tiger martial soul was a top-tier martial soul, known for its strongest offensive capability. Now, it seemed that Lu Long might not be able to win. It's actually the white tiger. Flander couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand, a contemplative look in his eyes. He hadn't expected it to be the white tiger martial soul. He knew more than Oscar. The white tiger martial soul was a hereditary martial soul of the Xingluo royal family, and since this kid's surname was Dai, he was undoubtedly from Xingluo. However, why would a member of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire come to the Heaven Do Empire? The first soul skill, white tiger protection barrier, Dai Mubai roared. A white light curtain enveloped him, allowing him to increase his defense by 50%. His body partially transformed into a white tiger. Muscles surged with power, and each punch carried the might of the king of the forest. Facing this imposing momentum, Lu Long remained incredibly calm. Even if he had increased his power, how could it matter? In front of him, Dai Mubai was still as weak as a primary school student. Dai Mubai, transformed into the white tiger, had a physical quality that could reach the level of a 30th ranked soul master. But Lu Long's physical quality had already reached that of a soul Douluo. Against Dai Mubai, he didn't even need to use his martial soul to win easily. However, how could he let such an opportunity to beat the protagonist group slip away so easily? Of course, he had to use the most direct, most brutal, most showy, and most visually impressive method. So, when Dai Mubai's sharp tiger claws came crashing down, Lu Long chose to remain motionless. Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Oscar said skeptically. Although Lu Long's strength seemed formidable, the opponent had the white tiger martial soul, and in such a situation, underestimating him would definitely lead to trouble. He couldn't tell if Lu Long truly had the strength or was just putting on a show. But now, Oscar could only pray in his heart that Lu Long really had that kind of power. Bang! Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a dull sound echoed again. Lu Long remained standing still, but Dai Mubai once again flew backward, landing in exactly the same position as before. Wow! This time, Dai Mubai spat out not bitter water, but a mouthful of blood. Principal, where did you find such a monster? Oscar asked in shock. This is too strong, right? He felt he was about to be stunned. For some unknown reason, Dai Mubai flew out again, and he hadn't even seen the two attacks clearly. Yet, Dai Mubai still flew out like that. Is this really the white tiger martial soul? When did the white tiger martial soul become so weak? Like a sick cat being beaten up? Oscar couldn't help but click his tongue, and seeing Lu Long so relaxed made him feel like he could do it too. However, that thought was just a fantasy. He couldn't see through Lu Long's strength, but he could clearly see Dai Mubai's. From the soul power fluctuations emanating from Dai Mubai, he could be sure that Dai Mubai was at least at the 27th or 28th level. At this level, he could only talk a big game and be glad that he hadn't tried to show off just now. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground, spitting blood. But conversely, he was even more shocked by Lu Long's strength. If even Dai Mubai was easily injured by him, just how strong was Lu Long's true power? Flinder ignored Oscar. At this moment, his gaze was intense, and his expression was extremely unsettled, as if turbulent waves were churning inside. This child is truly a peerless genius. Facing a top-tier beast martial soul, he could remain so calm and composed. This had completely surpassed the name of genius. It was simply a peerless monster. Suddenly, he recalled what Hulaina had said earlier and couldn't help but glance at the sign of his academy, Shrek. Shrek, the name of monsters, standing to cultivate all the monstrous talents in the world. But can such a place truly keep a genius? For the first time, Flinder felt the urge to retreat in the face of Lu Long. What? Are you still struggling, little yellow hair? Seeing that Dai Mubai was still unwilling to admit defeat, Lu Long finally lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. But this glance made Dai Mubai even more furious. You think you can call me little yellow hair? You arrogant guy? Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai roared, and the white tiger behind him burst forth with an indomitable aura, a ball of white light gathering in his mouth, and the next second, it was shot towards Lulong. The light wave shot out, containing immense power. Wherever it passed, even the ground was burned into a groove. However, for Lulong, such a light wave was simply child's play, a non-targeting skill with Lulong's speed. It was easy to dodge. With a flash of his figure, the next second, Lulong appeared before Dai Mubai like a ghost. Dai Mubai was terrified. Looking at Lulong, who was so close his mind was blank. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack had been so easily neutralized. Lulong smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and took out something to hand to Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai's mind was blank. Hearing Lulong's voice, he didn't understand the meaning, but still instinctively reached out his hand. Lulong smiled, then raised his leg. Chapter 66, Flender. In the name of the Dean. Bang! Dai Mubai's figure was sent flying again, this time even higher and farther. Coincidentally, he flew right to the entrance of Shrek Academy and crashed into the Academy sign. Immediately, accompanied by Dai Mubai's scream, the wooden sign shattered into pieces. Saw thee. I broke the sign, Lulong said in surprise, apologizing to Flender. Flender's face twitched, clearly stunned for a moment. But then he looked at Lulong with deep meaning and said, "It's fine, it's just a sign. You can destroy the sign, but you can't destroy the spirit." Flender's words were somewhat perplexing, leaving Qin Ming and Oscar confused, but the instigator, Lulong, understood. He was taken aback by Flender's words and gained a new understanding of him. Flender truly lived up to his name. Although he was the flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, after mingling with Yu Xiaojiang for so many years, his wisdom was not to be underestimated. Lulong understood that his words had two meanings. The first meaning was that if Lulong's recent actions were intentional, then he was declaring war on Lulong. You may have destroyed my reputation, but my spirit is something you cannot destroy. The second meaning was that if Lulong's actions were unintentional, then it was a demonstration of the essence of Shrek Academy. External things are illusory, but beliefs endure. This is Shrek. Indeed, the older generation has their wisdom. Lulong truly admired Flender. He smiled slightly and said, "Since my task is complete, I will take my leave now, Dean Flander." The way he addressed Flander as Dean was heartfelt and sincere. Although they had only interacted for a short day, Lulong was genuinely impressed by Flander. However, that was all it was. Admiration was one thing, but it would not change his inner beliefs. By calling him Dean, Lulong expressed two meanings. First, that Flander was worthy of the title of Dean, and second, that he fulfilled Flander's wish by acknowledging himself as a student, albeit for just a few minutes. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression changed, clearly understanding his meaning. His eyes showed a mix of happiness and sadness, but ultimately settled into calmness. "Take care. I want to see you off," Flander said. "Leave? Where to?" Oscar exclaimed. "You just got here, and now you're leaving again?" Lulong smiled slightly and stopped talking, leading Hulaina out of Shrek. However, when he reached Dai Mubai's side, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Although you deserve the title of Dean, our positions are different, so I still have to give you some trouble." He helped Dai Mubai up and said, "Actually, I am not from Shrek." After saying this, he left amidst Dai Mubai's shocked and confused gaze. After a long time, Dai Mubai finally came back to his senses as he watched their figures. Suddenly, he felt something in his hand, and upon looking, it turned out to be a gold soul coin. This guy, Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh. He knew what this gold soul coin meant. It was a token of respect for him, essentially covering his medical expenses. "So stingy, after beating me up like this. He only gives one gold soul coin." Dai Mubai complained, but his eyes were filled with deep shock and fear. "Dean, where's he going?" Oscar asked Frand. Teacher Qin Ming also called out. Frand waved his hand. A fleeting look of despondency crossed his face, but then he revealed a look of satisfaction. Enough. It was already enough. After saying this, he turned and left. Lulong left Shrek, departing under the regretful yet comforting gaze of Flander. After leaving Shrek, Lulong went straight to the Soul Arena. Today was his 5th Soul Battle, and winning would grant him bonus points for consecutive victories in the upcoming matches. After achieving 10 consecutive wins, the bonus for consecutive victories would be even higher. After waiting in the lounge for a while, he welcomed his first opponent of the day. "Welcome everyone to the Soto Great Soul Arena." The atmosphere remains vibrant today. The first match features our rising star, the Dark Horse Cold Fox Legend, facing off against the powerful brother duo. Both sides boast a record of 4 consecutive wins, making it a true clash of titans. One must fall. So, who will succeed in breaking through to 5 consecutive wins? Let's find out. As the host's words faded, Lu Lung and Hu Lieina, wearing masks, walked toward the arena, where they were in the 9th battle zone. Opposite them stood the two brothers, whose physiques and appearances were quite similar, distinguished only by the scars on their faces, one on the left and one on the right. Both sides stood in a standoff, their expressions devoid of emotion, only cold indifference in their eyes. Just from this aura, Lu Lung knew that these two were not easy opponents. The next four would have 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits. After a minute, the battle would automatically begin. Please prepare. The host's voice just fell, and the two brothers immediately activated their martial spirits. One wielded a long spear while the other held a shield, with both standing on a yellow and purple ground. The best soul-ring ratio. As expected of a brother duo, their martial spirits were in perfect harmony, both offensive and defensive, indicating that the battle wouldn't be resolved quickly. Lu Lung murmured, "It's just a waste of a little time." Hu Lieina replied, "Compared to Lu Lung, my preparations are more thorough. Before the battle, I already obtained the information on the participants of this death match." The two brothers were named Golden Spear and Golden Shield, both at level 45. Just like Lu Lung and his team, having only recently joined the Soul Battles. However, relying on their excellent synergy and the cooperation of their martial spirits, they had defeated many strong opponents, earning them a certain reputation. Be careful, their strength is average, but their teamwork is perfect and often catches people off guard. Hu Lieina warned. Although she was confident in winning, getting injured was never a good thing. Lu Lung nodded. After experiencing the first soul battle and almost being ambushed, he now treated his enemies with much less disdain. Even when hunting rabbits, a lion must use all its strength, let alone the fact that their opponents were not rabbits at all. Big brother, these two individuals are highly dangerous. I have watched their matches, and they're almost always overwhelming. That woman has a 4th soul ring that is 10,000 years old, and her martial spirit is the legendary 9-tailed sky fox. As for that young man, although he is only at level 39, he is the most mysterious, often finishing his opponents with a single strike. Moreover, his first soul ring is a 1,000-year purple. Over here, Jin Dun also reminded Jin Chong. First soul ring is purple? Then what about the 2nd and 3rd soul rings? Jin Chong's expression was somewhat shocked as he involuntarily sized up Lu Lung. Unclear. To this day, no one has seen him use his 2nd or 3rd soul rings. But they're definitely not inferior to the purple one, Jin Dun said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Jin Chong's expression also became very grave. It seemed that the first battle today would be quite difficult. Against such an opponent, we must achieve a one-hit kill. What does Big Brother mean? Jin Dun revealed a hint of hesitation upon hearing Jin Chong's words. Use that move. Jin Chong glanced at Jin Dun with a determined expression. But that would expose all our strength, Jin Dun said with worry. Silly little brother, if we lose our lives, what use is it to hide our strength? Big brother. Jin Dun's expression suddenly turned quite ugly. Big brother had always been very confident, but now he said such words, which indicated that he was also very wary of the strength of this cold fox legend. Seeing this, Jin Chong patted Jin Dun's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't worry. We will always be together. Big brother. Jin Dun's expression changed, and he nodded heavily. Soon after, both of them were filled with fighting spirit, their emotions continuously rising. Meanwhile, Hu Lieina also activated her martial spirit, with 9 giant tails fluttering behind her and pointed white ears on her head, looking exceptionally cute. Lu Lung had yet to awaken his martial soul, as a slashing Luo was summoned in an instant, allowing him to catch his enemies off guard during battles. A minute passed quickly, and Hu Lieina and Lu Lung were the first to strike, attacking from left and right, respectively. Their battle strategy was clear: seize the initiative at the first moment, forcing their opponents into a passive state. Then, they split the battlefield, attacking from both sides. The brothers had an excellent synergy, achieving a result greater than the sum of their parts. But if they were separated, their combined strength would be greatly diminished. For Lu Lung, it would mean becoming easy prey, like fish on a chopping board. Lu Lung and their plan are excellent. But how could the two brothers who grew up together not anticipate this? They have experienced all kinds of battles. And this is not the first time they have encountered Lu Lung's methods. So the moment the battle began, they were well prepared. Martial soul fusion skill, gun and shield. A blue light shot out, and the bodies of the two began to merge. Soon, the blue light dissipated, and the original two transformed into one person, a man with 2 scars on his face, a strong build, holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, appeared before them. These two brothers actually used their strongest move right from the start. Is this the martial soul fusion skill? Lu Long's heart stirred. It was his first time witnessing a martial soul fusion skill. He knew that Liina and Xiaoyu had a martial soul fusion skill, but he had never seen them use it before. He did not expect to see such a skill in this situation. He understood that martial soul fusion skills were very different from soul skill fusion skills. The latter could be understood as a fusion of soul skill attributes, while the former could be seen as a spiritual resonance. Only with mutual understanding and a strong emotional foundation could martial soul fusion succeed. The former was more profound, equally powerful, and without flaws. The martial soul fusion skill executed by two level 45 soul masters could, in a short time, rival that of a level 60 soul emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in exclamations. "Oh my god, I can't believe a martial soul fusion skill has appeared. This is extremely rare. In the battle arena, you hardly see one even once a year, yet here we are witnessing it in this intense battle. If the brothers' martial soul fusion skill is already comparable to that of a soul emperor, can our genius newcomer withstand this fierce attack? Let's keep watching." The host shouted excitedly. In the arena, at the moment the brother duo completed their martial soul fusion skill, Lu Long and Liina's attacks were already upon them. The shield in hand extended out to block Lu Long's strike. The blade struck against it, producing a dull sound, but it did not break through. Failing his first strike, Lu Long quickly retreated. Similarly, Liina's attack was easily neutralized by the spear. Liina also quickly jumped back, landing next to Lu Long. Both of their attacks were exploratory, quickly disengaging, but just this exchange had already given them some understanding of the martial soul fusion skill. Their hands could move in perfect coordination, fluidly, without any habitual extraneous movements mixed in, as if they each had their own consciousness. Lu Long said he was the first to retreat and had seen more than Liina. I felt it too. It must be because they have such a strong tacit understanding, and they are brothers, Liina analyzed. With both offense and defense, that guy is like a mobile fortress. Lu Long defined the two brothers. No worries, it's just for a short time. At our speed, engaging in an attrition battle with them to win is not difficult. At this moment, seeing that Lu Long and the others were not making a move, the Spear Shield brothers no longer hesitated and charged toward Lu Long first. Their time was limited, and every minute and second was incredibly important. They chose to attack Lu Long as their target. They were smart, as they had already discerned through the earlier test that Lu Long was the backbone among the two. Therefore, it was only natural for them to choose to attack Lu Long. Moreover, Liina's strength was clear in their eyes, while Lu Long remained unknown. The unknown is often the most dangerous. Although his soul power was only at level 39, they would not be foolish enough to think he was only at that level. If Lu Long had hidden his strength, then their choice was correct. If he hadn't, it didn't matter. In any case, as long as they resolved the unknown of Lu Long, Liina would not be a concern. Their speed in charging was fast, quicker than Liina. With the spear leading and the shield protecting their chest, the whole person resembling a sharp sword, rushing toward Lu Long. Lu Long would certainly not choose to back down. Although a war of attrition was the best choice, let us not forget that he was inherently crazy. So, facing the opponent as charge, he hesitated for a moment and forgot about the flanking strategy. With his long knife firmly in hand, his figure flashed, and he charged towards the gun shield. "I will engage head-on, you harass from the side, seize the opportunity for continuous control, and deliver a fatal blow," Lu Long commanded. The two figures charged at each other in an instant, and Lu Long's speed was much faster than that of the gun shield, his physical prowess slightly stronger. And the explosive force he generated was also superior to that of the gun shield. Chapter 68. Practicing with you, however, the difference in their soul power was enormous. With the gun shield brothers compensating with their soul power, Lu Long did not gain an advantage from the collision and was pushed back a few steps. Yet this retreat only ignited his combative nature. He immediately pushed off the ground and charged again, his knife flashing in a series of strikes. Continuously clashing with the long spear, the sounds of metal ringing crisply and fiercely, thrilling the spectators. Faced with Lu Long's frenzied attacks, the gun shield brothers were somewhat astonished. Lu Long's overall strength did not seem like that of a rank 39 soul master, but rather more like a soul emperor. However, considering that he was indeed rank 39, it indicated that his actual physical explosive power was even stronger. This left them puzzled. How could a soul master unleash power comparable to that of a soul emperor? Lu Long's attacks were not flashy, but were straightforward and hard-hitting. However, every strike he launched was countered by his opponent, and with each hard hit, he would take a few steps back. Although he was the one initiating the attacks, the outcome made it seem like he was being overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Lulong's eyes were filled with excitement. Despite being pushed back, he seemed to grow more energized, almost as if he were entranced. Beside him, Hulaina noticed Lulong's expression and couldn't help but frown. This guy was at it again. It was clear that this wasn't the first time such a phenomenon had occurred. She understood what Lulong was doing, but she was genuinely worried because this approach was too reckless, especially since today's opponent was different from those in the past. To alleviate Lulong's pressure, she also launched attacks at the gun shield. However, her attacks had little effect, as a single shield blocked all her efforts. Hulaina frowned. Currently, apart from her fourth soul skill being an offensive one, the rest were control-type skills. However, the spirit power of the gun shield duo was equivalent to that of a soul emperor, making her control skills ineffective unless they caught them off guard. This meant that it was essentially just Lulong fighting against them. The gun shield brothers pressed Lulong relentlessly, quickly cornering him. To outside observers, it appeared they had gained the upper hand. However, the true situation was only clear to them. The gun shield brothers looked grave because they were astonished to discover during the fight that no matter how they attacked, the result was merely pushing Lulong back without causing any substantial damage. After being pushed back, Lulong would immediately come back like a stubborn adhesive. Then he would be pushed back again, only to come back again, creating an endless cycle that they couldn't break or escape from. If that were all, it would be one thing, but they were also shocked to realize that Lulong seemed to be doing this on purpose. Several times, they deliberately exposed weaknesses, yet he chose not to attack, insisting on facing them head-on. Moreover, they noticed that regardless of the angle from which Lulong attacked, he used the same move, and only that move. This left them greatly astonished. Of course, it also made them extremely angry, feeling as if they were being toyed with. Soon, they realized that Lulong was actually using them for practice. He was honing his sword skills on them. In that moment, they were completely enraged. It was a life-and-death battle, yet the enemy treated it as a joke. How could they not be furious? They immediately stopped defending and fully unleashed their attacks, vowing to exchange injuries with Lulong to vent their anger. Lulong noticed that the attack pattern of the gun and shield brothers had suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that the other party had already guessed his intentions. Indeed, he did this on purpose. Lulong discovered that without using their soul skills, the power the gun and shield brothers could unleash was just slightly stronger than his own, which led him to a bold idea. That was to hone his sword skills. Therefore, he deliberately refrained from using the blade draw slash, and instead used his physical strength along with a small amount of soul power to simulate the attack style of the blade draw slash. He continuously experimented with the distance, angle, and timing of the blade draw slash, among other parameters. This was a process of exploration, aimed at helping him master the blade draw slash more proficiently, thereby increasing its power. Faced with Lulong's relentless attacks, which were as persistent as a dogged plaster, the gun and shield brothers finally grew impatient. They didn't have time to play with Lulong, and with a furious shout, their long spears emitted a gleaming cold light before stabbing out in succession, instantly transforming into thousands of spear shadows that pierced towards Lulong. Soul skill. Thousands of cold rays. The dense spear shadows formed a tightly woven net, enveloping Lulong, and the sharpness emanating from the spear tips brought a chilling sense of pressure. Lulong was taken aback. He didn't expect that these two brothers could still use soul skills after using their martial soul fusion skill. It seemed that this myriad of cold light was their self-created soul skill. They truly were exceptional brothers. Lulong sighed, but did not hesitate in his steps. He was now very close to danger, and a moment of carelessness could leave him severely injured. Immediately, he unleashed his second soul skill, Yan Hui Shan, erupting with astonishing speed to create distance. A 10,000-year soul ring? The gun and shield brothers were shocked into silence. The moment Lulong used Yan Hui Shan, they clearly caught sight of that black, ink-like soul ring. After the shock came confusion. They only saw the black soul ring, but did not know whether it was his second or third soul ring. If it was the third soul ring, it would be acceptable, but if it was the second, then Lulong would be even more terrifying than they imagined. Thinking of this, the gun and shield brothers increased their soul power and quickly advanced. They had to use this move to completely defeat Lulong. Otherwise, they would have no chance of turning the tables. Third soul skill, Wind Sweeps the Thunder. At this moment, facing the myriad of gun shadows, Lulong could no longer hide his strength. However, being forced to use this move, Lulong guessed that they were now at their wits' end. This move would be their last gamble. As the third soul skill was unleashed, a pitch-black, ink-like soul ring, containing terrifying pressure, rose from Lulong's feet. The moment this soul ring appeared, it silenced the previously noisy audience. Its intense aura not only enveloped the entire arena, but also caused a myriad of gun shadows to freeze momentarily. What? This is a third soul skill. And it's also a 10,000-year soul ring. The gun and shield brothers exclaimed in horror, their voices trembling and their expressions dim. They had speculated that Lulong's first and second soul skills were both 1,000-year, but they hadn't expected that his second and third soul skills were both 10,000-year. Moreover, judging by the terrifying aura, it was at least a few tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 69. 10 consecutive victories, promoted to Copper Battle Soul. As for exactly how many tens of thousands of years, they could not discern with their current level of perception. Oh my god, the legend of Cold Fox has brought us another surprise, a 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, it's a 10,000-year soul ring for the third soul ring. How terrifying is that? With such a configuration, it's likely that it has never appeared in the entire Douluo Continent. Now, I'm really curious about who the legend of Cold Fox really is. The host's voice trembled with excitement. Logically, he shouldn't say such things, as it could stir up some people's hidden agendas and pose a danger to Lulong. However, the information about soul masters in the battle arena was never recorded. Apart from soul power level and martial soul, nothing else was documented, which also served as a form of protection for the soul masters. Unless one was familiar with Lulong, almost no one knew. Additionally, Lulong and his companions wore masks, which shielded them from a significant amount of trouble. In the arena, the power of a soul skill close to 50,000 years was unimaginable. A massive tornado rose from the ground, driven by Lulong's frantic soul power. In less than a second, it grew into a gigantic tornado over 30 meters high. The tornado swept towards the myriad of gun shadows, carrying a powerful pulling force that drew in the surrounding gun shadows. Upon contact, the gun shadows vanished like foam, and the tornado continued to sweep wildly. Under Lulong's control, it moved like a swaying water snake, and in no time, it turned the myriad of gun shadows into scattered remnants. In the air, a long spear was suddenly swept away uncontrollably and fell far away. Lulong seized the opportunity and struck down with a thunderous blow. But the immense consumption of soul power beforehand meant that his lightning strike was not very thick. The Jin Chong and Jin Dun brothers were momentarily stunned. But as danger approached, they instinctively raised their shields. With a loud thud, the lightning struck the shield and surprisingly did not shatter it, only leaving a charred mark. Seeing this, the two brothers were initially taken aback, but then quickly regained their senses. There was still a chance to turn things around. The gun and shield brothers hurriedly ran towards the spot where the spear had fallen. However, as they turned around, they saw a beautiful and highly seductive face appear before them. It was Hulaina, who had quietly approached them from behind using her spirit soul ambush. Fox Charm. Hulaina smiled slightly. The Fox Charm technique activated instantly, and a hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of the two men, followed by a feeling as if their bodies were filled with lead, rendering them immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Hulaina enlarged her 9 massive tails, enveloping them and wrapping them into a ball. Then, with a sudden contraction of her 9 tails, a painful scream echoed, followed by silence. Lulong came to Hulaina's side, and blood was continuously seeping out from the gaps in her tail. However, as the blood flowed down her tail, not a single drop stained her fur, flowing down smoothly. After 2 seconds, feeling the vitality of the gold spear and gold shield completely disappear, Hulaina retracted her tail. Suddenly, a mass of flesh fell to the ground with a dull thud and then scattered. The gold spear and gold shield brothers had now separated, but their bodies were twisted abnormally, bones shattered, flesh mixed as if fused together. This truly echoed their words before the battle, brothers, always together. The strength of the Cold Fox legend was unexpectedly powerful. Although there was a slight advantage at the beginning, they still managed to complete a counterkill with their immense strength. Let's congratulate the Cold Fox legend. This victory belongs to the Cold Fox legend. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Lulong and Hulaina returned to the resting hall. When they arrived, Lulong noticed that everyone inside had quietly moved away from them, giving them the best spots. Seemingly a bit afraid, the two couldn't help but smile, not expecting such an advantage. Should we be worried about exposing our strength? Hulaina asked with concern as they sat down. No need to worry. We are wearing masks, and our robes cover our bodies, so we won't be easily recognized, Lulong assured her. In fact, Lu Long was only worried about Douluo because he was the only one who could recognize his spirit rings. Besides that, only people from Shrek might guess a little, but he believed that they wouldn't harm him for now. As for Douluo, that old guy was probably in Heaven Do City right now. All right, Liesin nodded, but the worry still lingered on her face. Just then, the service manager of the battle arena approached them. Good day, sir and madam. Someone asked me to deliver this to you. For us? Lu Long was surprised. Would someone really send them something? He glanced at it. It was a letter. Instead of taking it, he asked, what is this? It's an invitation letter. An invitation? Who is it from? Lu Long inquired. It's from the red-cloaked bishop of the Soul Master Branch in Soto City. He is very interested in your strengths and would like to invite you both to his residence. The service manager explained. Not interested. Take it back. Lu Long directly refused. All right, sir. Wait. Liesin called out to him. What can I do for you, madam? The service manager shouldn't have been so polite, but after witnessing the recent battle, he was cautious. If anyone else sends invitations, reject them all. Understood. The service manager then retreated. As Liesin guessed, soon more invitation letters arrived. There were those from sects, families, and even the city lord, all wanting to invite the two to meet. The service manager didn't dare to offend these big shots, but he also didn't want to anger Lu Long and Liesin. So after accepting the invitation letters, he found a secluded place to throw them away. After a brief rest, the two began their second battle. This time, the opponents were relatively ordinary, and they resolved it in a few rounds, increasing their points significantly to 24. Seizing the momentum, they continued to battle, and soon it was evening again. After finishing, Lu Long and Liesin had just achieved 10 consecutive victories, and their battle points successfully reached over 200. After registering at the front desk, their Iron Battle Soul badge was upgraded to a Copper Battle Soul badge. After 10 consecutive victories, their points increased even more rapidly, geometrically multiplying. Lu Long estimated that if they won 7 more matches, they would have over 1,000 points, at which point the Copper Battle Soul could be upgraded to Silver Battle Soul. That night, the two returned to the Rose Hotel, which had been restored to its former glory. Lu Long still wanted 2 rooms, but Liesin insisted on 1 room. Aren't we supposed to have separate rooms? How can sharing a room be appropriate? Who would dare to marry you if word got out? Lu Long said, looking at the room that resembled a bridal chamber, speechless. It's better if no one dares to marry me, Liesin replied with a proud smile, gazing intently at Lu Long. What kind of thinking is that? Forget it. I'll just book another room, Lu Long said, feeling a bit guilty under her stare. Stop right there. Liesin pulled Lu Long back. What's wrong? Have you forgotten what happened last night so quickly? Liesin countered. Let me tell you, the Gold Spear and Gold Shield today are probably not ordinary people. They might have a powerful sect behind them. Now that they're dead, are you sure there won't be another night raid tonight? Hearing Liesin say this, Lu Long stopped in his tracks. The fragrant and rare Yuxiang Chilua flower was only one, and it couldn't be split in 2. Although it was unlikely to happen again, nothing could be certain. They'll just sleep on the floor, since we can't split into 2 rooms. I'll sleep on the ground, Lu Long said, taking out a blanket to spread on the floor. What? Are you afraid I'll do something to you? Liesin frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. I'll tell you, the floor is hard. It's not good for a young man's back. Be careful of having intentions, but no strength later. Who did you hear that from? You're not shy saying that, but I'm shy for you. Let me tell you, I'm a very devoted man. I want to keep my purity for my future wife. If your back gives out, who would still want you as a husband? If that really happens, I'll just imprison you and let us live in solitude together until old age. Lu Long pretended to say fiercely. We'll see if you have that ability. Liesin said disdainfully, but a hint of joy was revealed deep in her eyes. You'll find out soon enough, Lu Long snorted, then took a pillow to place under his waist. Well, whether true or not, it's always good to have something to cushion. Lu Long thought to himself, sigh. Don't lean on it, it's bad for the waist, I won't be able to take it later. The next day, after waking up, Lu Long still went to participate in the soul fighting. After winning a match in the morning, Lu Long waited in the rest area until noon. He found it a bit strange and asked the staff at the soul fighting arena. They informed him that there were fewer participants in the copper soul fighting at level 40, and since it was a life and death match, even fewer people participated, so they needed to wait for some time. This waiting turned into a whole day. The next day, Lu Long participated in the second match of the copper soul fighting, and once again he won easily. However, after the victory, they had to wait again. Lu Long couldn't stand this kind of waiting, so after discussing with Liesin, he decided to participate in the life and death fight alone, while Liesin would participate in the competitive fight. With Lu Long's strength at 39 in the 30-level Iron Soul fighting, he was unstoppable, cutting through opponents as if they were nothing. In just a week, Lu Long completed a terrifying 20 consecutive wins, which elevated his soul fighting badge directly to silver. Hulaina experienced similar success and also upgraded to a silver soul fighting badge around the same time. However, since both of their solo soul fighting had reached silver, their combined opponents naturally rose to silver as well. But even at the silver level, their opponents were still no match for them. During the waiting time, Lu Long continued to participate in solo life and death fights, achieving another 10 consecutive wins. And his score reached 5,000 points first, promoting him to Gold Soul Fighting. In the 30-level Gold Soul Fighting, there were hardly any competitors in the Soto City Soul Fighting arena, which meant that Lu Long couldn't even find opponents in solo matches. If Lu Long wanted to continue participating in the soul fighting, he had to enhance his strength and break through to level 40. Only then would he have more opponents. However, this would only increase the number of solo opponents. Their duo combination would still have no challengers. 3 months later, Lu Long's soul power reached level 40. The Soto City Soul Fighting Arena had temporarily lost its significance for him. Calculating the time, it was about time to return to the Spirit Hall. That evening, Lu Long held a letter in his hand and said, "This is a letter from Jiyuguan. It states that the matter I entrusted has been handled." As for how the letter got to him, it was naturally thanks to the Cardinal in Soto City. In fact, 2 months ago, their whereabouts had already been known to Bibi Dong. It was necessary to return. The Grand Offering's 140-year birthday was approaching, and it was said that Sister Shui would also come back. Last year, they thought they would see her, but she was too busy and couldn't spare the time. Hulaina nodded in agreement. Sister Shui? Upon hearing this title, Lu Long instinctively thought of someone. Yes, it's Sister Qianren Shui. She is the teacher's daughter. But the teacher doesn't seem to like her very much, right? How do you know? Is that even a question? After all these years, the teacher has never mentioned her. Lu Long casually gave a reason. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that he knew everything. Not many people know about this matter, so you mustn't talk nonsense when the time comes. Hulaina said cautiously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The next day, the two set off to return to the Spirit Hall. Soto City was quite far from the Spirit Hall. It took nearly a month to get there, so it would be the same on the way back. A month later, Lu Long returned to the Spirit Hall. The first thing he did upon returning to the Spirit Hall was to pay a visit to Bibi Dong. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was reclining with her long, beautiful legs crossed, her jade-like hand propping up her cheek, her calm gaze fixed on Lu Long and Hulaina, showing no signs of emotion. I heard you went to participate in the soul fighting? Bibi Dong's lips parted slightly, her voice extremely calm. Yes, Lu Long replied. What was your record? 35 consecutive wins in one-on-one soul fighting, 32 consecutive wins in two-on-two soul fighting, and my soul fighting badge is gold. Hearing the teacher ask about his record, Lu Long said with a bit of pride. But after finishing, he noticed that Bibi Dong's face didn't show any joy. Instead, it grew colder. He realized he had said the wrong thing. Do you remember what I said when I first accepted you into the Spirit Hall? Her tone was cold, laced with a hint of reprimand. I forgot. I said that once you entered the Spirit Hall, your life would no longer be just your own. Yet you have gambled your life 67 times. Do you think my words were just empty? Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her gaze piercing, staring at Lu Long. Chapter 71. Breakthrough to level 40, Captured Soul Beast. At the same time, a cold aura erupted from her. Lu Long felt the powerful pressure emanating from Bibi Dong and realized that he had really angered his teacher this time. He quickly said, I'm sorry, teacher. I know I was wrong. Teacher, this can't all be blamed on him. It's all my fault for not stopping him. I knew this was dangerous. But instead of stopping him, I went along with him. It's all my fault. Please punish me, teacher. Seeing the teacher angry, Hulaina quickly added, You even helped him plead for mercy. Do you think you can escape? Bibi Dong snorted coldly, looking at the two little ones with their heads down. Her expression was icy, but she was worried inside. Without strong support, how could they go out recklessly like this? Didn't they know the danger? Bibi Dong was really angry. If it weren't for the message from the Archbishop of Soto City, she wouldn't have known that these two little ones had gone so far. After this birthday, you two will be grounded for a year and not allowed to leave Spirit City by a single step. Bibi Dong said coldly. Yes, teacher. Lu Long and Hulaina replied with stiff necks. At this moment, Bibi Dong was furious, and Lu Long could only go along with her, not daring to show any sign of defiance. He was afraid that if he said a few more words, it would be more than just a year of grounding. All right, Nana, you can go back now. Lengya, stay. Yes, teacher. After Hulaina left, Bibi Dong glanced at him, then turned and walked toward the back of the papal palace, saying, Follow me. Lu Long quickly followed, as he probably already knew what was about to happen. Following Bibi Dong, the two soon arrived at the secret chamber. As soon as the chamber was opened, Lulong smelled a strong scent of blood, accompanied by a foul and nauseating odor, as if it were a mermaid from a sewer. What is that smell? Why is it so stinky? Lulong frowned. You still think it's smelly? This is all you're doing. If it weren't for your four-spirit ring, I wouldn't let you use the secret chamber like this. Bibi Dong shot him a glare and stepped into the chamber first. Once inside, Lulong noticed that besides the two of them, there were also two other people, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Additionally, in the center of the chamber, there was a huge prison cage, inside which was a fierce soul beast. Lulong stepped closer and saw that this soul beast was nearly 10 meters long, completely pitch black, with not a single strand of mixed color in its fur. Its pair of blood-red eyes, like lanterns, were filled with a violent aura. Its muscles bulged all over its body, stacked like giant stones, and it appeared to weigh more than 4,000 jin. The king character on its forehead was also black, but different from the black of its fur. It was a gloomy, mist-like black. What was most peculiar was its tail, which was made up of countless segments, with a huge backward hook at the end. On its back, there were enormous black wings that spread out to block the sky and sun. However, at this moment, due to being imprisoned, its wings could only be folded up, unable to move even slightly. It lay in the cage, and as soon as Lulong approached, it suddenly stood up, letting out a fierce roar, its powerful aura like an invisible shockwave that scared Lulong into retreating. Unfortunately, aside from standing up, it couldn't take any further action. This cage was custom-made for it, with a height matching its own and an extremely narrow width. After standing up, it couldn't spread its wings, couldn't turn its body, and even its tail couldn't sway. The only part of its body that could move was its head, which could turn slightly. In addition, a massive neck collar was fastened around its neck, connected by an iron chain deeply embedded in the ground. The roots of its wings and its forelegs were also pierced by backward hooks, connected to 6 iron chains as thick as an adult's arm. The more it struggled, the tighter these hooks would grip its body. The more it fought, the greater the pain it would endure. This was the 100,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, and it looked truly shocking. Lulong couldn't help but exclaim. Even though this dark, evil demon god tiger was imprisoned and its spirit was severely tormented, its aura was still terrifyingly strong. To be precise, it's 99,000 years. 100,000 years signifies a qualitative change. This soul beast is too extraordinary, and I'm worried that something might go wrong. So I didn't let it break through, but waited for you to return to decide, Bibi Dong said. This was the first time she had seen this soul beast. She had only read about it in ancient texts. She had always thought it was merely a legendary soul beast, but when the Chrysanthemum Douluo brought it back, she realized that such a soul beast truly existed. However, she still didn't believe it until she carefully identified it and confirmed that it really was the dark demon evil god tiger. When the Chrysanthemum Douluo told Bibi Dong about Lulong's plan, she was even more shocked beyond words, and her opinion of her disciple rose dramatically. At the same time, she was also curious about how Lulong knew so much. When they captured it, it only had a few thousand years of cultivation. In less than half a year, it had grown to 99,000 years. This method of cultivation through devouring other soul beasts and soul masters was something she had never seen before. The Chrysanthemum Douluo also remarked. Speaking of which, just feeding the soul beast had resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 soul beasts, along with many powerful soul masters. Such feeding efficiency was necessary to allow the dark, evil demon god tiger to grow in just half a year. Initially, when Lulong asked him to find this soul beast, he had been indifferent, thinking it was just an ordinary soul beast, so why should he personally go? But now, he truly understood Lulong's intention, and similarly, he felt immense admiration for Lulong's foresight and vast knowledge. Can these few iron chains really hold it? Lulong couldn't help but ask. These chains looked thick, but could they really control a 100,000-year soul beast? These are not ordinary iron chains. They are special chains that I had someone retrieve from the divine craftsman's loft, made from the toughest metal. Moreover, the collar around its neck and the 6 backward hooks on its body are all soul guide devices. In addition to this specially made cage and the daily feeding of a large amount of nerve-paralyzing poison. That is how we managed to control it, Bibi Dong explained. To safely imprison this soul beast, Bibi Dong had expended tremendous effort, almost exhausting her brain, even putting aside the Rakshasa God exam, before finally accomplishing this feat. Chapter 72, 100,000-Year Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. However, seeing such a result, she felt an immense sense of achievement. Imprisoning a soul beast nearly 100,000 years old. If this were to be said, it would be considered unbelievable. Yet this was something she, Bibi Dong, had actually achieved. Of course, the main reason for this was that the dark, evil demon god tiger had been captured by the chrysanthemum Douluo when it was only a few thousand years old. To accomplish the feat of imprisoning a 100,000-year-soul beast, none of these elements could be missing. But if one were to ask who on the Douluo Continent could achieve this, it would probably only be the wealthy and powerful Spirit Hall. You have already broken through to level 40 and have consumed immortal herbs, so absorbing a 99,000-year soul ring shouldn't be a problem. But if you wanted to grow to 100,000 years before absorbing it, then the risks will increase exponentially. 100,000 years is a qualitative change, and it will endure extremely fierce soul vibrations. Moreover, this dark, evil demon god tiger possesses 6 attributes, including the most bizarre evil power, which is exceptionally dangerous. You need to think carefully, Bibi Dong said very seriously. Teacher, I thought you would directly let me absorb the 99,000 years. Didn't you say that my life doesn't belong only to me? Lu Lung understood Bibi Dong's meaning, but teased with a smile. Seeing Lu Lung like this, Bibi Dong knew he was trying to reassure her, and she felt a bit moved, but her face remained extremely serious. Your life indeed doesn't belong to you, so you must survive. She understood Lu Lung's character. With a 100,000-year-soul beast present, he would definitely not choose the 90,000 years, not even the 99,000 years, even if it was just 1,000 years short, because that was the madness deep within Lu Lung's bones. Don't worry, teacher. I've been planning for half a year for this day. I want to die like this, Lu Lung also said with unwavering determination. There were still many beautiful things in this world. How could he just die like that? Yu Guan, prepare. Since we've made a decision, let us take action. Yes, Your Holiness, the chrysanthemum Douluo replied, then left the secret chamber. Soon, he returned, and when he came back, he had a 10,000-year-soul beast in his hand. When the dark, evil demon god, Tiger breaks, through to 100,000 years, I will use the 2-level stillness domain together with Old Ghost. During that time, seize the opportunity to kill it, understand? The chrysanthemum Douluo said to Lu Lung, his expression extremely grave. It was clear that such a matter was very dangerous, even for a title Douluo. Understood. Then, the chrysanthemum Douluo threw the 10,000-year-soul beast in front of the dark, evil demon god tiger for it to eat. However, the dark, evil demon god tiger, with its high intelligence, had already seen through their plan and didn't even glance at the soul beast in front of it. It actually refused to eat. This was somewhat unexpected for everyone. They had thought the most challenging part was still to come, but they didn't expect this first step to be so difficult for them. Lu Lung thought to himself, if the dark evil demon tiger is determined not to eat, then they really have no way to make it break through to 100,000 years. Because for the dark evil demon tiger, whether it eats or not is death. Rather than letting Lu Lung benefit, it might as well just die like this. Of course, the dark evil demon tiger also does not want to die, and it knows very well that Lu Lung does not want it to die like this. So for it, the best way is to remain in a stalemate. If you don't eat, you'll be trapped here for life. At this moment, Lu Lung stepped forward and spoke to the dark evil demon tiger. But the dark evil demon tiger didn't even raise its eyelids. 100,000 years is a boundary for you. Have you ever thought that after breaking through 100,000 years, can these chains still hold you? Lu Lung continued to tempt it. Upon hearing this, the dark evil demon tiger indeed opened its eyes, looking at Lu Lung as if pondering his words. Seeing it was effective, Lu Lung pressed on, saying that rather than being locked in this darkness, it would be better to take a gamble. If you lose, then it's just death. If you win, it's infinite freedom. With your strength, once you win, there may not be anyone in the Douluo Continent who can be your opponent, right? In just a few years, you could successfully break through to become a god. At that time, you can do whatever you want. No one can stop you. Moreover, if you don't take a chance, how many more years do you think you can live? With my talent, achieving title Douluo is just a matter of time, and even becoming a god is possible. By then, do you think you will still have any value to me? Once I become a god, will your 100,000-year soul ring still be useful? Think about it carefully. One side is living a few more years and then dying, while the other side is achieving godhood and having endless lifespan. The choice of which path to take is entirely up to you. When Lu Lung's words reached the ears of the dark, evil demon tiger, its eyes shone brightly, flickering constantly. Then, its gaze would occasionally shift towards Lu Lung and the others, and at times glance at the soul beast in front of it. As if weighing the pros and cons, Lu Lung saw its appearance and knew that it was about to succeed. It still had a final trace of doubt. So taking the opportunity, it said, "Don't forget, it's not just you who's betting. I'm betting too. We're all betting. We're betting 4 lives against your one. What are you hesitating for? Huh? Are you really that cowardly? Aren't you claiming to be the #1 soul beast in the world? Why are you so timid now? The opportunity is right in front of you, and you don't dare to take it?" Lu Lung spoke louder, and his emotions became more agitated. Under Lu Lung's influence, the dark, evil demon god tiger was clearly more shaken. Its breathing became rapid, and its pair of blood-red eyes flashed with fierce light, as if something was about to burst forth. "Eat!" Lu Lung suddenly shouted. The voice was deep and resonant like a bell. Upon hearing this, the dark, evil demon god tiger showed no hesitation and directly opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the 10,000-year soul beast in one bite. "Get ready," Bibi Dong commanded softly, and the 4 of them almost simultaneously revealed their soul rings. After the dark, evil demon, god, tiger consumed the soul beast, its body began to swell. Its 9-meter-long body was advancing toward 10 meters. At the same time, a vast and powerful aura emanated from it, like icy gales striking against them. The expressions of the crowd turned solemn as they stared intently at the changes of the dark, evil demon god tiger. Soon, the dark, evil demon god tiger's body stopped swelling, having reached a full 10 meters. At the moment it reached 10 meters, a dazzling red light appeared beneath its feet. "Now!" Bibi Dong shouted. 2-level stasis field. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were already prepared. Since casting the 2-level stasis field required time, they had initiated it in advance after grasping the timing. Just as the red light appeared, they completed the spell. Once cast, everything within a 20-meter radius became still. It was as if the world had been destroyed, and the silence was unbearable. However, this stillness lasted less than half a second before subtle changes occurred. The dark, evil demon god tiger's eyes began to move, and strands of gray-black light overflowed from its body, seeming to struggle against the control of the 2-level stasis field. "Hurry up and act. This guy has the ability to manipulate time," Bibi Dong shouted. But without her saying so, Lu Lung had already swung his long knife to the front of the dark, evil demon god tiger. His mind was taut, and almost at the moment the red light appeared, he executed a blade draw. Thus, as Bibi Dong's voice fell, Lu Lung's knife was already at the dark, evil demon god tiger's neck. With all his strength behind the strike, he feared it wouldn't cut through. However, Lu Lung was overly cautious. The knife easily severed the head of the dark, evil demon god tiger. Though it was clever, it was still no match for cunning humans. If given another chance, it would definitely not listen to Lu Lung's deceitful words. Betting 1 life against 4. Only a fool would believe such an unequal wager. The head rolled, and its blood-red eyes were filled with unwillingness. If only it had half a second more, it could have broken free from control. Unfortunately, it had underestimated human cunning. Dim red light points floated from the corpse of the dark, evil demon god tiger, gathering above it to form a red ring. The ring was a light red at first, but as the light points increased, it gradually deepened, soon turning a bloody crimson. Once the blood-red soul ring condensed, the entire secret chamber became overwhelmingly red, and under the soul ring, Lu Lung felt a sense of oppression, as if he were suffocating. "Prepare to absorb it. We will protect you," Bibi Dong said with a trembling gaze. She stared at the soul ring with uncontrollable envy. Even though she already had a 10,000-year soul ring, she was still extremely excited to see this scene, because she clearly understood that her 10,000-year soul ring was gained through the strength of the spirit hall. If it were solely up to her, she wouldn't have been able to obtain it. So, when she saw a 10,000-year soul ring now, her feelings were understandable. In fact, if Lu Lung weren't her disciple, she would have attempted to take it for herself from the beginning. On the other hand, Zhu Douluo's eyes sparkled with desire to claim the red soul ring for himself. However, this thought was merely a fantasy, not to mention that the Pope was present, intimidating them. Just the celestial grass that Lu Lung gave him had already satisfied him. How could he be ungrateful for a soul ring? Of course, the main point was that it would be of no use to him now, as he couldn't absorb it. As for Ghost Douluo, his expression was unreadable, but he too was fixed on the red soul ring. Like Zhu Douluo, although they were both titled Douluos, neither had a 10,000-year soul ring. And here was Lu Lung, so young and only a soul zone, yet he possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, which was incredibly enviable. A 10,000-year soul ring. The temptation was truly indescribable. It was the ultimate dream of all soul masters. Lu Lung heard Bibi Dong's words, but he did not rush to absorb it. The soul ring could exist for an hour, and he had plenty of time. Right now, he was waiting for something. Bibi Dong watched him remain still and, not knowing why, thought he was gathering his emotions, so she did not say anything. Lu Lung concentrated, emptying his mind of everything external. His eyes fixed on the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a completely black bead, emanating a blue-green light, shot out abruptly. The moment it appeared, it attempted to escape. Lu Lung was already prepared. The instant the bead emerged, he sprang into action, grabbing it with the fastest speed. Without pausing to admire it, he immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Lung chose to swallow the bead directly. Lu Lung knew the power of this orb, which had the ability to traverse space. He originally planned to put it into his ring, but then he thought that since the ring was also an independent space, it might still escape from it. So, without further hesitation, he directly swallowed it. As for the consequences, he didn't think much about it at all. Lu Lung's madness was once again manifested. What is that? Douluo asked in shock. It was his first time witnessing such a strange phenomenon. Is it a soul bone? That seems unlikely. How could a soul bone fly out on its own? If it's not a soul bone, then what is it? Bibi Dong's expression was grave. She also didn't know what that orb was, but she could clearly feel the immense energy contained within it. Moreover, the energy was extremely chaotic, yet each strand was chilling. Watching Lu Lung swallow the orb, she felt a bit worried. She didn't know what Lu Lung truly understood, but at this moment, all she could do was protect him. Prepare the medicinal bath, assistive soul-guided devices, and summon all support soul masters above level 70. Bibi Dong immediately commanded. Yes, Bibi Dong initially didn't plan to make such a big fuss, but the orb that Lu Lung suddenly swallowed made her feel uneasy. For Lu Lung's safety, she had to make complete preparations. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the taboos of this secret room. Lu Lung's safety was the most important thing. Soon, a large tub of medicinal bath was brought in, made from the finest herbs, capable of unblocking meridians and accelerating soul power circulation, allowing Lu Lung to absorb the soul ring more smoothly and helping him withstand some pain. Meanwhile, a string of bells hung around the bathtub. These bells were soul-guided devices that enhanced mental strength, which would also help Lu Lung resist the powerful soul shock. After doing all this, dozens of soul masters entered the room from outside. These soul masters were both male and female, old and young. But all were soul saints at level 70 or above, and all were support soul masters. As soon as they entered the secret room, they felt a terrifying pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. When they saw that scarlet soul ring, their faces froze, as if they were being watched by something terrifying, standing there like wooden sticks, unable to move their feet. Faced with a 100,000-year soul ring, these level 70 soul saints couldn't even feel greedy desires. They only felt infinite fear. Follow my orders and assist Lu Lung in absorbing the soul ring with all your strength. Yes, with Bibi Dong's cold shout, the souls of these masters were pulled back to reality. They then noticed that in the center of the secret room, a young man was soaking in the bathtub. Chapter 74, The Power of the Wuhuan Temple. It's him. He wants to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. This isn't a joke, right? Their shock was evident. Filled with endless doubts, even more shocking than when they first saw the 100,000-year soul ring, as they momentarily forgot what Bibi Dong had instructed them to do. Oomph. Bibi Dong's cold but authoritative voice rang out, and they immediately trembled, snapping back to their senses and releasing their martial spirits, readying themselves. At this moment, Lu Lung, after swallowing the orb, felt an immediate wave of coldness wash over him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, becoming an ice statue, emanating coldness from within. His senses were clear, but just for a second, the extreme chill rushed into his mind like a sharp sword, nearly knocking him unconscious. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and a layer of black light appeared around him, enveloping him like a cocoon, obscuring the situation inside. As the black light emerged, strange changes began to occur around Lu Lung. The black light flowed, gradually revealing a hint of gray. When this gray began to spread, everyone was startled, because they clearly saw that the medicinal bath inside the tub started to become transparent, and the herbs floating above gradually withered, eventually turning into gray mist that fused into the light curtain. At the same time, even the bathtub was tainted with a layer of gray mist. Fortunately, the tub was made of metal, and although it was corroded, it could still hold on. Seeing this, Bibi Dong ordered to immediately add more medicinal bath. Thus, a continuous stream of medicinal bath was brought into the secret room, and various top-grade herbs were frantically processed, causing the entire logistics of the Wuhuan temple to become busy. In the offering hall, Qian Daolu looked quite pleased, for standing before him was an extremely beautiful woman. This woman had skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and an exquisite face with a hint of regal elegance. She wore a golden palace dress that was one piece, seemingly woven from golden threads, with minimal ornamentation and a simple yet elegant style. The golden collar protected her long, white neck, and her long golden hair was casually draped behind her, not meticulously styled, contrasting sharply with her neatly arranged palace dress. This woman was Qian Renxue. "Swear, a long time no see. How have you been?" Qian Daolu asked gently. "Grandfather, I've been well. I just haven't had time to visit you," Qian Renxue replied with a daughter-like demeanor. "It's all right. As long as you can visit your grandfather, I'm already very happy." "I heard you've successfully become the crown prince?" Qian Daolu asked. "Yes, and because I became the crown prince, I've had more responsibilities, which is why I couldn't return last year for grandfather's birthday." Qian Renxue nodded, feeling a bit guilty. "Alas, I truly feel for you." Looking at Qian Renxue's appearance, Qian Daolu couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. He couldn't help but think of Lu Long. If Schwerer could be like him, perhaps she wouldn't have so many worries. "The Pope has taken an outstanding disciple, whose talent surpasses yours, and he possesses a divine martial spirit even more powerful than the six-winged angel. His name is Lu Long," Qian Daolu said involuntarily. "Lu Long?" Qian Renxue asked in confusion. She had never heard of this name. "Yes," Qian Daolu was about to introduce him further when suddenly a commotion was heard from outside the hall. "What happened?" Qian Daolu asked coldly. "Reporting to the Great Offering, it is the logistics department. His Holiness the Pope has ordered all top-grade herbs to be made into medicinal baths and sent over." A maid's voice came from outside. "Is something happening?" Qian Renxue asked, her heart tightening at the mention of His Holiness the Pope. "Not quite sure, but I heard that His Holiness the Pope has summoned all support soul masters above level 70. "All support soul masters?" Qian Renxue's expression changed slightly. With the medicinal bath and soul masters involved, could it be that something happened to the Pope? Unable to help herself, she looked at Qian Daolu. "Let's go. We need to take a look." Qian Daolu understood Qian Renxue's thoughts and complied with her wishes. After all, if Bibi Dong really encountered any trouble, it would be a great loss for the Wuhuan temple. Inside the secret room, as the medicinal bath continued to increase, the gray-black light grew denser, and a chilling, domineering, evil, and bizarre aura emanated from Lu Long. Soon after, when the gray-black light reached its saturation point, 3 more lights quietly appeared, showing colors of cyan, blue, and silver. These 5 lights intertwined and spiraled around Lu Long, creating a bizarre scene. Everyone had never seen such a scene, filled with curious and puzzled gazes. Only Bibi Dong remained vigilant, and at the same time, a new worry arose in her heart. The 100,000-year soul ring could only last for 1 hour, but now Lu Long had clearly entered a peculiar state. What if the state continued without waking up and exceeded 1 hour? Wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? A 100,000-year soul ring, if wasted, would result in an incalculable loss, something even the Spirit Hall could not afford. Fortunately, Bibi Dong's worries were unnecessary. The light continued to converge without any further anomalies, and after maintaining this for nearly half an hour, Lu Long woke up. As these lights merged into Lu Long's body, he opened his eyes. His appearance had also undergone a tremendous change. His facial contours were more pronounced, making him look handsome and charming. His skin had become much fairer, as smooth as a baby's. The most significant change, however, was his aura. Previously, he was handsome and sunny, but now he had become exceptionally alluring. Especially the corners of his eyes, resembling a crescent moon, gave off an extraordinarily enchanting vibe. The curve at the corners of his mouth seemed to open a gap in his inherently wild nature, restrained yet flamboyant, extremely contradictory. He looked at everyone with a bewitching gaze, carrying a hint of dominance and coldness, and just one glance made these level 70 soul saints involuntarily step back. "Quickly absorb the soul ring," Bibi Dong said at this moment, as her keen insight clearly indicated that Lu Long's physical condition was excellent. Lu Long glanced at the time and found that more than half had passed. Without hesitation, he summoned the Zhanluo knife in his hand, channeling his soul power to draw in the scarlet 10,000-year soul ring. As the soul ring was drawn, it seemed as if a massive resentment had found a place to vent, instantly shrinking and wrapping around Lu Long's body. At the same time, an incredibly powerful energy, one he had never felt before, surged into Lu Long's body. Chapter 75. 10,000-year soul ring. This energy burst forth like a mountain flood, rushing into a narrow river. It was like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, squeezing into a cramped forest. The moment it appeared, it threw Lulong's entire being into chaos, his blood surging, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, at that moment, the auxiliary soul masters activated their soul skills, and various attribute-enhancing lights flooded into Lulong's body, allowing him to gather immense, gentle energy to resist the impact, giving him a moment to breathe. That was close. He almost passed out. After stabilizing his mind, Lulong was filled with dread. If he had fainted while absorbing the soul ring, the only outcome would have been death. However, he managed to withstand the first wave of impact. The first wave of absorption was not the strongest, but was the most sudden. Many people failed to absorb their soul rings because they couldn't maintain their composure during this initial wave. With the help of the auxiliary soul masters, Lulong felt much better, but as the subsequent violent energy continued to rush in, he began to suffer again. Fortunately, this pain was gradually increasing, allowing him to mentally prepare and endure it. Inside his body, Lulong wrestled with the powerful energy. Outside, his body was already seeping fine blood, which flowed into the medicinal bath, dyeing it crimson. The crowd furrowed their brows, their hearts tense, not daring to make a single mistake. As time ticked by, Lulong's suffering intensified, and his face twisted into a grimace, completely contrasting with his earlier charming and handsome appearance. But with the support of the auxiliary soul masters, Lulong managed to remain conscious. As time continued, finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lulong's complexion began to ease. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, they had no time to rejoice, as the next moment, Lulong suddenly emitted a more painful, muffled sound. This muffled sound startled everyone. "Hold on," Bibi Dong shouted. She knew this was a most critical moment. At this point, the resentment of the dark, evil demon tiger could no longer be contained, and its soul surged against Lulong's soul. The dark, evil demon tiger itself was an evil soul beast, and the residual resentment left after its death was several times stronger than that of ordinary soul beasts. Furthermore, it had been tortured by the spirit hall for 6 months before its death, making this resentment reach a terrifying level. The moment this resentment appeared, Lulong felt a chilling sensation in his mind, a coldness so powerful that it froze his thoughts, slowing down his entire mental world. Just then, a few rare mental-type auxiliary soul masters among the group activated their enhancement soul skills, entering Lulong's mind. Simultaneously, the string of bells around them began to ring without wind. The clear sound of the bells entered his ears like a warm breeze, unfreezing his frozen world. But just as Lulong had gained a slight advantage, the resentment erupted violently once more. In Lulong's mental world, a pure black, winged tiger relentlessly destroyed his reality, while Lulong stood before it, transforming into a sharp sword to fight back. However, the tiger was too powerful. In just a few exchanges, Lulong was forced to retreat continuously. The tiger, emboldened, advanced recklessly, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. This is bad. The resentment of the dark, evil demon tiger is too strong, far exceeding 10,000 years. Bibi Dong said with a grave expression, her eyes filled with worry. The dark, evil demon tiger was the embodiment of the evil god, and even at 6,000 years, it could rival the 2 king-level soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Now that its age had reached 10,000 years, it could directly crush both forest kings. The resentment it left behind after its death exceeded 10,000 years fundamentally, and due to various factors, the resentment was magnified. Now, its intensity was already comparable to that of a 200,000-year soul beast. Lulong's face grew increasingly pained, the collapse of his mental world beginning to manifest physically. His soul power was in disarray, and his blood surged, a sign that he was about to collapse. Seeing Lulong in such pain and helplessness, Bibi Dong felt powerless because the skills she possessed were all imbued with evil attributes. If she forcibly helped Lulong resist, not only would she be unable to assist him, but she might actually accelerate his collapse. What to do? Should she just give up? Bibi Dong felt a sense of helplessness once again, a feeling so similar to that of 20 years ago. The same place, the same pain, just different people. No, I absolutely cannot let him die. A fierce glint appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. But just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside the secret chamber. 1 man and 1 woman, with one of them manifesting a golden 6-winged angel spirit behind him, radiating a holy and pure aura. As he entered, the filthy atmosphere in the secret chamber was cleansed. Angel domain, holy light, a powerful voice rang out, and Bibi Dong looked at the newcomer in surprise. It was actually Douluo. Douluo swiftly appeared in front of Lu Long, and under the influence of the angel domain, Lu Long's complexion immediately relaxed. At the same time, Douluo's wings spread wide, releasing countless golden particles that surged into Lu Long's body, causing Lu Long's complexion to ease once again. The angel domain has the effect of weakening local soul power, but it also possesses the aura of holy justice. This aura just happened to be the nemesis of evil. Combined with Douluo's healing light as a rank 99 super daw, granting Lu Long, who is on the brink of collapse, immense power. No matter how powerful a 10,000-year soul beast is, it is no match for a super daw. In the spiritual world, Lu Long wielded a sharp sword, radiating supreme golden light, and with one sword strike, he completely vanquished the dark demon evil god tiger. Soon, with Douluo's help, Lu Long stabilized his aura, and the dissipated soul power gradually gathered. Finally, Lu Long took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He had successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. He stood up, and the first person he saw was the Douluo who had helped him. Looking at the six-winged angel behind him, Lu Long guessed that he was Douluo, but he did not expect him to be so young. He looked to be only in his 30s, not particularly burly but quite tall, and he appeared very handsome. You really have some guts, daring to forcibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Aren't you afraid of dying? Douluo examined Lu Long seriously. He knew that Bibi Dong had taken on a talented disciple, but he had never seen his true appearance. Now, in their first meeting, he didn't expect the situation to be like this. Chapter 76, Evil God / The Wrath of the Dark Demon, Evil God. So, you didn't die after all. Lu Long, having survived a calamity, said with a somewhat smug grin. He then bowed to Douluo, thanking him for his rescue. Upon hearing this, Douluo snorted coldly. You're more courteous than your teacher. After saying this, he no longer lingered and turned to leave the secret chamber, with Rinxue silently following behind him. When she entered the secret chamber and saw that Bibi Dong was unharmed, she had already felt relieved. But she did not expect to witness another shocking scene. A soul ancestor at level 40 actually absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? This completely shattered her understanding. Is this the power of a divine-level martial soul? At this moment, she took a deep look at Lu Long, hiding her emotions in her heart, and left with a calm expression. Lu Long also saw Rinxue for the first time. His eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Indeed, they were mother and daughter, both as stunning as Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong could be compared to a thorny rose, then Rinxue was like a holy snow lotus. Both extraordinarily beautiful, especially her holy aura, which added a touch of nobility to her, making her intimidating. Everyone leave. Today's matter must not be leaked. Otherwise, I will annihilate your 9 clans. Bibi Dong ordered. Yes. The soul masters responded in unison and then left the secret room one after another. As for Bibi Dong's words, they certainly did not dare to defy them in the slightest. Bibi Dong was the authority of the spirit hall, with ruthless methods and a decisive character. It was due to her extraordinary means that she could completely control the spirit hall in just a few short years after taking charge. Therefore, her words were definitely not a joke. Once everyone had left the secret room, Lu Long glanced at Bibi Dong and let out a long sigh. This time, the risk of absorption truly left him with lingering fears. Bibi Dong also sighed in relief. This time, she had been careless. Or rather, she had underestimated the dark, evil demon tiger. Originally, Lu Long's physical quality and mental strength had already reached the level of a tidal Douluo, and absorbing spirit rings below 100,000 years was actually not an issue at all. However, Lu Long chose to take the risk of absorbing a 100,000 year spirit ring. Not every tidal Douluo could absorb a 100,000 year spirit ring. To absorb a 100,000 year spirit ring, a tidal Douluo needed an exceptionally strong physique, and very few could reach such a level on the entire continent, let alone absorbing them. Even possessing a 100,000 year spirit ring was something that could be counted on one hand. Moreover, those who had them did not absorb them directly, but rather obtained them through various assessments after their progression. This was an extremely significant distinction from Lu Long's direct absorption. In the original work, apart from the second spirit of those with twin martial souls, only 4 individuals directly absorbed a 100,000 year spirit ring with their first spirit, Tang Hao, Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Golden Crocodile Douluo. However, like Tang Hao, Tang San spirit rings were all voluntarily sacrificed, making the absorption almost risk-free. Thus, in a true sense, only Bibi Dong and Golden Crocodile Douluo had genuinely absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring. However, compared to Bibi Dong, Lulong's danger was even greater because he was absorbing a malevolent soul beast like the dark, evil demon tiger. Its soul fluctuations were several times stronger than those of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, making the danger multiply. This was also why Bibi Dong made such a grand effort, even disregarding the exposure of this secret room, to summon all the auxiliary soul masters of the Spirit Hall. The peril involved was immense. It could be said to be a situation where survival was nearly impossible. However, with such powerful resources and support from the Spirit Hall, they still almost failed, and in the end, it was Qin Daolu who stepped in. One must say, Lulong was indeed extremely lucky. At first, Lulong didn't want to join the Spirit Hall, but now it seems that joining the Spirit Hall was definitely not a mistake. If he had joined Shrek or another academy, even if Lulong knew about the dark evil demon tiger and wanted to imprison it, it would have been a difficult task, let alone absorbing it. If he had tried to absorb it directly, he probably wouldn't even need others to intervene. He would have ended up destroying himself. With Lulong's reckless personality, only the Spirit Hall could allow him to repeatedly flirt with the threshold of hell. Joining the Spirit Hall was indeed Lulong's wisest choice. This was also the reason why Hulayina found Flanders' thoughts so ridiculous at the time. An academy with scarce resources can indeed train excellent disciples, but how many can they actually produce? An academy that even faces death when hunting for a fourth spirit ring is far from being able to help Lulong absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Thinking of this, Lulong recalled Flanders. He was a competent dean, but his knowledge and vision were still too narrow. Even if Lulong was willing to join Shrek, Flanders' abilities would not be able to teach him. How do you feel? Bibi Dong noticed Lulong in a daze and asked with concern. There was a hint of guilt in her tone, clearly blaming herself for her impulsiveness. Surviving a great disaster brings great fortune, Lulong replied, coming back to his senses and smiling at Bibi Dong. He then felt his body. After absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring, he had grown much taller, and his clothes felt a bit tight. He was only 10 years old now, but he was already about 7 meters tall, and his facial features had completely lost their childishness, making him look like a graceful young man. Especially with those peach blossom eyes, they seemed to emit electricity, making anyone who looked at him fall into a trance. After absorbing the spirit ring, his spirit power had broken through to level 4. He was now at level 44, which made Lulong quite happy. Previously, he hadn't broken through after absorbing a spirit ring, but now he had, and he had even broken through 4 levels at once. Indeed, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. A 100,000-year spirit ring would grant a spirit master 2 spirit skills, and Lulong felt excited about what these 2 skills would be. Soon, Lulong opened his eyes, and after understanding these 2 spirit skills, a look of joy spread across his face. The first spirit skill was called Evil God Slash, an extremely powerful and bizarre attack. The attacking move was simple, but incredibly difficult to defend against. It carried 6 attributes that could be switched at will according to Lulong's consciousness, thus producing different effects. For example, when facing a strong defensive opponent, Lulong could enhance the dark and evil attributes while weakening the other 4 attributes. With the destructive power of darkness and the corrosive devouring of evil, he could break through the enemy's defenses. Alternatively, when facing an opponent who relied on speed, Lulong could enhance the attributes of time and space to slow down the opponent, thus defeating them. In summary, this was an extremely perverse spirit skill. Although it was just 1 skill, it came with 6 effects, making it undoubtedly very powerful. After Lulong learned about the effect of this soul skill, his eyes sparkled with joy, because this soul skill, while being considered 1 skill, could actually be understood as 6 different skills. Chapter 77. The Spirit Condensation and the Breaking of the Illusionary Skull. The second soul skill is called the Wrath of the Dark Demon God, a name that exudes power, and it is an area of effect skill. When released, a dark energy sphere is expelled from his mouth, soaring into the sky and exploding into countless dark arrows that rain down on the enemies, generating energy fluctuations and causing soul damage. Note that this is soul damage, not physical damage. Soul damage is very difficult to resist. There are almost no defensive measures against it. and one can only rely on some special soul-guiding devices or have a mental power higher than that of the opponent to withstand it. And on this continent, how many soul masters have mental power higher than Lulong's? It should be noted that his current mental power is at the level of a tidal Douluo. A soul beast of 100,000 years must produce a soul bone. Let's see what soul bone you have obtained. After hearing Lulong's introduction to his soul skill, Bibi Dong asked him to search for soul bones again. Lulong nodded, then searched beside the corpse of the dark, evil demon tiger while holding the Jean Luo knife. Soon, he found a skull emitting a gray-black glow. It's a skull, Lulong said while examining it. The skull brought by the dark evil demon tiger has attributes that are hard to determine, but it generally belongs to the strong attack category, which is quite suitable for you, Bibi Dong analyzed. Lulong nodded. In fact, regardless of what this skull was, he would absorb it. After all, it belonged to the dark demon evil god tiger, which was definitely extraordinary. So, he began to absorb this soul bone. The absorption of the soul bone was almost without danger, and after a moment, Lulong opened his eyes. The spiritual gathering of the broken illusion skull had the additional skill of being able to see through all falsehoods, perceiving the essence of things, and being immune to all illusions. The other two soul skills were evil telekinesis and mental destruction arrow. After using evil telekinesis, he could manipulate another person's consciousness and simultaneously plan a mark, turning them into his puppet. But the prerequisite was that it had to be successful while the other party was not resisting. It could also be forcibly used, but there was a risk of backlash. The mental destruction arrow, on the other hand, condenses mental power into an invisible sharp arrow that directly struck the opponent's brain domain, causing devastating damage. It could instantly kill those with lower mental power than his own. For those with higher mental power, it still had a strong restraining effect. But the usage was quite limited. After use, it would leave him mentally exhausted and require some time to recover. After listening to these 4 skills, Bibi Dong couldn't help but express her envy towards Lulong. He was talented, bold, meticulous, and had excellent luck. With such a disciple, the Spirit Hall would eventually fulfill her wishes. However, at the same time, she was somewhat worried. The terrifying power that Lulong displayed was gradually threatening her. It was fine for now. She could still control him, but if he absorbed 2 more soul rings, she feared she would have no way to handle him. Should she eliminate him now? Clearly not. After all, Lulong was her disciple and very obedient to her. However, Lulong's inherent madness made her feel powerless. It seemed she had to accelerate the progress of the Rakshasa God test. After thinking it over, Bibi Dong realized that this was the only way to have it both ways. Lulong felt the presence of these 4 soul skills, completely oblivious to Bibi Dong's expression. He was overjoyed. The arrival of these 4 soul skills undoubtedly enhanced his combat power significantly. In addition, Lulong discovered that after absorbing the soul ring from the dark demon, evil god tiger and that orb, other attributes of his body had also been enhanced. The most obvious ones were the lightning and wind attributes. Feeling the surge in his strength, he particularly wanted to find someone for a one-on-one fight. He was confident that even Soul Douluo would not be his opponent. As the grand offering of the offering hall and the strongest pillar of the spirit hall, Qianoliu's birthday should have been a grand affair. However, having lived for 140 years, he had long since become indifferent to these worldly rituals, so he kept everything simple, not inviting anyone, just having a meal with the core members of the spirit hall. In fact, according to his wishes, he didn't even want to have this meal. He just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Qian Renxue, and that would be enough for him. The older a person gets, the more they care about fewer things. Only blood ties and family affection remain a lasting spiritual support. On the day of the birthday, the venue was in a side hall of the offering hall. As outstanding talents of the younger generation in the spirit hall, Lulong and Hulaina naturally participated as well. Other offerings from the offering hall and elders from the elder hall also brought their families' most outstanding disciples. As juniors, they formed a separate table. Among them, Lulong was the youngest, but his strength was the greatest, and he held the identity of the Pope's disciple. So it was natural for him to occupy the main seat of the younger generation. However, at this moment, it was Qian Daoliu's main event, and with Qian Renxue's presence, the visible status was higher. Therefore, Lulong did not take the lead, and naturally, the main seat was for Qian Renxue, while Lulong sat next to her. Following them were Hulaina, Jin Jingyang, Xieyu, Yin, Sun Chuantao, Zhang Ping, and others. On the other side, Qian Daolu sat at the main seat, with Bibi Dong sitting beside him. Although Pope Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu were not on good terms, at this moment, it wouldn't be expressed openly. So it was a rare moment of harmony and the atmosphere was good. After offering gifts and exchanging a few polite words, the main topic began. Everyone enjoyed fine wine and delicacies while exchanging compliments and sweet words, and soon, the drinks had flowed 3 rounds. Afterwards, Bibi Dong found an excuse and was the first to leave the offering hall. Douluo naturally would not stop her, and after a polite comment, he let her go. With Bibi Dong taking the lead, the people from the Elder Hall naturally did not dare to stay long and hurriedly took their leave, leaving only Lu Lung and a few others at the youth table. Seeing that most people had left, Liesin also wanted to leave and said to Lu Lung, "It's almost time, we should go." "You go ahead. I still need to wait a while," Lu Lung replied calmly while eating. "Wait for what? The meal is done." "And most people have left?" Liesin asked, confused. "Of course. I'm waiting for the birthday cake. I'm not full yet," Lu Lung replied matter-of-factly. "But the teacher has already left. She had something to do. I have no plans." "If you have something to do, you can leave first. I still want to eat for a while." Lu Lung continued eating. Liesin was speechless. "Forget it. You eat. I'm leaving." Liesin didn't dare to stay longer. If the teacher thought too much and put her under house arrest, it would not be worth it. So, she left as well. Once Liesin left, Xiaoyu, Yin, and the others also followed suit. Chapter 78. The Eternal Angel God soon, in a large side hall. Only Lu Lung, Renshue, Douluo, and a few offerings from the offering hall remained. "Little guy, everyone has left. Why aren't you going?" Gold Crocodile Doa teased Lu Lung, who was eating alone. He was very interested in this young fellow, not just because Lu Lung defeated his grandson, but because of Lu Lung himself. Divine-level martial soul, super strong physique, and soul ring configurations far beyond comprehension. Such a person would be the center of attention wherever he went. "I'm not full yet. Besides, the cake hasn't been served," Lu Lung said as he picked up a piece of soul beast meat and put it in his mouth. He continued to eat while talking, completely unconcerned about his image. In the spirit hall, such disregard for etiquette was actually quite detestable, but everyone observed it without feeling any discomfort. Perhaps it was due to his strength and his charming aura that made everything he did seem impressive. "Cake." Gold Crocodile Douluo was taken aback. What is a cake? He had never heard of such a thing. Lu Lung remained silent upon hearing this, continuing to eat slowly. Finally, seeing that Golden Crocodile Douluo was getting a bit impatient, he took out a napkin to wipe his mouth. Then he walked over to Liu's table, and with a wave of his hand, a beautifully crafted 10-layer cake appeared in his grasp. The 10-layer cake resembled a pagoda, with layers stacked upon each other, each layer depicting different scenes, including palaces, soul beasts, continents, and skies, all vividly illustrated. At the very top was a golden angel. Moreover, the colors of each layer were intricately matched, starting from the bottom: yellow, purple, black, 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 red, and gold, symbolizing soul rings. Of course, Liu's actual soul rings were not like this, but Lu Lung certainly wouldn't create it according to reality, as he had never truly seen Liu's soul rings. If he made it accurately, it would give away the secret. "Look, it's a cake. This is a cake." Lu Lung smiled slightly. The crowd was puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion. They had never seen such a thing. Lu Lung stepped forward and placed the cake in front of Douluo, saying, "Great offering. This is something I specially prepared for you. This thing is called a cake in my hometown, symbolizing the realization of wishes and dreams coming true. Every cake has a name, and I have named this one eternal angel of God. I present this to you, first to thank you for your timely rescue, and second to wish you to surpass level 100 and become a god soon." After speaking, Lu Lung stared at Douluo, eager to see his reaction. After all, this cake was made by him overnight and took him several days of effort, so it was quite a labor of love. Douluo looked at the cake with a hint of surprise. Although it was just a slight expression, it was noteworthy, as very few things could astonish someone like Douluo. Lu Lung watched with a hint of satisfaction in his heart. In fact, Douluo could see the meaning of this cake at a glance, without any explanation from Lu Lung. The 10 layers represented the 10 levels of soul masters. Each layer had a different color, representing the growth of soul rings, and the golden angel on top represented the achievement of becoming the angel god after reaching level 100. This cake symbolized Douluo's portrayal. Douluo was slightly moved and looked at Lu Lung in disbelief. Could it really be that he made this? He didn't expect this little guy to have such a creative side. However, looking at the angel statue, Douluo couldn't help but ask himself if he still had a chance to become a god. Thinking of this, Douluo's gaze shifted to Renshue. At this moment, Renshue was also examining the cake. It was exquisite and detailed, especially the golden angel on top, which looked so lifelike, as if it truly came to life. She then looked at Lu Long. The last time she saw him was in the secret chamber, where he was in a miserable state. If it weren't for her grandfather's rescue, he might have already died. This time, he appeared calm and confident, exuding an enchanting charm. Seeing this scene, Qian Daolu smiled slightly, and he already had an answer in his heart. Can this cake be eaten? Qian Renshue curiously asked, smelling the faint sweet aroma coming from it. Of course, I can guarantee that it not only looks good but tastes great as well, Lu Long replied. How could such a good thing be eaten? I think the grand offering should keep it and take it out to share after breaking through level 100. Golden Crocodile, Douluo, interjected at this moment, looking at the cake with envy. Although he didn't believe that a single cake could lead to becoming a god, receiving such a meaningful item was the best compliment for every soul master. It doesn't matter. The path to becoming a god is long and difficult. And how could it be influenced by just a cake? Moreover, it is meant to be eaten. Qian Daolu waved his hand and continued, I will accept this gift. Kid, your intentions are good. It is worth my saving your life. Today, let us share this cake. I am also curious to see if the food from your hometown is really this good. As he spoke, Qian Daolu waved his hand, and the 10-layer cake was evenly divided. Qian Daolu handed the top layer, the one with the golden angel, to Qian Renshue, and then took a piece for himself. The others, seeing this, also took pieces without hesitation. Grandpa, you should eat this piece, Qian Renshue said somewhat awkwardly. The golden angel represented becoming a god. If she ate it, wouldn't that be a great offense? It's fine, just eat it. It's just a food sculpture. It doesn't matter. Qian Daolu shook his head, signaling Qian Renshue not to overthink it. He just wanted to leave the best for her. However, Qian Renshue still hesitated. But before she could finish her words, Lu Long interrupted her, saying, you need to eat it quickly. If you wait too long, it won't have any effect. Listen to Lu Long, hurry and eat. Golden Crocodile, Douluo chimed in. Yes, Miss Shui, don't you know your grandfather's temperament? As long as you are happy, he will be happy, so you should eat it, others echoed. Seeing everyone so enthusiastically encouraging her, Qian Renshue's eyes turned slightly red. She looked at Qian Daolu again and decided not to hesitate any longer. She placed the golden angel in her mouth and gently took a bite. Chapter 79. Qian Renshue. 8-petal fairy orchid. The golden angel melted in her mouth, transforming into a strange energy that entered her abdomen, causing Qian Renshue to tremble all over like an electric current. Then, she felt warm and exceptionally comfortable. Her eyes brightened, sparkling with astonishment, and she couldn't help but take several more bites until she finished the entire golden angel, finally closing her eyes in satisfaction. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Qian Renshue's satisfied expression, Qian Daolu was somewhat surprised. He took a bite of the cake in his hand. It was sweet and not overly greasy, with cream on top and bread underneath. Although it tasted good, it wasn't particularly special. The other offerings also took a bite and found the taste to be quite good, but it was far from as exaggerated as Qian Renshue's expression. Why did she seem to find it so delicious? Could this be the magic of familial affection? They couldn't help but feel a little envious. Lu Long's mouth curled into a slight smile, but in reality, only he knew the true situation. Qian Renshue was eating something completely different for what they were having. They were eating ordinary cake, while Qian Renshue was eating a spirit herb. It was made by Lu Long using 8-petal fairy orchids as a base, wrapped with other ingredients, and then decorated to resemble a golden angel statue. This was why Qian Renshue had such a strong reaction after eating it, while the others found it to be just average. As for why Lu Long would give Qian Renshue the spirit herb, it was quite simple. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. He hated owing favors the most, which was evident back when he was at Shrek Academy. A spirit herb in exchange for his own life was a very good deal for him, even if Qian Daolu was not satisfied. At least it was a way of repaying some favors. He chose the 8-petal fairy orchid because of its gentle and rich medicinal properties, which had the effect of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence, making it quite suitable for Qian Renshue. Qian Renshue had a natural soul power of level 20. But she had infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace at the age of 9, posing as Shui Qinghe, thus starting her life of infiltration. Therefore, despite her high talent, she did not have enough time to cultivate. Moreover, after becoming the crown prince, she was burdened with many affairs, leaving her with even less time to cultivate. This resulted in her having extraordinary talent, but only breaking through to level 50 just before turning 20. Although her soul power level seemed higher than average, its foundation was not very solid. This was also why Lu Long chose the 8-petal fairy orchid for her. At this moment, Qian Renshue felt a sense of comfort as warm currents flowed through her veins, permeating her limbs and bones, transforming her physical quality. Under this transformation, she surprisingly felt the soul power that had been dormant for a long time was about to break through. Without caring about her surroundings, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. What did you give Shuer? Seeing this scene, Qian Daolu naturally realized that Lu Long had given Qian Renshue something different from what they were eating. Nothing much, just a spirit herb, Lu Long replied casually. Spirit herb. Before Qian Daolu could react, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the other offerings were already astonished. Yeah, it's just a spirit herb, why the big fuss? Lu Long pouted, feeling they were a bunch of naive bumpkins who had been cooped up in the offering hall for too long. Just a spirit herb. Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in shock as he approached Lu Long, circling around him to scrutinize him up and down. What kind of capital do you need to say something as arrogant as it's just a spirit herb? Suddenly, a sly glint appeared in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes as he said, You brat have quite the audacity. I heard that a couple of years ago, a spirit herb was obtained at Jiua Pass, and shortly after, he broke through to level 96. I was wondering where that kid got such good luck, and now it seems it was given by you, right? Yes, Lu Long blinked, still not realizing the importance of the issue. Indeed, wealthy and generous, Golden Crocodile, Douluo realized. Since you have so many spirit herbs, giving me one wouldn't hurt, right? What do you need it for? You're already a peak Douluo. It wouldn't have much effect for you, Lu Long retorted. I don't need it, but my grandson could use it. Since you have so many, giving me one wouldn't be a problem. Do you think spirit herbs are like pig feed, plentiful everywhere? You could just take one whenever you want? Lu Long shot him a glare, refusing impatiently. Besides, what does your grandson have to do with me? Why should I give it to him? You hit him, you should at least pay for his medical expenses, right? Golden Crocodile Douluo brought up an old grievance. Hey, what do you mean by that? You hit the younger one, and the older one comes to find trouble? Moreover, that was years ago. Are you really bringing it up now? Lu Long's expression turned a bit displeased. He didn't expect Golden Crocodile Douluo to have such a thick skin. When he read the novel, he thought he was a high and aloof character, but after interacting in reality, he found this guy was like an old child, speaking without any restraint. Kid, stop wasting words. I'll just ask you one question. Will you give it or not? Golden Crocodile Douluo, having nothing to lose, decided to be bold and threatened. No, Lu Long refused without hesitation. Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Hey, you brat. Your temper is quite tough. All right, I heard you absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. Today, I want to see just how powerful that 100,000-year soul ring is. Golden Crocodile Douluo completely dropped his facade of being a title Douluo, his eyes widening as a golden crocodile appeared behind him. Come on, whoever flinches is the grandson. Lu Long showed no fear, the Jean Luo knife appearing in his hand. He was 100% sure that Golden Crocodile Douluo wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Good for you, so bold. Then today, I must teach you a lesson. Golden Crocodile Douluo initially just wanted to threaten him and see if he could squeeze something out. But he didn't expect Lu Long to be so bold, daring to confront him head on. Moreover, he even dared to insult him. Whoever flinches is the grandson. With such words, wasn't that forcing him to take action? All right, everyone shut up. Do you think this is just any place? At that moment, Qian Daolu decisively spoke up. Lu Long was just waiting for Qian Daolu to take action. After all, although he was confident in his ability to contend with the title Douluo, he still felt helpless when facing a peak Douluo like the Golden Crocodile. So, the moment he heard Qian Daolu's voice, he immediately sheathed his Jean Luo knife. Chapter 80. Are you the imposter prince? At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, glad that he had made the right bet. If Qian Daolu had chosen to watch the show, he would have been finished. Although it wouldn't be life-threatening, he would definitely have suffered a beating. The Golden Crocodile Douluo saw Lu Long sheath his knife faster than a rabbit and immediately realized he had fallen for this kid's trick. With a cold snort, he vented his frustration on the cake. The other several offerings laughed silently at this. This usually invincible second-in-command had actually suffered a verbal loss to a kid. If this got out, it would definitely become a topic of conversation after meals. At that moment, Qian Renshue started to make a commotion. Her soul power surged. Her skin flushed as if it were ripe. However, as this flush appeared, fine black filth began to seep out from her skin. Seeing this, Lu Long seemed to have been prepared and directly took out a large curtain to cover her. Washing the muscles and marrow, nothing much to see, Lu Long chuckled. Qian Daolu was taken aback, thinking that this kid was quite perceptive. If Shuer, such a clean girl, woke up and found that her whole body was dirty and had been seen by others, she would definitely feel very embarrassed. But this wasn't the best solution. So Douluo directly ordered everyone to leave the side hall. After everyone exited the side hall, Douluo looked at Lulong and couldn't help but ask, "Kid, aren't you afraid your teacher will be unhappy with what you did?" "Unhappy?" Lulong asked in surprise. "Miss Schwerer is the teacher's daughter. How could she be unhappy?" "Huh, you seem to know quite a bit." Douluo chuckled and continued, "But that's all you know. However, you can rest assured that even if your teacher is unhappy, she won't blame you." Douluo said confidently, "I naturally know this." Lulong sneered in his heart. "What kind of relationship they have? Do I need you to explain?" Soon, after a quarter of an hour, when the side hall reopened, Qianrenxue had changed into a new outfit. At this moment, her skin was a rosy white, as if it could be broken by a poke, and the holy aura around her was even more evident, along with a faint fragrance. "Schwer, how do you feel?" Douluo asked with concern. "I feel great. My realm has stabilized a lot. The aftereffects I had before have disappeared, and my soul power is even more refined. Besides that, my soul power level has also broken through to level 53. Lulong nodded upon hearing this. Breaking through to the 3rd level is quite impressive. I remember when Oscar only broke through to the 5th level, and since his level was relatively low, while Qianrenxue's level is high, the amount of soul power required for their breakthroughs is different. All right, since I've given my gifts, I should be on my way. Lulong knew the time had come. Staying any longer would be meaningless. "Wait," Qianrenxue called out to him. "Is there something you need?" Lulong asked, puzzled. "There are some things I want to talk to you about." "Talk to me?" "Yeah." "Okay, can we talk while we walk?" So, the two walked side by side in the spirit hall. "You want to ask about the teacher, right?" Lulong asked. "Sort of. But I'm more curious about why you gave me the immortal herb. As far as I know, immortal herbs are not ordinary items. They are as rare as soul bones, something one can encounter but cannot seek." Qianrenxue, tall and graceful, walked beside Lulong, looking divine and beautiful, making the surrounding personnel in the spirit hall envious. "That wasn't a gift for you. It was for your grandfather. If you want to thank someone, thank him. I know my grandfather's personality best. You made the immortal herb so appealing, which just means you guessed right that my grandfather would give it to me. So, since you know my grandfather so well and gave me the immortal herb, what are your true intentions? Don't tell me you just want to repay a life-saving favor." Qianrenxue stopped, her gaze scrutinizing Lulong. "Why is your mind always so sharp? I'll tell you, I really have no other intentions. I just simply dislike owing favors. Once I owe someone a favor, I feel uncomfortable all over, which is why I gave you the immortal herb, understand?" Lulong faced her and stared into her eyes. "I don't believe you. Believe it or not, I'm just speaking the truth." Lulong shook his head and continued walking. "I don't care what your true intentions are. Since I've eaten your immortal herb, I owe you a favor. I'm like you. I don't like owing favors either. So if you have any requests, just put them forward, and I'll try my best to fulfill them." Qianrenxue quickly caught up to him. "I really don't." Lulong was truly exasperated with this girl. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly thought of something halfway through, and his eyes lit up. "Since you mentioned it, I almost forgot about this. How about this? You help me with a task, and we'll call it even, all right?" Just as I expected. Qianrenxue couldn't help but snort coldly. Lulong looked at her knowing expression and couldn't be bothered to argue. He said directly, "The teacher wants to confine me for a year. Can you help me plead with her to let me out?" "No." Qianrenxue refused without a second thought. It was simply impossible to ask her to plead with Bibi Dong. "Oomph." Lulong glanced at her disdainfully. "I say I have no thoughts, and you don't believe me. When I have thoughts, you still won't go. What do you really want?" He sighed. "Forget it. I won't bother explaining. If you don't want to go, fine. Pretend I never said anything." "Wait, what's wrong?" Lulong asked, looking as if he could cry without tears. "I won't ask her for you. But if you want to get out of the spirit hall, I can take you," Qianrenxue said, her brows slightly furrowed. "How will you take me?" Lulong became interested. He liked the idea of sneaking out. "You don't need to worry about that. Where do you want to go?" "I don't know," Lulong admitted, genuinely perplexed by the question. But then he suddenly brightened and looked at Qianrenxue, asking, "By the way, you're impersonating the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, right?" "How do you know?" Qianrenxue's expression changed instantly, an invisible killing intent enveloping Lulong. Lulong felt the cold, killing intent and realized he had let something slip. At this moment, only Bibi Dong and Douluo knew what Qianrenxue was doing. No one else, including the golden crocodile Douluo and all the offerings, knew. And he had just blurted out like that. So Qianrenxue must have thought her identity was exposed, leading her to harbor killing intent towards him. "Don't be impulsive. This is what the teacher told me." Lulong quickly found a reason. "Will she tell you about this?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's killing intent indeed diminished somewhat. You can ask her if you don't believe me, Lu Long said earnestly. He believed that, given Qian Rinxue's personality, she would never ask. Chapter 81. Fabrication. I believe you. Qian Rinxue certainly wouldn't ask Bibi Dong. The only reason she chose to trust Lu Long was her absolute confidence in herself. She had infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace at the age of 9, working meticulously without leaving any evidence, and to this day, no one had discovered any clues. At that time, Lu Long hadn't even been born yet. So, the fact that he knew her secret was largely due to what Bibi Dong had said. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had completely let go of her killing intent, Lu Long continued. In fact, the teacher instructed me to help you whenever possible, which is why I told you about these matters. Would she really say that? Qian Rinxue clearly didn't believe it. Really, I have no reason to lie to you. Moreover, she specifically instructed me not to tell you about this, fearing that you might overthink and disrupt the plan. In fact, I often saw the teacher daydreaming towards the direction of the Tiando Empire. At that time, I didn't know why, but now I think it must be because of you. Lu Long fabricated. All these words were made up by him. Bibi Dong had never said such things. However, it was true that Bibi Dong gazed blankly at the Tiando Empire, but the one she was probably thinking about was Yu Xiaojiang. Nonsense, Qian Rinxue shouted, telling Lu Long to stop talking. She didn't believe that woman Bibi Dong would think of her, let alone let Lu Long help her. Under Qian Rinxue's furious gaze, Lu Long felt somewhat at a loss. He had thought that what he said would move Qian Rinxue to tears, but he didn't expect such a reaction. This was quite different from his imagination. In novels, when a mother and daughter have conflicts, there's usually someone in the middle saying good things to mediate the relationship. Why was the conflict only getting bigger in his case? Do you really think I'm a little girl? If she could say such things, would I need to go to the Tiando Empire? If she could say such things, would she have ignored me all these years? If she could say such things. Qian Rinxue suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She forcefully halted, looked at Lu Long with a sad expression, then suddenly turned and walked away quickly. A voice reached Lu Long's ears. 3 days later, we'll meet here. And I will take you away then. Lu Long stood awkwardly in place, feeling a bit dazed. 3 days later, Lu Long and Qian Rinxue sat in a carriage pulled by soul beasts, boldly heading out of the gates of the spirit hall. After exiting the spirit hall, Lu Long breathed a sigh of relief. With Qian Rinxue by his side, he wouldn't encounter any trouble at all. Perhaps even the teacher didn't expect that I would quickly establish a relationship with Qian Rinxue, right? The carriage continued its journey towards Spirit City, and soon, Lu Long successfully left Spirit City. You can get down now. We are out of Spirit City's range, Qian Rinxue said. I'll go with you to Tiando City. Lu Long replied, picking up a fruit and casually lying back. To be honest, this carriage that Qian Rinxue was in was really comfortable, with great shock absorption and soundproofing. One could see outside, but those outside couldn't see inside. The most important thing was the spaciousness. There was plenty of room for 2 people inside. What are you going to Tiando City for? To help you. Didn't the teacher say so? I don't need you. It's fine. I'll just show up when you need me, Lu Long said with a thick skin. When we get to Tiando City, you can arrange for me to go wherever. But it's best not to be too far. Qian Rinxue didn't respond, tacitly agreeing to Lu Long's arrangement. Over a month later, a luxurious and precious carriage entered Tiando City. By this time, Qian Rinxue had changed into Shui Qinghe's attire, while Lu Long still hid inside the carriage. After successfully entering Tiando City and finding a hotel, she let Lu Long down. I'm going to the palace. It's not suitable for you. You stay in the hotel for a couple of days, and someone will come to find you in 2 days. Just follow their arrangements when the time comes. After saying this, she left without caring whether Lu Long agreed or not. Lu Long stood dumbfounded at the hotel entrance, and, at that moment, he inexplicably thought of Hu Lieina. For the first time not bringing her along, he actually felt a bit out of place. Lu Long smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling that he was being cheap. When others were around, he disliked them, but when they were gone, he missed them. Isn't that being cheap? After moving into the hotel, he spent 2 boring days there, and sure enough, after 2 days, someone came to find him, a middle-aged man. Hello. The man greeted Lu Long politely. Lu Long was surprised that this person addressed him with respect, so he asked, Who are you? I am Count Salz of the Tiando Empire, and I am also a guest of His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course, my other identity is a cardinal of the Spirit Hall, Salz replied. Oh, I see. Does he have any arrangements for me? I didn't expect him to send a trusted subordinate. This Qian Rinxue is indeed both bold and meticulous. Please follow me, Sal said, and then led Lu Long into the city of Tiando. His Highness the Crown Prince wants you to enter the Tiando Royal Academy for study. He will contact you again if there are any matters in the future, Sal said as they walked. Tiando Royal Academy? I remember that you need noble status to enter, right? Lu Long asked. I have already arranged this. From today on, you'll be a down-and-out noble baron of the Dalmatia Kingdom, with no parents. This is your identification. So keep it safe, Sal said, handing a small booklet to Lu Long. Lu Long glanced at the name above, which was also Lu Long, and it was well prepared. All right, ahead is the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and the next thing you need to handle on your own. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After Sal's finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Long arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, presented his noble proof and the introduction letter from Earl Sals, and successfully entered the academy. The Tiando Royal Academy is a comprehensive Soul Master Academy, covering a large area, almost occupying a small mountain. The architectural style is very different from that of the Spirit Hall Academy. The buildings are all flat, nestled against the mountains and rivers, blending harmoniously with nature. The stairs are built of white marble, with each step featuring different soul beast patterns. The buildings are adorned with swan royal totems, conveying the idea of supreme royal authority. Upon entering, the most striking feature is a statue of the founding emperor of the Tiando Empire, standing over 100 meters tall. It is the tallest building in the Tiando Empire, intended to overlook everything, with the world at its feet. Lu Long walked into the academy, and it seemed to be just after class as students were seen chatting and engaging in discussions everywhere. They were dressed in uniform, and upon seeing Lu Long, they couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity. Chapter 82, Tiando Royal Academy. Lu Long casually found student and asked for the location of the Academic Affairs Office, then headed in that direction. The college was large, and even with the guidance of students, it was difficult to get it right on the first try. Therefore, Lu Long still had to walk while asking students for directions. Unfortunately, it seemed he had gone the wrong way again. 2 hours later, Lu Long couldn't help but rub his forehead. This was already the fourth time he had made a mistake, and this time it seemed he had strayed even further, with the paths becoming much narrower. The college had too many trees, and he was completely disoriented. Sigh, he had to find someone else to ask. He looked around, but it seemed that classes were already in session, and he didn't know where to find someone to ask for directions. With no other choice, Lu Long could only continue walking with determination. After walking for a few more minutes, Lu Long looked at the dead end in front of him and sighed helplessly. When he registered the Spirit Hall Academy, he had Hulaina to guide him, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Now that it was his turn to find his way alone, it felt like he was a headless fly, which was truly frustrating. Lu Long sighed again and turned around, preparing to start over, but at that moment, he heard a faint sound. The presence of a sound indicated the existence of someone, and Lu Long felt a surge of joy as he hurried towards the sound. However, as he got closer, he realized it was a group of people surrounding a girl. The girl was small and thin, dressed in all black, with even her face covered by a layer of black veil, making it impossible to see her face. The only visible features were her long blue hair that cascaded like a waterfall and the fear reflected in her similarly colored eyes. She was cornered by 4 men, involuntarily retreating, but there was no way back. The 4 men in front of her were all tall and imposing, their faces filled with fierce expressions, taking pleasure in the situation as they closed in on her. Bosku, this girl covers her face every day. Could she be really ugly? One of the 4, a rather sleazy-looking man, questioned skeptically. Whether she's ugly or not, we'll find out now. But just look at her eyes and figure. You can tell she's definitely a stunning beauty, Gu Yuan replied, a hint of malice in his tone, revealing that he had suffered quite a bit at the hands of this girl. Boss, if we do this, will we get expelled from the academy? One of the 4 still maintained some rationality. What the hell? My father is Marquis OS, one of the 9 marquises of the empire. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, then coldly commanded, Enough nonsense, tear off her veil for me. She's just a useless support soul master. She can't resist. Saying this, he reached out his wicked claws. Lu Long couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed in silence. Campus violence was indeed everywhere. Hey, let go of that girl, come at me. Lu Long shouted, his strong voice immediately stopping their actions. Instantly, 5 pairs of eyes turned to him. You little brat, if you want to see the girl's face, I can let you enjoy the show. But if you're trying to be a hero and save her, I advise you not to meddle. Gu Yuan interrupted, speaking harshly. I don't dare to be a hero. I just can't stand people like you who go against a woman's will. Lu Long retorted mockingly. Humph, you little brat, coming out to play hero without even growing up. Do you have what it takes? Besides, saving a beauty requires her to be a beauty first, right? You don't even know what she looks like. Why not take a look before making a decision? We're not on the same path, so I'm claiming this girl today, and no one can stop me. I mean it. If that's the case, then I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your parents, so you understand that if you lack strength, you shouldn't come out and act tough. Gu Yuan said, then signaled to the lewd man beside him. The lewd man understood and cracked his knuckles, stepping forward to teach Lu Lung a lesson, while Gu Yuan continued to pull down the girl's veil. As a qualified villain, he needed to strike at the reinforcements while also pursuing his own goals with the hostage. That way, even if he was defeated by the reinforcements, he would still achieve his purpose and not come out empty-handed, although he didn't believe for a moment that Lu Lung could defeat him. The lewd man showed a cruel look and charged at Lu Lung in a quick step. Gu Yuan looked pleased. With the control of the other two, he grabbed the veil and was about to tear it off. The frail woman looked terrified, watching the large hand reaching for her, but she was powerless. The three of them displayed different emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Lung remained calm and indifferent. You overestimate yourselves. Lu Lung let out a cold snort, and in the next second, everyone's movements suddenly froze as if time had stopped. This was because a long knife, glinting with cold light, was pressed against Gu Yuan's neck. If he took one more step, the knife would mercilessly slice through his throat. I'll give you 1 second to let her go, or I'll help you let her go. Lu Lung's cruel voice appeared in Gu Yuan's ear. The bone-chilling coldness seemed no joke, and Gu Yuan felt a trace of fear rising from the depths of his heart upon hearing this voice. His hand trembled involuntarily, loosening the veil he held. Little brother, calm down. I was just joking. I'll let go right now, Gu Yuan said as he gestured for the other two to release her. And then he also let go. After releasing her, seeing that Lu Lung remained silent, he cautiously tried to step back, increasing the distance from the long knife. When his neck no longer felt that icy presence, he let out a long sigh of relief and then angrily glared at the lewd man, wanting to question how this useless person had managed to get a knife put to his neck. But when he turned around, he was astonished to find that the lewd man had already passed out, like a toppled onion, stuck in the nearby grass. What? Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. How could this useless man have been taken down in an instant without any awareness? What kind of strength did this kid possess? It should be noted that although the lewd man was lewd, his strength was not lacking at all. At 19 years old, he was a genuine soul master. The other two were equally shocked, looking at Gu Yuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Boss, what are you waiting for? Get him! Gu Yuan shouted angrily, making a decision immediately. As the son of a marquis, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this. While he was surprised by Lu Lung's strength, he believed that this was clearly a result of his own carelessness. No matter how strong this kid was, could he be stronger than 3 soul masters? Thus, the 3 of them unleashed their martial spirits. Chapter 83. A hero saves the beauty, be careful. At this moment, Lu Lung had his back to the 3, and the girl clearly saw their movements, immediately warning him. Her voice was ethereal and very pleasant to hear, but although this was clearly a caring statement, Lu Lung detected a hint of loneliness and desolation within it. He found it somewhat strange, but didn't he have time to think too much, as 3 small fries were waiting for him to deal with. In an instant, Lu Lung's figure flashed and seemed to vanish from his spot, leaving the 3 momentarily dazed as their target disappeared. Behind you, Lu Lung appeared behind Gu Yuan and patted him on the shoulder. As Gu Yuan turned around, he immediately felt a sharp sting and pain on his right cheek. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. You dare to hit my face? Gu Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. He had actually been slapped in the face. So what if I hit you? The burning sensation on his face, accompanied by inner humiliation, made Gu Yuan unleash a punch in anger, roaring, My father has never hit me. Slap! Just as he finished speaking, another crisp sound rang out. I'm not your father. What are you waiting for? Get him! Gu Yuan shouted angrily at the 2 who were just watching. Slap, slap, slap. This time was 3 crisp slaps. You don't hit someone's face when you hit them. Don't you know that? Are you crazy? Do you know who my father is? Slap. Don't just hit my right side. Slap. Big brother, I was wrong, I'm sorry. I was really wrong. Gu Yuan fell to the ground with a thud, pressing his forehead to the ground, pleading in agony. This time, Lu Lung finally stopped slapping him. Apologize, Lu Lung said coldly. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong. Gu Yuan shouted without daring to lift his head, afraid that Lu Lung would slap him again. Apologize to her. I'm sorry, beautiful, I was wrong. He knelt on the ground, turning to the girl and speaking. Wrong direction. Lu Long kicked him disdainfully. How could he even get the direction wrong? Hearing the voice, Gu Yuan quickly changed direction again. I'm sorry, beautiful, I was wrong. Get lost. Okay, big brother. After speaking, Gu Yuan felt as if a great burden had been lifted, hurriedly carrying the unconscious lewd man and leaving in a dejected manner. Lu Long looked at his swollen and deformed cheek and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thank you. At this moment, the girl tidied up her disheveled clothes and said to Lu Long. Lu Long turned around and smiled at her, but just that glance made him momentarily dazed. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, the same blue as her hair, giving a clean and comfortable feeling. Her gaze was bright and spirited, like clear and warm jade, making one feel a sense of tranquility just by looking at her. The woman felt a bit shy under Lu Long's gaze, thanked him again, and then walked around in belief. Lu Long regained his senses and quickly called out, Hey, I saved you, and you're just leaving like that? The woman couldn't help but stop, looking at Lu Long with some confusion and concern. I'm a new student and can't find the academic affairs office. Can you take me there? Lu Long showed a harmless smile. Just follow me. After a moment of silence, the woman replied. Thus, under the woman's guidance, Lu Long finally arrived at the academic affairs office smoothly. Finally here, it was really hard to find. Thank you. I should be thanking you, she said. After exchanging a few polite words, they parted ways, and Lu Long pushed open the door to enter the academic affairs office. Hello, I'm here to report as a student. There was only one teacher in the office, and since the enrollment had already ended, the teacher appeared quite relaxed. Upon seeing Lu Long, he was very polite, saying hello. Lu Long then handed him the letter of introduction and proof, which he glanced at before sizing up Lu Long. Dalmatia Kingdom, Lu Long, hereditary baron, 10 years old. At this point, the teacher suddenly tapped the table with 2 fingers. The sound was very soft, but it was clear enough for Lu Long to hear. Lu Long smiled and took out a bag of gold soul coins. Teacher, this is a specialty from my hometown. It doesn't smell very good, but it's a good thing. The teacher's spirit was stirred, and he immediately judged from the size of the bag that there were at least 100 gold soul coins inside. He then revealed a friendly smile. The information is genuine. You can enroll. Saying this, he proceeded to handle Lu Long's enrollment procedures. The rules of the Tiando Royal Academy were strict. Only nobles could enroll, no matter how high their talent was. Although Lu Long's information was not real, it could definitely withstand verification. Otherwise, even if he was a teacher in the academic affairs office, he wouldn't dare to open the back door. If it were found out, it would be a matter of losing his head. He intentionally did this to extort something from this fallen noble, but he didn't expect that this guy actually had money. The Tiando Royal Academy is similar to the Wuhuan Academy, with both junior and senior colleges together. Based on Lu Long's age, he was assigned to the junior college. As for the level of soul power, he did not test it, as that was not within his responsibilities. Lu Long's performance would later be managed by other teachers. Soon, Lu Long left the academic affairs office with a bunch of assigned items. He first returned to his dormitory, preparing for his first day of classes tomorrow. With the Tiando Royal Academy handbook issued by the academy, Lu Long easily found his dormitory using the map provided. The dormitories were single occupancy, but someone like Lu Long, a fallen noble, would naturally be treated differently. His conditions were not as good, and he had to share a room with another person. The Tiando Royal Academy was not very strict in its management, since all the students were nobles. Classes were optional. If you wanted to attend, you could, and if you didn't, no one would care. However, since the students were all nobles, family conflicts and rivalries were fierce, which had an impact on these students to some extent. Therefore, even with a relaxed management style, most people were very strict with themselves. Of course, this did not include Lu Long. So, after realizing this, Lu Long became too lazy to attend school the next day. However, staying in the academy was not a solution. He was not someone who could sit idle, and he had to find something to do. After some thought, Lu Long thought of the Soul Arena. The Tiando City Great Soul Arena was the largest soul arena, with many participants and various levels of soul battles. Lu Long currently had a gold soul badge, and to continue advancing, he needed to go to a higher level soul arena, and the Tiando City Great Soul Arena was his best choice. With this in mind, Lu Long no longer hesitated and went straight to the Tiando City Great Soul Arena. Upon arrival, Lu Long couldn't help but exclaim that it was indeed worthy of being the highest level soul arena. It covered a vast area, as large as several hundred standard football fields, with hundreds of soul battle arenas alone. Chapter 84. Tiando City Great Soul Arena. Moreover, it was equipped with various auxiliary facilities, including entertainment, leisure, and massage baths. There was even a hotel inside the Soul Arena specifically for Soul Masters participating in battles, which was very convenient. With Lulong's gold soul strength, he was treated like a VIP at any Soul Arena. So, when Lulong took out his badge, he immediately received special treatment. "Hello, sir. I'm a service manager here. How may I assist you?" A beautiful woman in professional attire approached Lulong with a smile. "Help me sign up. Is this your first time here, sir?" "Yes, what's the matter? Are you visiting from far away?" The attendant continued to ask. "You have a lot of questions." "I'm just signing up," Lulong replied, his expression showing displeasure at the number of questions. "Please don't be upset, sir. If you are specifically here to participate in the soul battles, our arena can provide you with hotel accommodations at half the price of outside," the service manager patiently explained, afraid of causing any unnecessary misunderstandings. "That's such a good thing." Lulong was surprised. He hadn't thought of this use for the Gold Soul badge, especially since he was used to living in the dormitory. "All right, please take care of it for me." Lulong did not decline. "Okay," the attendant answered and began to register his badge. However, as soon as she checked it, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Lulong sensed something was off and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sir, since your points are from life and death battles, we have a rule at the Great Soul Arena in Tiendo City. For Soul Masters who participate in life and death battles above the Golden Soul level, accommodation is free, and you can enjoy all the services provided by the arena for free," the service manager said excitedly. Oh, hearing this, Lulong felt even more puzzled. Does that mean everything, food, drink, accommodation, and transportation, is free? Yes. It can't be that simple, Lulong doubted. Just a Golden Soul, and such good treatment? Although it's a life and death battle Golden Soul, which is quite challenging, there are still people who have completed it. At least a few hundred people have it in this Great Soul Arena of Tiendo City. And there are also badges above the Golden Soul level, right? Aren't they all free? After all, not all Golden Souls are like Lulong, being solitary. Most Golden Souls appear in teams. Can the arena afford such a heavy burden? There must be special requirements. Sure enough, the service manager explained, of course, to enjoy the benefits provided by the arena, one must also fulfill the obligations of the arena. Soul Masters need to sign a contract with the arena. Holders of the Golden Soul badge must complete 2 life and death battles each month. Holders of the Purple Gold Soul badge must complete 1 life and death battle each month. Holders of the Sapphire Soul badge must complete 1 life and death battle every 6 months. Holders of the Ruby Soul badge must complete 1 life and death battle each year, while the highest level Diamond Soul badge has no requirements, as long as one is willing. They can enjoy it permanently. I see. After hearing the explanation, Lulong finally understood. This is actually a way to attract participants. When reaching the Golden Soul badge, the number of participants drops sharply. There are many low-level Soul Masters, but they aren't appealing. High-level Soul Masters are interesting, but there are very few of them, often encountering only a few times a year. To increase viewership and boost the arena's economic income, they came up with this method. Providing all living facilities for free seems unattractive at first glance. But one must understand that there are only 2 types of people who come to participate in life and death battles. The first type is those like Lulong, who choose to train themselves, but they are in the minority. The second type consists of those who are in desperate situations or being pursued by enemies, and they make up the majority. By providing them with stable living conditions and requiring them to risk their lives periodically, who wouldn't want that? After Lulong understood, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, to become the highest level of the Soul Arena, there must be some special means involved, and it's not just because it is located in Tiendo City. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Please help me register now. I want to participate in a life and death battle, Lulong said. Sure, please wait a moment. The service manager smiled and nodded, then pressed a button. Shortly after, a voluptuous girl dressed in a sexy outfit walked over. This is our specially prepared personal maid for you, named Yao Yao. She knows everything about the Soul Arena. If you have any questions or want to know something, you can ask her. Hello, sir. Yao Yao bowed to Lulong. Can I refuse? Lulong glanced at her and asked. Of course you can. The service staff smiled. But there are many rules in the Soul Arena. Since you chose to stay here, some things are bound to cause trouble. Moreover, the Soul Arena is quite large. If you're unfamiliar, you might not even find a registration location. It seems I can't refuse after all. Lulong coldly smiled. What Yao Yao said sounded nice, as if she was his maid. But to put harshly, she was actually there to monitor him for the Soul Arena. Indeed, there are always tricks behind free services. All choices depend on you, sir. The service manager maintained a professional smile. All right, let's do it this way. Take me to register. Lulong threw the badge to Yao Yao and then gestured for her to lead the way. The Soul Arena was indeed very large. After following Yao Yao for a while, Lu Long realized that the staff had not lied to him. If he had to explore alone, he wouldn't even know where to register. Soon, Lu Long arrived at the resting hall of the 124th sub-arena. After Yao Yao helped him register, she quietly stood by his side. Do I need to pay you a salary for being my personal advisor? With nothing to do, Lu Long chatted with Yao Yao. No need. We were all raised by the Soul Arena since childhood. We were orphans, so we don't need a salary. A rather tragic background, no wonder. Lu Long nodded. After all, Douluo Continent is ultimately a world of soul masters. Many ordinary people actually live very miserable lives, especially the bottom-tier ordinary people, who are often satisfied just to have enough to eat without starving. What can you do? You won't just be running errands for me, right? Yes. Yes? Lu Long was surprised that he really could only run errands. Fortunately, Yao Yao continued. We have special channels in the Duhan Arena, sir, where you can do things here that you wouldn't dare do outside, or things you want to do, such as intelligence gathering, identity forgery, smuggling, assassination, soul ring acquisition, and everything else, as long as you can pay enough soul coins. Chapter 85. You sever my arms, yet spare my life? He didn't expect it to be a criminal organization. No wonder it could operate on such a large scale. Lu Long had long suspected that the influence of the Dahan Arena was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be this complicated. The ability to carry out these activities indicated that the forces behind it were definitely not ordinary, and it was very likely that even the royal family was secretly supporting them. Lu Long looked at Yao Yao's wonderful figure and suddenly asked, "The service manager said you are my personal maid, so can I do anything I want to you?" Zhao Yao replied, "No. You cannot make any physical contact with me against my will." This was quite formal, but I am disappointed. If I had known it would be so formal, I wouldn't have come. As long as you can achieve the Sapphire Soul Badge, your level of authority will be higher and the restrictions will be fewer, Yao Yao added. Her words were quite subtle, but Lu Long understood. However, he couldn't help but curl his lips and snorted. So informal, I should have known better than to come. Yao Yao said, the Great Soul Arena of Heaven Do City truly deserves to be the highest level soul arena in the continent. Lu Long waited for less than 10 minutes before it was his turn, still dressed in the same outfit from Soto City, with a golden mask and a black robe engraved with a long knife. Upon entering the soul arena, he immediately felt something extraordinary. The arena was large. Although it was divided into soul fighting areas, it was about the same size as the main soul arena in Soto City. The decoration style leaned towards red, which helped to vent the audience's emotions while also highlighting the brutality of the soul fights. As two soul fighters entered the arena, the host of the piece, Dove Martial Soul, flew into the air and began to give a brief introduction of Lu Long and the other person. Lu Long looked at the host's passionate demeanor and couldn't help but show a mocking expression towards this soul fighting arena. It's a life and death soul battle. Yet they use a peace dove, which symbolizes peace, to host it. What a hypocritical act. Soul battle now begins. With the host's command, the two immediately entered the zone. Lu Long's opponent was a woman with a cold expression. This woman had an extremely attractive figure, her skin a bronze color, and she wore a black combat outfit that revealed her muscular arms and the 9 abdominal muscles on her waist. Martial Soul, Thundercloud Leopard. With a low shout, her body lowered. Faint purple lightning patterns appeared on her arms, and her figure became even more elongated, her muscles more powerful. She dove forward, charging towards Lu Long with such speed that it produced a thunderous sound. Lu Long charged forward with a long knife, striking at her figure with a single slash. However, that slash only cut through an afterimage. So fast, Lu Long was astonished. Soul Technique, Flash Thunderstab. A faint low shout sounded beside Lu Long. To the left, Lu Long decisively slashed to the left, but this strike still ended up hitting the residual shadow. Lu Long was surprised. His 2 consecutive strikes had only cut through the afterimages. He couldn't help but view this woman with new respect. Similarly, the woman was also somewhat astonished. She had thought Lu Long would be easy to bully, but his 2 precise strikes made her realize that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, the woman intensified the operation of her soul skill, and suddenly, the sounds of wind and thunder surged around Lu Long, disrupting his hearing. At the same time, black leopards darted left and right, occasionally appearing in front of him, sometimes on his right, and at other times behind him. In the blink of an eye, they shifted directions like lightning. This left Lu Long momentarily at a loss. Seeing Lu Long's flustered expression, the woman knew that he had lost his sense of direction. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as a purple soul ring lit up around her. She silently recited in her heart, fourth soul skill, Thunderburst. Instantly, a ball of purple lightning gathered in her mouth. The lightning coalesced into a sphere about the size of a billiard ball, but the power contained within it was extremely terrifying. She suddenly spat it out, and the lightning sphere shot towards Lu Long. At this moment, Lu Long remained motionless, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So that's how it is, Lu Long murmured, having figured out the soul skill Thunderstrike. In fact, facing such a soul skill, Lu Long could have easily countered it with his spirit power, which was comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. However, he chose not to do so. He realized that this Thunderstrike relied not just on speed, but also on a type of movement technique similar to Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. It should be noted that such movement techniques were extremely rare in the Douluo Continent, almost non-existent. Yet she could perform it, which piqued Lu Long's great interest. Thus, he pretended to be flustered while using his powerful spirit power to continuously observe her movement trajectory. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. This was not a movement technique, which somewhat disappointed him. Nevertheless, this peculiar way of movement still captivated Lu Long. At that moment, he decided to capture her and interrogate her thoroughly. Therefore, Lu Long moved. Facing the incoming lightning sphere, he swiftly drew his knife and infused it with immense soul power, slicing it in half with a single strike. How could this be? The woman looked astonished, her eyes filled with disbelief. Did he just sever her strongest soul skill with one blow? Was his knife enchanted? Lu Long naturally wouldn't answer her question. Instead, he swiftly struck twice, severing her arms, and then placed his blade against her neck, asking, "Was that lightning thrust you just used your own soul skill? If so, what of it?" The woman, with her arms severed and blood gushing, twisted her face in pain but still held a defiant spirit. "Tell me the principle, and I'll spare your life. You've already cut off my arms, and you still expect to spare my life?" The woman scoffed. "It's just a matter of infusing the lightning element into soul power through precise control during the transfer of soul power, then applying it to the limbs to unleash a speed like a lightning flash." Lu Long sneered. "How do you know that? Looks like I guessed correctly." Lu Long smiled wickedly. Then with a wave of his hand, the woman's head rolled away. After killing the woman, he ignored the host's polite remarks and instead began to contemplate the woman's movements. With his strong mental power, her actions replayed in his mind like a movie, which he could slow down or speed up. After detailed observation and analysis, Lu Long suddenly opened his eyes. And then there was a thunderous boom as his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! Immediately after, Lu Long crashed into the wall. The host was passionately speaking, but Lu Long's sudden action left him bewildered. The audience was also confused, wondering if this person was a fool. For a moment, the air became eerily quiet. "Damn, used too much soul power." Lu Long, unconcerned about the gazes of the crowd, got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, but wore an excited expression. Chapter 86. Body Technique, Soul Skill, Wind and Thunder Movement. In any case, he had grasped the secret within. With a little practice, he could achieve that kind of effect. Lu Long thought to himself that this would give him an additional body technique, soul skill. Although body technique soul skills were not particularly powerful, when combined with certain soul skills, they could produce lethal effects. Upon returning to the lounge, Yao Yao was the first to greet him, congratulating him on his victory. "Cut the small talk. I ask you, is there a training place in the soul fighting arena?" Lu Long interrupted her and asked directly, wanting to practice while his current state was still good. "Yes. Does her need a public or private one?" "Of course, a private one. Private ones require a fee. Just deduct it from the prize money I won." Lu Long knew that the soul fighting arena operated like this, with so-called free facilities being the most basic, and he was somewhat impatient as he spoke. Understood. Soon, Lu Long was taken by Yao Yao to a private training area. As expected, money talks. He was given a high-end, simulated training ground. Without hesitation, Lu Long, taking advantage of his current state, immediately began practicing the body technique soul skill. As he activated the body technique, it let out a booming sound. Bang! Lu Long crashed into a rock. Again. Boom! Clap! Boom, boom, boom! Clap, clap, clap! The continuous sounds coming from the training ground made Yao Yao, who was guarding outside, pause for a moment, wondering if this guy was demolishing the place inside. Half an hour later, Lu Long sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, with bruises and swelling on his face, but he was exceptionally excited. He had finally succeeded. Now he could skillfully master distance. Next, as long as he kept practicing and incorporated angles, positions, and other factors, he could achieve the effects needed for actual combat. However, after practicing, Lu Long felt there were still some shortcomings. He thought his speed was still not fast enough. Although the movement technique he used was enough to confuse a Seoul Douluo, it was still not sufficient for him. What he needed was an incredibly fast speed that even a titled Douluo couldn't react to. Was there no way to become faster? Lulong was deep in thought, as the breeze brushed against his face, making him feel completely relaxed. He closed his eyes, pondering every possible way to increase his speed. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, "I've got it! Wind! It's the wind element!" Lulong was extremely excited. If the lightning element could enhance speed, then the wind element could naturally do the same. Moreover, he already possessed wind attribute skills. As long as he fused them together with the lightning element, his speed would definitely increase by more than double. Thinking of this, Lulong realized there was no time to lose and immediately began to experiment. First, he infused the lightning element into his soul power and then applied it to his legs. At the moment of activation, he fused in the wind element. Bang! Lulong crashed into the wall. No, there was only a moment to react, and it was impossible to integrate the wind element in time. Since that didn't work, what if he first fused the two elements together and then integrated them with his soul power? With this thought, Lulong immediately tried. He carefully separated two streams of elements and slowly fused them together. This was completed smoothly because his third soul skill, wind and thunder, was about combining wind and thunder elements. Therefore, the fusion at this moment was effortless. After the fusion was complete, he began to operate it along with his soul power and channel it into his meridians. At that moment, Lulong was extremely cautious, as if he were cradling a child, fully focused. Boom! This time, the impact against the stone was even greater, even flattening his face. But Lulong laughed, and his laughter was wildly exuberant. "Ha ha, I did it! I succeeded!" Lulong didn't expect that it would only take one time for him to succeed completely. "I finally have my own self-created soul skill." No, the first self-created soul skill must have an impressive name. What name should I choose? Got it. Wind and thunder movement. Isn't that name awesome? Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lulong was feeling proud, a sound came from outside, indicating that someone was looking for him. Lulong stepped out of the training ground, dissatisfied, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sir, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge in time," Yao Yao said, trying to hold back her laughter at Lulong's embarrassed expression. Insufficient? Lulong was surprised. He remembered that in the life and death battle at the gold Duhan level, winning one match earned 50 gold soul coins. Had he really spent all 50 coins so quickly? How long have I been inside? 3 hours already. Damn, I spent 50 gold soul coins in just 3 hours? This is a scam. No, Yao shook her head. You haven't spent it all. You still have 1 gold soul coin left. 1? Lulong had long known that the soul arena would be a trap. After all, in his previous life, many businesses used the guise of being free to lure people in, so he was well prepared. However, he didn't expect the soul arena to be this much of a scam. The prices were so high that the money he had barely earned from life and death battles was drained in no time. It was even worse than being scammed by his grandmother. Sure enough, those who could open a soul arena were no good people. Their idea of free services was actually a disguised way of exploiting and trapping people. It was just like running a casino. The only ones who got exploited were the gamblers. Perhaps you think you are powerful enough to avoid all the traps, escape the limitations of the soul arena, and ultimately return with wealth. But you need to understand, you might not lose, but the soul arena is definitely guaranteed to profit. Forget it, I'm not training anymore, take me back to my room. Yao Yao nodded obediently and led the way. After half an hour, Lulong finally returned to his room. The room was nice, decorated luxuriously and warmly, with all the basic facilities, which did lift Lulong's spirits a bit. All right, you can go out now. As your personal maid, my room is inside your suite to ensure that I can provide warm and thoughtful service whenever needed. Damn, this service is really attentive. This surveillance is truly all-encompassing. Lulong couldn't be bothered anymore. After all, he was used to sharing a place back on Earth, so having one more person around wouldn't make much of a difference. However, he couldn't help but think, what if he encountered someone with ill intentions? Wouldn't that be like a wolf entering a tiger's den? After a simple wash-up, he had Yao Yao prepare some food, and after eating, it was just about dark. He decided not to fuss anymore and ended this fulfilling day. The next day, Lulong did not participate in the Soul Arena, but instead returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. He decided that before joining the Soul Arena, he would first master wind and thunder movement. Chapter 87. Composition of the Royal Battle Team. Fortunately, the Tiando Royal Academy had advanced mimicry training grounds for him to practice, and it was free, which saved him a significant amount of money. Otherwise, even with his wealthy background, he couldn't withstand the crazy exploitation in the Soul Arena. According to the Tiando Royal Academy's handbook, Lu Lung easily found the training grounds. However, he didn't expect to run into someone he knew here. It was that female student. He was surprised to see her again. Lu Lung glanced at the woman in black and decided not to bother with her, instead looking for the registration office to apply for the use of the training grounds. But at that moment, Lu Lung noticed a group of men walking towards the girl. No way, was it campus violence again? Was it the same person? Lu Lung was speechless and decided to stop and watch. Sure enough, the group of men approached the girl and formed a half-encirclement around her. "Hello, I'm Yufeng. I want to get to know you," said the leading man, who was relatively handsome and spoke in a gentle manner. Lu Lung took a look and realized that it was a soft approach followed by a hard one. Sure enough, the girl just coldly stared at him, unmoved. "We formed a team, and we're still short one person. Want to invite you." "Not interested." She interrupted Yufeng before he could finish speaking. "Hey, I'm telling you, as a support soul master, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you know who we are? It's your fortune to join our team." At this moment, a black-haired man named Osro stepped forward. "Not interested," the girl replied coldly again. "What kind of attitude is that? You're so arrogant." Osro's expression darkened as he prepared to make a move. "Stop! Stop!" Two identical voices rang out. One from Yufeng and the other, naturally, from Lu Lung. Everyone was taken aback, and then a figure appeared in front of them. "I say, do you still have any shame? You know she's a support soul master, and you still want to make a move on her?" Lu Lung gently protected the girl behind him and stared coldly at the group. "Oh, what a coincidence. Just like last time, there are 4 of you." Lu Lung thought to himself. The girl was slightly surprised to see Lu Lung appear, but then her expression relaxed. "Who are you to speak so rudely and dare to teach me a lesson?" Osro sneered. "You don't need to worry about who I am. I'll just say this. I will protect her. If you want to touch her, you have to get past me first." Lu Lung replied. "Good kid. What a big mouth you have. Just you alone. Can you take on all 4 of us?" At this time, the other 2 also stepped forward. They were a pair of brothers, Shimo and Shimo. "Want to get a try?" Lu Lung raised an eyebrow. "All right, enough noise. Let's leave it at that for today. Missy, we'll talk another day." Yufeng came out to mediate, clearly unwilling to escalate the situation. After saying a word to the girl behind Lu Lung, he led the 3 of them away. But Lu Lung was not satisfied. "Stop. What else do you want?" Yufeng frowned. He had already backed down, and now Lu Lung wanted to push further. "What do you mean we'll talk another day? If there's something to say it clearly now. Don't talk about another day. I said, I will protect her. Are you trying to threaten her while I'm not around?" Lu Lung's expression turned cold. Helping someone all the way means sending the Buddha to the West. If these people weren't dealt with, they would always be a problem. "Kid, don't get too cocky. You think you can act tough just because I gave you a little face?" Osro was the first to lose his temper and was about to rush out to hit Lu Lung. Yufeng quickly held him back and then looked at Lu Lung, seriously assessing him. "Brother, may I ask what your relationship is with Missy?" "No relationship, just unhappy seeing you bully her," Lu Lung replied. "Brother, don't misunderstand. We are not bullying her. We just want to invite her to join our team," Yufeng explained kindly, seeing that Lu Lung was not unreasonable. "But she has already refused," Lu Lung said. "Refusals are common, but it doesn't mean there won't be opportunities in the future." Yufeng smiled slightly, confident in himself. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll just say this. From now on, don't trouble her again, or don't blame me for being rude." "Rude? How are you going to be rude?" As soon as Osro heard this, his temper flared up again. He broke free from Yufeng's restraint and stepped in front of Lu Lung, less than a foot apart. "Aren't you being rude? Come on, tell me how you plan to be rude." The Shimo brothers saw this and wanted to intervene, but Yufeng gave them a look, signaling them to back down. To be honest, Lu Lung's arrogance annoyed him as well. Just right, let Osro teach this arrogant kid a lesson. The girl behind Lu Lung frowned slightly upon seeing this and quickly took a few steps back. With the 2 of them so close, it usually meant they were either going to kiss or fight. But since the other party consisted of 2 men, the outcome could only be one. Therefore, for her own safety, she needed to step back a bit. Sure enough, Osro became increasingly arrogant. "Come on, don't just stand there like an idiot. Weren't you going to be rude? Make a move. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you just so bold?" Osro pressed forward. But before he could finish his last word, Lu Lung struck out, delivering a kick that sent Osro flying 10 meters away. "You're not a woman, so why are you getting so close?" Lu Lung said with a look of disdain. "Osro!" Shimo exclaimed and immediately ran over to help him up. "Don't move, don't move." Osro groaned in pain. "I think my rib is broken." "Don't move me. Help me get revenge first. This guy has such great strength. Just wait. I'll go help you get revenge right now," Shimo said, charging towards Lu Lung. Both he and Shimo had the martial spirit of the Black Tortoise, with extremely strong defense. Green light appeared around them, and a piece of tortoise shell appeared in front and behind them, closing in on Lu Long from both sides. At the same time, Yufeng also stopped holding back. He had intended to talk it out, but the other party was rude and unwilling to give him chance. He immediately unleashed his martial spirit, the wind bell bird, transforming his hands into wings and circling in the air to find an opportunity. Lu Long looked at the two brothers charging towards him, their momentum fierce, but they were as slow and clumsy as a turtle. He lifted his foot and kicked out like lightning, with two loud bangs striking the brothers in the chest. The two brothers couldn't withstand Lu Long's strength at all and were sent flying, crashing to the ground. So strong, Shimo clutched his chest and struggled to utter two words. He felt a strange burning pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he found his shirt scorched black, with the skin underneath reddened from burn. Chapter 88. Yi Lingling, what is this? Shimo was greatly shocked. This was actually the power of the lightning element. Without using soul skills, relying solely on his mastery of the lightning element, he could unleash such power. Who on earth is this person? Shimo realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Shimo exchanged glances and decided not to take action anymore. Their defense was strong, and they weren't seriously injured by the kick, but they also recognized the gap in strength and no longer acted rashly. In the sky, Yufeng initially wanted to find an opportunity, but seeing that the Shimo brothers were easily defeated by Lu Long, a chill ran through him. Two martial souls known for their defense couldn't even last a round against Lu Long. What about him? His soul power was only a level or two higher than that of Shimo, and since Lu Long was so effortless and didn't even use soul skills, he would surely meet the same fate. Thinking of this, Yufeng couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. Hey, you up there, your brothers are being beaten. Do you really want to just watch? Aren't you on the same team? Lu Long could also fly up into the sky, but he didn't want to do so right now. He wanted Yufeng to act on his own, which would be considered self-defense. Yufeng had originally planned to find a reason to reconcile, but Lu Long's words undoubtedly pushed him to the forefront, forcing him to take action. Arrogant kid, today I will make you regret it. Yufeng knew it was unavoidable. Otherwise, he would be labeled as a traitor to his teammates. His expression hardened, and he immediately unleashed his strongest soul skill. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose with dignity. Third soul skill, Storm Rising. This was a soul skill he had just obtained after breaking through to Soul Master not long ago, and now he was using it for the first time, but he didn't expect it to be in such a scenario. In an instant, a fierce wind blew around, shaking the leaves and branches, and lifting stones that struck his face like sharp knives. Lu Long released his soul power, shielding the girl behind him, ensuring she was not affected in the slightest. The girl looked at Lu Long at this moment, still thinking of protecting her, and her heart stirred as she gazed at his back, not knowing what she was thinking. Under Yufeng's urging, the fierce wind raged, dark clouds mixed, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Lu Long. A long knife appeared in Lu Long's hand, one hand holding a sword while the other was tucked behind his back. With a flick of his wrist, the sword shadows followed, forming an impenetrable umbrella that kept the sharp knife at bay within a 1-meter range. After a moment, the wind control soul skill concluded, and looking at the unscathed Lu Long, a strong sense of defeat surged within him. I lost, Yufeng said unwillingly. Disappear from my sight, and don't let me see you causing her trouble again. The corners of Yufeng's mouth twitched, but in the end, he said nothing. After glancing at the girl behind Lu Long, he helped Shimo and the others up and took Osro to the infirmary for treatment. Thank you. You've helped me once again, came the girl's light voice from behind. I mean, are you a stunning beauty? Why is it that every time I encounter you, someone is looking for trouble with you? Lu Long asked, honestly curious to see her face without the veil. Actually, they aren't really causing me trouble, the girl replied, slightly lowering her head. Lu Long was taken aback. Am I being meddlesome then? That's not what I meant. Whatever you mean, it has nothing to do with me. And I don't encounter it every time anyway. All right, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to cultivate. After saying that, Lu Long turned around and walked to the nearby registration desk. Hello, teacher. I would like to apply to use the Advanced Mimicry Cultivation Ground. Please take my student ID. Lu Long handed the student certificate to him, but the teacher only glanced at it, shook his head, and said no. You're a junior student and not qualified to use the training ground. Not qualified? Lu Long was surprised. Is there a distinction between junior and senior for using the training ground? How can I become a senior student? Lu Long asked. The teacher looked at Lu Long as if he were an idiot and said, Isn't that obvious? You need to enter the senior student class. Can you help me with that? No, that's not within my authority. To enter the senior student class, you need to find your class teacher, prove your strength to him, and then he will apply to the academy on your behalf. The teacher's personality was still quite good, explaining it to Lu Long. So troublesome? Those few people just now were senior students, right? I defeated them. Isn't that the best proof? That's true, but as I said, it's not within my authority. The teacher's expression became somewhat displeased. Lu Long was speechless. His first thought was to find the teacher from the academic affairs office and give him a good beating. Damn it, after taking so much money from me, I ended up with just a beginner status. Use my money. At that moment, a fair, delicate hand appeared in front of him. It was the girl from earlier. Is it okay? Lu Long asked the registering teacher. One person can't do it without professional guidance. It's very dangerous. However, if she accompanies you, then it's fine, the teacher said after glancing at the girl. Hearing this, Lu Long looked at her with a questioning gaze. Sure, the girl agreed. Seeing her consent, the registering teacher took out a form. Since you are a beginner and have no teacher guiding you, you need to sign this. The academy will not be responsible for any accidents. Also, both of you need to sign. Lu Long didn't care. After all, he was very familiar with the training ground and wouldn't run into any problems. He waved his hand and signed his name with 2 characters, Lu Long. Seeing this, the girl also picked up the pen and signed her name, Yi Lingling. Her handwriting was delicate and elegant, which matched her temperament very well. Yi Lingling? Lu Long was slightly surprised. It turned out this girl was Yi Lingling. No wonder he found the soul configuration of those 4 people somewhat familiar earlier. He hadn't realized it at the time, but now he recalled they were members of the Imperial battle team. However, he hadn't expected that at this point in time. Yi Lingling hadn't joined the Imperial battle team yet. So, if he made an appearance and interfered, wouldn't that disrupt the development of events? It's very likely that the Imperial battle team wouldn't have Yi Lingling anymore. What's wrong? Lu Long's curious expression made Yi Lingling a bit intrigued. It's nothing, thank you. Whatever. His appearance was already an anomaly. He didn't need to worry about these things. After coming to terms with it, Lu Long followed Yi Lingling into the training ground. The training ground could be used individually or in groups, but it had a drawback. It could only simulate one scene at a time. Since Lu Long wanted to practice wind and thunder, he had to choose a scene related to wind and thunder, so he selected a canyon. The canyon was dim, with strong winds howling, dark clouds in the sky, and occasional flashes of lightning and thunder, exactly what Lu Long was looking forward to. Chapter 89. Lu Long teaches you how to flirt with girls. You are a support soul master. This training ground is not suitable for you. Just wait over there. The training ground also had its dangers. After reminding Yi Lingling, Lu Long went to the edge of the canyon. He then sensed the elements of wind and thunder in nature and began to practice. Yi Lingling watched from the outside, her eyes revealing a hint of shock. The air where Lu Long was located was intense, chaotic, and the elements of wind and thunder intertwined, occasionally erupting with fierce sparks. In such a natural environment, let alone training, even staying inside for a while was impossible for her. However, at this moment, the man before her was not only unharmed, but was also training with ease, which sparked great curiosity in her heart. What level of power did he possess? Yi Lingling pondered, recalling how he effortlessly took on 4 opponents today without even using his soul skills, and felt a wave of terror. Inside the canyon, Lu Long's heart moved with the thunder and his body flowed with the wind, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. If it weren't for the faint sound of thunder that erupted every time he changed form, Yi Lingling might have thought Lu Long was a ghost. Such an environment made training exceptionally effective, but it also consumed a great deal of stamina. After 2 hours, Lu Long sat on the ground, panting, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He hadn't wasted those 2 hours. His control over wind and thunder had improved in precision. It had to be said that this simulated training environment was indeed good, yielding twice the result with half the effort. After resting for a while, Lu Long continued his training. Time passed, and after 8 hours of training, Lu Long finally finished. By this time, it was dark. When Lu Long suddenly appeared beside Yi Lingling, he found that she had fallen asleep. However, she remained vigilant. As soon as Lu Long appeared, she woke up. Finished training? Yi Lingling asked. I'm really sorry for taking up your entire day. Lu Long felt a bit awkward. It was a bit embarrassing to make a girl wait for him all day. It's fine. You could just go out after finishing your training. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner. It's late now. You must be starving. The other party didn't mind, which made Lu Long feel even more embarrassed. No need. Actually, I want to discuss with you whether I could use your student ID again in the future. Lu Long asked somewhat shyly. He had already taken up a whole day of her time, and now he was making such a request, which felt a bit selfish. Moreover, if she agreed, every time he used the training ground in the future, it would require Yi Lingling's accompaniment, which would take up a lot of her time. Sure. He thought Yi Lingling would refuse, But to his surprise, she agreed. Really? Thank you so much. How about this? I must treat you to this meal today. You have to give me this face, or I really won't feel at ease. You really don't have to. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Long grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the small grove. Come on. Ye Lingling exclaimed in surprise. The tight grip on her hand caused her to panic momentarily, and her face turned red, but fortunately, her veil concealed it. She wanted to break free, but as a support soul master, she had no strength to resist and could only let Lu Long pull her into the small grove. In the small grove, making a fire was prohibited. After all, this was a high-level simulated training ground built at great expense by the Tiando Academy. However, it was already late, the teachers had all gone home, and the academy believed that no one would be bold enough to violate school rules, so there was no one to check at this moment. Lu Long directly borrowed this prime location to start barbecue. Watching Lu Long take out one strange gadget after another from his soul guide, Yi Lingling sat on the stool with a curious expression on her face. Lu Long couldn't help but smile when he saw her, curious like a little kitten. In the original work, there isn't much description of Yi Lingling, but the few words give readers the impression that she appears to be a lonely person on the outside, yet soft-hearted on the inside. Lu Long felt that this should be related to her martial soul. Yi Lingling quietly watched Lu Long tinkering, and although she was very curious inside, she didn't say a word like a quiet little cat waiting to be fed. Lu Long was busy with his hands, while also paying attention to Yi Lingling. Although he couldn't see her expression change, he could tell something from the flow of her eyes. Had she never seen these before? Lu Long decided to make this aloof woman a bit more lively, so he took the initiative to speak. He didn't let Yi Lingling ask questions. Instead, he actively asked questions himself. This seemed a bit cliché, as girls generally dislike this kind of interrogative conversation and can easily become annoyed, especially with a cold goddess like her. However, this is actually a good communication technique if you want a girl to initiate a conversation with you. You have to ask first. The key is to find a point of entry and a topic that interests her, allowing the dynamic to shift from active to passive. At that moment, Lu Long felt that Yi Lingling was clearly interested in barbecuing. So, Yi Lingling said, yes, this is barbecue, a type of food that is very popular in my hometown. Oh, this stuff grilled over charcoal can fully bring out the fragrance of the meat, with an abundance of oily aroma. Oh, these jars contain my homemade spices. No matter what food it is, just a little bit makes it delicious. Paired with barbecue, it's truly exquisite. I guarantee you've never tasted anything this good. Lu Long, have you seen these things before? Lu Long felt that the direction of the situation was somewhat off. No. Then do you really dislike me? Why do you ask that? You were clearly very curious just now, but when I asked a question, you answered one at a time. If that's not dislike, then what is it? Lu Long, after all, was still a straightforward guy, and he stupidly brought up such a topic. Curious? I'm not. Not. But you were staring at the barbecue grill just now? Oh, you mean just now? I was just thinking about something. Lu Long. All right. Lu Long admits he lost. In fact, he is not good at chatting. Those grand theories just now were all nonsense he, a single old virgin, came up with. The atmosphere became awkward, and Lu Long came back to his senses, feeling a sense of embarrassment for his earlier gaffe, like having a hot face pressed against a cold butt. For a moment, his face felt a bit flushed. Fortunately, the carbon fire was bright red, so it wasn't noticeable. But although his face was not visible, his expression could not be concealed, and his awkwardness was still easily noticed by Yi Lingling. Chapter 90, Failed, but not completely failed. Yi Lingling is a detail-oriented girl. Seeing Lu Long's expression and recalling their earlier conversation, she felt that she had been too indifferent. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What is this spice made of?" Lu Long was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. He had failed, but it seemed he hadn't completely failed. A hint of joy flickered in his eyes as he hurriedly said, "This spice is a unique secret recipe, passed down through 18 generations, exclusively from male descendants. However, seeing how sincere you are, I'll make an exception and share it with you today." Lu Lingtiao was chatting nonstop, afraid of cooling the atmosphere again. Yi Lingling also tried her best to say a few more words, and soon, with you saying one thing and me responding with 4 or 5, the barbecue was ready. Lu Long handed over the best piece, and Yi Lingling took a bite, her face lighting up with surprise. It truly was delicious, not just talk. "What's wrong?" Yi Lingling asked when she noticed Lu Long lost in thought. "You look quite good without the scarf," she added. Hearing this, Yi Lingling realized she had subconsciously removed her scarf while eating. She wanted to put it back on immediately, but she was too hungry and the food was too delicious, so she decided to leave it as it was. After all, she had already been seen. There was no difference between one look and two. So she thought, And didn't he care anymore, prioritizing filling her stomach. You eat too elegantly. You should do it like me, Lu Long said, placing a skewer horizontally by his mouth, then pulling it all in at once. Rude. This is the essence, I tell you. Eating like this elevates the flavor to another level, Lu Long said proudly. Really? You'll know once you try. Yi Lingling, half convinced, opened her cherry-like mouth, placed the skewer horizontally, and pulled it in. A few pieces fell with a splat, leaving a mark on her face, and she frowned, feeling there was no difference, except for being covered in grease. Ah! Lu Long laughed out loud at her cat-like appearance. After laughing, he seemed to find it impolite and immediately handed her a tissue to wipe off. Then, he took out a bottle of fruit wine. Try this. It's also my special brew. Yi Lingling took a look at the bottle. Its vibrant color and fresh, fruity scent made it look very drinkable. Unable to resist, she took a sip, and the sweet and sour flavor filled her mouth, washing away much of the greasiness. This is good. If it's good, drink more. Where did you get all these strange things? I've told you, it's a single inheritance for 18 generations, passed down to males, not females. But you just passed the seasoning to me. 2 hours later, Lu Long and Yi Lingling left the small forest and returned to their respective dormitories. Looking at the empty bed in the dorm, she felt a strange sense of something missing, as if it had never been occupied. Normally, those living in such places weren't wealthy. Although they had noble status, they lived frugally. The fact that she hadn't encountered him in 2 nights puzzled Lu Long a bit. However, it didn't matter. Having no one around was actually better. The next day, after getting up, Lu Long went to the battle arena. His wind-thunder movement had reached a practical level, and now he needed to continuously practice and deepen his skills in actual combat. With Yao Yao running errands, it quickly became Lu Long's turn. Still in the 124-point soul fighting area, this time, Lu Long's opponent was a sinister, frail young man. Martial Soul Mandala Snake. With the martial soul manifested, the young man's pupils turned purple, large scales appeared on his body, and he occasionally flicked out his forked tongue, sensing the information in the air. The battle begins. With the host command, Lu Long and the young man launched their attacks simultaneously. Wind-thunder movement. When Lu Long approached the young man within 10 meters, he unleashed the wind-thunder movement. With a faint sound of thunder, Lu Long's figure seemed to vanish in place and reappeared behind the young man. The young man was quick to sense his presence and immediately captured Lu Long's aura. Without turning his head, he kicked backward with a whip-like motion. Lu Long unleashed wind and thunder movement once again, and this time, his figure appeared to the left of the youth. The youth was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Long to use it consecutively. He quickly adjusted his body and threw a punch at Lu Long. Lu Long did not attack in advance. Instead, he waited until the young man's fist was already swinging before unleashing his wind and thunder movement. As a result, due to inertia and the body's reaction, a time delay was created, making it impossible for the young man to react when Lu Long appeared to his right. With a blade of the Zhan Luo in hand, Lu Long slashed, cutting through the young man's scales, accompanied by the scorching intent of thunder, instantly turning the wound, charred black. The young man was taken aback and hurriedly retreated to create distance. Lu Long then pressed the attack, continuously unleashing wind and thunder movement, causing his figure to shift and making the young man lose his sense of direction for a moment. Draw the sword and slash. Lu Long seized the opportunity and unleashed his first soul skill, Blade Slash. A brilliant purple explosion erupted, and the young man lost his life amid horrified gazes. With a single strike, Lu Long's breathing was steady as he assessed his soul power consumption. Aside from the soul power used for the Blade Slash, that brief moment had consumed 1/10 of his total soul power. The soul power consumption was too great, differing from Tang San's usage. Tang San relied on the Shantian skill as a driving force, based primarily on body movement, mainly consuming physical strength. In contrast, wind and thunder movement was centered around elements, driven by soul power, with an effect achieved through precise mental focus, marking a fundamental difference between the two. While the mental power consumption could be disregarded, the soul power consumption was still excessive. To reduce soul power consumption, he could only start from the elements. If he could achieve a more refined integration of elements, his soul power consumption would naturally decrease, but his mental power would increase correspondingly. To reach a balance point, it seemed he needed more practice. After a practical battle, Lu Long summarized his performance. His journey was still long and far from over. After exiting the soul arena, Lu Long had Yao Yao continue signing up for more matches. He needed more practical combat experience. In less than 20 minutes, it was Lu Long's turn again. His current fighting style was to avoid using soul skills as much as possible, honing his wind and thunder movement while mastering more combat techniques. Therefore, he stretched out fights that could originally be resolved in a few minutes in lengthy encounters. However, with his strength, he was nearly unbeatable among the 40-level Golden Soul Masters. By night, Lu Long had achieved 15 consecutive victories, and his score had risen to over 9,000 points. With just one more win, his Golden Soul badge would upgrade to a Purple Gold Soul badge. A 10-year-old with a Purple Gold Soul badge would undoubtedly be the youngest in the history of the continent. Soon, Lu Long gathered his momentum and proceeded to his final match of the day, lasting 20 minutes without using a single soul skill, leaving 39 cuts on his opponent and ending the battle. Chapter 91. Promotion to Purple Gold Soul badge in the audience. Spectators cheered with excitement, as they had one match after match betting on Lu Long. His 100% win rate gave them hope for easy gains. Among the crowd, one person's eyes sparkled with intense interest. "Sir, you've been watching all day. It's time to head back," said a guard next to him. "What is his name?" the man asked, looking at Lu Long. "Long," the guard replied. The man knew this was a pseudonym. The Soul Arena maintained strict confidentiality, but he was clearly dissatisfied with the answer. "Investigate this person's background. I want all his information." "Yes." The guard nodded, his expression flat, as if he were doing something trivial. It was clear that the rules of the Soul Arena didn't significantly affect them. After finishing his battles, Lu Long successfully upgraded his badge at the front desk. Looking at the Purple Gold Soul badge in his hand, Lu Long felt no joy, as this badge meant he would encounter fewer opponents in the future. There were only about 140-level Purple Gold Soul Masters on the entire Douluo Continent, and this did not include those who participated in life and death battles. However, the points gained from consecutive wins in life and death battles were substantial, increasing even more as one progressed. Thus, Lu Long still had hopes of advancing to a Sapphire Soul badge in the Great Soul Arena of Heavendo City. After returning to the hotel, Lu Long washed up and went to bed. However, before sleeping, he noticed that Yao Yao was unexpectedly absent, which puzzled him. The next day, Lu Long woke up to find Yao Yao still missing, piquing his curiosity further, so he went to the front desk. Seeing Lu Long, the service manager greeted him politely. "Where's Yao Yao?" Lu Long inquired. "Sir, due to your promotion to the Purple Gold badge, your privileges have been further unlocked. So we at the Soul Arena have arranged for a more professional individual to serve you." As he spoke, the service manager pressed a button. Before long, a sensuous woman approached. She wore sheer, white stockings that reached 2/3 up her thighs, and crystal high heels accentuated her delicate feet. Her figure was curvy with a slender waist, and her skin was snow white, revealing half of her chest. The way she walked made her appear enchanting, as if she were on the verge of overflowing with allure. The woman had shoulder-length purple hair, delicate features, but her pupils were two different colors, one purple and one yellow, sparkling like amber. She looked at Lu Long with an extremely gentle gaze, as if veiled in a layer of mist, ready to burst into tears, evoking a sense of affection in others. What surprised Lu Long the most was that this woman had a pair of purple cat ears and a long tail swaying gently behind her. This was actually a cat girl. Seeing Lu Long's stunned expression, the service manager smiled. "This is a cat girl named Purple Girl. Only participants of life and death battles who are Sapphire Soul Masters or above can have one. Compared to Yao Yao, she is more specialized, with access to higher privileges. As long as your contract remains active, she will obey your commands indefinitely." At this point, the service manager added with a charming smile, "Moreover, she belongs entirely to you. As long as you wish, she will not resist doing anything." He also mentioned, "We guarantee that every cat girl serving powerful soul masters is a virgin." "Are there many cat girls here?" Lu Long couldn't help but ask. He remembered that cat girls were soul masters with mutated martial souls and were rare, existing as half-human, half-beast beings. Ning Fengji had spent a significant sum at the auction to acquire one. How come they were offered here so readily? Cat girls are indeed rare and hard to come by. However, in comparison to Sapphire Soul Masters, their numbers are slightly more abundant. Furthermore, we don't only have cat girls. If you prefer, we can also provide fox girls, tiger girls, leopard girls, and so on, the service manager explained. "You said they are all inexperienced with soul masters. What happens to them if a soul master unfortunately dies in battle?" Lu Long continued to inquire, realizing that this soul arena was increasingly complex. "For those with special abilities, we keep them, as some men have unique preferences. Most will be auctioned. As who could resist a beautiful, obedient beast girl?" According to what you said, Sapphire Soul Masters must participate in life and death battles every 6 months, meaning almost every 6 months. A Sapphire Soul Master dies. Excluding special cases, there would be at least one Beast Girl auction per year, but why have I rarely encountered them? Lu Lung asked, confused. You may not know, but in our Soul Arena, although there are dozens of Sapphire Soul Masters, the number participating in life and death battles does not exceed 10. In reality, it's not as many as you might imagine, the service manager clarified. Then why offer me special treatment as a Sapphire badge holder? I'm just a Purple Gold Soul Master. Lu Lung questioned. Sir, you're being too modest. Although you're a Purple Gold Soul Master, you are a unique one. Young, and with an impressive record of 97 consecutive victories. We can confidently believe that with your strength, advancing to a Sapphire badge is only a matter of time. Thus, providing you with Sapphire treatment is entirely justified. Moreover, this is also what our employer means. He wants to make a friend with you, sir. Who is your employer? Lu Lung asked. It's inconvenient to disclose that. When the time is right, you will naturally know. The service manager smiled and shook his head. There's no business without deceit. You just want to keep me around and use my fighting spirit to bring more and lasting economic benefits to your fighting spirit arena. Don't speak so grandly. We're just using each other, not building a heartfelt connection. Lu Lung coldly snorted, disdainfully saying. Sir is joking. The service manager, not embarrassed by Lu Lung's exposure, merely smiled slightly. Then, the service manager took out a bracelet and said, Sir, this bracelet is a soul guide device. Wearing it will restrict the movement of the purple girl. After all, this purple girl can be a bit mischievous. Mischievous? Lu Lung asked in confusion. The service manager smiled mysteriously, and you will know this very soon, sir. Lu Lung took the bracelet, and then noticed that the purple girl also had a similar bracelet on her hand. Without asking further, he handed the badge to the purple girl and said, All right, let's do it this way for now. Please help me register. I want to participate in the soul duel. Chapter 92, Cat Girl, Purple Girl yes, Master, the purple girl replied. She carefully took the badge, while Lu Lung followed behind her. This time, Lu Lung arrived at the 9th soul duel area. Purple gold level soul duels were not particularly rare, but they were still noticeable. However, the ticket fees were significantly higher. Master, please wait in the waiting hall for a moment while I go help you register, the purple girl said softly after they arrived. The purple girl went to register, and Lu Lung went to the waiting hall. The Great Soul Arena in Tiando City had the top 10 ranked soul duels, all of which were main soul duels, and a separate area was designated for them. The waiting hall was in the center, with the 10 soul duels arranged in a circular pattern around it. However, due to the limited number of matches, the first 3 soul duels were almost never open, leaving only the last 7 available. Lu Lung arrived at the waiting hall and found it already filled with people. Upon seeing Lu Lung's arrival, they all displayed an unusually cold demeanor. However, one peculiar character, noticing Lu Lung wearing a mask, directly mocked him. Kid, are you trying to hide? Why are you wearing a mask? The speaker was a burly man with a thick mane of hair and a bare chest, whose large pectoral muscles shook involuntarily as he spoke, looking quite powerful. He was sitting on a sofa, with a beauty on each side, dressed similarly to Yao Yao, likely also a participant in the fighting arena. Being able to hold 2 at once, Lu Lung guessed that this guy must have some strength. However, Lu Lung couldn't be bothered with him, found a spot to sit down, and quietly waited. He didn't like to seek trouble, but that didn't mean trouble wouldn't seek him. The burly man, feeling ignored, immediately narrowed his eyes, and his tone turned icy. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? His loud voice drew the attention of everyone in the hall to him. Seeing the burly man was looking for trouble with the newcomer, the others became interested, crossing their arms to watch the show. A little interesting interlude before the fight wasn't a bad idea. Lu Lung seemed to ignore his words and just sat in his seat, conserving his energy. Damn it, with such an arrogant attitude. Do you know who I am? The burly man slammed the table, shattering everything on it, and glared fiercely at Lu Lung. Lu Lung still ignored him. Zhang Juri, it seems your authority is failing. Even the newcomers don't take you seriously. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't intense enough, someone immediately added fuel to the fire. A crowd started to jeer, and the burly man quickly became the center of attention. His face turned red. At this moment, if he didn't do something, he would lose face significantly. 2 women also noticed this. They were both carefully cultivated by the soul fighting arena and naturally knew what to do at this time. One of the women immediately stepped forward and said to Lu Lung, Kid, do you know who you've offended? This is the owner of the Sapphire Soul fighting badge. You'd better come over and apologize quickly, kneel down and knock your head a few times, and we can discuss this matter. Otherwise, Once you enter the soul fighting arena, you'll be in for a rough time. The soul fighting arena not only has random matchmaking, but also allows for designated matchmaking, but it costs a lot, and the designated person cannot be too low in level. The woman spoke arrogantly because they were all bought out by Zhang Jiri at high price and were already bound to him. As long as Zhang Jiri was alive, they could live well. If Zhang Jiri died, their fate would be very tragic. Therefore, to be good little sycophants, they spoke in accordance with their master's wishes and weren't afraid of offending anyone. Upon hearing this, Lulong finally opened his eyes. He looked at Zhang Jiri and said, "It seems I haven't done anything or said anything. So why should I apologize? Why? Just because the master is a Sapphire Soul Master, and you didn't respond immediately? That's your fault. Let me tell you, if you don't apologize, your death will be waiting for you in the soul fighting arena." Lulong let out a cold snort. What a Sapphire Soul Master. No wonder he speaks so arrogantly. But can a Sapphire really make him fearful? If you're unhappy, you can come and kill me now. If you're happy, you can choose to kill me in the soul fighting arena. Which one you choose is entirely up to your preference. I don't care. Lulong said this. Hiss. The moment Lulong spoke, everyone gasped in surprise. Knowing that the opponent was a Sapphire Soul Master, he still dared to be so arrogant. Should he be called ignorant or courageous? Ha! Good. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an arrogant kid. Since you like to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. The burly man was completely furious. Being confronted so boldly by a newcomer in front of everyone made him truly angry. He pushed the two people in his arms aside and prepared to step forward to kill him. The Soul Arena does not allow killing, but that is only a restriction for lower-level players. For someone like him with a Sapphire badge, as long as he has money, there are no rules to speak of. Just then, the hall's main door suddenly opened, and a woman walked in from outside. With an unparalleled beauty, an alluring figure, and beastly features, she instantly caught the attention of everyone in the hall. Her appearance silenced the entire hall, and everyone showed shock on their faces. This woman was none other than the Purple Lady. The burly man's reaction was no different from the others, even more exaggerated, upon seeing this cat girl. All his anger dissipated. However, his desire grew bolder, his eyes burning as they roamed over her body, filled with jealousy and lust, wishing he could strip her bare. Looking at the Purple Lady's enchanting hips, a surge of wicked fire rose in his lower abdomen. He couldn't help himself, yet he had to endure, because he clearly knew what the cat girl represented. In the great soul arena of Heaven-Do City, only those who have achieved the Sapphire Soul Badge and participated in life and death battles can obtain the Purple Lady. This is a symbol and an honor. Behind every beast woman stand a killing god. He dared not provoke her. Compared to his desires, what was his life worth? However, he was also curious because he had never seen this cat girl who had just walked in. A new face? Does this mean there are other Sapphire Soul Masters in this hall? The burly man's eyes widened in shock, and he stared at the Purple Lady, watching whom she approached. The Purple Lady walked over to Lulong and respectfully bowed. It's him? The burly man was astonished. This kid was actually a Sapphire Soul Master and a participant in the life and death battle. The burly man suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He was also a Sapphire Soul Master, but he was a Sapphire of the gambling type. Moreover, he had participated in countless matches, reaching over 1,000, and had spent more than 2 years to advance to the Sapphire Badge by forcefully suppressing his level at 69 without breaking through. Chapter 93. The speculations of the crowd, it can be said that his Sapphire Badge was quite watered down. Compared to Lulong, it was simply worlds apart. One had truly stepped over corpses to rise, while the other had taken shortcuts by suppressing his power. The quality of the two was evident at a glance. Master, your registration is complete. Please follow me to the VIP lounge to rest, the Purple Lady said. There's a dedicated lounge? Lulong was surprised. Yes. It seemed that the treatment for life and death battles was indeed much higher. Even waiting for rest had its own room. Lulong followed Z into the room. At the last second before entering, Lulong suddenly turned back to look at Zhang Jiri and said, "If you don't make a move now, I'll be waiting for you in the Duhan Arena. Remember that." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiri's heart sank. Ah, Zhang Jiri. How does it feel to be targeted after being so arrogant? Isn't it exhilarating? As soon as Lulong's door closed, someone immediately expressed schadenfreude. You're being targeted by a madman from the life and death battles. Zhang Jiri. You're definitely doomed this time. Hurry up and take out some money to buy us drinks. We'll personally carry your coffin later. Among us 7 brothers, don't be fooled by our looks. We're professionals when it comes to carrying coffins. The ones saying these words were participants in the life and death battles. They usually looked down on those soul masters who engaged in gambling duels, but due to their lower strength, didn't dare to say anything. Now, they were being quite reckless. Damn it, a big shot from the life and death battles. And he's showing off in this hall instead of going to the VIP room? Exactly. Luckily, I kept my laughter quiet just now. He probably didn't hear me, or I would be in trouble too. Just relax. You're just a purple gold Dahun soul. Others can't even be bothered to glance at you. Get lost. You pathetic coward. Of course, there were others from gambling duels nearby mocking them as well. Once in the VIP lounge, Lu Lung asked Xian, "Who was that person just now?" His name is Zhang Jiuri, a level 69 Battle Soul Emperor and the owner of a Sapphire Dahun badge, mainly participating in gambling duels. Level 69? Lu Long pondered. A level 69 Battle Soul Emperor dares to be so arrogant? However, he was confident in being able to kill him, but it would also expose his own strength. 100,000 years of soul rings are too astonishing. There is no need to do this for a person of no value. It's better to keep him around for a while. If the master wants to kill him, there are other ways besides soul battles. The purple woman seemed to see through Lu Long's thoughts and poured him a cup of tea, softly saying, "What methods do you have in mind?" According to the information, this Zhang Jiuri is timid and afraid of death, and almost never leaves the soul battle arena. However, the prices in the arena are high, and he is very lecherous. Every time he receives reward for battles, he immediately spends it all. So, to save costs while satisfying his desires, he will occasionally leave the soul battle arena. Are you suggesting that I ambush him on the way? That's the most convenient method, and the death of a soul battler will not be pursued by the Empire. Lu Lung thought for a while and decided to put it off for now. He didn't have the energy to deal with it at the moment. He was not a person who craved killing, but he also wasn't someone who would swallow his anger in silence. However, at this stage, he truly didn't have the time to worry about it. Moreover, even if he killed him outside, it would be easy for others to see. It was impossible to kill everyone, right? After taking a sip of tea and eating a little something, Lu Lung quickly began his first life and death battle of the day. Next up was our dark horse contestant, Lone, with a soul power of level 44, who had never suffered a defeat since his debut. His opponent was the infamous contender known as the Butcher of the Soul Clan, Zhu Baofu, with a soul power of level 49 and a martial soul of a pig-killing knife. A pig-killing knife? That's interesting. Lu Lung sneered and walked into the soul fighting arena. In the rest hall, Zhang Jiuri and the others had not yet matched with an opponent. They turned their gaze towards Lu Lung upon hearing the host's introduction. However, when they understood what the host was saying, their expressions turned to shock. A level 44 Sapphire Soul Master? Could it be that the soul fighting arena made a mistake? Zhang Jiuri, you don't have to worry now. He has only level 44. Even if he has a Sapphire in a life and death match, he has no match for you. Someone teased. Yeah, just now he scared the hell out of me. But a level 44 Sapphire Soul Master is indeed rare. This is the first time I've seen one. I guess he is the only one in the entire history of the Tiendo Soul Fighting Arena. Who said that? I know another person. That person was also a Sapphire Soul Master when he was level 40, and I heard he was very young at the time, under 20. I just don't know how old this guy is. Someone rebutted. Where did you hear that? I've never heard of it. My grandfather is also a Soul Master. He told me that person also participated in life and death matches, and like this guy, was undefeated. Moreover, his subsequent achievements reached the top-level Diamond Soul Master badge. A diamond badge? It said that there is only one person on the entire continent who has obtained it. Could it be that you're talking about him? It should be. You're saying this kid is so amazing. Could he be that person as descendant? That is possible. But that person S martial soul was a hammer. Zhang Jiuri didn't speak, but observed Lu Lung's fight. To be honest, didn't think much of a level 44 Sapphire in a life and death match. However, when he saw the look in Lu Lung's eyes as he turned around, he inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. In the arena, Lu Lung's fighting style seemed unremarkable. He kept dodging and occasionally struck with a blade, making it look like his opponent had no way to counter. His opponent, wielding a butcher's knife, was dancing wildly, exuding an aura of bloodshed, like a true butcher. Zhang Jiuri, why do you look so serious? This kid is about to be killed by that butcher. Yeah, stop watching. Are you interested in going to the restaurant tonight? Count me in. Zhang Jiuri ignored them and kept watching quietly. In the arena, although Lu Lung appeared passive, he had no injuries, and his breath was steady, his gaze calm. In contrast, the butcher was already panting. His soul power couldn't keep up with the consumption. Seeing this, Zhang Jiuri's heart suddenly chilled. The butcher had completely fallen into Lu Lung's trap, like a wild boar being worn down. However, What surprised Zhang Jiuri the most was that he hadn't seen Lu Lung use any soul skills throughout the fight. This guy's combat instincts had reached a terrifying level. No wonder he could obtain a sapphire badge at level 44. A cold light flickered in Zhang Jiuri's eyes. After this battle, he had completely grasped Lu Lung's terror. Chapter 94. Challenging beyond rank at the same time. For his own safety, Zhang Jiuri felt it necessary to take the initiative and crush Lu Lung before it was too late. After the fight, Lu Lung returned to the VIP lounge. "Help me arrange my next soul fight," Lu Lung said calmly, showing no signs of disturbance, as if nothing had just happened. "Master, there are no more level 40 purple gold soul matches today." Xinu poured Lu Lung another cup of tea. "None left?" "Yes, master. Purple gold soul masters are already rare, and level 41s in life and death matches are even rarer. The one you encountered today could be considered one of the few remaining. Then if there are no opponents, can I not compete, and my soul badge level 1T be able to improve?" "Master, if you only want to increase your level, you can participate in the gamble fight. There are many competitors in the gamble fight, and deaths rarely occur. Opponents can be rotated, so you will have enough opponents to advance your badge," Xinu explained. "I'm not interested in the gamble fight. Are there any other methods?" Lu Lung waved his hand. He never considered the gamble fight. It was completely meaningless to him. Moreover, having grown accustomed to the pressure of life and death, the gamble fight felt like childish play to him. If you don't participate in the gamble fight, you can choose to challenge beyond rank. However, the risks of challenging beyond rank are high, but the corresponding rewards are also great. You can earn a lot of gold soul coins and consecutive win points. "Isn't it said that one cannot challenge beyond rank?" Lu Lung asked, remembering he had read the rules of the soul fighting arena, which clearly stated that challenging beyond rank was not allowed. That is only a restriction for high-level soul masters. The purpose is to prevent unequal battles. If a low-level soul master challenges a high-level soul master, there's no such restriction, Xinu explained. "I see." Lu Lung nodded. With Xinu around, he could avoid many detours. "All right, then arrange a rank beyond challenge for me." "Understood." After 2 hours, Lu Lung finally waited for his opponent. "Look, that kid just challenged beyond rank." In the rest hall, someone saw Lu Lung's opponent and was immediately shocked. Is he out his mind? Challenging a level 50 with only level 40? The crowd's attention was drawn to Lu Lung, looking at him in disbelief. Such a madman. This guy is even more ferocious than that person. But how strange. Isn't he is Sapphire Soul Master? Why is his opponent a Purple Gold Soul Master? Zhang Jiuri, who was nearby, heard this and was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean?" "That person is my acquaintance. His name is Jing Lai. A Purple Gold Soul Master. Logically, a lower level can challenge a higher level, but a Sapphire should be able to challenge a Purple Gold," the person said. "Not necessarily. If they have a grudge, pay a large breach of contract fee, and the opponent agrees, it's possible," someone nearby explained. Hearing this, Zhang Jiuri narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Lung, not knowing what to think. Meanwhile, in the audience, a middle-aged man's gaze was calm. But when he saw that Lu Lung's opponent was a level 50 Purple Gold Soul Master, his eyes inevitably stirred with waves of emotion. Did he find out the information? The man asked the guard beside him. "Sir, we have found out. This child is named Lu Lung, the child of a fallen baron from the Dalmatia Kingdom. He fled to the Tiando Empire due to family struggles and, with the help of his father's friend, enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy at the age of 10. Age 10, the middle-aged man, as usually calm, face finally showed a hint of emotion. Yes, only 10 years old. The guard's tone also revealed disbelief. When he first received the information, he thought it was a mistake and had his subordinates check again. But after several checks, it was the same result, which made him feel astonished. A 10-year-old child, yet he is a level 44 Soul Master and is participating in life and death matches. This would be hard for anyone to believe, right? What was I doing at 10? At that time, I seemed to have only level 11 soul power and was crying after being beaten by a kid older than me. With such achievements at 10 years old, do you really think he is the child of a fallen baron? After the shock, the middle-aged man retorted to the guard. The guard was at a loss for words. This indeed did not make sense. If there really was such a gifted child, how could the family be in decline? "It's my mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. I will investigate again." Forget it, since he wants to conceal his identity. Let us not dig deeper to avoid provoking him. "Yes, my lord. Prepare, if he is still alive in the next couple of days. I want to see him in person." Understood. Soon, Lu Lung's soul battle came to an end during their conversation, easily winning against a level 50 opponent at level 40. When Zhang Jiuri in the lounge saw the result, his heart sank to the bottom. At the same time, his determination to kill Lu Long grew stronger. Lu Long had surprised him too many times. If it grew a few more days, he might not be his opponent. Zhang Jiri, you don't need to look so grim. He is only in his 40s, and you're level 69. Even if you can challenge above your level, you can only challenge level 50 at most. Can he really challenge 2 levels above? Someone comforted. Oomph. It's easy for you to say since it's not happening to you, Zhang Jiri angrily retorted. However, what this person said wasn't without reason. Even if Lu Long was strong, he was only level 44. Challenging a Soul King as a Soul Sovereign was quite normal. It seemed he was being overly sensitive. In his fixed mindset, anyone with a Sapphire badge should at least be a level 70 Soul Saint, or at worst, a level 69 Soul Emperor like himself. Encountering someone at level 40 for the first time caught him off guard. He quickly changed his expression and said, "Who said I'm afraid? I was just thinking about how he should die." Haha, stop pretending. You were just scared out of your wits, and now seeing someone at level 40. You're back to being arrogant. Who are you talking to? When have I ever been scared? If you can find a drop of my pee, I'll lick it. The person who spoke suddenly looked speechless. It was just a joke. Did it really need to be taken so seriously? Zhang Jiri snorted coldly, his expression even more arrogant. What I say goes. I said I'll make him look good, and no one can stop me. Soon, the day came to an end. Chapter 95. The first kiss is gone. Lu Long returned to his room. Due to his level up, Lu Long's room had also been changed, becoming more spacious and luxurious. At the same time, there was also an additional peculiar room. Lu Long curiously opened the room and was taken aback by what he saw inside, as it was filled with whips, candles, and similar items. What is this for? Are they expecting a power outage? Lu Long's face turned pale. Jinu stood behind Lu Long, and she also saw the room full of tools, but her expression remained unchanged, as if she was unfazed by the sight. Lu Long looked at her speechlessly. Was this girl even more knowledgeable than him? He quickly closed the door to the room and tossed the key to Xinu, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I don't have any peculiar habits in this regard." Xinu instinctively caught the key, her expression blank, seemingly still processing what had just happened. She watched Lu Long's back, unsure of the meaning behind his words. All she knew was that the training master had said that a man's words are deceptive, especially in certain aspects. What they say is often the opposite, just to trick women into lowering their guard. In the evening, after having dinner, Lu Long began to cultivate in his room. He rarely chose to cultivate at night, but the recent battles had benefited him greatly, so he aimed to absorb all the experiences he gained. The moonlight streamed in through the window, and Lu Long gradually entered a state of focus. As his soul power circulated, he noticed a significant increase in his physical strength. He knew this was due to absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. However, the speed at which his physical strength was increasing was not solely attributable to the 10,000-year soul ring. While the strength boost from a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed powerful, it was fixed and could only enhance his abilities to a certain extent before plateauing. But now, the improvement in his physical quality was happening at an unprecedented rate. Considering the timing of this phenomenon, he guessed it must be due to that bead. The changes brought about by the bead were unknown, but he could clearly feel 2 effects. Firstly, this bead granted him 6 elemental attributes, though he had only mastered the wind and thunder elements so far. Secondly, it accelerated the improvement of his physical quality. Lu Long's divine level martial soul, Zhan Luo, primarily allowed him to refine his body, and the bead complemented this effect. Lu Long speculated that if this rate of development continued, it wouldn't be long before his physical quality reached the strength of a peak Douluo. Thinking of this, Lu Long felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his initial choice was correct, and the benefits brought by this bead were immense. However, at that moment, a chilling sensation suddenly emerged from deep within his body, like a venomous snake lying in wait, sweeping through Lu Long's entire being with lethal intent. Lu Long's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was wrong, but he reacted quickly, focusing his mind, and his powerful mental strength immediately took effect, firmly protecting his brain. The cold aura invaded his body, causing a grayish mist to emanate from him, spreading and withering everything it touched. In the adjacent room, Xinu, who had been lightly dozing, instantly sensed this aura. Her eyes snapped open, and she unconsciously sniffed the air, revealing a strange excitement in her gaze. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and she, who had just been lying in bed, inexplicably vanished. The quilt sank down softly, and the door didn't even open. In the next moment, she appeared directly in Lu Long's room, materializing silently. At this moment, Long was unaware of Nu's arrival. His mental power was entirely focused on his mind, battling the chilling aura. Nu's eyes sparkled as she slowly approached Long, the gray-black mist enveloping her body without affecting her in the slightest. Instead, she inhaled deeply, her excitement growing. Seeing that Long was still unconscious, she hesitated no longer, leaning beside him and adopting a peculiar posture to begin frantically absorbing the energy. The cold ability flowed into her body, but unlike Long, she didn't experience the same reaction. Instead, her body felt warm and triumphant. She accelerated her absorption. The continuous stream of energy emanating from Long was drawn into her, and a look of satisfaction appeared in Nu's eyes. Soon, the surrounding black-gray energy was completely absorbed by her, but she was still not satisfied. Driven by an extreme thirst for more, she then fixed her gaze on Long. Slowly, she crawled towards him. At the same time, Long also sensed a change. He felt the cold aura within him seemingly diminish. He found it strange, but recognized it as a good sign, immediately putting all his effort into expelling this energy. As he gradually suppressed the cold energy, he managed to spare a bit of mental focus to sense the outside situation. However, as soon as he did, he immediately felt a person appear right in front of him, less than an inch away. Startled, his mind wavered, causing his mental power to loosen slightly. In that instant, the malevolent energy counterattacked fiercely, surging back with a vengeance and directly occupying his mind. Long suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze blood-red and as cold as ice. Like a hellish evil god, in an instant, a vast and malevolent aura erupted from his body, filling the entire room and threatening to spread outward. But at that moment, the purple-clad woman suddenly lunged at Long, kissing him directly on the lips. Long's emotions surged, and he instantly struck her abdomen with a palm. The purple-clad woman let out a muffled groan but refused to let go, wrapping herself around Long even more tightly in a star shape, holding him firmly. Her hands extended sharp nails that pierced into Long's back, leaving 10 bloody marks to secure herself. The sharp pain made Long's spirit jolt, and at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful suction pulling the evil energy out of his body, entering the purple-clad woman's body through his mouth. She could actually absorb evil energy. Long was too surprised to react. It was as if he had found a place to vent his feelings. With strong willpower, he maintained this rare moment of clarity, channeling his soul power in conjunction with Nu, continuously releasing the cold energy into her body. Nu sensed Long's cooperation, and her nails gradually retracted. Half an hour later, Long finally regained control of his body. He pushed Nu away, his expression extremely strange. Damn it, my first kiss is gone. Just like that. What the hell, I was planning to give it to Bibi Dong. What the hell is going on? Chapter 96. The mystery of Nu Long is indeed quite peculiar. His first thought was not about nearly losing his life, but rather about losing his first kiss. He looked at the purple woman and noticed that her soul power was fluctuating violently at that moment, rising and falling, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if she was trying to break through some kind of seal. Long knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough. However, the purple lady was a defective product of a mutated martial soul, half human and half beast, making cultivation exceptionally difficult, and she could hardly break through level 10. How could she possibly break through at this moment? Moreover, judging by the fluctuation of her soul power, it seemed to be at least level 20. Could it be that it was because she absorbed the energy from within me? Long suddenly realized that this cat girl, who was given to him for free, seemed to have an astonishing secret. At that moment, he stood guard for the purple girl, wanting to know everything, but he could only wait for her to wake up. Time passed unusually slowly, and the purple girl found it difficult to cultivate, making her breakthrough even more challenging. The moonlight illuminated her body, highlighting her skin with a more radiant sheen. Due to the purple girl's identity, the soul fighting arena had provided various training for serving men. Their living arrangements were very meticulous and comprehensive, such as the room they provided for Long. For example, the clothes the purple girl was wearing at that moment were specially made, with a large quantity available in all styles. In fact, just the clothes occupied 2 rooms. At that moment, the purple girl was wearing a lace, semi-transparent nightgown in a light pink color.